Chapter 1. Accepting the indomitable battle soul as a disciple. Master Zhou, are you reading those comic books again? At the entrance of the Daozong Palace in the Jixia Academy, Chu Chun shook his head helplessly as he watched Zhou Hai reclined in a chair, engrossed in his reading. This master uncle truly gives their teacher a great deal of worry. Not only does he neglect his cultivation, but he also refuses to take on a single disciple. Is he intent on letting the Daozong Palace become extinct? Is there something you need? Zhou Hai set down his comic book and asked with a sidelong glance. Master Zhou, today marks the triennial opening ceremony of the Academy. Talented individuals from all over the Great Zhou are eager to attend. The master insists that you must accept at least one disciple this time. Chu Chun, instead of looking down on Zhou Hai for his lack of cultivation, spoke respectfully. I'm not going. Please, I'm merely a freeloader who doesn't even cultivate. Why would I take on a disciple? Zhou Hai's face was one of disdain. He swore it wasn't that he didn't want to accept disciples. The Daozong Palace was overwhelmed with tasks, and he was too busy organizing various scriptures to even think about it. He would love to take on 100 or so disciples to manage the palace and serve him, but wishing for it and having the fate to do so were two different matters. Other transmigrators received golden fingers and soared to greatness. In contrast, he had been here for 7 years, and the golden finger had yet to manifest. After years of signing in, the system rewards of various elixirs, techniques, and divine weapons had piled up like mountains. But the issue was that his earthly body was utterly incapable of cultivation, and the system had never considered rewarding him with a remarkable physique. For many years, he had sat atop a treasure mountain without the ability to use any of it, and with no cultivation, who would be willing to be his disciple? Master Uncle, how can you say that? You may not cultivate, but I do, and so does my master. My master said that you can simply accept disciples, and he and my brothers will take turns teaching them, ensuring that you cultivate a qualified successor. Chu Chun quickly lowered his voice. Really? Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, and he was suddenly intrigued if someone could assist him. What was there to worry about? He must first accept 100 or so disciples to serve him. Just as his thoughts began to take flight, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Strong desire to accept disciples detected, successfully triggering the main quest of the system. Accept disciples. Ding. An indomitable battle soul detected within 100 miles, possessing supreme talent and qualifications. Please proceed to accept the disciple as soon as possible. Note: upon successful acceptance, the host will obtain the indomitable battle soul and trigger a tenfold return mechanism for cultivation. The disciple's cultivation achievements will be returned tenfold to the host. In addition, there are numerous rewards. The sudden voice startled Zhou Hai, and as he regained his composure, he felt as though he might go mad. Why didn't this wretched system present such a good main quest sooner? It was utterly absurd. Beside him, Chu Chun was preparing to persuade Zhou Hai with heartfelt words to accept a disciple, but he saw Zhou Hai suddenly spring to his feet. Chun, no more words are needed, let's go accept disciples. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had the sun risen in the west? This lazy master uncle was so enthusiastic? What are you dawdling for? Take me with you. The road to Dinghai City is over 100 miles. You can't expect me to walk there, can you? Seeing Chu Chun lost in thought, Zhou Hai urged him on. Oh. Chu Chun, still in a daze, quickly supported the lazy master uncle as they transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed. In the northern wilderness, there are 4 great sacred dynasties: Great Zhou, Great Qian, Great Yuan, and Great Tang. As a sacred site of the northern wilderness, Jixia Academy has branches in all 4 dynasties, with Zhou Hai's Jixia Academy being the branch of Great Zhou, located in Dinghai City. Dinghai City, named after Jixia Academy, signifies the pillar of the nation's stability and has long been designated to Jixia Academy. Here, apart from the academy, even the Great Zhou royal family's words hold no weight. At this moment, as the academy held its triennial opening, Dinghai City was bustling with activity, and the vast disciple acceptance square was already filled with people. Talented individuals from Great Zhou gathered, and countless aspired to join Jixia Academy. Such a grand event was naturally captivating. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 resounding chimes echoed through the square, causing the expressions of everyone present to change, including the elders seated at the front, who now gazed intently at the young prodigy in the center, whose presence had activated the auspicious bell 3 times. Is this the heir of the Zheng family? an unparalleled genius. It is well known that the Jixia steel is the unrivaled artifact for testing talent. Not only can it emit light for 10 zhong, but it can also trigger the auspicious bell 3 times. This bell is crucial in determining one's lifelong development. With boundless talent and astonishing fortune, this time, Jixia Academy in Great Zhou gains not just another prodigy, but a sword cultivator destined to be unrivaled in this era. The onlookers pointed and whispered, their discussions continuous. Meanwhile, the talented individuals undergoing assessment displayed envious expressions. Zheng Qianqin's future was destined to be one of admiration. I want this disciple. Suddenly, an elder from the martial Dao Palace banged the table. Step aside, what's it to you? Can't you see my precious disciple is a sword cultivator? Naturally, he should join my sword palace. The sword palace elder scoffed, already referring to him affectionately as his precious disciple. Who says sword cultivators must join the sword palace? My learning palace also has the noble sword way, which I believe suits him perfectly. The elder from the learning palace huffed. A group of elders quarreled over him. Zheng Qianqun wore a smug expression, his gaze surveying the crowd with an air of superiority. At this moment, he radiated brilliance, and all eyes were on him. Yet no one noticed a beggar not far away, crippled and crawling like a worm, slowly inching towards them. While the elders fought to accept him as a disciple, Chu Chen arrived with Zhou Hai in a flash, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Zhou the lazy fish, what brings you here? Wow, is this the lazy master of Daozong Palace? Out for a leisurely day on such a fine occasion? Upon recognizing Zhou Hai, the elders began to tease him, their tones mingling exasperation with a hint of anxiety. The exasperation stemmed from the academy, supporting such an idler, bringing disgrace to the institution. The anxiety was because this youth was the only heir of Daozong Palace, and as of now, he had not accepted a single disciple. According to the academy's rules, each palace has priority in accepting disciples. If this fellow wished, he could snatch away the most talented individual present as his disciple, and others would have no right to compete. With this thought, the elders glanced at Zheng Qianqun, hoping he wouldn't foolishly choose to apprentice under Zhou Hai, lest he be delayed in his potential. I'm here, of course, to accept disciples. Why should you all have a multitude of disciples while I remain all alone? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, his gaze scanning the crowd. Those who had passed the assessment and caught his eye all retreated, as if avoiding a plague. When he laid eyes on Zheng Qianqun similarly took several steps back. Sorry, Elder Zhou, I'm not interested in joining Daozong Palace. Before Zhou Hai could speak, Zheng Qianqun interjected. This remark caused a stir among the crowd, and even the elders could not help but laugh. Not to mention throughout Great Zhou, even in Dinghai City, who didn't know Zhou Hai. This lazy fish stood out prominently in the solemn atmosphere of Jixia Academy. Zhou Hai was slightly taken aback, rolling his eyes at Zheng Qianqun in disbelief. Was this child out of his mind? Did he say he wanted to accept him? More formidable than a female boxer. Even a mere glance seemed like a crime. As he pondered, Zhou Hai's eyes brightened, and he suddenly fixed his gaze on a beggar crawling on the ground outside the crowd. To call him a beggar was already a compliment. He resembled a maggot, exuding a foul stench. With disabled limbs, he could not even crawl properly, only managing to inch along a little at a time. Wherever he roamed, he invariably drew disdain from others, causing them to keep their distance. Stop right there, beggar. Move aside and don't cause a ruckus. The disciples of the Jixia Academy quickly took notice of him and hurried forward to drive him away. At that moment, however, Zhou Hai's mind was flooded with information about this man. Chen Bei, known as the Overlord, possessed a naturally indomitable battle spirit, standing at the 9th level of the Death Realm. Born for combat, he was consumed by it. His aim was to protect. He would slay gods if they obstructed him and vanquish Buddhas if they stood in his way. Originally a prince of the Deqian dynasty, he grew discontented with the major sects that ravaged his homeland, treating the people of Deqian as mere insects, prompting him to rise in rebellion like T first. No one took him seriously, until he gradually grew stronger, decimating several minor sects, and even launching attacks on larger ones, finally inciting widespread ire. With the passing of the previous emperor, a power struggle erupted within the court. As he neared the throne, poised to command the fate of a nation, various sects intervened, along with other princes and the betrayal of his fiancée, leading to the utter annihilation of the overlord's lineage. Under relentless assault from numerous powerful foes, he was reduced to ashes. Everyone presumed him dead, yet they could not fathom that he could endure until now, having escaped from Diqian. As an indomitable battle spirit, even after such a downfall, he remained unyielding, fiercely struggling for his survival. Upon absorbing this information, Zhou Hai could not help but exclaim, "This child is truly resilient. Even in such dire straits, he refuses to yield. Why can't he learn to pick himself up and rest where he falls? How comfortable that would be! Move aside, move aside. This is not a place for you, do you hear me? Take this money and get lost." The academy disciples, growing impatient, attempted to drive Chun Bei away, tossing him a few coins in an effort to drag him off. Yet, Chun Bei struggled to lift his head, producing a whimpering sound that was incomprehensible to anyone. Seeing this, he hastily glanced at the Jixia stele and the fortune bell in the center. His intentions clear seemed to be signaling to everyone that he wished to participate in the selection of disciples. What on earth? Is this guy also here to take part in the disciple selection? Are you kidding? In this day and age, even the most insignificant beings can participate in the Academy's disciple assessment. The surrounding crowd was left speechless, pointing fingers and leaving the Academy disciples feeling thoroughly embarrassed. If such a person could partake in the Academy's assessment, what dignity would remain for the institution? Did you not hear me? Leave. Though displeased, the Academy disciples did not go too far, moving to seize Chun Bei and escort him away. "Wait, I will take this disciple, help me bring him back to the Dao Tsang Palace." At that moment, Zhou Hai's voice rang out, instantly causing an uproar among the crowd. "What? You wish to take him as a disciple? Good heavens, has this elder from Dao Tsang Palace lost his mind?" Countless eyes turned to Zhou Hai simultaneously, each face reflecting shock. Even the elders were momentarily baffled, but upon regaining their composure, they were filled with joy. They had anticipated Zhou Hai would compete with them for disciples, but to their surprise, he had chosen such an unconventional candidate. Did he feel too idle and want to invite a grand figure to serve him? "Junior brother, do not jest. Since you are here, select a worthy disciple. I believe Zheng Qinkuan is quite exceptional. If you were to accept him, he could inherit your mantle in the future." At that moment, a stern voice cut through the air, causing the elders to startle, their expressions of delight vanishing in an instant. Why had the sect master emerged? They had initially thought Zhou Hai would take a prominent disciple, and after losing the priority to choose, they could continue to compete. But now, the sect master Morong Xiao had forcefully intervened. Wasn't this blatant theft? Ahem, sect master. The selection of disciples is purely based on affinity. You cannot make decisions for my junior brother. The elder from the Sword Palace was the first to break the silence, speaking hastily. Indeed, sect master, each palace has its own authority. You cannot forcibly strip others of their rights. Master, while my junior brother is young, we, as older brothers, should provide guidance rather than intervene forcefully. Your actions are not in accordance with the rules. Master, I believe my junior brother has his reasons for his choice. Perhaps this individual possesses some hidden merits. The other palace elders quickly chimed in, each more shameless than the last, eager to seize a promising disciple. "Please, sect master, I am not suited for Dao Tsang Palace." Even Zheng Qinkuan, in a state of urgency, spoke up. He certainly did not wish to be forcibly placed under Zhou Hai, a figure notorious throughout the Dezhou for being a slacker. "Silence. Each of you. I rarely see you being so kind to our junior brother. Why are you all so eloquent today? Who just claimed this person possesses merits? Step forward and enumerate those merits, so we may accept him into our ranks." With a single reprimand from Morong Xiao, the crowd fell silent. The realm of cultivation operates this way. While the Jixia Academy may not regard all beings as mere insects like other sects, they also do not allow just anyone to associate with them. They may save the common folk, but they are not at liberty to treat them as lords to serve. "Junior brother, aren't you coming over to select again?" Turning back, Morong Xiao gazed at Zhou Hai with exasperation. "Brother, I truly have made my choice. I believe Brother Danshanzi speaks wisely. Each has their own strengths, and my disciple is not necessarily inferior to others." Zhou Hai replied helplessly, "You rascal, you dare disregard my words? You see him as pitiable, and I understand your desire to take him in, but matters of inheritance cannot be trifled with. Hey, race the deal. You may take one disciple first. As for this individual, I will respect your decision on how to handle him." Morong Xiao's eyes narrowed, his frustration palpable. Witnessing his bias, The expressions of the other elders grew dark. Did he not have any sense of propriety? No, Zhang Qinquan was utterly frantic today. Murong Xiao seemed intent on forcing him into the clutches of this slacker. He had made up his mind if Zhou Hai truly chose him as a disciple, he would never agree, even if it meant leaving. Brother, the truth is, I find no other candidates appealing. It's him. Zhou Hai shook his head, having noticed Zhang Qianquan's discontent. The latter looked down on him, and he had no interest in the other either. What a joke. Who did he think he was to look down on him? Was it because his mountain of celestial artifacts and divine weapons could not be given away, or his endless supply of divine pills and spiritual materials had nowhere to be stored? He wouldn't even consider something that bore no value. I ask you, do you wish to take me as your master? Before Murong Xiao could speak again, Zhou Hai turned to Chun Bei and inquired. Beneath his disheveled hair, Chun Bai's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Murong Xiao. His mentor had once told him that if he were to survive, his only reliance would be on Murong Xiao. Only by becoming Murong Xiao's disciple could he hope to rise again. But in his current state, unable to articulate a word, how could anyone pay him any heed? Reflecting on his invincibility among his peers, he had once charged forward without fear. Now, however, his brilliance had faded, rendering him a mere worm in the eyes of others, and Chun Bei felt a profound sense of despair. Looking at this so-called slacker, who had now become his last hope, he closed his eyes, trembling as he took a deep breath, suddenly raising his head and striking the ground with force point 3 times in succession. He bowed his head in reverence to signify his apprenticeship. Good. Ha ha, at last. My Dao Song Palace has an heir. Zhou Hai erupted in laughter. The elders were equally elated. Ah, indeed, fate has decreed this bond, this master-disciple relationship is destined to become a timeless tale. Junior brother, congratulations. Junior brother, you finally have a disciple. Your brothers are thrilled for you. A throng of elders rushed forward in excitement. At last, this young man's primary disciple quota was filled, alleviating their worries about him stealing their disciples. You rascal. Sigh. You're hopeless. Murong Xiao, in a fit of rage, flung his sleeves and departed in fury. Without the opportunity to select a first disciple, he could hardly bear to witness the upcoming selection process. How could this young man possibly compete with those shameless old fellows? This is truly a match made in heaven, a perfect master-disciple pairing. They say a great master produces exceptional disciples. How true this is. A worthless master is destined to bear a worthless disciple. Finally at ease, thank goodness I wasn't chosen. I would rather perish than join the Daozong Palace. A group of individuals murmured among themselves, their voices low yet creating a cacophony as the crowd grew. A worthless disciple, you say? My so-called worthless disciple can provoke the major sex and remain unscathed. Who among you possesses such a qualification? I shall soon show you what it truly means to be a prodigy. Hearing their discussions, Zhou Hai could not help but sneer inwardly, a cold smile crossing his face. Meanwhile, on the ground, Chun Bai's crimson eyes glowed even brighter. A tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. In his life, he had never endured such a profound humiliation. It was one thing to insult him, but how dare they belittle his master? This master, the sole light in his despair, he had firmly acknowledged. He cast his gaze over those who spoke, silently resolving that one day he would demonstrate to the world what it truly meant for a great master to produce an exceptional disciple. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully accepting a disciple. The following rewards are now granted. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Zhou Hai's consciousness, causing his eyes to light up. Excellent! It has finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host on acquiring the indestructible battle soul body. Ding! Tenfold return enhancement activated. Congratulations to the host on the full upgrade of the indestructible battle soul body. Ding! Detecting that the disciple's cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the fatal realm, tenfold return activated. Congratulations to the host on breaking through to the 1st layer of the divine ability realm. Ding! System rewards an imperial grade divine weapon, the Annihilation War Spear. Ding! System rewards an imperial grade technique, the Silence of Oblivion. Ding! System rewards 1 Annihilation Pill. Ding! System rewards a Dragon Blood Pool. Ding! System rewards the Supreme Stealth Technique, the Vanishing Art. The system's voice continued to resonate, and Zhou Hai found himself unable to contain his excitement. While the subsequent rewards were indeed valuable, his primary concern lay in the transformation of his bodily structure he could finally cultivate. Before he could revel in his joy, Zhou Hai felt a momentary dizziness. He beheld the cosmos, as if transformed into a furnace, where the great Tao intertwined, refining him anew. A sensation akin to enlightenment washed over him, and he clearly perceived a seismic shift within his soul. Deep within his spirit, it felt as though the very essence of combat with the heavens was contained. Simultaneously, a ferocious power surged forth, born of the Tao, rampantly growing within him. His cultivation realm soared from zero, breaking through at an astonishing pace. First layer of body refinement. Ninth layer of body refinement. First layer of foundation establishment. Ninth layer of foundation establishment. Ninth layer of innate. Ninth layer of fatal. First layer of divine ability. In the span of mere breaths, Zhou Hai's realm skyrocketed to heights unattainable by countless ordinary cultivators throughout their lifetimes. In the meantime, the technique vanishing art autonomously circulated, instantly concealing his aura, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Who would dare to imagine that in just a few breaths, his body had transitioned from the mundane to the extraordinary, containing the power to annihilate worlds? First layer of divine ability. It truly is the first layer of divine ability. Zhou Hai's heart raced, even his breath quickening. In the realm of cultivation, the levels are classified as body refinement, foundation establishment, innate, fatal, divine ability, comprehension, and unity. Each realm is further divided into 9 layers. 99% of cultivators, throughout their lives, cannot even step into the foundation establishment secret realm, let alone ascend beyond it. It can be said that every foundation establishment cultivator is a rare gem, and upon entering the innate realm, one becomes a celestial being, capable of traversing the heavens and earth, omnipotent. Looking across the Jixia Academy, even the most esteemed disciples of the elders, or the chief disciple, seldom reach the innate realm, most being in their 20s or nearing 30. Aside from Chu Chun, no disciple within the academy has attained the fatal level. Yet Chen Bei, at a mere 16 years of age, has already reached the 9th layer of the fatal realm, a prodigy for the ages. Even Zhou Hai, having broken through to the divine ability realm, found himself on par with many elders. Excellent, good disciple. Rest assured, I shall not neglect you. Sensing the formidable power within him, Zhou Hai grew increasingly pleased with Chen Bei, crouching down to stroke his head. Uncle Master, I shall escort you back to the Dao Zong Palace. Chu Chun shook his head. If there was anyone in the crowd who cared for Zhou Hai, aside from his revered master, it was him. Do not assist him, let him carry himself back. At that moment, Murong Xiao's voice rang out, clearly infuriated. In a bid to punish Zhou Hai, he intended to make him bear the burden of another for 100 miles. Seeing this, the surrounding individuals cast scornful glances, most wearing expressions of mockery. Even the elders, who had shown concern for Zhou Hai just moments prior, now shook their heads, wearing expressions that conveyed their inability to intervene in their master's punishment. Uncle Master, Chu Chen also raised his hands in surrender, unwilling to defy his master's command. Woo-woo. Chen Bei remained on the ground, gazing up at Zhou Hai, emitting soft whimpers, seemingly expressing his remorse. Ultimately, it was because of him that his master faced such humiliation. Fine, if you want help, then so be it. What's the big deal? When my master departed, you promised to take care of me. Is this truly how you honor the friendship from back when my master introduced you to the finest ladies? Given that I once introduced you to the most beautiful girls, your loyalty is commendable. Zhou Hai's face darkened, and his words left everyone in stunned silence. Wait, what did I just hear? The esteemed head of the Jixia Academy, a renowned sage of the great Zhou, actually frequented brothels? Goodness, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Everyone looked at Zhou Hai with an air of gossip, eager to hear more. Uncle Master. Only Chu Chun was taken aback. Hurriedly attempting to intervene, he could not allow anyone to expose his master's past. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao, having turned back to assist Zhou Hai once more, stumbled midair upon hearing this. Without a second thought, he turned and departed completely. You worthless wretch, truly beyond redemption. Murong Xiao cursed internally, wishing for a moment that he could strike Zhou Hai down, sending this fool to meet his beloved master. Soon, Murong Xiao returned to the Palace of Inquiry. Observing that no one around him extended a helping hand, Zhou Hai shrugged, crouching down to say, Disciple, did you see that? In our master-disciple bond, we rely solely on one another. No one cares. Remember, If these shameless individuals ever seek your assistance, never acquiesce. Let us return home. As his words fell, Zhou Hai lifted Bei with a powerful thrust, releasing an explosive surge of strength. Boom. The ground trembled. The bluestone pavement in the square swept away by a tempestuous energy akin to surging waves. Ah! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Feeling an overwhelming pressure envelop them, most spectators were sent flying by the force. Amidst the chaos, numerous disciples from various academies were swept away, tossed about by the fierce winds. Fortunately, the elders reacted swiftly, unleashing their immense power to suppress the disturbance. Otherwise, the sudden surge of energy from Zhou Hai would have surely resulted in fatalities. At that moment, Zhou Hai, alongside Bei, soared into the skies. Yet, this spectacle was far from over. The elders gazed upwards, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Who was this young man venting his fury upon? Was such a display of power merely a demonstration? Under the watchful eyes of all, dark clouds gathered ominously, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The colossal energy emanating from Zhou Hai was incessantly altering the very heavens, as though threatening to shatter the cosmos itself. To the elders, this seemed purely an act of venting frustration. Only after Zhou Hai had completely departed did the celestial phenomena return to normal, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Moments earlier, they had been under the impression that Zhou Hai was about to engage in a battle. However, upon reflection, the elders' expressions changed dramatically. Wait a moment, who was that? Zhou Hai. Wasn't he merely a waste of potential? When had he acquired such formidable cultivation? It dawned on the elders, leaving them dumbfounded and questioning their own perceptions. Even Chu Chan was in disbelief. Was this truly the same Master Zhou who had needed assistance descending the mountain? Such overwhelming prowess. Yet he feigned helplessness. How many secrets did this master truly harbor? The elders were bewildered, as was Chu Chan, and even Zheng Qianquan amidst the crowd was equally astounded. Such astonishing power, capable of effortlessly disrupting the very fabric of reality. This was an ability reserved for the realms of divine mastery. The head of the Daozong Palace appeared to be only in his early 20s. How had he achieved such might? Who had spread the rumor of his supposed incompetence? Zheng Qianquan felt a jolt within, realizing that perhaps overlooking Zhou Hai would be the gravest misjudgment of his life. In stark contrast to the shock of those around him, Zhou Hai himself was momentarily startled. This was the first time he possessed such immense power, the first time he had soared through the heavens, and, in his exuberance, he had nearly ascended to heights of 90,000 miles. Bei, held aloft by Zhou Hai, felt his pupils constrict in terror, his body bristling with fear. He swore that even during his first attempts at flying, he had never experienced such a perilous thrill, especially as Zhou Hai struggled to rein in his power. The tempestuous energy surged wildly, threatening to summon a deluge of lightning. In that instant, Bei found himself breathless, convinced of his impending demise. Should the situation spiral out of control, while his master might remain unharmed, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Fortunately, after a brief bout of uncontrollable energy, Zhou Hai quickly regained composure, redirecting his energy toward the Daozong Palace. The wind howled, and once tranquility returned, Bei opened his eyes to find himself in a quaint courtyard. Good lad, it's fortunate you are the indomitable battle soul, a born warrior. Yet how could you be so petrified by a mere flight? Zhou Hai, noticing Bei's tension, felt a twinge of embarrassment. To alleviate the awkwardness, he playfully tossed Bei onto a reclining chair in the courtyard. Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Listen, is this even a human conversation? What being a battle god? In a true fight, I would take matters into my own hands, with my fate resting in my own grasp. Even if I were to lose, at least I could prepare myself mentally. This is not the same as handing my life over to another. In an instant, Bei felt a waning of gratitude towards his master. Wait, the indomitable battle soul? The ability to defy fate. How does he know so much about my circumstances? Suddenly, a realization struck Bei, and he gazed intently at Zhou Hai, his heart racing. It was known that his cultivation had been shattered. Even the slightest creature could tear him apart. To anyone else, he appeared a mere shell of his former self. Even Morong Xiao could not discern his past triumphs. So how could Zhou Hai see through him? Had this man known his identity all along, deliberately leading him into a trap? A torrent of thoughts surged through Chun Bei's mind, filling him with trepidation. Enough, enough. I know you feel pitiful. Stop staring at your master. Zhou Hai, oblivious to Chun Bei's wary gaze, assumed the latter was merely seeking sympathy. He, being a soft-hearted individual, would engage in lengthy conversations with beggars on the street to offer them comfort, let alone his own disciple. He promptly pried open Chun Bei's mouth and forced the recently acquired destruction pill down his throat. Chun Bei, utterly powerless to resist, could only emit a muffled sound as the pill dissolved instantly, unleashing torrents of destructive laws that churned violently within him. The agony was unbearable, and despite being hailed as the battle god, he could not withstand the torment that obliterated all vitality. In mere moments, his body was drenched in crimson. His organs, veins, and bones felt as though they were being ground to dust. Even his skin was torn asunder, leaving him in a state of utter despair. Fortunately, while the destruction pill was aptly named, within its annihilation lay a thread of life's essence, ensuring that a flicker of hope remained amidst the devastation. You! Cough! Chun Bei fixed his gaze on Zhou Hai, now convinced that his master intended to harm him. The overwhelming pain made him wish for a swift end, yet he was unwilling to succumb. An indomitable spirit surged within him, continuously urging him to endure, even amidst the excruciating suffering. Ah, splendid! Truly my admirable disciple. As the saying goes, one must endure hardship to serve the greater good. You must hold on, for the days ahead rely on you. Zhou Hai encouraged, witnessing the resilience of his pained disciple. The items bestowed by the system were designed to be complementary. Now was Chun Bei's moment of rebirth through annihilation. The destruction pill would thoroughly dismantle his body while preserving his life, coupled with his indomitable battle soul. As long as his spirit remained unyielding, his body could be reconstructed, freeing him from his current injuries and restoring his strength. Of course, this process was fraught with anguish. For the sake of his disciple's advancement, Zhou Hai had no choice but to subject him to this ordeal. After 2 grueling hours of torment, Chun Bei finally roared in agony, feeling as though every cell within him had been eradicated. His vision blurred, hearing dulled, and senses scattered. He lay there, a pitiful heap of blood and flesh. You made it through. The indomitable battle soul is indeed formidable. Quickly, my dear disciple, it's time for me to impart my techniques. You must recover swiftly. Observing Chun Bei's dire state, Zhou Hai gasped in astonishment, pointing a finger at his disciple's head, instantly transmitting the information of the imperial-level technique. Silence of oblivion. At that moment, Chun Bei felt as though his very soul was on the brink of dispersing. Even with the strength of the indomitable battle soul, enduring such pain was a monumental challenge. Yet just then, a jolt of clarity shot through him as the technique filled him with vitality, awakening him from his stupor. In silence, there lies rebirth. One extraordinary technique. This was an imperial-level skill. Chun Bei's spirit surged with energy, and without hesitation, he began to cultivate. Alas, his body was too weakened. Though his spirit could engage with the technique, it lacked the physical support, leaving something essential missing. At the onset of martial arts cultivation, the focus is primarily on strengthening the physical body. My dear disciple, persevere. I have faith in you. At this moment, Zhou Hai summoned the dragon blood pool, waving his hand to immerse Chun Bei's flesh and blood form within. In an instant, as Chun Bei practiced the extinction technique, he felt as though he had consumed an all-encompassing elixir, causing his cultivation speed to surge exponentially. He sensed an extraordinarily vast energy enveloping him, fervently mending his body. Simultaneously, his foundational Tao was loosening and being reforged. Everything about him seemed to crumble in extinction, only to be reborn from that decay, becoming tenfold, even 100-fold stronger and more resilient. Chun Bei's recovery commenced in earnest, while Zhou Hai also felt transformations within his own body, as if a force was constantly reshaping him. This bond is truly exhilarating. Although I cannot bear my disciples' hardships, I relish the benefits tenfold. This sensation is delightful. Realizing the changes in his body, Zhou Hai was filled with joy. He understood that the enhancement from their bond had begun anew. For every bit of strength his disciple gained, he would receive it tenfold. At this moment, Chun Bei's evolution was also Zhou Hai's evolution. This feeling was unparalleled. Observing his beloved disciple bathing in the blood pool, Zhou Hai settled into a lounge chair. Basking in the sunlight while reflecting on the insights Chun Bei had gleaned from his cultivation and combat experiences. After taking on a disciple, he not only received tenfold feedback from his disciple's cultivation, but also insights into various Tao practices, combat experiences, and willpower, all returned to him tenfold like data feedback. Yet, this data required digestion. The earlier surge was overwhelming, akin to suddenly cranking up the volume in an internet CAF while watching a film. At this moment, he began to recall, as if these pieces of information were being absorbed into his soul and marrow, as if they were his own experiences. Roaring. After nearly 3 hours, a thunderous roar echoed, and the surrounding energies surged like a tide into the blood pool. Zhou Hai turned abruptly to see a naked man rising from the blood pool, hair standing on end, resembling a celestial demon descending from the heavens. It was Chun Bei. Oh my, has he fully recovered? Look at this robust physique, this explosive power. Who would dare believe my disciple is merely 16 years of age? Disciple, how do you feel now? Zhou Hai surveyed Chun Bei like an art connoisseur before retrieving a set of clothing from the system's space and tossing it to him with a smile. Chun Bei remained silent. His gaze was complex as he looked at Zhou Hai. For a fleeting moment, he wished to rend this man to pieces, believing he was there to harm him. Yet, after the subsequent events, he realized his mistake. His master was not there to harm him, nor was he the slacker others spoke of. His depth of cultivation was unfathomable. The extinction technique, a grand imperial art, was imparted to him, a mere novice. And that elixir, seemingly destructive, was in fact a means to reshape his body, its efficacy nothing short of supreme. Moreover, this pool of dragon blood was generously offered for his immersion. It was essential to note that, setting aside the imperial technique and the supreme elixir, this pool of dragon blood alone constituted an unparalleled treasure. Even a single drop, outside, would incite countless prodigies to vie for it. If this pool of dragon blood were to be exposed, the great holy lands of Beihuang would clash fiercely, spilling blood. His master had given him so much. Just from their first meeting, the gifts surpassed the foundational resources of the great Qian dynasty by hundreds of times. Plop! Countless thoughts raced through Chun Bei's mind as he donned the clothing and suddenly knelt before Zhou Hai, earnestly bowing 3 times. Thank you, Master, for the grace of rebirth. From this day forth, my master shall be like a reborn parent to Chun Bei. I vow to repay my master with utmost filial piety. Chun Bei's voice was robust and naturally commanding, like thunder rolling through the heavens. Zhou Hai was taken aback and quickly assisted his large disciple to his feet, laughing. All right, dear disciple, rise. I do not require repayment. Just cultivate diligently, acquire the strength to protect yourself, and do not suffer under the hands of others. That is enough for me. Though he spoke these words, Zhou Hai had already resolved in his heart. His large disciple was truly resilient. With such a robust physique, he was naturally destined for labor. To squander time on filial duties instead of cultivating and reaping more benefits would be a tragedy. In an instant, a myriad of specialized training methods flashed through his mind. No matter what, he could not waste this disciple's innate resilience. Thank you for your cultivation, Master. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. A tyrant never weakens nor accepts favors. Yet at this moment, he was profoundly moved by his master's kindness. His master had given so much without seeking anything in return, merely hoping he would become a dragon. How could he let his master down? Indeed, disciple, it is well that you possess such intention. Coincidentally, I have another technique here. Study it carefully, and I shall assist you in your cultivation later. Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, relishing this grateful worker. After much contemplation, he resolved to extract Chun Bei's resilience to its utmost potential. The indestructible battle soul was paramount. Physical constitution mattered little, as the indomitable battle spirit was the crux. This constitution possessed an innate strength of will. As long as the will persisted, so too would the battle spirit. The path of cultivation was fraught with adversity, trials, and tribulations, many destined to falter under its weight. Yet for the indestructible battle soul, these challenges were trivial. They could endure greater suffering and stride towards a more distant future. Such a formidable talent warranted equally terrifying training. Contemplating this, Zhou Hai retrieved a technique named the Emperor's Refinement Sutra from the system space. The technique was inscribed on a jade slip, which he casually tossed to Chun Bei. Disciple, contemplate it well. Chun Bei frowned. His master had already imparted him the supreme imperial law. What other technique could possibly compare? To abandon the supreme imperial law for another technique seemed a misallocation of priorities. However, as his consciousness delved into the jade slip and he absorbed its information, he trembled, utterly astonished. Another imperial scripture? What a terrifying cultivation method. This technique amalgamated the principles of the heavens and earth, channeling the might of myriad weapons into one. After grasping the outline of the Emperor's Refinement Sutra, Chun Bei's heart raced and his breath quickened. He initially thought extinction was the unparalleled technique tailored for him, only to find the Emperor's Refinement Sutra equally remarkable. In fact, he found himself preferring the latter. Alas, the resources required for the Emperor's Refinement Sutra were immense. It seemed nearly impossible to achieve mastery without exhausting the world's resources. This aspect was far from comparable to extinction. Observing Chun Bei beginning to comprehend the imperial scripture, Zhou Hai grew impatient. He had gone a day without food. Although he felt no hunger after attaining formidable cultivation, several missed meals still left him somewhat unaccustomed. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen for something to eat, a sound of air being split reached his ears. Zhou Hai was startled to see a figure appear, striking towards him with a hand raised. In that instant, he witnessed the space around the assailant's fingers convulsing, unleashing a surge of thunderous power as though gathering all the lightning of the heavens into a single palm. Should that hand strike, not only a person, but even a mountain would be reduced to dust. Who is it? Zhou Hai bellowed, unleashing his formidable battle instincts. Stepping back to create a distance of several dozen feet, he then retaliated with a punch, unleashing terrifying power. His fist transformed into a bottomless black hole, drawing in even the floating clouds in the sky. The surrounding mountains and rivers exuded a spirit that instantaneously converged, amplifying the force of his punch. With a thunderous roar, the man's palm unleashed a violent lightning strike. A dragon of thunder surged forward, carrying the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Zhou Hai's fist imprint swelled in the wind, colliding with the thunder dragon in an instant. Boom! 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 In that fleeting moment, the sky echoed with explosive sounds, and shockwaves radiated outward from the center of Zhou Hai and the man. Zhou Hai's courtyard was instantly reduced to dust, not a single tile remaining. Damn it! Zhou Hai seethed, witnessing his courtyard vanish in an instant. A formidable pressure enveloped the area, the power of a divine realm expert pouring forth. Just a moment ago, the sky was filled with the glow of the setting sun, but now dark clouds loomed, and the thunder dragon roared. Simultaneously, a tempest raged, the wind howling like a tiger in the mountains, striking terror into the hearts of all. The might of the divine realm expert, having harnessed the essence of heaven and earth, was vividly displayed at this moment. Junior brother, hold on. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Murong Zhao's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Hai was taken aback, retracting the punch he was about to unleash, only to see the man standing amidst the thunder, his expression incredibly complex. What the hell, senior brother? Are you just here to tear down my house? Zhou Hai exclaimed, his anger boiling over. Recognizing Murong Zhao, he withdrew his attack, the extraordinary phenomena dissipating, but his mouth continued to spew curses. Behind Zhou Hai, Chun Bei, who had been preparing to join the fray upon sensing a formidable opponent, couldn't help but frown upon witnessing the scene. All right, the house is gone. I will help you rebuild it. Murong Zhao waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Hai's tirade, his gaze fixed on Zhou Hai with mixed emotions. He had initially thought his junior brother would remain mediocre for life, yet he unexpectedly cultivated such strength in silence. Astonishingly, over the years, no one, including himself, had noticed. Even during the outburst of divine realm might in the square that morning, he had not considered Zhou Hai. When Chu Chun spoke of Zhou Hai's cultivation, he had been incredulous. Had it not been for the consensus of others affirming the truth, he would not have dared to test Zhou Hai. Yet, the results of that test were truly shocking. This lad was merely in his 20s, yet he had already attained the divine realm. This was no mere waste. The heirs of the great sacred lands would pale in comparison. I don't care if you're surprised or not. Debts must be repaid and houses rebuilt. Return my house to me. Zhou Hai's heart raced, realizing that Murong Xiao was here to cause trouble. He had not even thought of how to explain himself and immediately shifted the topic. You. Murong Xiao glared, perplexed at Zhou Hai's apparent lack of understanding of the gravity of the situation. It's just a broken courtyard. How significant can it be? Don't you dare me. Just return my house. Zhou Hai extended his hand, adopting a posture reminiscent of a debtor demanding payment. You brat, I will repay you. Upon seeing Zhou Hai's shameless demeanor, Murong Xiao felt a headache coming on. He raised his hand and waved, uprooting countless towering ancient trees from the dense forest 10 miles away, sending them soaring into the sky. With another wave, numerous sharp beams of light flickered in the air, and these trees were instantly transformed into giant timbers. Then he stomped his foot, causing the earth to tremble and the ground to shift, as walls solidified into existence. The fallen giant timbers transformed, some into beams, others into pillars. Finally, with another wave, the soil flew up and coalesced into tiles, forming a newly constructed courtyard in an instant. Is this sufficient? Murong Xiao glared at Zhou Hai, exasperated. Is it sufficient? You could at least furnish it for me. Furthermore, everything I owned has been destroyed. Not only are my treasured books gone, but now even having a meal has become a problem. You owe me. Zhou Hai was astounded by this miraculous spectacle. Though he believed he could attempt something similar, he would never achieve such effortless fluidity. The cultivators of this world were indeed formidable. If he were to return to his homeland, he would not be surprised if he encountered not just real estate tycoons, but at least a foreman. You brat. Murong Xiao was exasperated. He realized that Zhou Hai was deliberately diverting the topic, unwilling to answer him. Just as he was about to speak further, he caught sight of Chun Bei from the corner of his eye, and his pupils dilated in shock. Who is this? Murong Xiao did not recognize Chun Bei, but he instantly discerned his power, realizing he was a formidable figure at the 9th layer of the Fatal Realm. The most crucial detail was that this individual appeared to be no more than 16 years old. A 16-year-old practitioner at the 9th layer of the Fatal Realm. What did that signify? A true prodigy of heaven. Moreover, being at the 9th layer of the Fatal Realm carried even deeper implications. It was well known that the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, with each realm presenting its own trials, where the stakes were life and death. The Fatal Realm practitioners defied the heavens, contending against fate. Success meant surging against the current. Failure meant death and obliteration. What had this 16-year-old endured to achieve such prowess? And what about Zhou Hai? Indeed, Zhou Hai had provided him with a plethora of surprises today. A practitioner of the divine realm in his 20s, accompanied by a 16-year-old at the 9th layer of the Fatal Realm. These two geniuses surpassed even the heirs of the major sacred lands. To encounter such figures emerging from his academy's branch was beyond his wildest dreams. What's with the staring? This is my disciple, Chun Bei, senior brother. Stop changing the subject and address the matter of my courtyard. Zhou Hai interjected impatiently. What? Your disciple? Could it be he is the one from this morning? Murong Xiao was taken aback, incredulous. Yet in truth, Zhou Hai had only one disciple. How could this be? Just this morning, Chun Bei had appeared as a crippled beggar, and now he had transformed into an unparalleled prodigy. Was this a dream? What kind of sleeping posture could lead to such a dream? Disciple Chun Bei, greetings to the sect master. Chun Bei bowed respectfully, performing a Confucian salute to Murong Xiao. Chun Bei? That name sounds familiar. Wait a moment. You are the disciple of senior brother Zhu Yu? The overlord of the great Qian dynasty? Murong Xiao's brow furrowed as he suddenly recalled something, his gaze fixated on Chun Bei. Returning to the sect master, I am indeed his disciple. Chen Bai Scott Initset Muong Xiao. Seeking to gauge his attitude. Would he be cast out, or would he face direct hostility, or perhaps be allowed to remain? He hoped his master would not have misjudged. Master Zhu Yu had once stated that Murong Xiao was someone absolutely worthy of trust. It really is you. I thought you were dead. No. I only saw blood and severed limbs. There was no actual corpse, so how could I conclude you were dead? I was mistaken. You are indeed alive. Only you possess such talent. Only you could instill fear in the major sacred lands. prompting them to eliminate you prematurely. Murong Xiao shook his head, struggling to accept that Chun Bei was still alive, for he had indeed sought him out. Yet, as he regained his composure, he had no choice but to accept this reality. While they spoke, another group of figures soared through the air, their arrival alarming the elders of the academy. Seeing this, Murong Xiao raised his hand, unleashing a powerful force that swiftly transformed into a barrier, sealing off the entire courtyard. Child, since you have come here, settle in comfortably. To be able to apprentice under Zhou Hai is indeed a matter of fate. You shall cultivate diligently with him. Unless absolutely necessary, do not step outside this courtyard. Murong Xiao gazed earnestly at Chun Bei, then turned to Zhou Hai, saying, "And you, brat, I care not what you have been concealing. As a mentor, you must act like one. Do not be so lazy. Furthermore, keep a close watch on your disciple. Do not let him leave easily, or the consequences will be dire." With that, before Zhou Hai and Chun Bei could respond, Murong Xiao soared into the sky, exiting the barrier. Sect Master, what is this all about? The sect leader. Outside the barrier, the elders from the Sword Palace, the Academy, the Martial Arts Palace, and the Alchemy Palace have all arrived. Upon seeing Murong Xiao emerge, confusion etched their faces, as they could not fathom why he had established a barrier. "It's nothing, just testing my junior disciple," Murong Xiao declared solemnly. "From now on, this place shall serve as my junior disciple's sanctuary for quietude. All must proceed to the Daozong Palace, and must not tread upon this courtyard. Failure to comply will result in severe punishment." Yet a voice chimed in, "But sect leader, can we not see our junior disciple?" The elders frowned, sensing that Murong Xiao was concealing something. "There is nothing to behold, disperse," Murong Xiao replied, his brow furrowed. While he could speak openly about Zhou Hai, he wished to shield Chun Bei from exposure. With the failure of the Zhu Yu from the De Qian Jixia Academy to protect Chun Bei, he felt equally uncertain. Thus prudence was paramount. As murmurs of inquiry arose among the elders, at that moment, Chu Chun soared into their midst. "Master, esteemed elders, individuals from the De Qian Academy have arrived, claiming to discuss the matters of the four academies' discourse. However, among them are representatives of the De Qian dynasty, and their intentions appear dubious." Chu Chun announced with a respectful bow. "What? The arrival of the De Qian Academy is already concerning. Why would the imperial court send emissaries?" The crowd expressed their bewilderment. Yet Murong Xiao quickly grasped the implications. "Let us depart. The quadrennial competition of the four academies is imminent, and it is indeed time for deliberation." With a wave of his hand, he led the assembly away from the site. Unbeknownst to them, both Zhou Hai and Chun Bei had heard every word clearly. Watching the figures retreat, Chun Bei furrowed his brow, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Elder brother, have you grown so restless that you dispatched assassins to this place?" Chun Bei clenched his fists, muttering under his breath. "Enough of that. Do not mistake your master's cautious demeanor for pettiness. He acts for your own good. Yet, as my disciple, endowed with the innate spirit of a warrior, you must not cower. Here, take this. Wherever you wish to go, whatever you wish to do, there is no need to hide in this courtyard. Should any trouble arise, I shall protect you." Perceiving the murderous intent in Chun Bei's gaze, Zhou Hai gestured, and a storage jade pendant flew into Chun Bei's hands. Taken aback, Chun Bei inspected the pendant, and his expression shifted dramatically. Within it lay over 100 sacred-level talismans and dozens of puppets, each exuding an oppressive aura. However, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most formidable treasure was a Fong Tian Hua Ji, a war halberd enveloped in an aura of annihilation, seemingly in slumber. Yet even in its dormant state, it radiated an overwhelming presence, dissuading any from approaching it. A manifestation of divine might, too potent for mortals to gaze upon directly. Imperial artifact, sacred talismans, sacred puppets. Chun Bei exclaimed, "Master, you." Looking back at Zhou Hai, Chun Bei felt on the brink of madness. Did his master plunder an emperor's treasury? The depth of resources was astonishing, and yet he had simply handed them to him. Even a warrior as stalwart as he could not help but feel his eyes moisten. His master truly cared for him. With these treasures, he could traverse the world unimpeded, fearing nothing. "All right, prepare for cultivation. Today, we shall defy the heavens and seize its fortune," striving to enter the realm of divine abilities. How confident are you? Zhou Hai inquired, observing the touched expression on Chunbei's face. In response to my master, the power of the dragon's blood is overwhelmingly vast. I have absorbed less than a tenth of it, with even greater power concealed within me. If I were to refine it all, I estimate I could reach the third level of divine abilities. Moreover, with the transformation from the dragon's blood, my foundation is nearly perfect. Regrettably, without sufficient resources, I cannot further cultivate the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture, which would enhance my foundation and body even more, maximizing the benefits of the dragon's blood. Chen Bai lamented, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice, yearning to refine the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture. Who says there are no resources? Here, take these Tao soldiers and attempt to refine them within you. Zhou Hai chuckled, amused at the notion that he lacked resources. After 7 years of system sign-ins, he possessed no fewer than 100 imperial weapons, with countless lesser divine arms at his disposal. The 100 refinements Emperor Scripture was a technique that involved cultivating oneself through the forging of weapons. Once mastered, it could absorb the power of other weapons to enhance oneself until one became an unparalleled divine weapon, virtually unmatched across the realms. However, to Zhou Hai, these weapons were as plentiful as grains of sand, while to others, they were invaluable treasures. As he received the storage pouch tossed by Zhou Hai, Chunbei gasped in astonishment. Tao soldiers? At least 1,000? He was dumbfounded. Were Tao soldiers truly so inexpensive nowadays? Chapter 7. The two great Emperor Scriptures establish the foundation of the path. Is this enough for your cultivation for a while? Zhou Hai stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Chunbei. Enough, enough, master. This is more than sufficient. Chunbei's heart surged with excitement as he looked up at Zhou Hai. In that instant, he perceived his master as a towering figure, akin to the foremost being in the heavens and the earth. The presence of his master offered not just awe, but a profound sense of security. To have Zhou Hai as his mentor in this lifetime was indeed a great fortune. He vowed that with such robust support from his master, he could never let him down. Let us begin then, Zhou Hai urged, not wasting further words. Chunbei complied and promptly seated himself in a meditative posture, focusing on the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture. Before him, countless imperial runes emerged from the scripture, continuously merging into Chunbei's body, making him feel as if he had transformed into an unfathomable abyss. In that moment, he resembled a vast furnace, capable of refining all that existed in the cosmos. Sensing the transformation within him, Chunbei hastily took out a weapon of the Tao. As the runes flowed around him, a formidable refining power surged forth, and the weapon began to dissolve. Not only did the materials of the weapon integrate into Chunbei's essence, but even the principles inscribed upon it were melted down, absorbed as nourishment. Boom! At the instant of the weapon's dissolution, Chunbei felt a resounding roar in his mind. The grand world within him seemed to erupt. His foundational path collapsed. His cultivation was instantaneously extinguished. In a fleeting moment, he transitioned from a formidable life and death realm practitioner to an ordinary mortal. He was in the process of rebuilding. With the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture as his guide, he was reconstructing his path of cultivation. First level of physical refinement. While others forged their flesh and blood, he transformed into a furnace, using the powerful weapon as material to integrate into his being, forging his own physique. The weapon, a divine tool of those at the Enlightenment realm, possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. It contained not only the insights of an Enlightenment realm master, but also comprised materials of extraordinary value, nearly indestructible. At this moment, Chunbei was absorbing such materials and various insights into his body to aid his physical refinement, the strength of which was nothing short of astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rumbling sounds erupted as Chunbei's cultivation realm surged wildly. Second level of physical refinement. Third level. Fourth level. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of physical refinement, showing no signs of stagnation. Boom! The power within him surged, and with another deafening roar, his foundational path within the Dantian was reforged, officially stepping into the foundational realm. At the moment the foundational path was formed, a surge of formidable power erupted. Countless imperial runes materializing and crashing down upon the foundational path, imbued with annihilating might. It was the Emperor's scripture of oblivion. As the 100 refinements, Emperor's scripture radiated brilliance. Oblivion seemed unwilling to remain in the shadows. At this moment, the two great Emperor scriptures engaged in a contest. One focused on refining, the other on assault. In their entanglement, Chun Bei's body not only became a divine weapon, but also an unparalleled grand formation. The two Emperor scriptures served as the foundation of this formation. How powerful! Chun Bei's heart was astounded as he accelerated his cultivation further. However, it soon became apparent that after absorbing a weapon, his cultivation barely reached the third level of foundational refinement. Chun Bei was once again shocked. This was a weapon capable of slaying all beneath the enlightenment realm. Yet it had only enabled him to reach the third level of foundational refinement. How many weapons would it take to achieve complete mastery? Just how formidable would he need to become? Not daring to hesitate, Chun Bei took out another weapon to absorb. Meanwhile, as Chun Bei grew stronger, Zhou Hai's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His foundational path constantly shifted, growing ever more powerful. His exterior seemed as if coated in gold, producing a metallic clashing sound with every movement. At this moment, he felt that even without any defenses, he could withstand the full force of an attack from a practitioner below the divine realm without sustaining a scratch. Is this the might of the 100 refinements Emperor scripture? A tenfold return. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Zhou Hai reveled in the experience. Wait, if my body is undergoing a transformation, can I cultivate as well? Realizing this, Zhou Hai hastily seated himself, eager to experience the sensation of cultivation. However, he was soon left dumbfounded. Although he indeed possessed the traits of an indestructible battle soul and a powerful force within him, the characteristics of an earthling remained unchanged. He was still unable to cultivate. This meant that regardless of how his body transformed, he could not cultivate. To attain cultivation, he could only rely on the feedback from his disciples' training. Damn, this broken system. What is this situation? Zhou Hai felt disheartened. He had thought his physique was tenfold stronger than his disciples and should shine brightly. Yet he found himself unable to cultivate. Who could endure this? However, the system offered no response. Seeing this, Zhou Hai could only leave helplessly, seeking a way to prepare a meal. Yet out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a blood pool buried underground. It was the very blood pool that had previously contained the blood of a dragon. In the wake of the destructive collision, the entire courtyard had been reduced to dust. Yet the dragon blood pool remained unscathed, merely sinking into the earth. It seems like a fine treasure as well. I'll take it. Zhou Hai waved his hand, collecting the blood pool. Upon reviewing the sparsely furnished courtyard, he pondered for a moment and decided to arrange it further. Indeed, the courtyard appeared too simplistic, lacking a rockery and flowing water. That must be added. Stroking his chin, Zhou Hai retrieved two sacred treasures from the system space, the sacred mountain seal and the calming sea pearl. Previously, with no cultivation, these treasures were of no use to him. However, at this moment, with a mere thought, the sacred mountain seal transformed into a continuous rockery, while the calming sea pearl became spring. A misty aura enveloped the area, and the ethereal rockery and flowing water were formed in an instant, tranquil and elegant. A picturesque scene. With another thought, flowers bloomed upon the rockery, and rainbows danced in the stream, creating an indescribable beauty. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction as he beheld this scene. Soon, more treasures soared forth. The ice bed, enlightenment mat, devouring cauldron, soul-settling bell. Various coveted treasures were repurposed as furnishings. In no time, the small courtyard was infused with the warmth of human life once again. With so many treasures, even if the sect leader exerted all his might, he should be unable to shatter any of these items, right? Zhou Hai thought, stroking his chin with a sense of pride. What a pity my silver bottle and Meisharan book are gone, along with many similar books that I hadn't had the chance to read yet. I must find time to visit Dinghai City again. With another sigh, Zhou Hai retrieved ingredients such as dragon liver and phoenix marrow from the system space, beginning his culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, as Zhou Hai enjoyed his power enhancement and leisurely cooking, The atmosphere within the grand hall of the Dao Inquiry Palace was exceptionally tense. Are you trying to search my Jishao Academy? A sharp rebuke echoed as Murong Xiao slammed his palm on the table before him, unleashing the aura of a peak enlightenment realm master. The pressure bore down like the collapse of the heavens, leaving most present gasping for breath, their faces pale. Why should Taoist Murong be so angry? The third prince and the ninth prince share a deep brotherly bond and have come seek him out. This is a good thing. Is it not the academy that values human connections the most? You should support the third prince's longing for his brother. A light chuckle resonated as a figure clad in black stepped forward, effortlessly dispelling Murong Zhao's oppressive aura, startling the members of the academy. This, too, was a master of the peak enlightenment realm, his strength rivaling that of Murong Xiao. At this moment, the elders from the Dacian Jixia Academy and the third prince of the Dacian dynasty breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they had felt as if Murong Xiao had gripped their throats, teetering on the brink of life and death. It had been truly terrifying. Oh, are you suggesting that in order to honor his brotherly bond, my academy must obediently submit to his search? Murong Zhao's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon the figure cloaked in black. My friend, your jest is in poor taste. The notion of a search is quite offensive. The Jixia Academy is a sanctuary for cultivation, with a millennia-long camaraderie with our Qionyao sacred ground. It would be an affront to our dignity to allow such indignities towards the academy. We have merely come seeking assistance from Jixia Academy. Surely, the academy would not wish to place my Qionyao sacred ground in a compromising position, would it, Elder Lu? The figure in black shook his head with a smile, feigning friendship while subtly invoking the authority of Qionyao sacred ground, attempting to exert pressure. Indeed, Jixia Academy is a revered site for cultivation. And while the main academy may not fear Qionyao sacred ground, this is merely a branch and lacks the standing to engage in such confrontations. Indeed, Friend Dong speaks wisely. My academy and Qionyao sacred ground have maintained a mutual respect for many years. It is only fitting that we extend each other some courtesy. Elder Lu of the Dacian Academy hastily nodded, smiling to diffuse the tension. Preposterous. Elder Lu, are you speaking on behalf of the Qionyao sect, or does your stance represent the main academy? Murong Xiao retorted sharply, his eyes glinting with fury. Elder Lu was taken aback. He had no such authority to represent the main academy. To claim to represent Qionyao sacred ground, however, would be an act of treachery against the academy. It was evident that Murong Xiao disregarded his status, deliberately putting him in an embarrassing position. Friend Murong. The figure in black frowned, attempting to interject. Silence. What makes you think we are on such intimate terms? If you wish to discuss relationships, take it up with the main academy. Let them speak with me. I am eager to see whether they will issue you the order to conduct your search. Murong Xiao waved his hand dismissively, granting no concessions. You, Friend Murong, my representation extends beyond merely Qionyao sacred ground. It embodies the will of various major sects. Are you certain you will render me no respect whatsoever? The figure in black's countenance darkened, revealing his intent to threaten. What do you mean? If I refuse to allow your search today, do you intend to assault my dojo academy? Come forth, I await your challenge. Murong Xiao laughed in disbelief. These individuals had come, slyly seeking information about Chunbei, and the academy's stance was unmistakable. There was no trace of Chunbei here. Yet, undeterred, they sought to use the pretext of a visit to conduct their own search. Murong Zhao's fiery temper could hardly tolerate such insolence. If not for his recent cultivation of inner peace, he would have certainly dealt with a few of them right then and there. Very well. Since you, Friend Murong, are so resolute, do not harbor regrets later. Let us depart. The figure in black's gaze turned sinister as he turned to leave. Murong sect leader, do remember the 4 academies debate in 3 months. I shall await your presence in Dacian. Elder Lu's expression was equally grim as he cast Murong Xiao a lingering glance before departing with the Dacian's third prince and others. Outrageous! The Qionyao sect is exceedingly arrogant, daring to impose their will upon us. They truly regard my academy with contempt. And Dacian Academy, how it has fallen, allowing various sects to manipulate it freely. What a disgrace to our academy's honor. To search my academy, a humiliation that even the heavens could not rectify. Should these individuals truly seek conflict, let them come. Even if the main academy does not assist, what do we have to fear? Once they were gone, the elders of the various halls, who had remained silent, spoke up, brimming with righteous indignation. Enough. This matter requires no further discussion. Remember, we are not a troublemaking academy. But neither shall we shy away from conflict. We must not descend to the depths of Dacian Academy. Return to your preparations for the 4 academies debate in 3 months. It pertains to the resource allocation of the main academy. Our disciples of Dazhou Academy have been lacking in roots, consistently ranking last for 3 consecutive terms. If we rank last once more, the main academy will hold us accountable. Murong Xiao gestured dismissively, his voice low and serious. Yes, sect leader. The crowd, upon hearing this, displayed concern in their eyes and departed. Once everyone had left, a weariness finally surfaced on Murong Xiao's face. Ah, Zhu Yu, your demise has not merely unsettled the Dacian court. It has left the Dacian Academy in ruins. In the depths of night, within an inn in Dinghai City, the figure in black, Elder Lu, and the 3rd prince of Dacian congregated in a room, the atmosphere palpably tense. It seems nearly certain that if Chun Bei is alive, he must be concealed within Dazhou Academy. Otherwise, Murong Xiao would not have denied even the opportunity for a visit. He is clearly trying to cover something up. Suddenly, the figure in black spoke. Indeed, Murong Xiao's reaction today was excessively pronounced. Based on my understanding of him, he would dare to defy the world and offer shelter to Chun Bei. Elder Lu nodded, discomfort stirring within him at the thought of being scorned by Murong Xiao. Elder Lu, Elder Donghua, Chun Bei must die, no matter the cost. For he poses a threat not only to our Dacian dynasty, but to all of you as well. The 3rd prince, Chun Qian, declared urgently. Fear not, since the direct approach is futile. Tonight, I shall infiltrate the academy under cover of darkness. If Chun Bei is indeed there, I shall slay him with my own hands. He is but an undeveloped genius. Killing him will be as easy as slaughtering a pig or dog. The figure in black, Donghua Quan, stated coldly. Is that so? Then I must thank Elder Donghua. Chun Qian beamed with delight, bowing deeply. With the Dacian dynasty stabilizing, and his half-brother successfully ascending to the throne, he could not allow Chun Bei to live. Chun Bei's potential was terrifying, rivaling that of the saints from various sacred grounds, should he be allowed to grow. It was not inconceivable that he could overturn the entire Dacian dynasty. He must be extinguished while still in his infancy. Enough, you both retire for rest. I shall take action in an hour. Donghua Quan commanded, surveying the two with authority. Understood, Mr. Donghua. Elder Lu and Chun Qian bowed respectfully and exited, their demeanor reflecting an unthinkable reverence for one who was both a prince and an elder of sacred ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remained blissfully unaware that a conspiracy against his beloved disciple was already underway. Ah, to sing to the moon. What is life, if not enjoyment? This is true indulgence. In the courtyard, beneath the rockery, Zhou Hai raised his cup towards the moon, savoring the millennium-old spirit while reveling in the transformation of his inner cultivation. His contentment knew no bounds. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and the previously soft moonlight was engulfed by ominous clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. The overwhelming might of the heavens cascaded down, as if intending to obliterate the world. Is a breakthrough imminent? Zhou Hai felt a stir within himself, sensing the loosening of his own cultivation. Through Chun Bei's fervent training, his cultivation had been amplified tenfold, and he too had successfully advanced to the 3rd stage of the divine power realm. At this moment, Chun Bei was poised for another breakthrough, and Zhou Hai was on the cusp of entering the 4th stage of the divine power realm. In the span of a single day, his realm had escalated dramatically. Who could have imagined that he had begun the morning as a mere mortal without any cultivation? Yet, this time, the commotion accompanying Chun Bei's breakthrough appeared alarmingly pronounced. Observing the tumultuous thunderclouds, it was evident that this celestial transformation would inevitably attract a thunder tribulation, and not a trivial one at that. The disturbance swiftly captured the attention of the various halls within the academy. What a terrifying thunder tribulation! Is someone comprehending the Tao and about to undergo tribulation? How could it be so formidable? Could it be that the sect leader has broken through? This tribulation seems excessively powerful. Wait, That is not the sect leader's enlightenment hall. It is the direction of the Daozong Hall. All eyes were astonished as they turned toward the scene, and soon, figures soared into the air, heading straight for the Dao Palace. What commotion had arisen this time? Even Murong Xiao was startled. After a brief hesitation, he too flew toward the Dao Palace. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the Dao Palace, Chunbei suddenly opened his eyes, his robe billowing in the wind. He gazed at the storm of tribulation lightning above, unflinching. The aura of dominance emanated from him, filled with the ambition to challenge the heavens. Come forth, I shall battle the heavens. Scanning his surroundings, Chunbei, unwilling to damage his master's courtyard, shot up into the sky, straight into the tempest of thunderclouds. Who is that? A madman. This guy is undoubtedly insane. The impending tribulation, which others would desperately evade, he dared to charge into, declaring war against the heavens. Did he believe the thunderous tribulation was not fierce enough? The arriving elders and disciples from various palaces were taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. My disciple, be careful. Don't bring ruin upon yourself. You are my only disciple. Zhou Hai was also momentarily stunned, questioning if his disciple had lost his senses. To challenge the heavenly tribulation was akin to courting death. He had hoped his eldest disciple would bring him more rewards. Rest assured, master, until I repay your kindness, not even the heavens can take my life. Chunbei felt deeply moved. His master cared for him so profoundly, always considering his well-being. Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. I shall rise from obscurity, temper my body, and defy fate. Heavenly Tao, today I shall seize your creation and manifest my divine powers. Come forth, let me witness your myriad mysteries. Chunbei ascended into the thunderclouds. His voice boomed with the might of a war drum, each word laden with indomitable fighting spirit and boundless ambition. In that moment, he resembled a supreme demon king from a dark abyss or an invincible war god from the skies above. Booming thunder erupted as if the heavens were provoked by his words. An unending torrent of lightning roared forth, engulfing him in an instant. Heavens! He's lost his mind. Does he truly believe the heavenly Tao will not be angered? This is madness. With such a deluge of lightning, even the most seasoned tribulation takers would struggle to withstand it. Each strike could take half of one's life. Who could endure such a ferocious tribulation? This tribulation is astonishing. I observe that this person has merely entered the realm of divine powers. Yet the lightning he faces rivals that of the Enlightenment realm. It wasn't just comparable to the Enlightenment realm's tribulation. Such a deluge could obliterate even the strongest of that realm. The air was filled with horrified whispers. The disciples of the academy stood frozen, and even the elders were left dazed, feeling a chill run down their spines. Murong Xiao, too, wore a look of shock. He clearly recognized that the one undergoing the tribulation was Chunbei. Wasn't he supposed to be more cautious? The pursuers from Deqian were right in Dinghai City, and yet he acted so brazenly. Moreover, not only was he being ostentatious, but he also seemed to disregard the pursuers and even the heavens themselves. You truly wish to overturn the heavens. Zhou Hai felt a pang of anguish as he watched from below. After all the effort to have a promising disciple, what would he do if the heavens played havoc with him? Heavens, please show mercy. My disciple is merely ignorant. You must forgive his reckless words. Zhou Hai fervently prayed, his demeanor earnest. Is this how you keep watch? Just then, Murong Xiao's voice pierced through. Zhou Hai turned to see Murong Xiao glaring fiercely at him. If the heavens decide to strike, it's not my doing. How could I control such matters? Zhou Hai felt utterly speechless. As they spoke, the tumultuous thunderclouds began to dissipate. Under the gaze of all present, Chunbei's figure emerged, still towering and invincible. Like a war god, once again, this indomitable presence was met with a veritable storm of thunder, as the raging lightning roared forth, submerging him once more. This time, the might of the thunder was tenfold stronger than before. My heavens! I shall never again call you grandfather. It seems you heed my words not at all, treating me with utter disregard. Zhou Hai gasped in shock, his heart racing as he watched Chunbei, cursing under his breath. Those around him, captivated by the heavenly tribulation, turned to look, rendered speechless. While others might casually refer to the heavens, he genuinely seemed to desire the heavens to be his kin. Chunbei, is it really him? A figure darted through the night, cloaked in shadows. Upon seeing Chun Bei amidst the tribulation, his pupils constricted in disbelief. At merely 16 years of age, he has already seized the creation of heaven and earth, breaking through the realm of divine powers. This tribulation is terrifying beyond measure. This individual cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Dong Wuquan fixed his gaze intently on Chun Bei, poised to strike. At that moment, Chun Bei remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. After another wave of thunderous baptism, he felt an unparalleled clarity coursing through him. Under the purifying force of the Imperial Sutra, his body was already free of impurities. Having practiced the 100 refinements Imperial Sutra and refined 10 paths of soldiers, his body was nearly indestructible, akin to divine weaponry. Now, after undergoing heavenly lightning baptism, he felt himself transforming, his physique approaching perfection. Ha ha ha, delightful. Is this all the means you possess, heavens? Come, let me witness your divine powers. Chun Bei laughed heartily, still taunting within the thunderstorm. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly Tao was furious, and the lightning darkened. Countless thunders erupted, the lightning no longer silver but transformed into golden bolts, as thick as a barrel, crashing down in a torrent. One bolt, as thick as an arm, detached from the storm and struck a mountaintop dozens of miles away. In an instant, that peak crumbled into dust. The ferocity of the thunder was chilling. Yet Chun Bei remained unfazed, his hands weaving through the air, no longer confined to merely enduring the heavenly baptism. Instead, he sought to comprehend the heavenly might, crafting his own finishing move. He was forging his own path. All present were entranced. This individual was nothing short of a prodigy. This tribulation was one that even the strongest of the Enlightenment realm might struggle to withstand. Yet, here was a mere practitioner of divine powers, not only enduring it but daring to challenge the heavenly Tao, using the opportunity to forge his own powers. Such a person was indeed a defiance of nature. This person is extraordinarily formidable. Will I ever reach such heights? Zhang Qianquan, beside the Sword Palace elder, gazed upward in awe, filled with longing. Do not harbor such thoughts, junior brother Zhang. While your talent is exceptional, you cannot hope to rival the prodigies of the sacred lands. Such might is beyond even the best of them. This individual is undoubtedly a timeless demon. A voice chimed in, belonging to the Sword Palace elder's eldest disciple. These words struck Zhang Qianquan deeply, igniting a feeling of unexplainable resentment within him. He wished to retort, but found himself gripped by fear beneath the overwhelming celestial might. If he struggled to endure this heavenly force, how could he possibly compare to the one amidst the thunder? Who is this person? If he survives the tribulation, he will likely be unmatched amongst the younger generation of the North Wilderness. Indeed, even senior brother Chu Chun may find it difficult to match him. Only the prodigies from the main academy might contend with him. Senior brother, what do you think of this individual? A group of disciples inquired of Chu Chun. Very powerful. I cannot compare to him. Chu Chun's gaze was solemn as he spoke the truth. But how did he come to be here at our Jixia Academy? Undergoing tribulation at Dao Palace? Who exactly is he? Pausing for a moment, Chu Chen's words prompted everyone to ponder. Indeed, who was he? How did he come to be at Dao Palace? Under the watchful gaze of all, time gradually passed. After enduring 9 consecutive rounds of heavenly tribulation, Chun Bei not only survived, but instead radiated an endless dark glow. At this moment, he resembled a demonic sovereign, leaving a trail of infernal flames in his wake. As the thunderous tribulation dissipated, ominous clouds still loomed, seemingly subdued beneath Chun Bei's feet. Indeed, he had forged his own path and divine powers amidst the tribulation. Immortal through 100 refinements, the godly destruction thunder. Ha ha! The divine thunder of the 9 heavens is nothing of consequence. Master, your disciple has succeeded. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Chun Bei laughed heartily towards the sky, then swiftly descended into a small courtyard, kneeling heavily before Zhou Hai and bowing deeply. At this moment, he no longer addressed him as Master Zun, but instead as Master. Master Zun is revered, yet Master is akin to a father for life. Upon witnessing Chun Bei's act of reverence, everyone except Murong Xiao was rendered speechless. Master? Zhou Hai is his master? The elders stared in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. How could this be? He is a disciple of Master Zhou. The students of the academy were dumbfounded, their faces a tableau of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Master. He called Zhou Hai master? He is Zhou Hai's disciple? The beggar from this morning? Zhang Qinquan also noted this scene, his heart trembling in disbelief. Zhou Hai's disciple, is this formidable? At this moment, Zhou Hai felt a surge of immense power within him. With Chunbei's successful breakthrough, the tenfold feedback not only elevated his cultivation to the 4th level of the divine power realm, but also allowed him to surpass 2 realms, reaching the 5th level of the divine power realm. Moreover, the divine power he had just comprehended through the heavenly tribulation, the godly destruction thunder, was also amplified by the feedback. Under the tenfold feedback, the power of the divine ability he acquired was 10 times stronger and more refined than that of Chunbei, its creator. Zhou Hai secretly marveled. Indeed, he was a prodigy that struck fear into the hearts of the major sanctuaries, one that they sought to eliminate prematurely. To be able to derive such techniques upon entering the divine power realm is truly unparalleled. Just as he pondered, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's eldest disciple for successfully breaking through the divine power realm. The host's guidance has been exemplary, and the following rewards are now granted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a 9 revolutions resurrection pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Saint Experience card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Thunder Punishment Divine Ability Scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a segment of the Emperor's Teleportation Array. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your exemplary teaching, triggering another disciple recruitment task. Please proceed to Qinzhou to recruit disciples promptly. Hearing the continuous announcements from the system, Zhou Hai was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, the disciple's elevation and cultivation also merits rewards? My, how considerate! Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Recruiting disciples, yet another laborer. Let me see who this fortunate laborer is. With a thought, Zhou Hai hurriedly checked the information of his new disciple. Just then, the surrounding world began to shift. Chunbei was still kneeling on the ground, awaiting his master's words. Suddenly, a principle of the Tao surged forth from the void, instantly enveloping him. In the next moment, under the pull of this Tao principle, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was several dozen miles away. A sword light flashed, aiming directly for Chunbei's throat. Boldly, who dares to ambush a disciple of my academy? Murong Xiao was enraged, rushing towards that direction without delay. Scoundrel! Seeking death! The other academy elders widened their eyes in fury, also hastening towards Chunbei's side, although they were unclear about the situation. Seeing Chunbei kneeling before Zhou Hai and calling him master, they could not allow anyone to harm him. Damn, I'm just a laborer now. Do you think you could take my life? Zhou Hai also reacted, his face filled with anger as he charged forward. Unfortunately, the ambusher had already succeeded, and even with their speed, they could hardly provide aid over such a distance. The sword, perilously close, struck towards Chunbei in an instant. Seeking death, Chunbei's reaction was swift. With a mighty roar, the infernal flames engulfed him, and with a surge of power, he shattered the bindings of the Tao principle. As the blade neared, he seized it with his bare hands. However, the force of the sword was so strong that it propelled him several miles away. Yet, his formidable physique rendered him virtually unharmed. What is this? The ambusher, Dong Guoquan, was taken aback, his pupils constricting as he stared at Chunbei. This fellow can catch a Tao weapon with his bare hands. Is he even human? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he was not attacking a person, but rather a humanoid divine weapon. Seeing Murong Xiao and the others closing in, Dong Guoquan's heart raced. The power of the Tao principle from a realm of enlightenment surged forth, instantly breaking Chunbei's grip. He then swung his sword, unleashing a tempest of violent Tao principle power, summoning the celestial bodies to upheaval. The crowd looked up, witnessing the endless celestial phenomena converging into the sword, transforming into a blade of Tao principle aimed at Chunbei. No! Stop! Murong Xiao was horrified, unable to react in time. As that sword descended, even he would have to exert all his strength to contend with it. A disciple who had only just entered the divine power realm was left with no choice but death. The other academy elders also exclaimed in alarm, but it was futile. "Ha ha, come at me." Yet, to everyone's astonishment, in the face of this invincible sword, Chunbei merely laughed heartily and unleashed a punch. In an instant, dark clouds rolled, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. The might of the battle spirit permeated the air as endless winds and thunder converged, manifesting into an indomitable fist that collided with the Tao principal sword. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves of battle radiated outward, shaking the heavens and the earth. Under the incredulous gazes of all, Chunbei managed to withstand the strike. However, this was only temporary. With a crack, Chunbei's divine ability shattered in an instant. And under the Tao principle, the celestial phenomena could not be resisted. Soon, the now dim Tao principle sword came crashing down. Yet, Chunbei showed no signs of retreating. Instead, his fighting spirit soared as he summoned divine powers between his palms, once more confronting that invincible sword with his flesh and blood. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive sounds were relentless, as the divine power surrounding Chunbei erupted continuously. With the final explosion, a mist of blood erupted from Chunbei's body, sending him flying back. Simultaneously, the magnificent Tao patterns in the air shattered, and the invincible sword also dissipated into the void. Disciple. Zhou Hai's voice echoed, moving at a speed 10 times that of Chunbei, faster even than Murong Xiao. He dashed to Chunbei's side and caught him. Chunbei's hands bled profusely. Yet he was not in mortal danger. Rather, he appeared invigorated. "Master, step back. I can still fight." Pushing Zhou Hai away, Chunbei charged once more towards Dong Wuquan. Zhou Hai was exasperated. This rascal, does he not realize the vast difference in their realms? He almost lost his life and yet craves more battle? At this moment, Murong Xiao finally arrived behind Dong Wuquan. "Old thief Donghua, daring to ambush a disciple of my academy, you seek death." With a furious shout, before Dong Wuquan could react, Murong Xiao struck him with a palm aimed at his back. This palm was in no way comparable to what he had unleashed against Zhou Hai. Within his palm, the power of the Tao principle surged forth, carrying the weight of mountains and oceans, crashing heavily against Dong Wuquan's back. Dong Wuquan spat a mouthful of blood, propelled several hundred feet away. At this moment, he felt his internal organs shatter, his entire Tao principle in disarray, unable to muster any power. Dong Wuquan's face turned ashen. He could not comprehend how Chunbei could withstand a strike from a being of the realm of enlightenment when he himself could not endure it with mere flesh and blood. Unfortunately, no one was there to answer him. Only a massive fist awaited him. As Chunbei soared forward, he unleashed a punch. Bang! There was no divine ability, not even a trace of cultivation power. In a mere moment, an ordinary punch caused Dong Wuquan's chest to cave in, shattering his bones instantaneously. A series of explosive sounds echoed as Dong Wuquan's body disintegrated, blood enveloping him like a mist. "No! I am an elder of the Holy Land. How dare you kill me?" In his final moments, Dong Wuquan could only emit a reluctant roar of fury. Even his head burst apart, reducing him to a mere heap of flesh. This overwhelmingly forceful punch left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Even Murong Xiao gazed at Chunbei in shock. Without any supernatural powers, merely wielding a flesh-and-blood fist, he annihilated a cultivator at the Enlightenment realm. Was this some sort of jest? Although Dong Wuquan had his cultivation shattered and his Tao principles crushed, his body had been sanctified by those very principles. How could it be that a practitioner at the divine realm could obliterate him with a mere punch? Ha ha, this is unsatisfactory. Master, you should not have shattered his cultivation. Otherwise, I would have battled him for 300 rounds to see who is superior. Chunbei laughed heartily, his overwhelming battle intent leaving the crowd gaping in astonishment. This fellow was truly a combat fanatic, a novice at the divine realm daring to challenge a peak Enlightenment realm powerhouse, with a disparity of over a dozen realms. How could he even entertain such thoughts? Yet, upon reflecting on his inhuman display of combat, the crowd fell silent. This was a prodigy beyond comprehension. If you are so formidable, why not wait for him to catch his breath before striking? At that moment, Zhong Qinquan's voice rang out, his eyes reflecting defiance, though tinged with envy. As the most dazzling initiate of the day, his talents were exceptional, and he was meant to be the center of attention. Yet now, all eyes were on Chunbei. In comparison, he felt like a firefly vying for brilliance against the full moon, utterly insignificant. He felt a sense of injustice, yet could do nothing but disdain Chen Bei in his own way. Fool! Combat is not merely a contest of strength. It is not necessary to determine a victor. Since we belong to the same sect, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Combat is solely for the purpose of killing. It is either you die or I perish. If you have the opportunity but do not strike lethal blows, allowing your enemy a chance to breathe is a path to death. Chen Bei cast a sidelong glance, his words rendering Zhang Qianquan flushed with embarrassment. Well said. Combat has never adhered to fairness. The ways of gentlemen are only for gentlemen. The true battlefield has but two purposes. You die, I live. Murong Xiao gazed at Chen Bei with admiration, praising him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianquan's expression grew even more grim. He, who should have been the protagonist, was now the greatest fool in the room, forced to watch others shine brightly. Master, this is not the time for celebration. We have just killed an elder of the Qianyo Holy Land. The aftermath will not be easy to handle. At that moment, an elder from the Alchemy Palace spoke solemnly. Upon these words, the room fell silent, all faces reflecting grave concern. The Qianyo sect was a holy land under the protection of a sage. It was not something to be trifled with. Killing their elder was tantamount to declaring war, a significant dilemma. Whoever did the killing shall bear the responsibility. It was not us who struck him down. Surely we are not to bear the blame. Zhang Qianquan shouted loudly. Hearing this, everyone turned to him. Rest assured, one person does the deed. One person shall take the blame. Since my whereabouts are already exposed, I shall leave on my own. Let the floodwaters rise and the pursuing soldiers swarm. I shall not drag everyone down. Upon hearing Zhang Qianquan's words and seeing the crowd's gaze fixated on him in contemplation, Chen Bei offered a melancholic smile, transforming into a streak of light as he descended into the courtyard. Thank you, Master, for your protection. If there's an opportunity, Chen Bei shall repay this great kindness. Glancing at Murong Xiao, who still hovered in the air, Chen Bei bowed respectfully. He then turned to Zhou Hai, kneeling on both knees. Master, though I have only been with you for a day, once a disciple, always a father, most cultivators wish to eradicate their disciples. To avoid implicating the academy, I willingly sever our master-disciple bond. However, I shall never forget your kindness, Master. If fate allows me to return, I've got to serve you for life. With that, Chen Bei bowed 3 times in reverence. The atmosphere instantly grew somber and oppressive. It was no surprise that Chen Bei was so resolute. His tyrannical ideology had already encroached upon the interests of countless cultivators. Any cultivator in the North Wilderness with a shred of self-interest would wish to eradicate him. In such circumstances, no one would risk offending all cultivators of the North Wilderness, nor would anyone dare to provoke them lightly, including the Academy's overarching institution. The crowd was acutely aware of this. Yet for Murong Xiao and the various elders, expelling their own disciple was a task they ultimately could not bring themselves to do, especially not for a disciple like Chen Bei. Get out of here, knowing the road ahead is fraught with peril, yet you squander your time here indulging in sentiment. Are you some sort of sentimental scholar from the academy? Zhou Hai could hardly tolerate it, launching a kick at Chen Bei's backside. The crowd stood in shock, their gazes bewildered as they looked at Zhou Hai. This fellow, at such a touching moment, how could he disrupt the atmosphere? Especially the elders and disciples from the academy, all glared at him in anger. Who was he calling a sentimental scholar? Chen Bei was taken aback, turning to stare at Zhou Hai. Yet he quickly comprehended that his master was simply concerned for him. After just one day of being master and disciple, his master's care surpassed that of a biological father. This gratitude and affection were destined to remain unpayable for a lifetime. Master, if there's an opportunity, I am willing to follow you for eternity. Even if I am but a servant, I would gladly accept. Deeply moved, Chen Bei bowed again to Zhou Hai. To hell with you. After just one day as a disciple, you wish to fly solo? How can I rely on you in the future? Hurry up and cultivate. If you dare to mention severing our master-disciple relationship again, I swear I will slap you. Zhou Hai was furious, grabbing Chen Bei by the ear and delivering several kicks to his backside. He was incensed. As a mortal who had rolled in the cultivation world for 7 years, who could fathom the hardships of those 7 years? After finally acquiring a disciple to help elevate his cultivation, was he to sever ties after just one day? He might leave with ease. But what was he supposed to do? Hey, Master, what are you doing? Chunbei, bewildered, thought that even a tyrant would not endure having his ear twisted. Who could bear that? Especially when it was his most revered master doing it. He felt utterly helpless. If it were anyone else, he would have slapped them dead. What? Why are you asking me? Hurry up and cultivate. Zhou Hai barked with a dark expression. Elder Zhou, are you forcing him to stay in the academy? Have you considered that by keeping him here, we will not only face the Qiongyo Holy Land retribution, but also the hostility of many cultivators? Can the academy withstand that? Zhang Qianquan frowned as he looked over. He already held a disdain for Zhou Hai, and this only intensified his displeasure. No matter what, he did not want to be overshadowed by Chunbei for a lifetime. He had to drive this fellow away. Who do you think you are to instruct me on how to act? If you want to expel my disciple, then you might as well expel me along with him. Zhou Hai was no fool. He could see through Zhang Qianquan's intentions in an instant. Allowing it to slide once or twice was one thing, but this fellow had become addicted to it. How utterly outrageous. Elder Zhou, Zhang Qianquan's face darkened as he pointed at Zhou Hai, wanting to say something. Enough. Stop with the Elder Zhou nonsense. Is it your Zhang family that has failed to teach you properly, or do you not understand the academy's rules? How dare you forget your manners and not even call me uncle? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Zhang Qianquan turned around and saw elderly Chongqing from the academy glaring at him with fury. Uncle, Zhang Qianquan was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't everyone tacitly agreed to expel Chunbei? How could this possibly be his fault? Silence, rebellious disciple. I apologize, Brother Li. It is my failure in teaching. I will certainly establish proper rules for him. The elder of the Sword Academy reprimanded sharply, then turned with a grim expression and clasped his hands to the elder of the academy. Indeed, it is time to teach him a lesson, disregarding his elders and sacrificing his peers in times of crisis. Such selfishness must be corrected, lest it lead to future calamities. Murong Xiao leaped forward and coldly declared. Zhang Qianquan's expression changed repeatedly. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong, how he had suddenly become the target of their ire. Chunbei, listen closely. Our academy never abandons its disciples. Should you behave improperly, we will clear our ranks. But should anyone dare to harm our disciples, even if our academy perishes, we shall not rest. Murong Xiao turned to Chunbei, his tone brooking no argument. Indeed, my nephew, since we are here, we must make the best of it. It is acceptable to feel melancholic occasionally, but one must not evade responsibilities. Li Chongqing looked at Chunbei with satisfaction, speaking earnestly. Exactly, when faced with adversity, we must stand firm. This crisis has not yet reached our doorstep, and to think of avoidance is not the way of our kind. Should real trouble arise, I shall personally protect you with my sword. Elder Chen Chuang of the Sword Academy laughed heartily. Ha ha! And I from the Martial Arts Academy. And I from the Alchemy Academy. Brother Chunbei, we are here for you. As they spoke, the crowd erupted in laughter. Chunbei, having just escaped the clutches of Zhou Hai, rubbed his ears while gazing up at the group. If his memory served him right, these individuals had been mocking his master earlier that morning. Why were they suddenly so amiable towards him and his master? Realization struck him, and warmth flooded his heart. Truly, as teacher Zhu had said, the great Zhou Academy was a revered sanctuary of learning. Despite their banter, these seniors never lost their camaraderie. All right, junior brother, let my nephew rest for now. Come with us. Murong Xiao spoke again. Did you hear? Hurry and practice. Zhou Hai shot a glare at Chunbei before departing with the others. Master, watching the departing figures, Chunbei felt deeply moved. Instead of practicing, he transformed into a streak of light and darted towards Dinghai City. He distinctly remembered that Chu Chan had mentioned that both the Great Qian Academy and the Great Qian Court had dispatched individuals. Since these people had already pursued him here, there was no need for him to return alive. After circling above Dinghai City, Chunbei's gaze quickly locked onto an inn. The inn was guarded by over 100 soldiers from the Great Qian dynasty, each possessing foundational cultivation, with some leaders exhibiting innate strength, clearly a formidable force. Confirming their identities, Chunbei descended directly. At that moment, within a room of the inn, Chun Qian was seated opposite Elder Lu. One was an elder of the Great Qian Jixia Academy, the other a prince, soon to be conferred as a king, both possessing noble status. Yet, they both felt a sense of restlessness. Elder Lu, could it be that Elder Dongwu will encounter trouble? Chun Bei was a ruthless individual. There was no one he dare not kill. If Elder Dongwu were to be exposed and an assassination failed, the consequences would be dire. Finally, Chun Qian could no longer remain seated, furrowing his brow. Enough, third prince. You have asked this many times. I have said before. Elder Dongwu is from the Qiangyao sacred ground. The great Zhou Academy would not dare act against him. Not everyone is like the tyrant, acting without regard for consequences. Trust me, Elder Dongwu will return. Elder Lu, feeling flustered, waved his hand. Though anxious, he firmly believed that in the face of the Qiangyao sacred ground, the academy would not recklessly act. However, just as his words fell, they were interrupted by countless screams from outside. Elder Lu's expression changed, and Qin Qian leapt to his feet, both feeling their hearts tighten. Just then, a fierce wind blew, flinging the doors and windows wide open. They both looked up simultaneously to find that dark clouds had gathered outside, swirling ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Within those clouds, a figure coldly gazed at them. Chen Bai. Chun Qian was taken aback, stumbling back several steps in fright. Elder Lu was equally startled, unable to suppress his widening pupils. Chen Bai, have you broken through to the divine passage realm? No wonder you dare to appear before me. Once he confirmed that Chun Bei was alone, Elder Lu managed to calm his racing heart and spoke coldly. Lu Baitao. The academy was established with the intent to spread knowledge across the world and protect the peace of the common folk. Yet what have you and your kind done? You, who disregard the academy's principles, bringing calamity to the people. Now that teacher Zhu Yu is dead, you collude with other sects, conspiring with the court to create continuous disasters. Are you not afraid of repercussions from the main academy? Chun Bei's gaze was piercing, his voice icy. Repercussions? The world is bustling, driven by interests. In these times, who still clings to so-called benevolence? Now that you stand alone, daring to seek justice from me, you truly do not know the meaning of danger. Do you think that just because you have broken through to the divine passage realm, you are invincible? Lu Baitao scoffed, dismissing him. Lu Baitao, even alone, I can still kill you. As the king of Great Qian, today I will demand justice for the people of Great Qian. Chun Bei roared, pointing at the two inside. You dare to be so arrogant alone. You seek death. Elder Lu, kill him. Chun Qian's eyes sharpened as he shouted. However, before he could finish, Lu Baitao had already dashed out of the inn. Ignorant child, since you seek death, I shall grant it. With a loud roar, Lu Baitao charged at Chun Bei. With a push of his hands, he summoned the power of the universe, his palms instantly expanding several dozen times, like two grinding wheels crashing towards Chun Bei. Ignorant child, D. Lu Baitao sneered. In the past, with many protectors by his side, Chun Bei would certainly retreat. But now, Chun Bei's forces had been completely eradicated. Even if he had broken through to the divine passage realm, what of it? He regarded an initiator in the divine passage realm with disdain. However, just as he believed that this palm would surely crush Chun Bei, he saw Chun Bei strike out with both fists, devoid of any divine abilities. Not even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuations. With nothing but his bare fists, he collided violently with Lu Baitao's palms. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding explosion echoed as Lu Baitao let out a muffled grunt. The power of the divine abilities on his arms instantly shattered. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged into his arms. His arms twisted, bones splintered, and a violent power exploded at his shoulders. Following that, his organs felt as though they were being crushed by a mountain, bursting one after another. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth as Lu Baitao was sent flying. Terror gripped his heart, his eyes instantly clouded with fear. Before he could land, darkness engulfed him as Chun Bei soared forward, gripping his neck and lifting him high. How could this be? You, Buelinua. Another mouthful of blood erupted, draining the color from Lu Baitao's face. He could not fathom how Chun Bei had accomplished this. As a practitioner of the physical cultivation path, his iron palms had always been invincible. But why could he not even match Chun Bei's bare fists? It was known that Chun Bei's cultivation was lower than his. He had not even utilized divine abilities, yet felt as though he had struck a divine weapon, utterly terrifying. You need not inquire further. It is time to atone. With a chilling gaze, Chun Bei fixed his eyes on Liu Baitao, exerting a slight force that instantly severed the latter's neck. Merely a cultivator of the 4th level of the Divine Passage realm, Liu Baitao was no match for Chun Bei, whose indomitable battle spirit and unparalleled combat prowess were further augmented by the 100 refinements imperial scripture, rendering his physique comparable to that of a divine weapon. The feeble Liu Baitao was but a trivial adversary. The techniques imparted by his master were truly formidable. This was the essence of invincibility among peers. Releasing his grip, he allowed Liu Baitao's lifeless body to plummet from the air, a flicker of exhilaration flashing in Chun Bei's eyes. "It is now your turn, my 3rd imperial brother." Raising his gaze once more, Chun Bei cast a cold stare at Qin Xian. How? How is this possible? You actually killed an elder of the academy. Are you not afraid of repercussions? You are a disciple of the academy, which forbids harm among its own. Chun Xian's face paled. Terror etched across his features as he looked at Chun Bei. Disciples harming each other? Huh. Indeed, I am a disciple of the academy. But what qualifications does Liu Baitao possess to be considered my peer? The current De Qian Academy has long since lost its benevolence. What consequence is there in eradicating him? Besides, I have already slain elders from the Qiong Yao sacred land. Would I truly care for a mere Liu Baitao? Chun Bei laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with disdain. What? You killed Dong Wuquan? How is that even possible? You. Chun Qian's mind buzzed, disbelief flooding his expression. Dong Wuquan was a formidable figure of the Enlightenment realm. How could he have fallen to Chun Bei's hand? Enough with your questions. Have you contemplated how you wish to meet your end? Chun Bei stepped forward, each stride echoing ominously as he entered the room. No. Xiaojiu, I am your 3rd imperial brother. You cannot kill me. Chun Xian's countenance shifted once more, his recent breakthrough to the innate realm rendering him utterly incapable of escaping Chun Bei's presence. Attempting to invoke familial bonds, he was met only with Chun Bei's gaze, filled with lethal intent. Please, do not come closer. 9th brother, spare me. I do not wish to die. Chun Xian's cries were heart-wrenching, his fear rendering his legs weak as he fell to his knees before Chun Bei. You too fear death? In a fit of rage, you summoned relentless rains upon Yun City for 3 months, leading to catastrophic floods. Have you considered the terror experienced by those who perished? For your amusement, you drove beasts into a frenzy, resulting in the deaths of over 100,000 of our De Qian people. Have you pondered their despair? Our De Qian's political structure is in disarray, with various sects pillaging our land, killing for sport amidst the scorching sun and devastating floods. As royals, you not only fail to intervene, but instead applaud such chaos. Do you deem yourselves worthy of your royal lineage, of our De Qian people, of our ancestors? Chun Bei's teeth clenched, rage igniting in his eyes as he shouted vehemently. No, 9th brother, I acknowledge my wrongs. But the current situation is not of my making. The various sects are too powerful for our Chun family to withstand. You are formidable. Yet what has that availed you? You have lost your throne, and even De Qian is beyond your reach, hunted from all sides. We cannot compare to you. What can we possibly do? Chun Xian sobbed loudly, terror filling his gaze. You may as well perish. As members of the De Qian royal family, entrusted with the fate of a nation, yet unable to sacrifice your lives to protect its fortune. What purpose does your existence serve? Chun Bei scoffed coldly, raising his hand as a fierce gravitational force ensnared Chun Qian. No! Chun Qian screamed in terror, attempting to struggle against the inevitable. But as the tempestuous power surged through Chun Bei's hand, it instantly refined Chun Qian's body into mere ashes. Observing the ashes of Chun Qian scatter, Chun Bei waved his hand, collecting them into a storage pouch. He then turned to retrieve the bodies of Dong Wuquan and all the deceased outside before departing. This was Dinghai City, the Academy's domain, where conflicts were typically rare. Now that the battles had ensued, he wished to leave no lingering troubles within the city. After transporting the bodies several hundred miles away and burying them in a secluded valley, Chun Bei finally returned to the Academy's Taoist Hall. As Dong Wuquan and Liu Baitao met their ends, the forces behind them erupted with fury. The Qiong Yao sect, a premier power in the northern wilderness, once produced a saint, and is thus referred to as the Qiong Yao sacred land. As one of the most formidable factions in the northern wilderness, The Qiangyao sect always held itself above others, demanding respect from anyone who encountered its disciples, who would dare to strike them down. Yet that very night, the life token of an outer elder shattered. What? Outer elder Dong Wuquan was slain at the Dezhou Academy? Relay my orders. Have Qian Santong lead forces to annihilate the Dezhou Academy. They have slain our disciples. Even the Academy's main hall cannot shield them. The voice of fury echoed, and that very night, formidable experts surged toward the Jixiao Academy of the Zhou dynasty. Chapter 13. Chunbei, my master truly cares for me. What? Elder Lu's life token shattered? How outrageous! How dare Mu Rongxiao take action against a fellow disciple? Is he courting death? Immediately report this matter to the main academy, and additionally, summon Mr. Qing Zhu to visit the Jixiao Academy of the Zhou dynasty. This incident must be addressed with justice. As the sacred land of Qiangyao raged, the voice of the enraged sect master Fu Shuirong of the De Qian Academy echoed through the halls. Some individuals departed from the northern town of the academy overnight, heading towards a bamboo grove thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, the imperial city of the De Qian dynasty was engulfed in a chilling atmosphere. How audacious! Does the Zhou dynasty hold our De Qian in such contempt? Dispatch an order to mobilize troops at the Zhou dynasty's borders, demanding the surrender of the murderer who killed my third brother. Otherwise, do not blame De Qian for disregarding the suffering of the common people and attacking the Zhou dynasty. The new emperor of De Qian, Chan Xian, received the news of the shattered life token of the third prince and issued a direct decree. There was no doubt that Chunbei's actions tonight had thoroughly stirred up a hornet's nest, prompting various forces to spring into action. Chunbei had evidently anticipated this, but he remained unfazed. Even if he refrained from taking lives, these individuals would not let him off the hook. All he could do was to eliminate one after another, carving a bloody path toward peace. At this juncture, Zhou Hai was blissfully unaware of the impending troubles. Sitting in the elder's seat of the Wendiagong, he faced the scrutinizing gazes of his fellow elders, his expression betraying a sense of ignorance, as if to say, "Don't look at me. I know nothing." As the scrutiny intensified, he shut his eyes and pretended to snore. There was no choice the moment they arrived. They've bombarded him with questions about when he started cultivating and his current level of attainment. For this, he had not concocted any excuses. Any fabricated tale would be met with disbelief, leaving Zhou Hai with no option but to remain silent. After wasting a full 2 hours without uttering a single useful word, the crowd could not help but shake their heads in disappointment. Fine, if you don't wish to discuss your cultivation, so be it. Let us talk about Chunbei. What transpired with him this morning? We all witnessed it clearly. How did you manage to facilitate his recovery? Moreover, he has even made a breakthrough. Mu Rongxiao, clearly exasperated, attempted to divert the topic. Brother, allow me to speak candidly. There are many matters for which I simply could not devise a story in time. Please refrain from questioning me about them, all right? Allow me to return home, and once I have fabricated a reasonable account, I shall certainly inform you all. Zhou Hai opened his eyes, and his words immediately left everyone with expressions of disbelief. Fabricate? You cannot simply speak the truth, can you? Mu Rongxiao was incensed. He was genuinely vexed by this youth. Is it truly so challenging to utter a single honest word? I say, sect master, enough already. What were you doing in brothels? Was it not to hear flattery and spin tales? Zhou Hai retorted, mentioning the brothel, which instantly caught the attention of the elders. This lad was taken out from a brothel by the sect master and his master? The thought crossed their minds, and they simultaneously turned their peculiar gazes toward Mu Rongxiao. Wait! Mu Rongxiao's face darkened, feeling as though his past had been laid bare. What are you all staring at? Do not heed his nonsense. Does this lad ever speak a single truth? As he noticed the elders staring at him, Mu Rongxiao grew anxious and shouted. However, the response he received was a sea of skeptical gazes and faces filled with curiosity. Zhou Hai. Mu Rongxiao was bewildered, glaring at Zhou Hai with clenched teeth, wishing he could slap this lad into silence. His lifelong reputation seemed utterly tarnished. Reporting to Master. News has arrived from the court regarding Uncle Zhou Hai. It is said that a plague has erupted in Lu's city, Qinzhou, with poisonous insects rampant. Emperor Zhou suspects foul play and has dispatched 3 envoys and 5 groups of personnel for investigation. none of whom have returned. Uncle Zhou Hai will be setting off as an envoy tomorrow and wishes to inquire if Master would accompany him. Just as Mu Rongxiao felt flustered and was at a loss on how to salvage his reputation, Chu Chan approached briskly, cupping his hands in greeting. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened. What? Is there a specified meeting place? Mu Rongxiao quickly redirected the topic to escape his predicament. Reporting to Master, they stated that if Master were to go, a meeting would be arranged in Qinzhou tomorrow. Chu Chen replied truthfully. Zhou Hai listened from aside, knowing Mu Rongxiao would soon be occupied again. Such was the nature of the academy. In the realm of cultivation, other sects either secluded themselves for training or seized resources from the world, exploiting the common people at will. Some even descended into demonic paths, employing various bloody methods to attain enlightenment. However, the academy was different. The founder of the academy was a sage who emerged from the mortal realm, a paragon of virtue and martial prowess, dedicated to enlightening the world and establishing a path of benevolence and cultivation, embracing Confucian and Taoist teachings. Thus, the academy never secluded itself, nor did it exploit any mortals. On the contrary, its powerful members, like celestial beings, would go wherever they were needed, wielding power to vanquish demons and protect the populace. In light of the current situation, as the sect master, Mu Rongxiao could not simply turn a blind eye. Understood. You all may withdraw for now. I shall personally attend to this matter. As Zhou Hai had anticipated, Mu Rongxiao's voice rang out, decisively confirming the course of action. Junior brother, you shall accompany me tomorrow. Pausing for a moment, Mu Rongxiao glanced at Zhou Hai, who was about to leave. What? You won't take so many people, but want to take me? Zhou Hai was taken aback, wondering if this fellow was seeking personal revenge. Why can't I bring you? I previously assumed you were uninformed about cultivation, which was forgivable. Yet now, given your level of attainment as an elder of our academy, you ought to contribute to the welfare of the common people. Go home and make some preparations. We shall depart early tomorrow. Mu Rongxiao stated firmly, leaving no room for dissent. But brother, I just came out of a brothel in Qinzhou. Asking me to return is akin to reopening old wounds. Zhou Hai wore a pained expression. Spare me your excuses. Even if we were heading to a brothel this time, you must accompany me. Mu Rongxiao was once again infuriated. This lad dared to threaten him. You. Fine, I shall go. Zhou Hai relented, having no choice but to comply. Upon returning to Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai unexpectedly encountered Chun Bei, engrossed in rigorous cultivation. He could not help but pause in his steps, reflecting on how capitalists could work a mere 9 to 6 while he compelled his disciple to toil day and night in cultivation. Was he being too harsh? Disciple. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. You should take a break when necessary. Do not overexert yourself. After all, maintaining good health is essential for effective cultivation. A sudden burst of conscience prompted him to approach. Master, you have arrived. Rest assured, I am fine. You should take a break. Shunbei opened his eyes, revealing a radiant smile. He knew well that his master cared for him deeply. Even though he was aware that cultivators did not require rest and could endure long periods of meditation without fatigue, his master still could not help but express concern for his well-being. Very well, continue then. Do not feign diligence. The results will not indulge your pretense. Zhou Hai patted Chun Bei's shoulder, feeling a surge of admiration for the hard-working disciple. He resolved to show more concern in the future. Understood, master. I shall diligently cultivate and enhance my abilities swiftly. This way, you need not worry about your disciple. Chun Bei was deeply moved. Indeed, apart from his deceased father, no one else cared for his safety as much as his master. Qin Shi Yao, the reincarnation of the Empress of the Tao. Returning to his room, Zhou Hai settled into a lotus position on the sacred grade mat, retrieving all information related to his new disciple from the system, only to be taken aback. He had thought that the indestructible battle soul was already formidable enough, but it turned out that this second disciple was even more impressive. The reincarnation of the Empress, and even more remarkably, her rebirth as the embodiment of Tao, is truly extraordinary. It is essential to understand that reincarnation is akin to a blade, severing countless beings. Among the myriad souls that enter the cycle of rebirth, few retain any memory of their past lives under the laws of the great Tao, let alone preserving the essence of their former Tao. The essence of Tao represents the quintessence of one's cultivation, a culmination of the great Tao. Without these, most reincarnated souls find it nearly impossible to regain their prior cultivation, often relegated to the status of mere mortals or even to the level of livestock and flora. However, the rebirth, as the essence of Tao, is distinct. Aside from losing the memories of a past life, it signifies a rebirth of the Tao itself. According to the system, due to potential conflicts with the heavenly principles, she may face suppression by these forces, enduring the tribulations of fate, and may find it difficult to escape the tribulations of life. Yet, once she breaks free from these constraints, returning to her former pinnacle becomes quite feasible. Gradually regaining her past memories and living once more, it can be said that amidst the tribulations, as long as Zhou Hai successfully safeguards his second disciple, she is destined to ascend to Empress. My goodness, in this era, a sage is a rarity, let alone an empress. The last legendary emperor seems to have existed over 300,000 years ago. To take an emperor as a disciple, I am poised to traverse the myriad realms with unparalleled might. Zhou Hai smacked his lips, brimming with anticipation. He then reviewed the various rewards granted by the system after enhancing Chunbei's cultivation. The 9 Revolutions Resurrection pill possesses the ability to revive the dead. Even if the soul is flawed or the essence of Tao diminished, one pill can restore it. The Thunder Punishment Divine Ability Scroll can unleash corresponding heavenly tribulations based on the opponent's realm. Once the scroll is activated, regardless of whether the adversary is a single individual or thousands, they will be enveloped by thunder punishment, facing either death or injury. The Emperor's transmission array allows for effortless traversal across 1,000,000 miles. If one can gather the entire transmission array, they can navigate through the myriad realms and the universe at will. Upon witnessing these rewards, Zhou Hai's eyes widened in excitement, especially that Sage Experience card, which grants 12 hours of Sage-level cultivation upon activation. This is truly an invincible piece of equipment. Over the years of signing in, he has acquired numerous valuable items. Unfortunately, they were either divine weapons or various cultivation-enhancing pills for comprehending the Great Tao. In summary, for someone who cannot cultivate, these items hold little utility. It was only at this moment that the system finally provided him with something genuinely useful. The Sage Experience card. If he had obtained it earlier, he would have already achieved great renown. Others would have to kneel and call him the Sage Ancestor, who would dare to call him a mere fish, lest they be crushed. Damn it, what is so impressive about the Holy Land? It just because their ancestors produced a sage, and they are protected by the relics of the sage? The various Holy Lands may not even have any living sages. I can become a sage at any moment. Who would dare to provoke me? The more he thought, the more exhilarated he became. After a while, Zhou Hai realized that he usually felt exhausted at this time. But today, he felt no fatigue at all. Upon reflection, he understood that he was no longer a mere mortal. However, as he still could not cultivate, staying awake late into the night felt somewhat unfamiliar, so he decided to lie down. Strangely, however, a practitioner who does not need sleep can swiftly enter a dream when they truly intend to. In just a few breaths, he successfully fell into slumber. As dawn broke the next day, the faint light of day was accompanied by the voice of Murong Xiao, junior brother. The booming voice startled Zhou Hai awake, and he quickly got dressed and hurried outside. What are you doing? It's not even dawn yet. Seeing Murong Xiao hovering high in the morning mist, Zhou Hai complained. Zhou Hai has used a communication talisman. Something has happened, and we must rush there immediately. Murong Xiao's expression was grim. What? They even used a communication talisman? How dangerous must it be? Are you sure you want to take me with you? Zhou Hai was somewhat bewildered. It is known that in the cultivation world, while communication talismans are not exceedingly rare, they are incredibly expensive, often beyond the means of ordinary practitioners. Even elders of certain sects would hesitate to use them unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, Zhou Hai would not have sent someone to relay the message. However, now that he had employed a communication talisman for a plea for help, it was evident that the situation was dire. It is worth noting that Zhou Hai is a half-step enlightened being. If he is in trouble, how perilous must it be for us? No time for discussion. Let's go. Murong Xiao commanded decisively. Zhou Hai hurriedly put on his clothes, and with a wave of Murong Xiao's hand, a Tao energy enveloped Zhou Hai, lifting him into the air. Shortly thereafter, a spirit ship appeared, and as soon as they boarded, it sped away at remarkable velocity. The two traversed through the winds and mists. Within just 2 hours, Zhou Hai and Murong Xiao arrived tens of thousands of miles away in the land of Qinzhou. The capital city of Qinzhou was bustling, and within its vast jurisdiction, home to over 1 billion people, the city itself housed over 100 million residents. Early in the morning, wisps of smoke rose from countless kitchens, painting a picture of prosperity. However, upon closer inspection, the enormous city did not exude a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Instead, it was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, accompanied by the popping of firecrackers. Amidst the lively commotion, there lay an undercurrent of tension. Wow, Master Brother, how lively it is. I left here 7 years ago and remember there was no faith back then. Now, with all this drumming, who are they worshipping? Zhou Hai looked down, unable to suppress a laugh. Evil spirits and malevolent beings. Murong Xiao frowned, his expression darkening. Brother, what do you mean by that? Faith is personal. You believe in your own, and I believe in mine. While I may not understand, I must respect it. How can you slander others so? Zhou Hai stood, speech. You, who never read serious texts, only indulge in dubious literature. Across the world, aside from those in the Buddhist sect, who truly needs faith? What is termed faith is merely a means for most practitioners to enslave the masses. Look at those in the palanquin, 100 young boys and girls, and those in the carriage, 100 beauties, all dressed in bridal attire. Do you not see the meaning behind this? Murong Xiao was filled with indignation, furrowing his brow. Zhou Hai focused his gaze and was immediately taken aback, his brow furrowing in alarm, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. This is a human sacrifice. A wedding offering? Zhou Hai spoke icily. Let's go down and take a look. Murong Xiao led Zhou Hai into the city, blending into the busiest street. Great Master of the Ink Sea, please save your suffering subjects. Greatly compassionate Master of the Ink Sea, please bless your people. As soon as they landed, they heard countless voices praying, beseeching the so-called Master of the Ink Sea for protection. Excuse me, kind sir, we have just arrived from afar. May I inquire who this Master of the Ink Sea is? Murong Xiao asked a tall, lean man with a friendly smile. The Master of the Ink Sea. He is truly remarkable, born to save the world and come for all beings. You see, just a few days ago, a plague broke out in Lu City, sweeping across all of Qinzhou, and this capital city was no exception. The court has dispatched several groups. Even 4 imperial envoys have come. Yet all have succumbed to the plague and perished. Faced with this apocalyptic plague, the city lord's office was powerless, the inspector's office could do nothing, and even the court was helpless. But last night, the compassionate and all-powerful Master of the Ink Sea descended and managed to control the plague with a mere gesture. Moreover, the Master apprehended the culprit behind the plague, and today he will execute them publicly. The man explained with fervor. Indeed, I have also heard that the true culprit lies within the court, the last imperial envoy known as Zhou. What was it again? At that moment, someone suddenly jumped in, equally agitated. Zhou Hai. It is said that this Zhou Hai has shown disrespect to the deities, inciting divine wrath, thus bringing down a plague upon our great Zhou. Another individual approached, interjecting. What? Zhou Hai? Murong Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. Are you suggesting that if we execute Zhou Hai, the plague will cease? The group chuckled and shook their heads, one of them replying, how could that be? Divine retribution cannot simply be dispelled at will. Only with the presence of the esteemed Lord of Mo Hai can we uphold righteousness, ward off evil, and protect the populace. Thus, during today's sacrificial rites, we, the people, shall offer 100 young boys and girls to the heavens for guidance, and also present 100 brides to forge a divine union, establishing karmic ties. Only in this way can we free the Lord from the constraints of the celestial realm, allowing him to linger among us and safeguard all beings. After this declaration, another voice chimed in. However, should the Lord linger among us, he would be deprived of celestial power, leading to a diminishment of his divine abilities. Therefore, starting tomorrow, we in Qinzhou will ensure that millions toil daily in mining, extracting spiritual essence to replenish the Lord's strength. We have already signed up. Contributing to the Lord's cause is a joy to us. Zhou Hai looked at these individuals with an expression of disbelief. Seriously? Do people actually believe in such crude, cult-like propaganda? If this were on Earth, they would be reported in an instant. Even the elderly would not tolerate it. Yet, Morong Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. These ignorant souls have been so well sheltered by the academy and the court that they remain blissfully unaware even when being exploited. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but worry. What fate awaited Zhou Hai at the hands of the Lord of Zhou Hai? To capture Zhou Hai, the Lord of Zhou Hai must be no ordinary practitioner. This expedition to Qinzhou is bound to be fraught with peril. Little junior brother, we are in serious trouble this time. Such crucial intelligence. And the court has yet to inform us. If I am not mistaken, the entirety of Qinzhou has already fallen under someone's control. With the news sealed, the court's influence cannot reach here. Without the court's assistance, facing the impending troubles with just the two of us seems insurmountable. Separating from the others, Morong Xiao led Zhou Hai into a narrow alley, frowning. Should we then return? Zhou Hai shrugged and smiled. Why do you always think of fleeing at the first sign of difficulty? Zhou Hai, your senior brother, is from your own lineage. Will you simply abandon him? Do not forget, Zhou Hai has been a government official and has often looked after you, sending you provisions regularly. Is this how you repay him? Morong Xiao felt a surge of anger. This brat could never utter a sensible word. Come on, can I make a joke? How about we wait for the Lord of Zhou Hai to emerge? No matter the villain, should they dare to poison the people beneath our academy's very eyes, we shall deal with them. Zhou Hai Gurin, he had to admit that Morong Xiao treated him well, but Zhou Hai had treated him even better. After all, Zhou Hai was a disciple of the same master, and as an official, he had brought many benefits to Zhou Hai. If he had the means, how could he neglect his senior brother? Alas, it sounds easy, but the two of us are inevitably at a disadvantage. Let us just take it one step at a time. We should head to the governor's office first. Morong Xiao shook his head, feeling far from optimistic. Soon, the two soared towards the governor's office. Without waiting for the attendants to announce them, Morong Xiao strode in with Zhou Hai, clearly intent on confronting someone. Halt! Who are you, and what do you wish to do? A group of guards surrounded them, shouting loudly. Out of my way! Morong Xiao's gaze turned fierce as he shouted. Where is Lin Shixiao? Come forth and face my wrath. Clearly, the situation in Qinzhou had truly incensed Morong Xiao. He arrived with the intent to demand accountability. Zhou Hai followed, his eyes scanning the area. According to the system's guidance, Qin Xiao was within the governor's office, born of a servant from the Lin family. A slave since birth, he had originally planned to resolve the plague issue before seeking out his disciple. But now that he was here, he certainly wished to see what his young disciple looked like. Just then, the system's voice echoed. Ding, alert! Your second disciple, Qin Xiao, is in grave danger. A protective task has been issued. Please ensure her safety, and the system will provide a protective gift package. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's expression changed. After confirming Qin Xiao's location through the system, he soared into the air, leaving the scene in a hurry. Junior brother, where are you going? Morong Xiao called out anxiously. Just a small matter. I'll be right back. Zhou Hai deeply. Be careful. This place is dangerous. Do not be careless. Morong Xiao attempted to pursue, but was met by a group of people flying towards him, leaving him with no choice but to shout out warnings. Ah, is that not Master Morong? Why are you not staying at the academy, but running here? A group arrived from the depths of the estate, led by none other than the governor Lin Shixiao, who approached Morong Xiao with a welcoming smile. Years ago, the holy ancestor of the Zhou dynasty invited me to the academy to oversee the Zhou realm, governing alongside the Zhou royal family. Now, in the land of Zhou, does my academy need to ask you for permission to go wherever we please? Morong Xiao's expression darkened as he retorted coldly. Ha ha! The territory of the Zhou dynasty spans millions of miles, and Master Morong may go wherever he wishes without needing to consult me. However, Master Morong, there are certain places that are inherently perilous and should not be approached lightly. Lin Shixiao laughed heartily, laced with a hint of threat. Impudent. It seems my suspicions were correct. Your Lin family is in collusion with others, plotting to disrupt the court. Morong Xiao reprimanded angrily. Lin Shixiao, are you not afraid of the Zhou royal family settling accounts with you? Morong Xiao's voice was a fierce rebuke. The northern wilderness encompasses far more than just the 4 great dynasties. If one were to count, there are countless kingdoms. Yet, only the 4 great dynasties are recognized. This is because the founders of these four great dynasties were also sages, and their royal families possess formidable heritage, comparable to sacred lands, earning them the title of holy dynasties. The various sacred lands in the northern wilderness govern around 1,800 kingdoms, wielding power over their subjects. Yet they find it challenging to extend their influence into the territories of the four great holy dynasties. Their strength is evident. As an official of the Zhou dynasty, should one truly betray Zhou, the Zhou royal family could exact retribution at any time. Retribution? Master Murong, you may not live to see that day. Lin Shixiang sneered. Seeking death. Murong Zhao's gaze hardened as he rushed toward Lin Shixiang, ready to strike. Just then, a streak of dark light flashed from the heavens, hurtling toward Murong Zhao's face. A potent sense of danger enveloped him. Murong Zhao dared not confront the dark light head-on, swiftly dodging the attack. The dark light struck the ground, producing no earth-shattering spectacle, not even a ripple, merely emitting a barely audible sound as a dark spike pierced the earth. This dark spike reflected the dark light, faintly shimmering blue. As it struck the ground, even the soil beneath turned gray, and the vegetation within a 10-zhang radius withered and perished in an instant. Moreover, this decay continued to spread outward at an alarming rate. Clearly, the toxicity of this dark spike far exceeded human comprehension. Wanda sect, Wu Wanli, you are still alive? Upon seeing the dark spike, Murong Zhao's complexion paled. 7 years prior, its master had made an appearance. In that battle, Zhou Hai's master, Zhang Er, had been ambushed, afflicted by a deadly poison, and had perished within a few years. Yet, Murong Zhao distinctly remembered that the master of this dark spike had been struck by Zhang Er's palm. Logically, he should not have survived. It is noteworthy that Zhang Er of Ur was a formidable figure within the realm of unity, while Wu Wanli merely possesses the cultivation of comprehension. Murong Zhao, after all these years, you remain ensnared within the realm of comprehension. It seems you truly are of little worth. Come, let us rendezvous at our familiar place. We have much to discuss. From the sky, a figure cloaked in dark garments emerged, his features obscured, as he sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, Murong Zhao's countenance darkened, evidently recalling the location he referred to. This individual had previously summoned them to a brothel, and even now, Zhou Hai continued to mock him. Yet, the other party provided no opportunity for retort, retracting his obsidian spike and vanishing into the air like a shadow. Murong Zhao, do not even think of fleeing. Without my permission, no one may enter or leave Qinzhou. Wu Wanli's voice echoed from the void. Such audacity! I am eager to see what trickery you employ. Murong Zhao's gaze turned steely, and he immediately soared into pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remained oblivious to the events unfolding in that vicinity. With swift precision, he soon arrived at the outskirts of the capital city, 800 miles away. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the grassland. A young girl was relentlessly wielding a long whip, mercilessly striking a crumpled figure on the ground. The girl was battered and bloodied, with hardly a single intact spot upon her body. Yet, the assailant showed no mercy, intent solely on inflicting mortal harm. See, I told you she is unkillable, impervious to death. Do you believe me now? The young girl exclaimed excitedly as she lashed out, eliciting gleaming eyes from the avian beast nestled in her arms. Nearby, several carriages, drawn by magical beasts such as demon tigers, thunderous apes, and three-headed wolves, stood ready. These beasts were all of the foundational realm, indicating the impressive backgrounds of those capable of subduing them for transport. Atop the carriage sat 2 young men and a woman, equally enthralled by the spectacle. Miss Lin, what is your intention? If you possess the skill, strike at her vital points. Should she survive, we shall place our faith in you. Suddenly, one of the young men remarked with a grin. Do you doubt me? Very well, let me provide you with something thrilling. Miss Lin retorted with a cold laugh. Discarding her whip, she stepped forth, seizing the girl by her hair and lifting her effortlessly. The girl's gaze was vacant, devoid of comprehension or struggle, resembling a dazed fool. Only the flicker of fear in her eyes bore witness to her humanity, albeit fleetingly. Watch closely, I shall kill her now, dismembering her into 8 pieces. Within 3 hours, she shall rise again, with a dagger in hand. Miss Lin smiled at her companions and plunged the blade toward the girl's eye, poised to commit an act of brutal cruelty. Chapter 16. The Nine Turns Rebirth Pill. The girl's eyes widened in terror, yet she remained paralyzed, only managing to emit a frightened scream at the last moment, awaiting her demise with numbed resignation. Just then, a figure materialized before her. A large hand reached out and firmly grasped the dagger. At that moment, the dagger was but a mere 2 centimeters from the girl's pupils. As she witnessed the dagger freeze in midair, she finally succumbed to her fear and collapsed to the ground. Miss Lin was taken aback, gazing at the suddenly appearing Zhou Hai, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Not far off, 2 young men and a woman equally stared at Zhou Hai in astonishment. Who was this person, daring to interfere in their affairs? Seeking death. Furious, Miss Lin yanked the dagger, intent on eliminating Zhou Hai first. Yet, despite her forceful attempt, the dagger remained stubbornly in place, as if it were an immovable object. How is this possible? Miss Lin was momentarily stunned, incredulously observing the scene before her. At such a young age, how could he be so merciless? Is this how your elders have taught you? Zhou Hai regarded Miss Lin with a frosty glare, suddenly releasing his grip and striking her face with a resounding slap. Slap. The sharp crack echoed, sending Miss Lin spinning thrice before she fell to the ground. You feeling the searing pain on her face? Miss Lin's eyes instantly turned red. Throughout her life, who has dared to lay a finger on her? How dare this person slap her? How audacious! Who are you? Do you realize whom you have struck? An angry voice broke forth as a youth rushed forward. I warn you, Wanner is the treasured jewel of Lord Lin, the governor of Qinzhou. To strike her is to slap Lord Lin's face. You are courting death. Another young man hastily stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Wanner, glaring fiercely at Zhou Hai. Miss Wanner, are you all right? The final girl hurried to support Lin Wanner, concern etched across her face. Lin Shixiao? How dare the Lin family treat my disciple this way? What if I strike the Lin residence's face? If I am not given a satisfactory explanation today, then the Lin family shall no longer need to exist. Zhou Hai scoffed, his eyes flashing with menace. 7 years ago, raised under the red flag, after inexplicably arriving in this world and being sold into a brothel by human traffickers, he endured torment for refusing to submit, but ultimately escaped the worst of it. Later, he encountered Murong Xiao and Zhang Er, who brought him into the academy, allowing him to enjoy 7 years of peaceful life within the harmonious atmosphere of the academy. Though he was aware of the world's cruelty, he had never truly experienced it. Little did he expect that upon venturing out today, he would witness such dark deeds. Infuriating. You scoundrel, how dare you strike me? Kill him. You lot, kill him. I want his body in pieces. Lin Wanner, having been helped to her feet, went mad, pointing at Zhou Hai and roaring in rage. Upon hearing this, the 2 youths exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their hands to point at Zhou Hai, shouting, Kill. Roar. A deafening roar of a tiger surged forth, imbued with a chilling power that instilled fear. Nearby, the thunderous tiger broke free from its bindings, charging like a streak of lightning towards Zhou Hai. Bang, bang, bang from another carriage. A demonic ape similarly broke free, beating its chest and leaping into the air, flames of demonic energy enveloping it as it descended, intent on crushing Zhou Hai into pulp. How reckless, to kill on a whim. Zhou Hai's gaze sharpened as he faced the lightning-like tiger. He unleashed a punch, channeling the power of black thunder and lightning. In an instant, a tempest arose, the overwhelming force crashing down upon the tiger. The lightning that formed the tiger appeared as insignificant as a firefly, competing with the bright moon against the might of Zhou Hai's black lightning. Utterly incapable of withstanding the blow, there was not even a sound of explosion. At the moment of collision, the tiger disintegrated, its stormy power instantly devoured by Zhou Hai's fist. This the young men and women nearby widened their eyes in shock, disbelief etched on their faces. This fellow exhibited no signs of cultivation, appearing as a mere mortal, yet his strike possessed the might to obliterate the heavens. How old is he? How can he be so formidable? Yet, at that moment, Zhou Hai, without hesitation, raised his hand to control the thunder, directly confronting the descending demonic ape. The ape towered over 3 meters, engulfed in demonic flames, exuding boundless ferocity. Yet, the flames upon it appeared laughably trivial when compared to the magical thunder in Zhou Hai's grasp. Annihilation, Zhou Hai uttered a command. The magical thunder surging in his palm, radiating a disquieting force of destruction. Crackle as electricity surged, the ape's feet began to vaporize, its entire being disintegrating into ashes in an instant. No, how could this be? Zhou Hai's display left all present utterly dumbfounded. What kind of divine power is this? It is far too terrifying. Quick, run! Regaining their wits, the two youths each took one of Lin Wanner's arms, alongside the other girl, fleeing towards the last carriage. The cart was pulled by a three-headed demonic wolf, which, witnessing the chaotic scene, dared not linger and sprinted away. Xiaoqing Lin Wanner called out loudly as her avian beast swiftly arrived, joining them in their flight towards the Qinzhou governor's residence. Can they escape? Observing their retreat, Zhou Hai did not rush to pursue, but instead turned to the girl lying on the ground. These individuals must perish, but since his treasured disciple has suffered, he shall allow her to seek vengeance herself. How are you? Seeing the girl on the ground, Zhou Hai furrowed his brow. At this moment, the girl trembled all over. Her face flushed, her gaze vacant. She offered no response to his inquiry, as if she could not hear him at all. Only the pervasive pain throughout her body continuously stimulated her muscles into spasms. Having lost 2 souls and 4 spirits at merely 15 years of age, she had already faced death 6 times. What a cruel heart the Lin family possesses. Zhou Hai quickly concluded, unable to suppress his shock. The reincarnation of the Tao fruit, under the oppression of the Great Path, faced a tumultuous fate. Beyond the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations, there were also relentless man-made calamities. The Tao fruit faces death. For each demise costs a soul or spirit to revive. The crux is that for others, losing their souls results in either instant death or a lifetime as a vegetable. However, the reincarnation of the Tao fruit does not lead to such outcomes. It merely affects one's intelligence, resulting in an incomplete Tao fruit until total death, which leads to its dissolution. The girl, having lost 2 souls and 4 spirits, equates to having faced death 6 times, yet merely displaying sluggishness. Reduced to a fool. This was already remarkable. Here, take this. Understanding the situation, Zhou Hai promptly retrieved the 9 turns rebirth pill, which was perfectly suited for the occasion. As soon as the pill touched the girl's lips, it transformed into a stream of light and surged within her. In the next moment, the surrounding heavens shifted in hue, thunderclouds rolled ominously, and the heavens trembled with wrath. It seemed as though someone had dared to challenge the will of heaven, prompting a divine punishment. Yet at that instant, a tremendous power erupted from within the girl's body. Boom of violent force surged forth, sending Zhou Hai hurtling back hundreds of feet. Immediately, that force transformed into a tornado, as if a funnel consuming the energies of heaven and earth, voraciously devouring the storm clouds and the will of the surrounding world, ultimately converting it into energy to nourish the girl. Goodness, is the 9 turns resurrection pill truly so formidable? It's no wonder it can restore a person's soul, even their Tao fruit. This is essentially the deprivation of the heaven's will, utilizing the primordial essence of the great Tao as raw material. Zhou Hai was left dumbfounded. How utterly insane. The heavenly principles would never have imagined that one day they would be subject to organ transplantation. Soon, the celestial phenomena dissipated, and Zhou Hai swiftly flew to the girl's side. She still lay on the ground, yet her injuries had completely vanished, and the dazed look in her eyes gradually shifted as memories began to flow, reminiscent of her repeated brushes with death. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. The girl murmured this over and over, 6 times in total. Clearly, for her, she had died 6 times, and this rebirth equated to a resurrection of 6 lives. Finally, the girl abruptly turned her gaze toward Zhou Hai. It's you who saved me. Thank you. She seemed to wish to express something more, but all her sentiments culminated in those 2 words of gratitude. Rise. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Zhou Hai smiled faintly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, feigning an air of celestial elegance. Yet, he was too young to truly embody such ethereal grace. Nevertheless, his handsome appearance exuded an aura of unparalleled charm. Take you as my master? The girl gazed at Zhou Hai, somewhat bewildered. Yes, take me as your master, and I shall impart to you the methods to traverse the heavens and the earth, granting you the divine powers to alter fate. From this day forth, no one shall harm you. Are you willing? Zhou Hai nodded with a smile. Instantly, the girl's mind flooded with memories of her life experiences. Her name was Qin Xiao. Her father was a scholar who, for reasons unknown, became a servant of the Lin family. From the moment she was born, her father bestowed upon her a beautiful name, hoping that one day she would regain her freedom and live as a carefree girl. Yet, fate was cruel. The young mistress of the household was tyrannical, having slain her parents and subjected her to relentless torment. She could not comprehend why she had died so many times yet continued to resurrect. But her life had been filled with suffering. Since the death of her parents, light had vanished from her world. Now, gazing at the young man before her, he smiled warmly at her. His eyes sparkled with brightness, and his smile radiated kindness, akin to a ray of comforting sunlight. Qin Xiao's heart melted instantly. Tears streamed down her face, and she hurriedly knelt before Zhou Hai, bowing her head in reverence. Xiao is willing to become your disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, my disciple. Rise quickly. I shall lead you to seek vengeance and redress your grievances. He helped Qin Xiao to her feet and soared into the sky, pursuing Lin Wanner and the others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking on a disciple. Rewards are now available. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the corpse-devouring demon body. Ding! Tenfold feedback enhancement activated. Congratulations to the host for achieving perfection in the corpse-devouring demon body. Ding! No cultivation detected in the disciple. No feedback provided. Ding! System rewards an Imperial-grade divine weapon. The soul-eating demon palace. Ding! System rewards an Imperial-grade technique. The corpse-devouring Emperor Sutra. Ding! System rewards the celestial restoration pill. Ding! System rewards a millennium of cultivation. The system's voice resonated at the opportune moment, and before Zhou Hai could react, his cultivation began to surge uncontrollably. 6th stage of divine powers. 7th stage of divine powers. 8th stage of divine powers. 9th stage of divine powers. Comprehension of the Tao since his breakthrough last night, aided by the tenfold feedback. Zhou Hai's cultivation had already surpassed the 5th stage of divine powers, and with the addition of a millennium of cultivation, his realm continued to elevate. It finally settled at the 9th stage of divine powers. However, this did not signify the end of his cultivation enhancement. Comprehension of the Tao required a process. Even with the system's aid, it still constituted a vast amount of data for Zhou Hai. As insights into the Tao flooded into his soul, Zhou Hai felt as though the world had transformed before him. He seemed to perceive chains binding the heavens and the earth. These were manifestations of the Tao, the order of the universe, the rules of the great Tao. At this moment, Zhou Hai could not truly grasp these rules. He could only glimpse them due to a momentary epiphany. When the epiphany faded, so too did those rules. Yet, a single principle of the Tao intertwined with Zhou Hai's soul, becoming one with him. Zhou Hai was elated and wished to experiment with his newly acquired Tao. However, he found that the Tao remained utterly still, as if it were a stagnant pool. What is going on? Zhou Hai was taken aback before he could begin to analyze. His cultivation surged once more. 1st stage of Tao comprehension. 2nd stage of Tao comprehension. 3rd stage of Tao comprehension. As his realm continued to rise, the power within Zhou Hai multiplied, akin to an ocean converging, growing increasingly vast. It was not until he reached the 8th stage of Tao comprehension that his advancement finally came to a halt. At this moment, Zhou Hai felt as though, with a mere gesture, he could annihilate the heavens and the earth. The sensation of strength was exhilarating beyond measure. My goodness, this feeling is truly delightful. Zhou Hai marveled inwardly, yet a thought struck him. Tao, are you withholding my rewards? My dear Qin Bei is only 16, and his cultivation allowed me to break through to the 5th stage of divine powers. Yet, you grant me a millennium of cultivation, and I only advance a handful of realms. Isn't that rather insufficient? The system's voice responded with a hint of exasperation. To answer the host, each minor realm increase requires the cumulative power of all preceding realms. A leap in a major realm necessitates a tenfold total. The host has consecutively broken through 12 minor realms and one major realm. Do you still find it inadequate? Moreover, the system provides the 1,000 years of cultivation as that of an ordinary cultivator, not that of an extraordinary genius. The host shouldn't presume it to be the 1,000 years of cultivation from an indomitable battle spirit. Would you prefer a direct ascension to emperor? Hearing the system's disdain, Zhou Hai felt his face grow warm. In light of this, it seemed he had indeed grown somewhat greedy. After all, the power required for cultivation enhancement is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The exponential growth is nothing short of terrifying. Not to mention, it also involves the importation of insights into the Tao. For some, even given 1,000 years, they might never comprehend their own Tao. System, if you're offering a direct path to emperor, I wouldn't be averse to considering it. Zhou Hai green scene. The system fell silent, seemingly uninterested in engaging further. Witnessing this, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. He simply could not comprehend why the system was so aloof, always acting indifferent towards him. The wind howled past his ears as the long rainbow sliced through the sky. Following his surge in cultivation, Zhou Hai's speed of flight dramatically increased, allowing him to quickly catch up to the carriage ahead. Oh no, he has caught up. Upon seeing Zhou Hai approaching, Lin Wanner and the others were visibly alarmed. Under the terrified gazes of Lin Wanner and her companions, Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao suddenly positioned themselves before them. Zhou Hai pointed a finger, and a dark light swiftly entered the bodies of the three-headed demon wolves pulling the carriage. Awoo! The three-headed demon wolf's eyes were filled with dread as it howled at the sky, though it sounded more like a lament. In the next instant, its body began to shatter, akin to burning paper, gradually disintegrating into ash, vanishing without a trace. A cry of terror erupted as the demon beasts that had been pulling the carriage were no more, even with the array protecting the carriage. It could not take flight and plummeted to the ground. Inside, Lin Wanner and the others screamed in fear, attempting to flee the carriage and leap into the air to escape. At this moment, Zhou Hai stepped forward, his profound cultivation erupting into a formidable aura that instantly warped the very fabric of the surrounding space. In that fleeting instant, even the heavens and the earth seemed to contort. Lin Wanner and her companions found their bodies utterly beyond their control, unable to summon even the slightest trace of their own power, plummeting towards the ground alongside the chariot. Only Lin Wanner's avian spirit companion, the Kuemu Jiao, managed to feebly spread its wings in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, with a cold snore from Zhou Hai, he advanced once more. Boom! In an instant, the world appeared to collapse. Immense pressure akin to mountains overturning descended. The Kuemu Jiao emitted a mournful cry, its body exploding into a shower of flesh and blood, leaving a gruesome rain of gore. No! Shouted Qing. Lin Wanner's pupils dilated as she let out a heart-wrenching wail. With the chariot crashing to the ground, the injured individuals were heavily slammed down, unable to muster their protective powers. They each spat out mouthfuls of blood, feeling as though their very organs were being crushed, their bones shattered. Were it not for the cultivators' bodies being vastly superior to mere mortals, they would have been reduced to mere pulp from such a fall. Disciple, take action. Eliminate them. Resolve the enmity and avoid accumulating inner demons. Zhou Hai commanded as he descended with Qin Xiao, handing over the authority of life and death over Lin Wanner and her companions to his precious disciple. At this moment, Lin Wanner and her companions were gravely wounded, incapable of even defending themselves, rendering them easy prey for any ordinary person. No, you cannot kill me. Who are you? Why do you oppose the Lin family? Lin Wanner exclaimed in astonishment. Once high and mighty, wielding power over others' lives, she now found herself gripped by genuine fear. Zhou Hai was the first to dare strike against her, the first to instill a tangible threat of death. Silence. In the face of her terror, Zhou Hai merely swatted at her from afar, sending her crashing back, bloodied. For such a venomous heart, she deserved no compassion, and Zhou Hai had little patience for her. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao interjected, Master, I do not wish to kill her. Why? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Was his disciple truly such a naive soul? Even after being persecuted to this extent, she could still harbor forgiveness? Master, may I inquire if you are an adversary of the Lin family? Qin Xiao tilted her head in contemplation, responding with a question of her own. What is the Lin family to me? I could extinguish them with a flick of my fingers. Zhou Hai responded confidently, standing with arms crossed. It was undeniable that families like the Lin could ascend to royalty in smaller nations, and even in a dynasty like the Great Zhou, they were formidable clans ruling vast territories. However, power held no sway over true strength. Only might could establish everything. Truly, then I must not kill her. Qin Xiao's eyes brightened, yet her next words caused Zhou Hai to frown. What was this girl saying? Did she truly believe oppressing the weak was wrong? Had she developed a sense of pity? If that were the case, her benevolent disposition had gone too far. How could such a person be worthy of being his disciple? Master, could you cripple her for me? I want her to be a useless wretch for life. Then you can take her to the Lin residence and obliterate the Lin family before her very eyes, allowing her to witness the demise of her parents, reducing them to ashes. I want her to lose everything, to suffer unbearable pain. If possible, confine the souls of her parents and relatives, torturing them day and night until she wishes for death. If that cannot be done, ensure they are scattered, denying them even a chance at reincarnation. They do not deserve it. Qin Xiao's brows knotted in contemplation before she coldly articulated her desires. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as he stared at Qin Xiao, stunned. Lin Wanner, who had just been struck, trembled as if struck by lightning, her face turning ashen. The other three youths, equally horrified, gazed at Qin Xiao as if they had encountered a ghost, utterly shattered by the transformation. Gulp, cough, cough. Zhou Hai swallowed hard, choking on his own surprise. It dawned on him that his disciple was not the naive one. Rather, he was the fool. A sudden realization coursed through him. No wonder he had received the so-called celestial burial demon body and the so-called soul-devouring demon palace after accepting this disciple. It was all foretold. This was no benevolent figure, but rather the reincarnation of a demonic emperor. No, this cannot be. My lady, please do not heed her. The Lin family may not be your match, but we have a saint backing us. Should you harm us, that saint will undoubtedly intervene. Lin Wanner's voice broke through, her excitement palpable. A saint? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, his attention sharply directed towards Lin Wanner. What sort of existence was this saint? In the northern wilderness, saints were legendary figures. The appearance of any saint would compel the entire region to submit. Not to mention, even the factions established by saints would be revered for millennia, with no one daring to provoke them. What merit did the Lin family possess to have such a powerful ally? Yes, a saint. Lin Wanner nodded vigorously, fearing Zhou Hai would doubt her. My lord, you are aware of the plague in Qinzhou during this time, correct? It is not a plague at all, but rather a ploy by the saint. The Lin family has already pledged allegiance to the saint, and we await the miraculous intervention that will completely subjugate all beings in Qinzhou, freeing it from the control of the Zhou dynasty. At that time, the saint will lead us from Qinzhou to sweep across the entire Zhou dynasty, establishing a new dynasty and sacred land. If you serve the saint, you will become a founding elder, with a status akin to that of the grand elders of the sacred land. Having spoken, Lin Wanner stared eagerly at Zhou Hai, convinced that such a grand temptation would be irresistible. Indeed, Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. Realizing this, Lin Wanner felt a surge of hope. So, for this saint's ambitions, you are willing to enslave countless beings and mercilessly poison millions, merely to lay the groundwork for your schemes. Is that correct? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Hai's gaze darkened as he regarded Lin Wanner. Indeed, before the saint, were a mere 1,000 or million lives. To die for the saint is their honor. Lin Wanner, oblivious to the coldness in Zhou Hai's eyes, nodded eagerly. For cultivators like them, while they belonged to the same human race, ordinary people were seen as unworthy of being considered human. Slaughtering them was akin to butchering livestock. Ah, splendid. But alas, you probably do not know where I hail from. Forgive me, I am an elder of the Jixia Academy. Zhou Hai suddenly chuckled. The mere mention of being an elder of the Jixia Academy drained the color from Lin Wanner's face. She understood precisely what that institution signified. It was a gathering of madmen, a collection of self-righteous lunatics, particularly the great Zhou Academy. To speak of slaughtering beings before them was akin to digging one's own grave. Why must you provoke your own demise? Since you deem ordinary people as insignificant, subject to your whims, today I shall demonstrate what true insignificance entails. Zhou Hai shook his head, a murderous intent coalescing in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Lin Wanner cried out in terror, only to witness Zhou Hai snapping his fingers repeatedly. In an instant, waves of annihilative power surged into the bodies of the four individuals. A piercing scream erupted as their meridians shattered on the spot, their cultivation obliterated in a heartbeat. With their foundational cultivation destroyed, the four were rendered incapable of further training. Disciple, I find your proposal quite reasonable. Come, today I shall fulfill your wish. Zhou Hai glanced back at Qin Xiao, raising his hand in a flourish, carrying her and the incapacitated Lin Wanner as they soared towards the prefectural residence of Qinzhou. Meanwhile, within the grandest brothel in Qinzhou City, Murong Zhao's face was ashen, despair filling his gaze. He had anticipated the dangers of this journey to Qinzhou, yet he had grossly underestimated the peril. Surrounding him were 10 stunning beauties, each possessing comprehension-level cultivation. Among them, one was at the pinnacle of comprehension, merely a step away from achieving unity. However, what left him feeling utterly powerless was Wu Wanli. He had never imagined that the palm strike from Zhang Er, 7 years prior, not only spared his life, but that 7 years later, he had successfully broken through to the realm of unity. Faced with 10 comprehension-level powerhouses and a formidable being at the unity level, Murong Xiao found himself devoid of any means of resistance. Master Murong, will you not reconsider? Should we join forces when the Zhou dynasty undergoes its change? The Jixia Academy will maintain its exalted status. Otherwise, this great Zhou Academy shall be doomed by your hands. Do you truly wish to become the eternal sinner of the Academy? Opposite Murong Xiao, Wu Wanli spoke with a grin, yet his overwhelming aura of unity relentlessly suppressed him. Coupled with the combined pressure from the 10 beauties, Murong Xiao appeared to be seated calmly, yet he was already bound hand and foot, unable to exert even a fraction of his power. His life was entirely at the mercy of these individuals. Vile and treacherous. How dare you covet the fortune of the great Zhou's humanity? You wish for my academy's cooperation? Such a delusion. Murong Zhao's gaze was cold, even at this juncture. He harbored no intention of yielding. Their paths diverged, and he had his own principles to uphold. How could he bow to these poisonous cultivators? Alas, why persist? Since Master Murong is so unyielding, we shall simply invite him to the sacrificial altar, making a small contribution to the Holy Master. Wu Wanli shook his head in disappointment, raising his hand to strike down upon Murong Zhao's head. Murong Zhao's spiritual energy surged violently, his foundational principles vibrating. He attempted repeatedly to break free from the confinement, but under the combined suppression of these individuals, it was futile. He could hardly move his body, forced to watch helplessly as the strike descended, shattering his cultivation entirely, dispersing his foundational principles. With a muffled groan, blood trickled from Murong Zhao's lips, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Take him away for the sacrifice, Wu Wanli commanded, retracting his hand, and the group began to escort Murong Xiao away. At this moment, Zhou Hai remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Accompanied by Qin Xiao and others, he stormed into the Lin family residence at the prefectural office. Bang, bang, bang. As Zhou Hai tossed Lin Wanner and the others like ragdolls before the Lin family's entrance, the guard were taken aback. Mississippi, who are you? What have you done to our young lady? One guard exclaimed, pointing at Zhou Hai in alarm upon seeing Lin Wanner's tragic state. Boom! But the only response he received was Zhou Hai's palm. Instantly, the guard was sent flying, crashing violently against the door of the prefectural residence, his body splintering upon impact. You! Another guard's eyes widened in shock, unable to suppress his exclamation. Yet, he too was met with Zhou Hai's palm from afar. Boom! Another explosive sound echoed as that guard was likewise hurled backward, colliding with the entrance's inner sanctum. The solid stone threshold shattered, and the guard's body was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, splattering across the remnants of the threshold. Bad news, a formidable enemy approaches. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the entire prefectural residence. In an instant, a multitude of powerful auras erupted. Thousands of foundational cultivators, hundreds of innate foundational cultivators, and dozens of Death Realm cultivators rushed from all directions. Their overwhelming presence bore down upon them, suffocating in its might. Regrettably, none of this affected Zhou Hai in the slightest. He did not even cast a glance at these individuals, instead focusing his gaze deeper into the prefectural residence. There, an even mightier aura surged forth, hastening towards his location. It was a cultivator of the divine ability realm. Though Zhou Hai had never encountered Lin Shixiang, he instinctively recognized it to be him. Vanya. Indeed, as Lin Shixiang burst forth from the prefectural residence, he immediately noticed Lin Wanner, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Who dares to harm my daughter? He then fixed his gaze sharply on Zhou Hai. Lin Shixiang, you still live. Zhou Hai ziplit gun li. Regarding Lin Shixiang with an unwavering countenance. Based on his understanding of Murong Xiao, he knew that, despite his penchant for indulgence, Murong Xiao was resolute in eradicating evil. Lin Shixiang's survival could only mean he had been deceived or that he was now in grave danger. Who are you? Lin Shixiang inquired, his tone icy. He refrained from attacking immediately, for he could not see through Zhou Hai's true nature. The man bore no signs of cultivation, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Yet how could an ordinary person kill the guards of the residence? Father, quickly summon the celestial master. He is an elder of the Jixia Academy. Lin Wanner interjected, her voice urgent. Having witnessed Zhou Hai's power, she knew he surpassed her father. To save their family from annihilation, she sought to summon Wu Wanli without delay. What? An elder of the Jixia Academy? Lin Shixiang's expression changed, his gaze towards Zhou Hai turning wary. An individual from the Jixia Academy, utterly inscrutable in cultivation. Could he be an ancient monster that the great Zhou Academy had long since withdrawn from the world? Or perhaps a representative sent from the main academy? Regardless of the outcome, the presence before him posed a colossal threat. At the very least, this individual's strength far surpassed that of Murong Xiao. May I ask which elder you are? Lin Shixiang discreetly crushed a communication talisman, forced a smile, and bowed to Zhou Hai. From the great Zhou Academy. Elder of the Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Having endured years of humiliation in the realm of cultivation, he felt it was time to make his name known across the world. What? Zhou Hai? Upon hearing this, Lin Shixiang froze in astonishment. You are Zhou Hai, the elder of the Daozong Palace from the great Zhou Academy? Behind Lin Shixiang, a middle-aged man expressed disbelief. Zhou Hai was taken aback. Had he truly gained such a formidable reputation? Merely uttering his name caused others to stutter in fear, observing their astonished expressions. He racked his brain, perplexed as to what astounding feats he had accomplished over the years. Ha ha, I see now, the legendary ways to the Jixia Academy, Zhou Hai. At that moment, Lin Shixiang's laughter turned scornful, his gaze fixed disdainfully on Zhou Hai. Those behind him audaciously approached to assist Lin Wanner and the others. Unperturbed by the prospect of inciting Zhou Hai's wrath, Zhou Hai's expression darkened, his forehead twitching in irritation. A legendary waste that appears once every millennium? Is this truly how people speak? Zhou Hai never expected that he had become renowned, albeit for reasons less than flattering. Zhou Hai, you have arrived too late. If I am not mistaken, your senior brother Murong Xiao must have met his demise. Rest assured, I shall escort you to meet him. Lin Shixiang's countenance darkened. The mere thought of nearly being deceived by Zhou Hai filled him with a fierce desire to rend him limb from limb. It was no wonder this fellow, devoid of any cultivation, could eliminate 2 guards and reduce his precious daughter and several disciples of the Sacred Valley to such a state. In Lin Shixiang's mind, everything became clear the moment Zhou Hai revealed his identity. Even if Zhou Hai were but a mortal, he was nonetheless an elder of the academy. How could he venture forth without some means of self-defense? Given the academy's profound heritage, it would hardly be surprising if he could injure even a death-defying realm cultivator, let alone 2 body-tempering guards and his own daughter, a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, this did not grant Zhou Hai the license to act with impunity. If he dared to kill Murong Xiao, what was a mere waste like Zhou Hai? What did you say? Where is my senior brother? Upon hearing of Murong Zhao's predicament, Zhou Hai's heart tightened. Although Murong Zhao often berated him, he had cared for him for 7 years. He never imagined that in the brief moment he had departed, misfortune would befall Murong Zhao. I told you, I will take you to see him. Lin Shixiang's gaze turned frigid as he waved his hand, summoning 10 formidable, death-defying realm experts to charge forth and strike at Zhou Hai simultaneously. After all, he was an elder of the academy. Even as a mortal, they could not afford to underestimate him, lest he possess some hidden trump card. The assault came in deadly earnest. Beside Zhou Hai, Qin Xiao felt a chilling force approaching, as if it sought to freeze her into a lifeless husk. The attack from a female cultivator of the death-defying realm was already suffocating from a distance of several dozen feet. In the next instant, she was overwhelmed by an intense heat, as though her flesh were being scorched by molten lava. Her hair twisted rapidly, and her clothes began to crumble, threatening to turn her into ash at any moment. Then came a wave of bone-chilling cold, as if 1,000 swords pierced her heart. Following that, an immense gravitational force bore down upon her, as if the weight of a mountain threatened to crush her into the earth. Within a heartbeat, Qin Xiao experienced an array of terrifying forces unleashed by the 10 death-defying realm experts. The death-defying realm itself was a manifestation of the power to defy the heavens. In the face of such strength, Qin Xiao felt as insignificant as an ant. She need not lift a finger, for these experts could obliterate her with a mere breath. Yet, just as she was on the brink of succumbing to the onslaught of energies, Zhou Hai's body shuddered, and the myriad forces dissipated into nothingness. At that moment, Lin Wanner's voice rang out. No, be cautious of this man. Lin Wanner understood all too well that Zhou Hai was not someone these individuals could contend with, not even her father. Unfortunately, her warning came too late. Foolish creature. Zhou Hai's eyes glinted with fury as he raised his hand and struck down. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of violent energy erupted from Zhou Hai, coalescing into a massive, obsidian handprint that obliterated the death-defying realm cultivators in midair. With each explosion of crimson mist, those who dared to challenge the heavens met their demise. Boom! Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Shixiang's pupils dilated, then contracted in a heartbeat. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and his mind was bombarded with confusion, leaving him dizzy. To think that 10 formidable, death-defying realm cultivators, whom he would need considerable effort to defeat, could be slain with a single strike. Moreover, he had seen with his own eyes that Zhou Hai had not employed any external aid. The power emanated purely from Zhou Hai himself, a strength so overwhelming it instilled despair. How could this be? Wasn't he, this fellow, a once-in-a-thousand-years oddity? A waste of the great Zhou Academy? A waste? Lin Shixiang was stunned, and the other cultivators around him trembled in fear, their faces pale as if they had seen a ghost. The 10 death-defying realm experts had been effortlessly dispatched? How casually it was done. Lin Shixiang, you dare lay hands on my senior brother? You deserve to die. Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, reaching for Lin Shixiang. No, Lin Shixiang felt his body bristle with terror and turned to flee. He realized that this fellow was no mere waste. His power was beyond his comprehension. Yet, the moment he turned, he felt the very fabric of space around him freeze, a massive black hand forming beside him, seizing him and lifting him high into the air. The threat of death enveloped him instantly. His heart raced, and a visceral fear gripped him, nearly shattering his sanity. Please, no, Lin Shixiang screamed in terror. He had no doubt that Zhou Hai needed only a slight exertion of strength to end his life on the spot. Tell me, where's my senior brother? Zhou Hai's voice was as frigid as the depths of the abyss. At the Qingwei Tower. He is at the Qingwei Tower. Lin Shixiang stammered. Elder Zhou, your senior brother is not dead. I was merely exaggerating. Please spare my life at this moment. Lin Shixiang exhibited none of the bravado he had moments earlier. In Zhou Hai's grasp, he could not even muster the strength to resist, compelled to divulge the truth. The Qingwei Tower? How unexpected here I was. Worried about my senior brother, yet he is indulging in debauchery? Zhou Hai was momentarily speechless, his feelings of concern dissipating in an instant. Yes, Elder Zhou's senior brother is indeed at the Qingwei Tower. Murong Zhangman is not dead. I implore you to spare my life. Lin Shixiang pleaded once more. Spare your life? Huh. As a subject of the great Zhou, your Lin family colludes with vile forces attempting to usurp power and commit mass slaughter. And you dare speak of survival? Zhou Hai scoffed, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. No, Elder Zhou, that is not the case. I am a loyal servant of the Crown Prince, a loyal servant. How could I betray the Crown Prince? Lin Shixiang stuttered, drenched in cold sweat as he hastily explained. Yet, before he could finish, darkness enveloped him, and searing pain erupted. Zhou Hai crushed his body in an instant, reducing him to a puddle of blood. In the face of death, you are no different from the rest of humanity. Zhou Hai clapped his hands, releasing the soul-devouring palace from his spatial system. As the minuscule entity emerged, an enigmatic force radiated outward. In the next moment, cries of anguish filled the air. The deceased Lin Shixiang and the 10 death-defying realm experts appeared suspended in the air, their forms translucent and etched with terror, as if they were enduring unimaginable torment. Was this the state of souls? Zhou Hai observed curiously as he witnessed them being drawn into the soul-devouring palace. In the following instant, a dark light flickered within the palace, and countless blades manifested, piercing through these souls in an instant. The wails intensified, for even in their spectral form, they felt the agony of 1,000 blades piercing their hearts. Moreover, the suffering of soul injury surpassed that of physical harm by a magnitude of millions. Yet this was not the end. After the blades came the infernal flames, scorching these souls and amplifying their cries 1,000-fold. Soon after, the chilling winds of the abyss, swarms of biting insects, and various torturous methods descended upon them. The small palace had transformed into a realm of 9 hells, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Crucially, the palace possessed the innate ability to restore souls. No matter how they were tortured, even if their souls were scattered, they could instantly reassemble and continue to endure torment. This scene sent the surrounding innate and foundational cultivators of the Lin family into a state of utter horror. Some attempted to flee, only to find themselves paralyzed with fear. At this moment, they resembled mere mortals, their calves cramping painfully, utterly bereft of the courage to seek vengeance for Lin Shixiang, unable even to contemplate escape, only hoping that Zhou Hai would overlook their presence. Father, Lin Wanner cried out in anguish upon witnessing her father suffering torment within the demon palace. She yearned to rise, yet her body lay shattered, not only unable to stand, but also exacerbating her injuries, causing her to cough up blood. Father, father. Simultaneously, the 3 young men who had just burst forth from the mansion beheld this scene and could not contain their furious roars. Zhou Hai turned to look, observing the entire family of the inspector's residence glaring at him with eyes wide in horror from the entrance. So the inspector's household is capable of human emotions. So they too can feel pain. Zhou Hai's gaze turned cold, and a cruel smile curled upon his lips. With a flick of his hand, a colossal palm print materialized once more, larger than before, measuring at least 100 feet, crashing down with tremendous force. No! The Lin family members were stricken with terror. Some attempted to flee, but found themselves immobilized, as if the very fabric of space had solidified, helplessly watching the palm print descend. With a thunderous boom, the courtyard before the Lin residence shattered instantly. The ground caved in several feet, and in an instant, all the Lin family members were reduced to blood and mud, meeting a tragic end. No! Brother, mother, grandmother. At that moment, only Lin Wanner remained alive within the entire Lin family. Witnessing this harrowing sight, her eyes were wide with despair, and disregarding her own pain, her cries echoed like the mournful call of a cuckoo, piercing the heart. She had never imagined that one day she would witness the annihilation of her entire family. Now, as she looked upon Zhou Hai, he appeared as a devil incarnate. She had never believed there was anything wrong with taking a life. After all, this world thrived on the survival of the fittest. In the presence of the strong, the weak were akin to livestock, and their deaths were merely an afterthought. It was only at this moment that she truly comprehended the suffering of the weak. Yet until now, she had never considered the anguish of those harmed by the Lin household. She only felt her own torment. She loathed the devil before her for his merciless cruelty, devoid of humanity. She loathed the existence of such a demon in the world. Why did heaven not punish him? Lin Wanner, do you feel pain? When you tormented my father, allowing the Koemu sculpture to feast upon his flesh. Did you ever foresee this day, when you publicly stripped my mother bear, ensnaring her and carving away pieces of her flesh to feed the Koemu sculpture? Did you ever consider this moment? Ha ha! You claimed my parents were lowly, that becoming food for your spirit beast was their honor. You declared yourself a strong one, asserting that their deaths brought you joy, a form of virtue on their part. Now, my master is stronger than you. He will slay your entire family. Why are you not grateful to him? Now, the souls of your parents and kin serve my amusement. Why do you not shower me with gratitude? Beside Zhou Hai, Qin Xiao coldly observed the scene, finally speaking up. Qin Xiao, you are not human. Do you not fear retribution? Lin Wanner coughed blood, shouting vehemently. Ha ha ha. When you first tortured me, I said the same. You once said, what retribution arises from killing an ant? It is surprising that one day you would utter those very words. Qin Xiao laughed heartily, yet tears involuntarily fell from her eyes. Zhou Hai felt a pang in his heart, realizing the depth of her suffering. Yet he had not anticipated her life to be so bleak. No wonder she harbored such cruelty towards the Lin family. Anyone who endured such experiences would surely find it difficult to retain compassion. Just then, the demon palace emanated its power once more, capturing the souls of all the Lin family members, subjecting them to the same fate as Lin Shixiang and his kin. In an instant, piercing screams filled the air, transforming the entrance of the inspector's residence into a hellish abyss, reminiscent of a night where 100 demons roamed, instilling terror. Who dares to cause a commotion here? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. Lord Suyen, save us. Upon hearing this cry, the cultivators who had long been paralyzed by fear and dared not flee felt a surge of relief. They turned in unison, bowing to the enchanting woman approaching from afar. Chapter 22. A single punch to shatter the Enlightenment realm female cultivator. Zhou Hai turned his gaze and beheld a woman of exquisite beauty, appearing merely in her teens or early 20s. Yet, he understood that in the realm of cultivation, one's age cannot be discerned by mere appearance. Since the inception of defying the heavens, each act of rebellion could seize 100 years of life from the heavens. A cultivator at the divine power realm possesses a lifespan of 1,000 years, and this woman, being of enlightenment realm, who knows how long she has lived. Lady Ru Yan, my Lin family is the most loyal servant of the Holy Master. You must avenge my Lin family. Lin Wanner cried out upon spotting the woman. Master Ancestor, help me. The youth surrounding Lin Wanner wailed in despair. The woman named Ru Yan had become the beacon of hope for all. The Lin family has indeed allied with the so-called saint. You are one of the saint's subordinates, aren't you? Zhou Hai sneered, a chilling, killing intent glimmering in his eyes. Who are you, daring to act recklessly knowing the Lin family's ties to my holy valley? The woman scrutinized Zhou Hai, perplexed. This man seemed devoid of cultivation. How could he threaten the Lin family? However, upon noticing the soul-devouring demon palace before Zhou Hai, her pupils constricted. What an unfathomable palace! Could this be the legendary sacred artifact? Sacred artifacts are treasures forged by saints, appearing as mundane objects in stillness, yet unleashing unparalleled might when activated. Their destructive power is such that any who dare to confront them under a saint would meet their end. Realizing this, fear flickered in the woman's eyes, and instinctively, she yearned to flee. Before a sacred artifact, her enlightenment realm prowess was utterly insignificant. Lady Ru Yan, he is Elder Zhou Hai of the Academy, an enemy of the Holy Valley. Lin Wanner's voice called out again, causing the woman to furrow her brow. The Academy? Zhou Hai. Ha ha. So it is that infamous oddity of the cultivation world, the useless elder? Today truly is a splendid day. Not only has the Academy's master come to meet his demise, but even a useless one without any cultivation dares to seek the limelight. Upon hearing this, the woman laughed heartily, her previous fear transforming into exhilaration. Her gaze lustfully fixed upon the palace. Sacred artifacts are formidable. If wielded by a cultivator, even one of foundational cultivation would warrant her retreat. Yet, when in the hands of a mere mortal devoid of any spiritual energy infusion, how much power could it truly unleash? This was an opportune moment for a heist. Goodness, can you refrain from drooling? Do I appear to you as a plump lamb? Look at that greedy expression. Tell me, what have you done to my senior brother? Zhou Hai could no longer tolerate the woman's avarice. He couldn't help but worry. Could it be that his senior brother had been lured into a trap? Hey. Wish to see your brother? Don't worry. I'll make it happen. The woman coldly chuckled, instantly appearing before Zhou Hai, raising her hand to grasp his neck. Zhou Hai was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Did this woman have a screw loose? Who gave her the audacity to attack him? Before she could clutch his neck, Zhou Hai unleashed a punch. There was no display of fierce spiritual energy. It was simply a sudden strike. Yet at the moment of impact, a dark golden light flickered from his fist, and a subtle principle emerged. Bang! The fist crashed into the woman's chest, and with a resounding explosion, she was sent flying, blood spewing forth before she could even let out a scream. Bang, bang, bang! A series of explosive sounds echoed as overwhelming shockwaves erupted within her body. In an instant, her form was riddled with countless wounds, her garments stained crimson with blood. Upon landing, the woman felt darkness enveloping her vision, nearly gasping for breath. She stared incredulously at Zhou Hai, unable to fathom the source of such overwhelming power in his punch. Even with her full defense, she might not have withstood it. In her moment of carelessness, her true essence shattered, her foundation destabilized, rendering her incapable of summoning her cultivation. How could this be? Wasn't his reliance on the sacred artifact? Silently, Zhou Hai regarded the woman. His methods of attack were not limited to the Desolation Emperor's techniques. He also wielded the 100 Refinements Emperor's methods. After absorbing vast powers from Chun Bei and undergoing countless trials, his physique had become comparable to divine weaponry. Zhou Hai was 10 times stronger than Chun Bei. Engaging in close combat, even a peak Unity Realm cultivator would fall before him. This woman was merely courting death. Speak, what have you done to my senior brother? Zhou Hai shook his head, advancing toward the woman as his aura intensified. Boom! A powerful pressure descended, causing the woman to pale in shock. You are an 8th-layer Enlightenment Realm powerhouse. How could this be? She was in disbelief. Had it not been said that he possessed no cultivation? How could he be so formidable? Moreover, he was merely 20 years old. A 20-year-old in the Enlightenment Realm. How unfathomable. Shoo! Do not make a sound. Keep a low profile. Zhou Hai raised a finger to his lips. He realized that his reputation as a useless individual was deeply entrenched, and no one took him seriously. While it was frustrating, using this label to launch a surprise attack proved quite effective. The satisfaction from that punch felt akin to detonating a landmine. Look, the woman, who had appeared so full and vibrant moments ago, was now utterly deflated. That sensation, who could comprehend it? The woman's eyelids twitched as she grasped the deception. This man had been playing the role of a fool all along. Enough chatter. What truly happened to my senior brother? Zhou Hai's concern for Murong Xiao prompted his cold inquiry. Elder Zhou, let us speak reasonably. Your brother is unharmed. My lord not only invited him to Qinghua Tower, but also to the Stargazing Tower for tea. He is currently at the Stargazing Tower. Sensing Zhou Hai's murderous intent, the woman hastily declared. At this moment, she was at their mercy, and her pleading came without hesitation. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Do you think anything good comes from your hands? Zhou Hai scoffed, rolling his eyes at her words, utterly unconvinced. Really, the woman attempted to argue. But Zhou Hai denied her the opportunity, summoning the soul-devouring demon palace and directing it toward her head. Given how you were eyeing this artifact, you seemed rather fond of it. I shall use it to send you on your way, fulfilling your desires. Zhou Hai bestowed upon her a rather special farewell. Under the palace's might, the woman was reduced to ashes in an instant. This was no mere sacred artifact, but a true imperial weapon. Imperial weapons are inviolable. Even a mere touch could lead to instant annihilation. You are truly fortunate to perish beneath an imperial weapon. This will grant you tales to boast about. Zhou Hai shook his head. Without a doubt, the woman's soul was ensnared by the soul-devouring demon palace. Zhou Hai harbored no sympathy for those cultivators who viewed others as mere ants. Hearing the woman's soul emit a wretched scream, he slowly rose, casting his gaze upon the nearby cultivators. Just moments ago, those cultivators had been filled with inexplicable delight. Now, they were once again left speechless. No one had anticipated that the esteemed Lady Ru Yan of the Enlightenment Realm would meet her end in such a bewildering manner. with another merely exerting their strength without the use of divine powers to claim her life. Now it's your turn. Zhou Hai's lips curled into a subtle smile, which appeared to those present as nothing short of a devil's grin. No! Countless terrified screams echoed as over 1,000 souls were unable to escape, reduced to mere blood and muck at Zhou Hai's whim. As a multitude of souls were drawn into the devil's palace, the wails grew increasingly anguished, a true cacophony of lamentation. Disciple, do you fancy this palace? Zhou Hai turned to Qin Xiao, speaking with a smile. Yes, master, I adore it. Qin Xiao nodded vigorously, her admiration for the palace emanating from her very soul. It is immensely powerful, a veritable hell for villains. It is a gift for you. Remember, with this treasure, you can pierce the heavens without consequence. But should you misuse it to wreak havoc upon the world, do not blame me for cleansing the path. Zhou Hai's expression turned serious as he bestowed the devil's palace upon Qin Xiao, issuing a stern warning. Thank you, master, for avenging Xiao. Qin Xiao's eyes glistened with tears. Rest assured, my mind has been restored by you, master. I still possess my humanity and shall not lose my moral compass. In time, with this treasure, I shall eradicate evil and protect all beings. Overwhelmed, she knelt and swore an oath to the heavens. Rise, let us rescue your master uncle. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Hai lifted Qin Xiao effortlessly. The palace, sanctioned by Zhou Hai, transformed into a dark light that soared into Qin Xiao's brow, forging a connection with her. Master, the devil's palace has extracted the memories of those souls. The stargazing tower lies ahead, intended for sacrifices. Today, thousands of boys and girls will be offered, and your master uncle will also meet the same fate. Enlightened by the palace's revelations, Qin Xiao spoke urgently, seeking death. Zhou Hai's gaze hardened, and without the need for inquiries, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the direction of the stargazing tower, as indicated by Qin Xiao. No, you cannot leave. You must kill me. Lin Wanner, amidst the ruins before the Lin family gate, wailed in despair, helplessly witnessing her family perish and enduring endless torment. Heaven, why do you allow their departure? Why do you not punish them? Are you blind? Half an hour later, 3,000 miles from the city of Qinzhou, spirit boats sliced through the sky. Below, a great river was teeming with countless fervent pilgrims. Additionally, many spirit boats descended, bringing with them countless boys and girls, alongside brides adorned in wedding attire. These spirit vessels hailed from various regions of Qinzhou, delivering tens of thousands of boys and girls, as well as numerous brides. The brides, all remarkably beautiful, gathered together like a blooming garden, a stunning sight. Alas, these women were destined for the esteemed, and the devout pilgrims dared not even cast a glance at them. Their eyes remained fixed upstream on the towering edifice of the stargazing tower, which soared hundreds of feet into the clouds. Atop this tower lay a vast altar prepared for sacrifices, complete with a teleportation array, awaiting activation to transport all the boys, girls, and brides away. Master Moro, do you see how joyfully those brides smile? They are here of their own volition. I have not coerced them. Came the voice of Wu Wanli from atop the stargazing tower, wearing a contented expression. Not far off, Murong Zhao's face darkened as he remained silent. Beside him sat a middle-aged man, Zhou Hai. Both were in similar predicaments, their powers shattered and bodies severely injured, struggling to move even a finger while seated in their chairs. Yet, a dozen lovely brides surrounded them, massaging their shoulders and legs. A scene that seemed utterly incongruous with their dire circumstances. What is it, Master Moro? Why forsake the splendid blessings before you? Why must you fight so desperately? Kulme, let us collaborate with the Holy Valley. Trust me, the Holy Lord will surely elevate your status. Wu Wanli continued his attempts to persuade Murong Xiao, undeterred. At this juncture, Wu Wanli remained resolute, seeking any opportunity to sway Murong Xiao. After all, the Jixia Academy was no ordinary power, even without mentioning the prestigious Holy Land behind it. The Great Zhou Academy and its reclusive elders posed a formidable challenge. Whether to kill or to maim, I leave it to your discretion. My senior brother is the head of the academy. How could he ever ally with you wicked forces? Murong Xiao remained silent, while Zhou Hai forced out a breath, speaking coldly. Alas, why are you so obstinate? Very well, I see that you are beyond saving. But fret not, even in death. You shall serve as a sacrifice for the Holy Lord. Wu Wanli's disappointment was was palpable as he waved his hand, signaling the 9 beautiful women of enlightenment to approach the altar of the stargazing tower. What's the matter? Why has this Yu Yin not returned? Upon noticing a missing figure, Wu wanly furrowed his brow. Before the 9 beauties could respond, a voice interjected. She may not be coming back. As the words fell, a long rainbow arched across the altar, revealing Zhou Hai's silhouette. Who are you? The gazes of Wu Wanli and the 9 beauties immediately fixated on Zhou Hai. I am the harbinger of your doom. Zhou Hai grinned, eliciting a surge of murderous intent from Wu Wanli and his companions. One audacious youth. Though he appears young, he dares to act so brazenly, utterly unaware of the danger he invites. Before they could utter a word, Zhou Hai's gaze shifted to Murong Xiao and Du Hai seated nearby, his expression perplexed. Oh dear, my 2 senior brothers, what is this attire you wear? I was genuinely concerned for you, and here you are, reveling in comfort. How utterly disappointing. Upon seeing Zhou Hai's arrival, Du Hai was taken aback. Isn't this fellow a mere salted fish? How does he ascend without any cultivation? Yet, before he could fully digest the shock, his expression darkened. Is this even human language? Who would wish to enjoy such a fate? Especially you, Du Hai. While I can comprehend Murong's indulgence, surrounded by women, you are the esteemed minister of the Zhou dynasty. You have disciples everywhere. Do they know you indulge in such debauchery? Pausing, Zhou Hai looked at Du Hai with a bemused expression, akin to a detective uncovering scandal. Du Hai's eyes bulged, nearly choking on his own indignation. This is it, my lifelong reputation is utterly ruined. Chapter 24. Annihilating the 9 enlightened masters. Shut your mouth. You little rascal. Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. Murong Zhao's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. If possible, he would have relished the opportunity to strike the boy. What nonsense is this about enjoying the brothels? Such slander. I'm here to catch a few illicit patrons. What do you think I'm here for? Senior brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but I leave for just a moment, and you can't seem to contain yourself. Running to a brothel in broad daylight. How desperate are you? No way. I must rescue you from this den of beauty. I haven't had the pleasure, and I certainly can't allow you to fall from grace. Zhou Hai stood, his words nearly causing Murong Xiao to spit blood. Is there any justice in this world? Having lived a righteous life, he ends up with such a reputation. It's infuriating. Go die if you must, but spare me your incessant chatter. Just then, a furious voice erupted. An enchanting woman from the enlightened realm appeared behind Zhou Hai, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap to his crown. Although she couldn't discern Zhou Hai's cultivation, upon closer inspection, he appeared to be merely in his 20s. Even if he were a prodigy, he could only reach the divine ability realm at best. For someone of her caliber in the enlightened realm, eliminating him would be a mere trifle. However, just as she believed her palm would suffice to obliterate Zhou Hai, he spun around, delivering an astonishingly swift punch. Just like before when dealing with Ru Yin, he unleashed no grandiose power. Yet in that instant, he channeled the full might of the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture's body refinement. Boom! His fist landed heavily on the chest of the enlightened realm beauty, who didn't even have time to scream before she exploded into a mist of blood amidst the cacophony. This scene instantly widened the eyes of the onlookers, leaving them in a state of shock. Zhou Hai, after striking, showed no inclination to halt. In the blink of an eye, he darted towards several other women, delivering one punch each, mercilessly. Bang, 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 the thunderous explosions rang out. Zhou Hai's speed was nothing short of extraordinary. In less than the blink of an eye, he had unleashed 5 punches upon 5 women. These 5 were all cultivators of the enlightened realm, yet in their days, they had no opportunity to react. The moment his fists made contact, their bodies erupted into clouds of blood. It wasn't until Zhou Hai swung his 6th punch that he finally encountered resistance. A woman clad in purple, tall, and exquisitely beautiful, stood before him. Her peak enlightened realm cultivation made her the strongest in the vicinity, second only to Wu Wanli. As Zhou Hai's fist approached her, she unleashed her fury, her formidable power surging forth. Her palm gathered the essence of the Tao and collided with Zhou Hai's fist. Boom! The violent shockwaves radiated outward, shattering the observation platform's pavilions. Only when the ground's array flickered with light did it barely offset the residual forces of their clash. preventing the destruction of the stargazing tower. Seeking death, the woman seethed with rage. No one expected this seemingly youthful individual to possess such terrifying strength. In a surprise attack, he had annihilated 6 people, 6 powerful masters of the Enlightened Realm. Oh, impressive. As expected of a peak Enlightened Realm master, to withstand my punch. But alas, you still fall short. Zhou Hai grinned, causing the woman to momentarily freeze. Before she could react, Zhou Hai's fist erupted with a multitude of Tao forces, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. No, the woman gasped in horror, only able to emit a cry before she felt an overwhelming force surge into her body. The ferocious Tao forces were as sharp as blades, while simultaneously ablaze with fury. There were too many. This was not merely one Tao, but a confluence of over a dozen. It was as though the combined might of several Enlightened Realm cultivators had been unleashed at once. Even as a peak Enlightened Realm master, she was unprepared for such an assault and was obliterated in an instant. Gore filled the air. Some remnants were as hard as ice, others turned to ash, while some became blood mist, and others were reduced to mere flesh. What a tragedy. On the other side, 2 more women, one at the 3rd level of the Enlightened Realm and the other at the 5th, intended to rush in and join the fray. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, they were instantly stricken with terror. Seeing Zhou Hai turn towards them, they didn't think twice before bolting into the sky. Their Tao powers surged forth, causing an upheaval in the heavens. One woman conjured an endless sea of flames behind her, while the other summoned a blooming garden, its fragrance intoxicating and softening one's body with every breath. Both women exerted their utmost to channel their Tao forces, genuinely fearful in the face of Zhou Hai. As Zhou Hai pursued, they instinctively turned to flee, all the while gathering their strength. It became evident to them that this boy was a powerhouse of body refinement. Engaging him in close combat would be tantamount to seeking death. They needed to build up their power and find an opportunity to unleash their strongest strike. Perhaps then they could hope to slay him, lest they share the fate of those who perished before. Ha ha! Why are you running? Do I seem like a rogue? Do you truly believe that by keeping your distance, I cannot reach you? Zhou Hai had that laoging hurtitili. The 2 women were taken aback, both turning to face him. They beheld Zhou Hai raise his right hand high, and in an instant, an icy chill enveloped them, causing their hair to stand on end. They felt an unprecedented sense of impending doom. Instinctively, they attempted to flee, only to find the space around them seemingly frozen, movement becoming exceedingly arduous. At that moment, a celestial vision unfolded. A colossal hand blotted out the sun, reaching down from the heavens as if it were the very hand of a deity, aiming to seize them. What is that? Oh no, someone is disrupting the sacrificial rites. How terrifying. This feels like death. What is happening to the heavens? Is it about to collapse? Divine Master, below the stargazing tower, the banks of the great river were densely packed with throngs of people, all stunned by the sight. Many fell to their knees, desperately beseeching the Divine Master for salvation. Yet, at that moment, even the Divine Master was rendered speechless. As he gazed at the enormous hand, spanning hundreds of feet, even without engaging in battle, Wu Wanli could still sense its terrifying might. The hand was unfathomably fearsome, its destructive force beyond anything ever witnessed, as if it could obliterate all existence in an instant. What it brought was not merely the shock of death, but a profound annihilation, a power capable of extinguishing all things, including the very heavens. Even while on the periphery of the battle, Wu Wanli felt a chill run down his spine, let alone the 2 women at the epicenter of the conflict. In this moment, even as they burned their Enlightened Realm cultivation to its utmost, they remained utterly paralyzed. Their Tao forces crumbled, their strength dissipated. Wherever the colossal hand passed, the heavens and earth shattered, revealing glimpses of chaotic spatial currents. To shatter the heavens, that was a power beyond even the realm of unity. Despair, fear, and a myriad of negative emotions flooded their minds. At this moment, the 2 Enlightened Realm beauties could not muster the will to resist. The phenomena they had conjured vanished. As the gigantic hand descended, the world fell silent, everything succumbing to an eternal darkness. When the hand vanished, not a trace of blood could be found. In the wake of annihilation, there remained not a single shred of evidence. Task completed. Zhou Hai smirked, having thoroughly dealt with the two women. He vanished in a flash, reappearing before Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai. On the stargazing platform, Wu Wanli immediately reacted, intending to seize Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Just as he stood up, upon seeing Zhou Hai, he halted once more. Wu Wanli was dumbfounded. Until now, he had not discerned the cultivation level of this young man. Judging from the aura he had just revealed, he was at most at the pinnacle of the enlightenment realm. Yet, this fellow's combat prowess far exceeded that, perhaps even surpassing the unity realm. Otherwise, he could not have torn apart the spatial barrier. What kind of prodigy is this? And why is he so formidable? Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai were equally astonished, their breaths growing rapid. In less than 20 breaths, he had slain 9 powerful cultivators of the enlightenment realm. Is this even human? It is worth noting that this lad is still 2 months shy of turning 20. Junior brother, weren't you just a slacker? When did you acquire such prowess? Zhou Hai stammered, unable to contain his astonishment. Zhou Hai was still contemplating how to make a grand exit. After all, his actions were too impressive, deserving of a stylish pose for the finale. However, upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, his expression darkened immediately. Can you not speak? Just because I don't flaunt my abilities means I am a slacker? Please, I simply prefer to be low-key, not one to show off. Must one be like you, ostentatious all day, only to be subdued upon appearing? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, delivering a retort that left Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai speechless. Low-key? Does this brat have any semblance of low-key about him? Hey, you're the only one left. Let's have a spar, but do not disappoint me. Ignoring the two, Zhou Hai turned to face Wu Wanli. Wu Wanli's heart trembled, instinctively retreating several steps. This kid had already displayed such strength at the level of the enlightenment realm. Without knowing the extent of his cultivation, who could say what realm he truly belonged to? If a fight broke out, could he withstand it with his unity realm cultivation? It is said that the Jixia Academy represents the righteous path of the world, yet it appears to be nothing more than this. May I ask which senior from the Jixia Academy has seized this young man? Is this what you call the righteous path? Wu Wanli's cold smile concealed his intention to secretly take out a wall-breaking talisman. Should the situation turn dire, he would flee. Seize? Zhou Hai was taken aback, looking at Wu Wanli as if he were an idiot. Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai were equally speechless. Even the disciples of the academy are mostly mature and composed, let alone those ancient seniors. Few outside could match junior brother's brazen demeanor, and the academy certainly had none. Moreover, even if the academy sages were to die, they could never resort to seizing. This was undoubtedly junior brother's true self. You truly are clever. If you cannot win, you resort to slander? Unfortunately, this tactic will not work on me. You will perish regardless. Zhou Hai smirked, and in an instant, he charged at Wu Wanli. Seeing this, Wu Wanli's eyes sharpened. The aura of unity emerging, instantly transforming into a domain that enveloped Zhou Hai. Simultaneously, he unleashed his formidable cultivation power, attempting a full-force strike. Zhou Hai's steps faltered, feeling as if he had been transported to another world. Each movement a struggle, a sensation of being severely constrained. This was the suppression of realms. Wu Wanli was, after all, a powerful cultivator of the unity realm, and his suppression over the enlightenment realm was exceedingly apparent. Although the principles of enlightenment realm cultivators could bind others, they could never create a domain of their own. Yet a strong cultivator of the unity realm could achieve that. It was their domain. Within their domain, any enemy would be at their mercy. Alas, this domain might work on others, but had no effect on Zhou Hai. From his system space, a sacred artifact-level jade pendant soared forth. The moment Zhou Hai grasped the pendant, an invisible order of the sage enveloped him, rendering Wu Wanli's domain ineffective. In an instant, he had closed the distance to Wu Wanli, his fist striking without hesitation. You are indeed concealing your cultivation. Wu Wanli was taken aback, his face pale. Zhou Hai had not even revealed a stronger aura, yet could effortlessly break free from his domain's confines, enough to terrify him. With a loud shout, he had no time to evade and struck out with full force towards Zhou Hai's fist. As their fists and palms collided, Wu Wanli felt as if he had struck an invincible weapon. No matter how frenzied his unity realm power was, it could not harm Zhou Hai in the slightest. The tremendous force from their clash sent Wu Wanli flying backward. He gazed at Zhou Hai in horror. This person was too strong. He could block his full-force strike with mere physical strength. If a true fight ensued, he had no chance of victory. Realizing this, Wu Wanli hesitated no longer and shattered the wall-breaking talisman. In an instant, the spatial barrier shattered, a rift appearing behind him. With a swift motion, he vanished along with the rift, leaving no time for anyone to intervene. Junior brother, eliminate him without mercy. He must not escape. Murong Zhao's voice rang out urgently. Junior brother, chase him. Zhou Hai echoed in alarm. They had not anticipated Zhou Hai's formidable strength, but now was not the time for astonishment. Exterminating the threat was paramount. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, quickly using the jade pendant in his hand to lock onto Wu Wanli's aura, preparing to pursue him via the teleportation array. Yet at that moment, from all directions, 100 cultivators of the divine power realm surged forth. Quickly, protect the teleportation array and call for support from the sacred valley. Prevent him from disrupting the sacrifice. We must wait for the master to descend. They shouted loudly, rushing toward the stargazing tower, attempting to activate the teleportation array to summon stronger reinforcements. Seeking death, Zhou Hai's eyes glinted sharply. He could no longer afford to pursue Wu Wanli. After all, at this moment, Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai's powers had been shattered, leaving them completely defenseless. Falling into the hands of these individuals would mean certain death. Moreover, who knew what kind of figures this teleportation array would bring forth? These people had carefully orchestrated their plans. He must first dismantle the teleportation array and eliminate all threats. With that thought, Zhou Hai soared into the air, unleashing a tempest of annihilating power that descended upon the multitude of divine power realm cultivators like a cataclysmic force. Chapter 26. The young junior brother is the great sage hidden in accomplishments and fame. Caution! The echoes of countless shouts resounded. Over 100 practitioners of the divine passage realm, initially intent on uniting to confront Zhou Hai, were confronted with the colossal palm print that obscured the sky. Realizing how ludicrous their intentions were, the violent force of annihilation brought forth an endless threat of death, instilling terror that rendered them weak-hearted, wishing only to flee. Yet, in that moment, they discovered that even the slightest movement had become a distant luxury. Faced with the descending palm print, they were unable to manifest their inner manifestations or divine abilities, merely watching as darkness enveloped them, plunging them into eternal oblivion. No! A heart-wrenching scream erupted. But alas, it was futile. As the palm print descended completely, bursts of blood mist erupted, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The power of annihilation obliterated all traces of existence. Witnessing this cataclysmic strike, Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai were utterly bewildered. One incredibly formidable offensive technique, virtually unmatched. Was this truly the extent of the young junior brother's strength? In an instant, he had annihilated all practitioners of the divine passage realm. And Zhou Hai's palm print loomed once more. On the altar, the teleportation array erupted with boundless light, attempting to withstand the force of this strike. However, as a wave of dark light passed, the protective power of the array began to shatter, along with the array patterns themselves. When the palm print vanished and the world returned to normal, the formations on the altar, along with various tools used for arrangement, had been reduced to fragments. Observing this, Zhou Hai once again directed his gaze downward. Below the star observation tower, tens of thousands of people along the banks of the river had already been rendered paralyzed with fear. Among them, there were clearly hundreds, if not more, of foundational and innate realm practitioners. These individuals were evidently the disciples of the so-called Holy Valley. Eradicating the roots, Zhou Hai had no intention of sparing these individuals. However, just as he was about to take action, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host's second disciple has fallen into Wu Wanli's hands and is in danger. The path-protecting mission is now activated. Please proceed immediately to safeguard the path, and you shall receive abundant rewards. What? The last path-protecting reward hasn't been given, and now there is another? Zhou Hai was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the girl had ended up facing Wu Wanli despite having sent her far away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the path-protecting grand gift package. The system offered no further response, directly presenting the previous path-protecting reward. Activating path-protecting gift package. Zhou Hai's brow furrowed. Though displeased, he opened the package nonetheless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the path-protecting grand gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 300 recovery pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 1 substitute puppet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 3 explosive pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 300 years of cultivation. As the system's voice faded, an immense surge of cultivation energy flooded into Zhou Hai's body, allowing him to break through to the 9th level of the enlightenment realm on the spot. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with delight. He was perplexed as to how this could be, having previously acquired the indestructible battle soul body and the buried heaven demon body, yet still being unable to cultivate or even draw the essence of the heavens and earth into his body. Thus, the energy expended in the earlier battle had not been replenished. However, with this breakthrough, he felt rejuvenated, brimming with vitality, as though he possessed inexhaustible strength. What a delightful sensation! Recovery pills, such a treasure. Concurrently, he noticed the rewards granted by the system. Particularly, the recovery pills arrived at the most opportune moment. Brothers, please distribute these 20 recovery pills. They should suffice for your recovery. Eradicate the wicked completely. I shall leave these small fry and the aftermath to you. I must first deal with Wu Wanli. With that, he tossed 20 recovery pills to Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai. Considering Qin Xiao's safety, Zhou Hai raised his hand, tearing through space, instantly disappearing from a scene. The act of shattering the void. Wasn't that a power reserved for saints? Zhou Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of astonishment. It appeared they had truly underestimated this young junior brother. He was right. In the years gone by, he had remained too low-key. Everyone had presumed him to be a mere idle fish, never imagining he had already become a saint. They had called him an unprecedented waste of talent, only to discover that it was beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Perhaps his innate strength had long surpassed their wildest imaginations. Murong Xiao was equally astonished, reminiscing about the first encounter with Zhou Hai. At that time, he and Zhou Hai's master, Zhang Er, had been brought to the Qinghua Tower by Wu Wanli. Zhang Er, known for his encyclopedic knowledge of the cultivation world, had recognized Zhou Hai's uniqueness at first glance. This young man was resistant to the essence of heaven and earth. One must understand that the essence of heaven and earth is to practitioners what grains are to mortals. Mortals cannot survive without food, and practitioners cannot thrive without absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Since ancient times, everyone has had the potential to cultivate. It merely varies in aptitude. A constitution like Zhou Hai's, which was inherently resistant to the essence of heaven and earth, rendered him incapable of cultivation, a rarity throughout history. On a whim, Zhang Er took him as a disciple, intending to study him closely. For years, Murong Xiao had not even considered allowing him to cultivate, merely hoping he would take on apprentice to carry on Zhang Er's legacy. Who could have anticipated that this young man, silent as he was, had achieved such unparalleled strength? Reflecting on it now, Murong Xiao felt as though he were living in a dream. Indeed, he had only just realized how low-key this once disdainful young junior brother truly was. Had it not been for the need to rescue them, he might have remained hidden in obscurity forever. Zhou Hai not det thai, et persin hut fen fet at me that no. Alas, I teach the sages' ancestral teachings. The righteous should abandon fame and fortune, dedicating themselves to the protection of the common people. In recent years, he had thought himself to have done remarkably well, taking pride in his accomplishments. Yet, in light of the young junior brother's prowess, he now recognized his own limitations. Those like the young junior brother, who conceal their merits and fame while selflessly safeguarding others, are the true sages. Murong Xiao sighed, feeling a twinge of shame. He believed that had he not prevented Chu Qian from guiding Zhou Hai yesterday, and had Zhou Hai not risked himself today to save him, Zhou Hai, and the people of Qinzhou, he might have forever remained in the shadows. Such a low-profile, yet righteous approach to action was something he could only aspire to. In that moment, he had lifted Zhou Hai to the status of a sage in his heart, his admiration flowing endlessly. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai was unaware of all this. In the midst of his busy endeavors, he focused solely on utilizing the Emperor's teleportation array, putting on a grand display before his two senior brothers. Henceforth, should his reputation as a mere idle fish be restored, the Emperor's teleportation array could traverse millions of miles, allowing him to travel instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, he found himself 1,000 miles away, at the location where he had placed Qin Xiao. Knowing he was headed into battle, and with Qin Xiao lacking any cultivation, Zhou Hai could not possibly bring her along. Thus, upon ascertaining the location, he had left her midway. However, he never anticipated that she would encounter the fleeing Wu Wanli. The crucial point was that this Wu Wanli had even targeted an ordinary person. At that moment, Zhou Hai's murderous intent surged. These malevolent individuals were truly addicted to killing, ready to strike at any unsuspecting mortal they encountered. However, upon arriving at the scene, Zhou Hai realized he had been mistaken. The moment he appeared, he deployed the supreme concealment technique, the vanished, rendering himself hidden within the void. As he drew near, he beheld Wu Wanli in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 27. This law is incredibly invincible. Wu Wanli's form was nearly half vanished, his once robust limbs reduced to a solitary hand and foot. Hand over that item to me, and I shall spare your life, he growled, his face contorted with rage as he clutched Qin Xiao's delicate neck, lifting her high into the air, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Zhou Hai froze, realizing the hovering soul devouring demon palace above them. It dawned upon him that Wu Wanli was not merely a killer. He was a treasure seeker. The missing half of his body must be intricately linked to the demon palace. You shall not. This was bestowed upon me by my master. I would rather die than relinquish it. Qin Xiao gasped, desperately clinging to Wu Wanli's arm, her breath shallow. Seeking death, Wu Wanli bellowed, his fury palpable. Such a treasure, and you, a mere mortal, think you are worthy of it? If you refuse to comply, I shall see if it will resist once its master is slain. His voice was a raw roar of frustration. The plan of the Holy Lord had been proceeding flawlessly until Zhou Hai's unexpected intervention forced him into retreat. He had initially intended to use the breaking wall talisman to escape, but its power had faltered, casting him out of the spatial passage after just over 1,000 miles. As he regained his footing, intent on fleeing once more, he spotted a girl toying with a diminutive palace. Its enigmatic aura and the chilling screams emanating from within captured his attention, suggesting its extraordinary nature. Especially upon glimpsing the wraith-like souls inside, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Attempting to extend a wisp of his consciousness towards the palace, he nearly had his soul torn asunder upon nearing it. He recognized the immense power of this treasure, undoubtedly a sacred artifact, perhaps even one that transcended such a classification. The thought of such an object falling into the hands of a mere mortal filled him with anguish. It was a blatant squandering of celestial treasures. Contemplating Zhou Hai, he mused, if he obtained this artifact, how could Zhou Hai, no matter how formidable, stand a chance? He was certain he could return and claim his life. After much deliberation, he made his move. However, as soon as his hand grazed the palace, an all-consuming corrosive force surged forth, threatening to dissolve him entirely. Were it not for his desperate act of severing his own hand and foot in that critical moment, he would have been reduced to nothingness. Realizing that the treasure had already chosen its master and could not be forcibly taken, Wu Wanli, in a fit of rage, sought to compel Qin Xiao to yield it willingly. Yet, as she resisted, he resolved to kill her, rendering the treasure ownerless and ripe for acquisition once more. But just as he was about to crush Qin Xiao, a sudden chill coursed through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped him, a primal instinct compelling him to release her. With a surge of energy, he instinctively struck out to his left. Boom! His palm collided with an unseen force, sending him hurtling backward from the impact. At that moment, Zhou Hai revealed himself. It's you? Wu Wanli gasped, panic etched across his features. He had not anticipated a confrontation with Zhou Hai, and in his current diminished state, hope was a distant luxury. Cough, cough. Master, you've come. Qin Xiao exclaimed joyfully upon escaping Wu Wanli's grasp. Surviving the ordeal, she felt a whirlwind of emotions, eager to rush into Zhou Hai's arms. Get up. Secure the demon palace. Keep it hidden. Do not display it carelessly. Remember, wealth should not be flaunted. Zhou Hai advised Qin Xiao, his tone earnest. Wu Wanli, you had the chance to flee, yet you dared to attack my disciple. You are truly courting death. Zhou Hai turned his gaze upon Wu Wanli, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. If at the battle you seek, do you truly believe I fear you? Wu Wanli retorted. Without the breaking wall talisman, he abandoned any thought of escape. This man's power eclipsed his own, leaving him no hope for flight. It was better to fight with all his might. Perhaps a chance still lingered. With that, Wu Wanli leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. The sky erupted with a vast sea of poison, his unified domain fully manifesting. In that moment, he resembled a deity of plague, wielding the power over life and death. Zhou Hai, intrigued, pondered whether he could indeed shatter a practitioner at the unified realm purely through his own strength, without external aid. However, just as he was about to engage, a thought struck him, compelling him to halt. He began to examine the laws he had grasped since breaking through to the understanding realm. These laws felt as if they were woven into his very soul, permeating every inch of his being. As his strength grew, so too did these laws, becoming increasingly profound, as if on the verge of transcending limitations and forging a new realm. Yet until now, he had not utilized these intrinsic laws, unaware of their potential might. During his initial attempt, he had failed to activate them, but suddenly, inspiration struck. All his energy surged into the laws. What unfolded was akin to a black hole. No matter how much power he poured in, it absorbed everything yet resisted activation. The laws shimmered with an ominous glow, while a mysterious force flowed within Zhou Hai's body. Turning to survey his surroundings for any peculiar manifestations of these laws, he was met with silence. Just as he furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, his eyes widened in shock, akin to witnessing a ghost. Before him, the celestial order that could only be perceived during moments of enlightenment began to materialize in the cosmos. The laws of the universe were manifesting. This realization struck Zhou Hai like lightning. These laws were not meant for combat, but for comprehension. If he could reference the cosmic order and universal laws at will, achieving enlightenment would be a mere formality. Yet in the next instant, he was rendered speechless. The celestial order was disintegrating, the laws of the universe morphing before his eyes. More accurately, it was his vision that was dissecting the celestial order and the grand laws, seeking flaws to shatter the very fabric of existence. Goodness, is there no justice in this world? Zhou Hai swallowed hard, finally comprehending his error. These were not merely laws for enlightenment. They were weapons of unparalleled might. At his current level, he could not truly unravel the celestial order or the flaws in the grand laws. However, the vulnerabilities of other practitioners' laws and abilities would be laid bare before him. His gaze shifted back to Wu Wanli, who now loomed in the air, burdened by the vast sea of poison, resembling a god of retribution, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet, as Zhou Hai focused on him, his sight pierced through the toxic veil, locking onto the intricate laws at play. The so-called celestial phenomena, the formidable toxic domain, were merely manifestations of supreme spiritual energy conjuring the laws. They possessed the might to obliterate the heavens and earth, as well as the power over life and death. Chapter 28. A single punch to annihilate a harmonious realm expert. In the face of a formidable adversary like Wu Wanli, only those of a higher realm could obliterate his Tao principles and disrupt his magical energy. Yet, under Zhou Hai's piercing gaze, the Tao principles emanating from Wu Wanli grew increasingly coarse, revealing numerous flaws akin to a star-studded night sky. Zhou Hai felt a surge of anticipation. If he could seize just one of those flaws, a single strike would suffice to shatter Wu Wanli. This realization quickened Zhou Hai's breath and escalated his heartbeat. If this were indeed the case, would future battles against higher realms still pose a challenge? He mused that even transcending two major realms would be within his grasp. With determination, Zhou Hai leaped into the void. Prepare to perish. In my name, I sacrifice my Tao to commune with the heavens. At that moment, Wu Wanli's voice resonated, solemn and oath-bound. This was a ritualistic spell of sacrifice, exchanging one's essence for power. Many sects possessed similar incantations. When a cultivator found themselves outmatched in battle, they often resorted to such a sacrificial method, offering their Tao to the heavens in hopes of receiving divine strength. instantly amplifying their attack potency 100-fold. Although this came at the cost of a drop in their realm, it could preserve their lives and even vanquish powerful foes. As a harmonious realm expert, Wu Wanli invoked this incantation, rendering Zhou Hai immobile, as if encased in ice. Simultaneously, a torrent of toxic energy surged into Zhou Hai's body, igniting a searing sensation in his internal organs. His garments disintegrated rapidly, exposing his robust physique. His skin flushed crimson, then darkened ominously, as if on the brink of decay. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation safeguarding him, he might have been reduced to mere bones in that fleeting moment. What is this madness? Zhou Hai exclaimed, bewildered. Facing a harmonious realm practitioner, Wu Wanli's audacity to resort to sacrifice was unexpected. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that the toxic sea was intertwined with the very fabric of the universe. Like a drop of water surging toward the ocean, once merged, its power would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. The celestial Tao had begun to dominate the realm of the toxic sea. Should the two entities fully integrate, breaking through the toxic sea would equate to battling the heavens themselves. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Hai noted that the flaws in the Tao principles within the toxic sea were vanishing, mended by the celestial forces. The realm of the heavenly Tao far surpassed that of a harmonious realm cultivator. Once the flaws of the harmonious realm Tao were absorbed by the universe, they would be rendered flawless. Break it! Zhou Hai's eyes glimmered with determination, refusing to allow the toxic sea to merge with the heavens. He summoned every ounce of strength, delivering a powerful punch that struck a flaw in the Tao principles before the universe could repair it. The myriad of flaws instantly absorbed all his might. Boom! 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 In the next instant, a cataclysmic force radiated outward, reverberating across the heavens. Ha ha ha, perish! Wu Wanli stood atop the toxic sea, laughing maniacally. In that moment, the world spun around him, as if he were the lone deity in existence. His arrogance was palpable, eyes gleaming with the thrill of vanquishing Zhou Hai. However, as soon as his laughter faded, his pupils dilated in shock. A formidable force surged from the toxic sea, annihilating it with a cataclysmic explosion. Simultaneously, the Tao principles belonging to Wu Wanli disintegrated in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. The Tao principles were a hallmark of those at the enlightened realm and beyond, serving as their foundation. When the Tao principles shattered, so did their foundation, resulting in countless gaping wounds erupting across Wu Wanli's body. An unprecedented feeling of weakness engulfed him. He could not withstand it for even a moment before plummeting from the sky. With a splat, Wu Wanli spat blood, mingling with the crimson mist that enveloped him, creating a scene of utter devastation. Standing on the ground, Qin Xiao gazed up, her face alight with admiration. From the outset, she had never worried for Zhou Hai. After all, the treasures bestowed by her master had nearly claimed Wu Wanli's life with the slightest touch. With her master personally intervening, how could it be anything but a mere breeze to claim victory over Wu Wanli? As she had anticipated, her master triumphed without a hint of uncertainty. The arrogance Wu Wanli displayed moments prior was now replaced by utter despair. With a thud, Wu Wanli's body crashed from a height of 1,000 feet, creating a massive crater on impact, from which blood mist continuously emanated. Yet, Qin Xiao found no interest in him. Her gaze remained fixed on the sky. There, the toxic sea was dissolving, and sunlight poured through, illuminating a towering figure. Under the sun's rays, it appeared as if a celestial deity had descended. As the toxic sea receded, that figure rapidly descended. The moment Qin Xiao saw Zhou Hai land, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Master," she cried out, rushing toward him and enveloping him in an embrace. She had never worried for him, confident in his invincibility. But before he arrived, fear had gripped her heart. Having just encountered her master and tasted the warmth of humanity, could she bear the thought of losing him forever? In that instant, she yearned for one last glimpse of her master. Even in death, seeing him once more would suffice to bring her contentment. At that moment, her pent-up emotions erupted. She cared not for anything else, wanting only to greedily bask in the warmth her master exuded and the solace it brought her. "What are you doing? Let go. Step back." Zhou Hai's frustrated voice broke through, leaving Qin Xiao momentarily stunned. The battle had concluded, and she had countless grievances to share with her master. Yet he seemed unwelcoming. "Let go, do you hear me?" Zhou Hai's face flushed with embarrassment. Did she not understand the boundaries of a master-disciple relationship? Feeling wronged, Qin Xiao reluctantly released Zhou Hai, lowering her head, only to suddenly spot something that turned her face beet red. "Ah!" she squealed, hastily covering her face and turning away, her ears burning and her heart racing uncontrollably. What had she seen? Her master was not wearing clothes. How utterly mortifying! How could she have embraced him at such a moment? Yet, she couldn't help but admire his physique. His shoulders were impressively strong. The more she thought about it, the more bashful she became, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Remember, this matter is known to heaven and earth, you and I. If you dare speak of it, beware of my wrath." Zhou Hai's voice echoed in her ears. Cautiously, Qin Xiao turned her head and was relieved to see that Zhou Hai had changed into a new outfit. Chapter 29. Master cares for me. Understood, Master. I shall not speak recklessly. Qin Xiao blushed, her mind drifting back to the scene she had just witnessed, her ears burning once more. Such a little secret she would never divulge. How could she possibly share her master's physique with anyone else? Meanwhile, Zhou Hai was entirely oblivious to Qin Xiao's fleeting thoughts. He pondered the notion of a teacher-student romance. However, should Morong Sanzang become aware of this, he would incessantly lecture him. He was resolute in preventing such a situation from occurring. Moreover, these precious disciples were the epitome of industriousness. Why waste time on romantic pursuits when they should be diligently cultivating? "Come here." Zhou Hai's voice rang out again. Just as Qin Xiao was about to respond, she noticed Zhou Hai beckoning to the demon palace. The demon palace obediently soared before Zhou Hai, seemingly awaiting orders. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhou Hai seized the demon palace and hurled it to the ground. "Damn you! As a dignified imperial artifact, do you lack a spirit or what? Were it not for my timely arrival, you would have stood idly by while my disciple was slain, wouldn't you? I'll make you pay." Zhou Hai raged, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the demon palace. His anger was justified. After exerting immense effort to acquire another diligent worker, he couldn't afford to let it be destroyed. Qin Xiao stood frozen, utterly bewildered by her master's actions. What was he doing? He seemed almost mad. Yet, upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, her heart warmed and tears brimmed her eyes. Indeed, her master cared for her most deeply. She vowed to repay him handsomely in the future. "Goodness, em utterly exhausted." Truly, as an imperial artifact, you are remarkably resilient. After all this time, you remained silent. Zhou Hai et Galim, panting as he berated the demon palace. "I'll give you 3 counts to reveal yourself. Otherwise, do not blame me for using you as a toilet." After his violent outburst, Zhou Hai felt a twinge of pain in his fists and gasped for breath while scolding the soul-devouring demon palace. Surprisingly, the demon palace, which had not retaliated or uttered a sound, became agitated. Wait, I was wrong, all right? It's not that I wouldn't act, but you arrived just in time. From now on, I swear to protect the young master and ensure she suffers no harm." The demon palace's urgency was understandable. It had witnessed Zhou Hai's struggles during the years of system confinement. It had seen him, lacking cultivation, resort to using precious artifacts in absurd ways, sharpening his feet with the repair stone, wielding the pillar of heaven as a fire poker, and using the golden bricks of the great Tao as bed supports. Even in winter, he had donned the emperor's shroud as a cloak for warmth. Such treasures would be fiercely coveted across the myriad realms, yet he had treated them with such disregard. "That one do, my disciple must undergo trials. You cannot deprive her of that opportunity." Zhou Hai's eyes widened, leaving the demon palace speechless. "In dire situations, you may intervene, but otherwise, do not overstep." Zhou Hai Goman Ao Stili. He truly sought to protect his disciple, yet he believed some trials would not be amiss, provided she did not perish before his arrival. He could not allow the demon palace's interference to jeopardize the protective mission. "Thank you for your concern, Master. I shall strive to cultivate diligently and become a powerful individual, so you need not worry about me," Qin Xiao declared, her heart swelling with gratitude as she knelt before Zhou Hai. "Enough, rise. With your words, I am at ease. You must cultivate diligently. Only by growing stronger can you gain autonomy," Zhou Hai affirmed, gently assisting Qin Xiao to her feet. Understood, master. Qin Xiao nodded earnestly. The demon palace sighed quietly. While it hesitated to commend Zhou Hai's character, it could not deny his genuine care for his disciple. All right, let us depart. After reprimanding the demon palace and invigorating his treasured disciple's resolve, Zhou Hai waved, retrieving the head of Wu Wanli. As the demon palace entered Qin Xiao's brow, Zhou Hai took her and left the scene. Upon reappearing, they found themselves at the star-gazing tower. At this moment, the multitude of people along the riverbanks had dispersed. Clearly, Murong Xiao and Du Hai had concluded their cleanup efforts. Junior disciple, you have returned. Muzong Xia and Du Hai Apokik Du Hai Si Mu Den Sun. Indeed, I have eliminated the threat. Here is Wu Wanli's head. Zhou Hai tossed the severed head to them, causing their pupils to constrict in surprise. They had not anticipated Zhou Hai would swiftly dispatch Wu Wanli, who possessed a wall-breaking talisman. Truly, he was a saint, an invincible figure. Excellent, junior disciple. You have eradicated a grave peril for the people. Murong Xiao exclaimed. By the way, who is this young lady? And why does she exhibit a resistance to the essence of heaven and earth akin to you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai, who was about to introduce Qin Xiao, paused in disbelief. What do you mean she resists the essence of heaven and earth like I do? Realizing this implication, Zhou Hai felt disgruntled. Did it mean that his precious disciple could not cultivate as he did? Junior brother, haven't you observed? The essence of heaven and earth cannot penetrate her body at all. Du Hai interjected. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, focusing intently on Qin Xiao. He indeed saw the essence swirling around her, but never approaching her. Finally, he glanced at himself, realizing for the first time that the essence seemed even more distant from him, as if repelled. System, are you jesting with me? What is happening? Is this the worker you introduced to me? Zhou Hai questioned, growing anxious as he confirmed the similarity between his situation and Qin Xiao's. Please, host. Could you not be so lazy? Have you not read the introduction on the reincarnation of the Tao fruit? The reincarnation of the Tao fruit means being incompatible with heaven and earth. To cultivate, there are only 3 paths. First, endure 9 deaths and be reborn, thus becoming a heavenly calamity with boundless potential. Second, sacrifice oneself to the heavenly Tao, becoming an avatar of the heavenly Tao, invincible across the cosmos, yet limited to becoming an emperor, unable to attain immortality. Third, due to the reincarnation of the Tao fruit, the soul is incomplete, inherently flawed. To cultivate, one must first restore their innate completeness. Did I not provide you with a healing pill? Just give it to her. The system's voice rang out, exasperated with Zhou Hai. This individual only focused on the good news, knowing that Qin Xiao would become a prodigy, yet he paid no heed to the conditions involved. Now I understand. You should have said so earlier. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, suddenly struck by inspiration. Wait, if my disciple's condition mirrors mine, does that mean I am also the reincarnation of the Emperor's Tao fruit? If so, will consuming a healing pill allow me to cultivate? With this thought, Zhou Hai could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Chapter 30. The heavenly path leads me to the funeral pyre of pursuing my husband. Host, could you please observe more closely? This woman has reincarnated due to her Tao fruit, and the heavens are repelling her. After consuming the heaven-repairing pill, she could gain the acknowledgement of the cosmos and proceed with her cultivation. Now, turn your gaze to your own situation. It appears your body is rejecting this realm. Why not consider offering this realm a heaven-repairing pill and beseeching its acceptance? The system was utterly exasperated. How could this individual always fail to see the bigger picture? What? It is I who reject this realm? Zhou Hai was taken aback, and upon further scrutiny, he was stunned. Indeed, he had failed to notice earlier, but now he could see that the spiritual essence of the world was entirely repelling Qin Xiao, and looking at himself, the rejection was emanating from him, as if an invisible force was incessantly driving away the spiritual essence of the heavens. What on earth is happening? Zhou Hai was bewildered. No wonder he could not cultivate despite his extraordinary physique. It turned out there was an issue with his body. No more questions. Once the host ascends to the pinnacle of power, he shall understand. The system's tone was slightly more verbose today. It had no choice. If Zhou Hai did not take things seriously, it too could only exert itself a little. Still keeping secrets? Very well. Once I become an emperor, I shall see what the situation truly is. It would be absurd if, in a past life, this realm had wronged me to such an extent that it leads to my pursuit of a husband becoming a funeral pyre. Zhou Hai felt somewhat speechless, yet his mind involuntarily constructed a melodramatic tale of grievances and vendettas. The system, witnessing this, fell entirely silent. It could not keep pace with this individual's train of thought. Junior brother, what are you daydreaming about? Just as Zhou Hai was lost in his fantasies of the Tao manifesting as a divine maiden, continually repenting for her past life wrongs, a voice from Murong Xiao snapped him back to reality. Nothing. Allow me to introduce, this is my disciple. Senior brother, the matter here has been resolved. I must take my disciple back for cultivation. Would you like to join us? Zhou Hai retracted his dramatic imaginings and smiled as he introduced. Another disciple? Murong Xiao was taken aback. In the past, he would never have allowed Zhou Hai to take on Qin Xiao as a disciple, knowing she was destined to be unable to cultivate. After all, having one idle student was already enough. Adding another would surely invite ridicule. However, Zhou Hai's demeanor left him unable to voice any refusal. Perhaps this was another version of Zhou Hai, a future sage. Junior brother, with the great evil vanquished and the teleportation array destroyed, the people of the 10,000 Poison Valley will find it difficult to cause further turmoil in the short term. You should return. The people of Qizhou are currently in a state of panic, suffering greatly from the poison of the 10,000 Poison Valley. My brother Zhou Hai and I have decided to remain here for now, to cleanse the poison afflicting Qizhou with our righteous power before returning. After a moment's contemplation, Murong Xiao spoke earnestly. Indeed, junior brother, this toxic sea poses little threat to us cultivators, but it is a calamity for the common people. If we do not take action, it will lead to untold suffering. Zhou Hai note that Gadavili. Very well, I shall leave the two of you to it. I do not cultivate righteous energy, and thus cannot be of assistance. I shall not burden you further. Zhou Hai nodded, raising his hand to tear through the spatial barrier, vanishing with Qin Xiao. Upon witnessing this, Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai exchanged glances. The righteous energy they emanated coalesced into two magnificent pillars of light, soaring towards different directions. Under the influence of their righteous might, all malevolent and toxic forces in the realm would dissolve into nothingness. The two began traversing every inch of Qizhou's mountains and rivers, purifying the plagues and toxins upon this land. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai stepped forward, arriving at the residence courtyard of the Daoist palace within the Jixia Academy. As he emerged, Zhou Hai was startled. After arranging various sacred artifacts in the courtyard, it gradually became isolated from the world, transforming into a realm of its own. At this moment, dozens of Tao principles surged within the courtyard, their formidable refining power seemingly intent on completely refining this entire expanse. Amidst these principles, Chunbei sat cross-legged upon the sacred artifacts mat, simultaneously comprehending numerous Tao principles. If this scene were to spread, it would surely astonish all. One must understand that Tao principles can only be comprehended by those in the Enlightenment realm. Moreover, most cultivators can only grasp one principle that resonates with their essence. Yet here was Chunbei, forcibly comprehending multiple principles despite being at the divine passage stage, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. However, upon closer observation, Zhou Hai quickly realized that these principles were not being comprehended by Chunbei at all. He was refining them instead. This was the practice method of the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra. The 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra enables one to refine oneself into a vessel, growing stronger through the consumption of other divine weapons and artifacts. By continuing this method, one could not only cultivate an indestructible body, but also encompass myriad treasures and principles within oneself, achieving unprecedented power. This also explained why Chunbei had yet to comprehend the principles but could still manipulate them. As if sensing Zhou Hai's arrival, Chunbei accelerated his refining process. Soon, the principles began to merge into his being, granting him an inherent aura of the Tao with every gesture. Simultaneously, Zhou Hai felt a transformation within himself. Under a tenfold feedback, he distinctly sensed many principles integrating into him. With merely a thought, these principles could unleash formidable offensive power in an instant. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Realizing the profound changes occurring within him, Zhou Hai couldn't help but exclaim how delightful it was to have a laborer assisting in his cultivation. Master, you've returned so swiftly. Chun Bei opened his eyes, quickly rising from the mat to bow respectfully to Zhou Hai. Yes, the matters over there have been mostly resolved, so I returned ahead. Disciple, allow me to introduce Qin Xiao. She will be your junior sister from now on, so take good care of her. Zhou Hai nodded, smiling as he spoke. Ah, junior sister? My apologies, junior sister. I, senior brother Chun Bei, was unaware that Master had taken on another disciple and have not prepared any gifts. Chun Bei gazed at Qin Xiao in surprise, scratching his head sheepishly. What gifts? I've given you so many treasures. Just share a bit with her. Zhou Hai interjected from aside. He too felt helpless. After countless sign-ins over the years, he had amassed a mountain of good things. He possessed no less than 10 imperial artifacts. As for other elixirs and sacred artifacts, he had more than enough. However, the talismans and puppets that could assist in battles and protect the Dao were limited, all of which he had given to Qin Bei. There was no helping it. This eldest disciple had many enemies. Various sacred grounds, including the sacred kingdom of the Qian, were hunting him, and he would undoubtedly face many life and death tribulations. Lacking the desire to intervene, he had naturally bestowed all these items upon Qin Bei. Now, reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of regret, wondering how many fewer protective tasks he would have to undertake had he kept those items. Nevertheless, he could not reclaim what had been given away and could only ask Chun Bei to share a little with Qin Xiao. Oh yes, junior sister, take this. If it's not enough, just let your senior brother know. Chun Bei smacked his forehead and hurriedly gathered some treasures into a storage bag, handing it to Qin Xiao. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel touched. It seemed Master had given all the best items to him. This was unmistakable favoritism. In the future, when Master takes on more disciples, he must ensure to look after his junior brothers and sisters, never allowing them to feel wronged. All right, my disciple, continue cultivating. Do not blame your master for being strict. There are many out there seeking your life. A little less cultivation equates to a greater danger. Zhou Hai looked at Chun Bei with satisfaction, patting his shoulder earnestly. Understood, master. I will strive to cultivate diligently and ensure you need not worry. Chun Bei felt warmth in his heart, hastily cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Junior sister, if you need anything, feel free to seek out your senior brother. I shall go cultivate now. After giving Qin Xiao a wave, Chun Bei turned and departed. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Xiao promptly nodded, gazing at the retreating figure of Chun Bei, and couldn't help but exclaim, is this what it means to be part of sect? How heartwarming. My master is so kind, and my senior brother is equally benevolent. Xiao, take this. At that moment, Zhou Hai presented a pill to Qin Xiao. The pill, a milky white, emitted no energy fluctuations. However, its fragrance, upon a single breath, inspired a sensation of transcending into the heavenly path. Yes, master. Qin Xiao accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, an enigmatic aura radiated from her, as if she were returning to her purest form, fully merging with the surrounding world. This was the pill of heaven's restoration, completely transforming her previous disconnection from this realm. With brightened eyes, Qin Xiao felt as if the world before her had changed, plunging her into a state of enlightenment. Is this enlightenment happening so soon? Patience, my disciple. This is the Sutra of the Buried Celestial Emperor. You must deeply contemplate its essence. Zhou Hai, momentarily stunned, realized that as Qin Xiao entered her state of enlightenment, he too felt a profound connection with the cosmos. Without needing to invoke his inherent Tao principles, he could perceive the laws and order of the universe, as if he could grasp the entirety of the celestial pathways with a mere thought. Without hesitation, he immediately transmitted the Sutra of the Buried Celestial Emperor's cultivation methods to Qin Xiao. As the teachings imprinted on her mind, she seized the opportunity of enlightenment to begin her practice. In that moment, a mystical power flowed throughout her body as the essence of spiritual energy surged forth. So potent was this energy that it enveloped her in a swirling mist, forging her physique and refining her flesh. This was the first step of cultivation, body refinement. Is this what true genius looks like? Zhou Hai marveled, realizing that while most individuals took years to cultivate and harness the spiritual energies of the universe, here was Qin Xiao, leaping directly into the first level of body refinement. Awestruck, Zhou Hai recognized his prior oversight. If I don't prepare promptly, my precious disciple's cultivation will be hindered. He hastily searched through his system space. Relying solely on the spiritual energy of the universe was ultimately too slow. He needed something to expedite his cherished disciple's progress. Just then, Zhou Hai noticed a magical pool stirring within the system space, seemingly resonating with Qin Xiao. The demon refinement pool? Zhou Hai was taken aback. This was the most sinister artifact he possessed. It was said to be forged from the blood of myriad demons by a demon sovereign. The pool itself was a supreme artifact, and its contents were imbued with unparalleled malice and bloodlust. For years, Zhou Hai had acquired numerous formidable treasures, but he had never dared to utilize this pool. He had thought it would remain buried within the system space, yet here it was, responding to Qin Xiao. This is unbelievable. With the buried celestial body and the soul-devouring demon palace, now a demon refinement pool too. What kind of exceptional being have I taken under my wing? Zhou Hai winced. He truly hesitated to employ such a tool on Qin Xiao. Nevertheless, it was evidently the most suitable choice for her. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to retrieve the demon refinement pool and envelop Qin Xiao within it. With a splash, as soon as Qin Xiao descended into the pool, tumultuous waves erupted. The pool appeared no larger than a water vat, yet it contained an expansive world. Entering it felt akin to plunging into an ocean. Surrounded by a dark sea filled with insurmountable demonic obstacles and endless slaughter, the waters brimmed with an unprecedented essence of demonic energy. As Qin Xiao practiced within, she instantly absorbed this essence into her body, transforming it into a raging power coursing through her. The spiritual energy of the universe, though helpful for body refinement, was ultimately too gentle. It yielded ordinary results. In contrast, the essence of demonic energy was 1,000 times more tempestuous. Under its baptism, Qin Xiao felt as though she were traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. In a daze, it seemed that this violent force sought to refine her. Qin Xiao cried out in pain, yet she made no attempt to resist. Her master must have had his reasons for this, since he required her to endure. She vowed not to disappoint him. With unwavering resolve, Qin Xiao seized the moment of enlightenment, continuing to comprehend the sutra while refining herself. Under this fervent cultivation, her strength began to soar. Second level of body refinement. Third level. Ninth level. In less than half an hour, Qin Xiao's cultivation had surpassed the 9th level of body refinement, reaching its pinnacle. At this moment, Zhou Hai also felt a subtle shift within himself. As Qin Xiao's body underwent continual refinement, his own physique experienced a slight transformation. However, since Qin Xiao's breakthrough was relatively low, even with the tenfold feedback, the impact on his own advancement was minimal, merely contributing some energy toward his own breakthrough. Is she already beginning to establish her foundation? Zhou Hai swallowed hard, witnessing Qin Xiao's cultivation halt as she commenced building her Tao foundation. He couldn't help but feel envious. Truly, she was a child of destiny, destined to be an object of admiration. As darkness descended, Zhou Hai, seeing Qin Xiao's cultivation on the right track, turned his focus to his own inherent Tao principles. These principles were exceedingly profound. They did not belong to any offensive path, yet if wielded skillfully, could obliterate the very heavens. While Zhou Hai could not fully comprehend the grand Tao, he could effortlessly discern the flaws in anything he beheld, be it a mountain or a building. With merely a fraction of his strength, he could easily demolish a mountain or flatten a structure. This was the power of annihilation, derived from the supreme Tao principles of imperial-grade techniques. What a remarkable principle! If I were to return to Earth, I could establish a demolition company and become immensely wealthy in no time. Realizing the potential of his inherent Tao principles, Zhou Hai couldn't help but marvel at the thought. Wait, I believe I haven't signed in today. Suddenly recalling, Zhou Hai promptly navigated to the system interface to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. The sign-in gift package has been credited. Please check it at your convenience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully safeguarding the Tao. The protection gift package has been credited. Please check it at your convenience. The system's voice echoed as both the sign-in gift and the second protection gift arrived. Zhou Hai eagerly opened the sign-in gift package, and the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the sign-in gift package and obtaining an imperial-grade technique. The true understanding of symbolic Tao. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up with surprise. Over the years, he had acquired many valuable items, yet those related to the symbolic Tao were few and far between. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners of the symbolic Tao were exceedingly rare, not due to a lack of desire, but rather due to the stringent requirements for cultivation. Firstly, a capable guide was exceedingly hard to find. Moreover, the path of the symbolic Tao had waned over 1,000,000 years ago, with few teachings surviving, making it difficult to achieve greatness. Nonetheless, those who did succeed in this path were indeed the paragons of their generation, often unmatched among their peers. Zhou Hai skimmed through the true understanding of symbolic Tao and quickly realized he lacked the talent for it, rendering him unable to cultivate. Such a pity. It was a grand path, yet he had no idea whom to pass it on to. I'll consider it later, Zhou Hai thought, wishing to propagate the teachings of the symbolic Tao. Yet it was clear there was no opportunity at present. He then opened the protection gift package. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the protection gift package. Congratulations to the host for receiving 300 pounds of spiritual liquid. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 pounds of primordial liquid. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 pounds of dragon liver. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bone-shattering relic. The voice of the system resonated once more, causing Zhou Hai's eyes to light up. Spiritual liquid? Primordial liquid? These are truly remarkable treasures. The essence of the world is generally referred to as a whole, yet it comprises two distinct forces, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of heaven and earth. Practitioners who inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can connect with the cosmos, wielding great powers and formidable abilities. On the other hand, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth can fortify one's physical form. Typically, the higher the practitioner's realm, the stronger their body becomes, a direct result of the essence's nurturing effects. Such treasures. I must take a sip to test their potency. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled as he produced 2 basins. One basin was a deep green, filled with dense water transformed from spiritual energy, while the other gleamed a golden hue, shimmering with the essence of heaven and earth. Zhou Hai had long struggled to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, hindering his cultivation. Now, confronted with such a bounty of primordial and spiritual liquids, he eagerly drank from both. Wasn't he unable to absorb the essence? He was determined to prove otherwise. He believed he could digest it. To his surprise, as he consumed a large draught of spiritual liquid and primordial liquid, a transformation indeed occurred within him. His energy surged. Yes, that was all. The spiritual and primordial liquids merely restored some of his expended spiritual and physical energy, having no effect on the enhancement of his cultivation. What? Is this all? Let's try another 2 sips. Zhou Hai's expression darkened as he took 2 more generous gulps, but the results were no different. In fact, due to his excessive energy, the spiritual and primordial liquids could not be retained within him, transforming into mist that evaporated through his pores. In an instant, the entire courtyard was enveloped in a dense fog. The powerful force of the essence of heaven and earth intensified, making this place an unparalleled cultivation paradise. Observing his leaky physique, Zhou Hai felt utterly numb. Fortunately, these energies were not wasted. They soon spread out and were absorbed by Qin Xiao and Chun Bei, who were cultivating in the courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the baptism of the magic refining pool, combined with the dense essence of heaven and earth, accelerated Qin Xiao's foundation establishment. A resounding roar echoed, and as Zhou Hai focused his gaze, he witnessed a layer of magical cocoon enveloping Qin Xiao. This was a sign of successful foundation establishment. The saying goes, breaking the cocoon to become a butterfly, and when this cocoon shatters, it signifies the moment of transcending the mortal coil and establishing a path. Alas, some individuals are destined to be envious. Reflecting on his own flawed constitution, which expelled the primordial liquid, and then gazing at his disciples, Zhou Hai was consumed with envy. Thankfully, as his disciples cultivated, he also reaped some benefits. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to despair. Time passed gradually, and after a quarter of an hour, the pure power of foundation establishment radiated outward. Within the magic refining pool, the magical cocoon surrounding Qin Xiao fell away, and her realm completely broke through to foundation establishment. Zhou Hai quickly concentrated his attention, yet he was stunned at the moment all the magical cocoons burst away. What is happening? The cocoon has shattered. But why has her clothing also vanished? Simultaneously, Qin Xiao opened her eyes, sensing the transformation within her, and leapt up in excitement. Master, I have transcended my mortal form. I can fly. Qin Xiao exclaimed with delight, instinctively rushing towards Zhou Hai independence. At the moment their bodies made contact, Zhou Hai shivered, feeling a rush of warmth. Goodness, this is testing my composure. It is truly overwhelming, Zhou Hai thought to himself. At that moment, under the baptism of the essence of heaven and earth, Qin Xiao appeared pure and unblemished, her exposed skin as white as jade. Coupled with her graceful figure, flowing black hair, and stunning beauty, she was utterly captivating. Disciple, you must conduct yourself with propriety. Zhou Hai's eyes darted around, feeling as if he were on the brink of transgression. He quickly suppressed his impulses and closed his eyes, reminding her, Qin Xiao paused, momentarily bewildered. Disciple, while transcending your mortal form is commendable, it is essential that you do not shed your garments. This is my attire. Please put it on. Zhou Hai hastily produced a robe, squinting at it before draping it around Qin Xiao. So beautiful. Who would believe that this level of development belongs to a mere 16-year-old girl? If she matures further, it would be unimaginable. Zhou Hai thought, overwhelmed. Unable to bear it any longer, he pushed Qin Xiao away and fled as if escaping. He feared that if he lingered too long, he might act in ways that would draw Murong Sanzang's admonishments. Qin Xiao was left in a state of confusion, only realizing the situation when she looked down, exclaiming in shock as she hastily wrapped the robe Zhou Hai had given her around herself, her face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though she were engulfed in flames. What have I done? She silently lamented, her shyness making her wish to find a hole to hide in. In a daze, she caught sight of her retreating master and was momentarily stunned. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a flutter of joy within her. Master is so adorable. He truly is a gentleman. Qin Xiao mused in her heart, finding herself less embarrassed upon witnessing her master's flustered demeanor. Thump, thump, thump. Tightening her grip on her master's robe, Qin Xiao remained immersed in her transformation. Just then, a wave of energy rippled through the heavens and earth. Qin Xiao's expression shifted as she felt her heartbeat being drawn, an oppressive sensation emerging without warning. Zhou Hai, who had just returned to his room, was also stirred. Hastily exiting to gaze at the sky, he beheld clouds descending from the night sky, as if the heavens were collapsing. Simultaneously, a surge of pure primordial energy erupted from deep within the earth. What is happening? Is that lad about to break through again? Zhou Hai turned to glance at Chunbei's room. He sensed that all the power was converging in that direction. Under the influence of this energy, the clouds above roiled, transforming into pure spiritual energy. The earth's essence morphed into dragon chi, all surging into the room. Boom, 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 boom. As the energy continued to accumulate, the fluctuations in the heavens and earth intensified, the essence of spiritual energy transforming into colossal waves. The entire academy was startled by the commotion, with everyone turning their attention towards this spectacle. Could it be that Chunbei is on the verge of another breakthrough? The elders of the various halls murmured, envy gnawing at their hearts. When they had accepted disciples before, none had regarded this seemingly lifeless Chunbei. Who could have anticipated that this fellow would prove to be such a prodigy? As the transmitters of knowledge at the academy, having a disciple of this caliber would be worth dying for. Yet, during such moments, they couldn't help but recall Zhou Hai. How could such a promising disciple be under the tutelage of a carefree and lethargic master? Master, should we not go and see? A young girl strolled over to Li Chongqing. There is no need to go. What is there to see? Li Chongqing replied, stroking his beard. The sect leader has already issued an order. Unless that lad requests it, no one is to disturb his cultivation. Besides, what would I even go to see? To witness such a prodigy fall under the tutelage of a slacker and be wasted? Li Chongqing grumbled, growing increasingly displeased as envy flooded his heart. Master, your perspective is skewed. Perhaps it is fate that he became a disciple of our uncle. There must be a reason for it. Besides, our uncle is not as incompetent as you claim. He is quite young and possesses a cultivation level surpassing yours, which hardly resembles a slacker. The young girl replied, amused by Li Chongqing's words. What are you saying? Always lazing about, with no proper posture in sitting or standing. Just because he has high cultivation doesn't mean he isn't a slacker. Speaking of this, it irritates me. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't seem like someone with potential. Why is it so unusual? Forget it. I shall retreat. You should also practice your writing diligently. Do not become arrogant upon achieving some success. The discussion among the 4 houses is imminent. You must maintain the dignity of your master. Li Chongqing's increasing displeasure led him to choose silence. Oh, the young girl pouted, looking helpless, and could only return to her study to write. Meanwhile, similar events unfolded continuously across the various palaces. Eventually, all the elders of the palaces entered closed-door retreats, compelling their direct disciples to engage in fervent cultivation. Only within the Wendiagong, after a busy day, did Chu Chun notice the situation and swiftly arrive. Boom! Upon arriving at the Daozong Palace, he witnessed a pillar of light soaring into the sky from the small courtyard behind, stirring up a celestial phenomenon, as if it were about to claim dominion over this realm. Chu Chun quickly descended into the courtyard, where the light vanished, revealing Chun Bei, who stepped out from within, his aura notably restrained and his gaze incredibly captivating. Master, I have finally refined all the power within me and successfully broken through. Chun Bei approached Zhou Hai and bowed respectfully. This scene made Chu Chen's heart ache. He had come to congratulate his junior brother and share in the joy. But the speed of his junior brother's breakthrough left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Why did it make him appear so inept in comparison? Well, breaking through is good. However, cultivation should not solely pursue advancement. One must solidify their foundation, or else it will inevitably lead to disaster. Zhou Hai remarked, sensing the change in his own cultivation level. Upon discovering that Chun Bei had broken through, he realized his own cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the enlightenment realm, with the potential for a breakthrough at any moment, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. Master, I understand. Therefore, I plan to go out and gain some experience. Chenbai nodded honeste ellipsilon. May I ask, Master, if there are any tasks within the academy? I wish to share some of the burdens. Chenbai started zealously. Indeed, there must be. Chu Chun interjected eagerly before Zhou Hai could respond. Please, trouble yourself, senior brother. Chenbai bowed once more. You wouldn't come here without a reason. Speak. What brings you here this time? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Chun. Ah, Master Uncle, how could you say such a thing? Am I that kind of person? However, Master Uncle, I have come to bring you fame. Chu Chun exclaimed. Master has entrusted me with the preparations for the discussions among the 4 houses. After much contemplation, I believe if my junior brother participates, he will undoubtedly sweep away the talents of the 4 houses. At that time, who would dare to underestimate Master Uncle's Daozong Palace? Thus, I have decided to secure a spot for the Daozong Palace in the discussions. Chu Chun grinned, wearing an expression of concern for Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, about to speak when Chun Bei interrupted. Sorry, senior brother, but I cannot participate in the discussions. If I take part, it would undoubtedly bring calamity to the academy. Moreover, I have a premonition that I may not stay long in the academy. As for the discussions, senior brother, please choose someone else. Such a straightforward refusal left Chu Chun momentarily stunned. Zhou Hai couldn't help but frown, sensing his disciple's inner solitude. It felt as if he were preparing to face a great calamity alone. Yet, he said nothing, despite his desire to protect his disciple. There were challenges he must confront to grow. Junior brother, will you not reconsider? This is a splendid opportunity to bring honor to Master Uncle. Chu Chun persisted, having realized that Chun Bei was unrivaled among the younger generation. If he took action, the Dojo Academy would surely secure first place in the discussions. Do not impose moral obligations. If my junior brother is unwilling to participate, then so be it. What nonsense about bringing me fame. Am I someone who values reputation so highly? As practitioners, we should seek to align with the heavens and our true selves to attain longevity, to pursue fame and profit at every turn. Where lies the essence of cultivation? Zhou Hai retorted, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back. At these words, Both Chu Chun and Chun Bei immediately fixed their gazes upon him. Master possesses such a lofty perspective. If all practitioners in the world had such awareness, how would chaos reign and harm the masses? Chun Bei thought to himself, feeling a surge of admiration for his master, who had always respected the teachings. Goodness, is this truly my master uncle, who used to hide an entire room filled with alluring paintings and indecent books? When did he become so lofty? Chu Chun was bewildered, wearing an expression of disbelief. Though he could not fully comprehend, he felt the wisdom in his master's words. Not far away, Qin Xiao watched Zhou Hai with shining eyes, perceiving him as a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. Who is this? Confirming that Chun Bei would not participate in the discussions, Chu Chun felt somewhat disappointed. However, upon seeing Qin Xiao, his spirits lifted. What a beautiful girl, with an ethereal presence. Zhou Hai also glanced at Qin Xiao and suddenly had an idea. His eldest disciple was preoccupied with troubles and lacked the time to engage in the discussions, but his young disciple could certainly take part. If there was no opportunity for fame, how could he let this chance slip away? With 3 months remaining, transforming his young disciple into a paragon should not pose a problem, right? As he pondered, the man who had just moments ago been indifferent to fame now found his thoughts consumed by the desire for recognition. Heaven knows, he truly did not wish to live as a sloth. Ahem, this is my newly accepted disciple, Qin Xiao. Xiao, do greet your senior brother Chu Chun. Zhou Hai introduced with a serious demeanor. Xiao pays her respects to senior brother. Qin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and performed a deep bow. So you're my little junior sister. Chu Chun quickly returned a respectful gesture and then produced a sword, smiling. Junior sister, it is a pleasure to meet you. I do not possess any extraordinary treasures to present. This sword, named Qing Feng, is a divine weapon, and I offer it as a token of our meeting. I hope you will not find it lacking. At his words, Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. A divine weapon? Such treasures are rare indeed. Only those with great power can nurture them over time. The former governor's residence in Qinzhou had perhaps only 2 or 3 divine weapons. I never expected to possess one myself. Seeing Qin Xiao's delight, Chu Chun felt a small sense of pride. This was one of the few treasures he owned. Presenting it as a gift must surely carry some weight. Put away. Who are you trying to impress? Presenting a divine weapon as a gift? How shameless of you. Just as Qin Xiao was about to accept the gift, Zhou Hai's voice echoed, causing Chu Chun to freeze in place. Master, it is a divine weapon. Is it not too shabby? Qin Xiao also appeared confused. She understood the significance of a divine weapon, but was unaware of anything beyond that. Otherwise, she would realize that a divine weapon was inconsequential compared to what she possessed at her demon palace. Even the items Chun Bei had previously given him were vastly superior. Indeed, Master Uncle, it is a divine weapon. Is it not too shabby? Chu Chun stared blankly at Zhou Hai. Was his master being a bit excessive? Was he attempting to extort something better from him? Put it away. It is neither food nor drink and provides no spiritual comfort. Zhou Hai gulped, genuinely unimpressed by the weapon. Even a stick used for cooking in his kitchen or a piece of firewood would be worth more than this. Beside them, Chun Bei's admiration for his master grew immensely. Master is truly exceptional. This reflects the essence of all things being of lesser importance, with the pursuit of knowledge standing supreme. Even Qin Xiao gazed at Zhou Hai with awe. Master is so refined. The demeanor of a scholar is truly unparalleled. Though she admired the sword, since her master did not want it, she would not accept it. Unlike the admiration of the two, Chu Chun wore an expression akin to someone who had just consumed something foul. Damn it, so in Master Uncle's eyes, this divine weapon is worth less than his collection of alluring paintings and indecent books? Regarding this Master Uncle, what kind of disciples is he expected to mold? Enough of this. Quickly put it away, and remember to buy me some books later, considering the years you've served me. Since your junior Chun Bei is not in a position to intervene, I shall allow your junior sister to participate in the discussion. Observing the displeased expression on Chu Chen's face, Zhou Hai deftly shifted the topic. What? Junior sister is participating in the discussion? Upon hearing this, Chu Chun looked utterly bewildered. Master Uncle, please do not jest. Junior sister has only reached the first stage of foundation building. What could she possibly contribute to the discourse? Upon hearing this, Chun Bei quickly scrutinized his junior sister. only to discover that she had indeed attained foundation-building prowess. It is worth noting that merely an hour ago, he had seen her as an ordinary person, to progress from a commoner to foundation building in just 1 hour. What extraordinary talent must she possess? Even Chun Bei was taken aback by this revelation. Who is joking here? So what if she has reached foundation building? Perhaps tomorrow she will achieve innate mastery, and the day after, she might even be destined for greatness. Look at your expression. Who do you look down upon? Zhou Hai retorted, addressing Qin Xiao directly. Xiao, for the sake of pride, during this discussion, ensure that you bring down all the prodigies from the four mansions. I do not care for fame or fortune, but I cannot tolerate any disrespect towards my disciples. Yes, master. Qin Xiao promptly responded. Hearing the mention of the four mansions prodigies, she felt a twinge of apprehension, for they were once figures she could only dream of surpassing. Yet, with her master's encouragement, she firmly believed in her own capabilities. Master uncle, this discussion is no laughing matter. Chu Chen lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Granting a discussion slot to a junior sister at the foundation stage seemed like a surefire way to invite disaster, even without their master's intervention. The elders from various halls would surely condemn him. Brother, my master never jokes around. Chen Bai interjected. You should give the slot to my junior sister. If she proves to be inadequate after 3 months, I shall take her place. Before Zhou Hai could respond, Chun Bei had already spoken up. Really? Upon hearing this, Chu Chun, who had been wearing a face full of reluctance, suddenly felt a rush of joy. Chen Bai nodded affirmatively. Very well. I too have faith in my junior sister. This spot shall be granted to her. Chu Chun declared without hesitation, for to him, as long as it meant getting Chun Bei involved, all was well. Nearby, Zhou Hai's expression darkened. This young lad could make decisions on his own. Yet as soon as Chun Bei spoke, it was as if his own authority as a master was rendered insignificant. Now that it's settled, why don't you leave? I had intended to treat you to a meal, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes and muttered in annoyance. Master uncle. Then I shall take my leave. Chu Chun brushed off the matter with a smile and departed. As for dining, he had no such inclination. Having adopted the practice of fasting, he preferred to remain untainted by worldly desires. Consuming food would only complicate matters. Master, have you yet to begin fasting? Chun Bei inquired, somewhat perplexed as he looked at Zhou Hai. Fasting? What nonsense is this? Human beings are endowed with emotions and desires, and the desire for food is paramount. What meaning does life hold if one forgoes eating? Zhou Hai Vito, look at you too, clearly with nothing to do. Henceforth, you shall prepare a meal for me. Tonight, we shall feast on dragon meat. Rolling his eyes, Zhou Hai produced a large piece of dragon meat, leaving both Chun Bei and Qin Xiao utterly astonished. The dragon meat shimmered with iridescent hues, emanating a rich essence that could be sensed from afar. Master speaks truly. Eating is indeed a significant affair in life, one that cannot be overlooked. Chun Bei exclaimed, Master, please guide me. I shall prepare it. Initially speechless, Chun Bei was instantly galvanized by the sight of the dragon meat. Having already absorbed the spiritual power from the dragon's blood, he pondered how immensely his physique would strengthen if he could also absorb the essence from the meat. At that moment, Chun Bei comprehended a vital truth. Never argue with one's master, for the master is always right. Brother, allow me. I can cook. Qin Xiao, still unaccustomed to fasting, perked up at the thought of preparing a meal for her master. Her master had treated her with such kindness, and she was eager to find a way to repay him. From now on, she would take charge of her master's meals. Before long, the small courtyard burst into a flurry of activity, filled with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, in the eastern palace of the great Zhou dynasty, an oppressive atmosphere loomed. What did you say? Lin Shixiang is dead? The experts from the 10,000 Poison Valley have also been annihilated? Who did this? A cold and furious voice reverberated as the crown prince, Ji Feng, bellowed. Reporting to your highness, according to news from Qinzhou, it was the academy's doing. A cautious middle-aged man replied from below. The academy? Have those old geezers finally emerged? Otherwise, who could possibly slay Wu Wanli? Ji Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. Just as he spoke, another figure entered. Not good, your highness. We have received news that the great Qian dynasty is mobilizing its forces. His Majesty has summoned you for a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng leaped up. What? How dare the Qian dynasty? Chapter 35. The targeting of Crown Prince Jifeng. At midnight, an air of sternness enveloped the majestic imperial city. Jifeng dismounted before the Meridian Gate and hastened into the Hall of Supreme Harmony, where numerous princes had already gathered, accompanied by several solemn ministers. My son pays his respects to His Majesty. Jifeng cast a sweeping glance around before bowing to the middle-aged man seated upon the dragon throne. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the matter at hand, spoke the expressionless Emperor Jaiwuj, seated regally. Your Majesty, I report that the Military Affairs Office has conveyed news that the 9th prince of the Qian dynasty, after failing to seize the throne, has fled to our great Zhou, where he was rescued by the Academy. The Qian dynasty subsequently sent envoys to demand his return, but they were met with the Academy's wrath, resulting in the deaths of several, including the 3rd prince of the Qian dynasty. The Minister of Military Affairs reported earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jifeng's gaze sharpened. The Academy had thwarted his grand scheme, and he had been contemplating how to exact vengeance. He had not anticipated that an opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Continue, commanded Emperor Jaiwuj coldly from the throne. Your Majesty, according to reliable sources, the Qian dynasty is approaching with great aggression, and many sects and holy lands have dispatched representatives to participate in the conflict. Should war break out, the consequences for our great Zhou would be dire. For thousands of years, we have adhered to ancestral teachings, permitting no sect or holy land to encroach upon our territory, except for the Academy itself. This policy has long incited dissatisfaction among the major sects, and should war commence, we would be surrounded by formidable enemies. The Minister of Military Affairs continued. As these words fell, the atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. Everyone could envision the perilous situation Great Zhou would face if all the major holy lands and nations united against them. Kai Deputy Minister, what is your perspective on this matter? At this moment, Emperor Jaiwuj turned his attention to another individual. This man, hailing from the Academy and a figure of the previous generation, was named Kai Zhe, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of Rights in Great Zhou. Upon hearing the report from the Minister of Military Affairs, Kai Zhe's brow had furrowed deeply. Now, under the gaze of the emperor, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Your Majesty, although I hail from the Academy, it is known that the Academy has a tradition of responsibility towards the common people, refraining from involvement in the power struggles of various factions. Since I have entered the court as an official, I no longer have ties to the Academy, and my forthcoming words bear no bias. As you know, the Academy does not initiate conflicts lightly. I believe there must be a misunderstanding in this instance. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the Qian dynasty is deliberately seeking trouble, given that various forces have long cast covetous eyes upon our great Zhou. Kai Zhe analyzed thoughtfully. Ridiculous. Does Deputy Minister Kai truly perceive our great Zhou as a soft target, susceptible to manipulation? Without enmity or strife, they dare to assault us over trivial grievances? At that moment, the 7th prince, Ji Kuei, interjected with a cold laugh. As I understand it, the Academy's so-called traditions hold no binding power. Over the years, which of the other 3 dynasties' academies has refrained from engaging in court power struggles? They claim to steer clear of politics, yet they are eager to control the succession of imperial power. Let us not forget that the tyrant was also a disciple of the Academy, and the Great Qian Academy was his strongest support during his coup. Murong Xiao and that tyrant's mentor, Zhu Yu, were sworn friends. After Zhu Yu's demise, Murong Xiao sought the tyrant far and wide, now hiding him within the Great Zhou Academy. Is it not plausible that they intend to manipulate the imperial power struggle of the Qian dynasty? Some matters are not mere fabrications. The Academy's central institution is also a significant holy land. If others covet our great Zhou, do they not harbor similar ambitions? Upon hearing this, Kai Zhe's expression shifted. The 7th prince seemed intent on condemning the Jishao Academy to eternal ruin. 7th prince, be cautious with your words. Who does not know that Master Murong is benevolent and has never harmed Great Zhou? For years, Master Murong has tirelessly worked for our subjects. Has he ever shown a hint of selfishness? Kai Zhe admonished sternly. Deputy Minister Kai, your words are misguided. You assert that there is no bias towards the Jishao Academy. Yet each of your statements defends them. Is this not a form of partiality? Furthermore, according to information from the Qian dynasty. Their demands are straightforward. Surrender the murderer of the third prince and the tyrant of the Qian dynasty, and this conflict may be resolved. If the Academy truly seeks peace for the world, these requests should not be difficult to meet. The Deputy Minister of Military Affairs interjected again, his words laced with animosity towards the Academy. Compromise? How can we consider compromise when the truth of the situation remains unclear? Kai Zhe retorted. Enough. Crown Prince, what is your perspective? As tensions escalated among the attendees, Emperor Zhou interrupted, directing his inquiry towards Jifeng. Jifeng's gaze flickered, his mind already formulating a plan. Your Majesty, I believe that Minister Liu of the Military Affairs Department speaks with wisdom. If the Academy has indeed erred, they should apologize and make amends. As for the tyrant Qianbei, he should be surrendered to the Qian dynasty. Our great Zhou has never permitted anyone to meddle in our affairs, nor have we ever interfered in the politics of other nations. If the Jixia Academy is truly public-spirited, they should concede. Otherwise, if they harbor ulterior motives, it would be wiser for our great Zhou to cleanse our own ranks rather than invite calamity. After careful consideration, I propose that my seventh brother lead a party to investigate this matter. What do you think, father? Jifeng offered, bowing respectfully while employing a subtle strategy. He understood better than anyone that the seventh prince's maternal grandfather had perished at the hands of the Academy's elder, instilling in him a deep-seated hatred for the Academy. Tasking him with confronting the Academy would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Your Majesty, I am willing to alleviate your concerns and personally undertake this mission. Ji Kuei could no longer remain seated, eagerly stepping forward. Very well. This matter must be thoroughly examined. If the Academy is indeed at fault, considering their contributions to Great Zhou over the years, they should apologize. In such a case, Great Zhou will ensure the safety of the Academy. However, if the Qian dynasty is fabricating grievances in an attempt to wage war, what do we have to fear? Emperor Zhou declared, a hint of approval in his voice. Kiel, I appoint you as an imperial envoy to the Academy to investigate this matter personally. Yes, father, Ji Kuei exclaimed, elated. After many years, the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. A cold smile flickered in Jifeng's eyes. Now, he was eager to witness the Academy's response to this unfolding predicament. Meanwhile, the Academy remained blissfully unaware that trouble was already brewing. In Zhou Hai's courtyard, firewood crafted from the sacred Fusang tree crackled as it burned, roasting dragon meat that sizzled and released a tantalizing aroma. Master, having served the Lin family as a servant for many years, I have gained considerable culinary skills. This sauce was personally concocted by me. Please, do take a taste. At this moment, Qin Xiao had donned a complete set of male attire. After a flurry of activity, she sliced the dragon meat and placed it on a plate, drizzling it with sauce before presenting it to Zhou Hai. Delicious. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. With just one bite, he was captivated by his disciple's culinary prowess. After all, he had been accustomed to having everything done for him at home and had not learned to cook. Unexpectedly, upon entering this world during his first year of middle school, he had endured years of dark culinary experiences. After much toil, his cooking had barely become edible, yet it paled in comparison to Qin Xiao's skills. As he savored the dragon meat, the potent essence within it, combined with the divine fire of the Fusang wood, imbued Zhou Hai with a sense of vigor, invigorating his spirit. Meanwhile, Qianbei, unassisted, helped himself to a piece of dragon meat. The moment it touched his lips, he felt a surge of wild energy coursing through him. At the same time, it felt as if an inferno ignited within his very being, striving to refine him. Without hesitation, Qianbei quickly settled into a meditative posture, activating the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra to absorb the divine flames and the dragon meat's formidable essence. Chapter 36. Qin Xiao. So my master is the great emperor of this era. Boom, boom, boom. After refining numerous materials for the Dao weapon, Qianbei's body already resembled a massive iron block. At this moment, upon consuming the essence of the dragon, it felt as if new materials for forging were added. Under the refining influence of the Fusang divine flame, combined with the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra, it was as if he were undergoing a process of forging and tempering once more. As a wave of energy surged forth, after digesting this mouthful of dragon essence and Fusang divine flame, Qinbei felt his own essence become significantly more robust. And even his cultivation of the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra had seen an increase. What a marvelous sensation! Qinbei was overjoyed. He had never imagined that one day he could cultivate simply by eating. In the time that followed, he almost simultaneously ate and cultivated. With each bite, his body underwent subtle transformations. Beside him, Zhou Hai, who had been relishing his meal, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. This is utterly unfair. While others grew stronger from their meals, he gained nothing from his. His senior brother was truly remarkable. Eating could enhance one's cultivation. Qin Xiao stared at Qinbei in disbelief. Naturally, since ancient times, those who transformed into dragons possessed at least a saintly level of cultivation. Although the malevolent aura within the dragon meat had been dispelled, a substantial amount of saintly essence remained intact. A being of saintly caliber could move mountains with a single drop of blood. One can only imagine the magnitude of their essence. After refining it, your senior brother would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. Seeing the adoring gaze of his little disciple, Zhou Hai set aside his feelings of envy and donned an expression of understanding. So impressive? But master, why does it seem like your consumption has no effect at all? Qin Xiao exclaimed, causing Zhou Hai's face to darken instantly. Why does that sound so strange? Is my little disciple suggesting I am merely consuming without benefit? I understand now. Master S cultivation has already reached the heavens and the earth. Thus, while the dragon essence appears powerful to others, it is but a drop in the ocean to Master, unable to stir any waves. Master, your cultivation must far exceed that of a saint. No wonder you always present yourself at a lower level, yet can effortlessly defeat those of higher realms. Before Zhou Hai could dwell on this further, Qin Xiao's words left him astounded. Cultivation far exceeding that of a saint? How did this disciple discern that? Junior sister, you are mistaken. A saint cannot be compared to Master. In my view, Master is the great emperor of this era, perhaps even in existence beyond emperors. Otherwise, how could he so casually impart the Emperor Sutra and wield imperial artifacts? By the way, junior sister, what emperor techniques and artifacts did Master bestow upon you? At this moment, Qinbei spoke, rendering Zhou Hai's expression even more rigid. Goodness, am I truly that extraordinary? How was I unaware of it? Zhou Hai's face flushed with excitement. These words sounded far more pleasant than being called a salted fish. Senior brother, Master imparted to me the Burial Heaven Emperor Sutra. And this magical palace too. Qin Xiao replied honestly, producing her magical palace. As the palace emerged, Qinbei felt the destruction war spear within the depths of his consciousness stir restlessly, a trace of imperial might surging towards Qin Xiao. Under the overwhelming imperial might, Qin Xiao trembled, her face turning pale. In a moment of daze, she felt as though the entire cosmos was on the verge of collapse, rendering her akin to a speck of dust, easily crushed. Fortunately, this imperial might was not directed at her. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. At that moment, the magical palace before Qin Xiao trembled, emanating a trace of imperial might towards the destruction war spear within Qinbei. Sensing this imperial might, Qinbei's face contorted in horror, almost causing him to spew blood. Thankfully, this imperial might was not intentionally aimed at him. Otherwise, it could have led to his utter demise. The usually tranquil imperial weapons began to stir, shaking Zhou Hai's courtyard. There was no choice. The hidden auras of the saint artifacts were frightened. When two imperial weapons exerted their might, the mere presence of those saint artifacts would lead to their destruction. Enough. The house has just been rebuilt. Do you two wish to demolish it once more? If you continue this ruckus, one shall become a toilet, and the other a stirring stick. Do you believe me? Zhou Hai reprimanded, and the two imperial weapons instantly fell silent. Seeing this, Qinbei and Qin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were drenched in sweat. Junior sister, did you see that? This is Master. He casually produces two imperial weapons, and with a mere word can suppress them. Since ancient times, who but a true great emperor can achieve this? Master merely enjoys tranquility, playing at life. Otherwise, with Master S status, how could he remain in this small academy as an elder? For us to be able to study under Master is indeed a tremendous fortune. Qinbei looked at Zhou Hai, who, typically unyielding, now felt an overwhelming admiration swell within him like a torrent. No wonder Master dismisses divine weapons with disdain. If that is the case, I too shall be a disciple of the Emperor from now on. Qin Xiao, breathless with excitement, felt as if she were floating. Only Zhou Hai stood there, bewildered. He had witnessed many forms of brainwashing, but this was the first time he had experienced self-brainwashing. Could it be that his demeanor truly appeared this grand and imposing? Enough. Focus on your cultivation. I seek neither fame nor fortune. I only hope for your achievements to bring me satisfaction. Observing the increasingly fervent dialogue between the two, Zhou Hai felt a touch of embarrassment and hastily interjected. Upon hearing this, both disciples gazed at him with even greater reverence. Master, your disciples will strive diligently, and we shall not disappoint you, Qin Xiao affirmed, then proceeded to cut a piece of meat and place it in her mouth. However, upon biting down, she nearly broke a tooth. Oh dear, why is this so tough? Qin Xiao's little face scrunched up. The dragon meat felt soft to the touch, was easy to cut, yet became hard upon chewing. Junior sister, you cannot chew this. Your cultivation is still shallow, and lacking a diamond-like physique, it is difficult to break down. You should attempt to refine it instead. Shunbei chuckled as he reminded her. Even his teeth, comparable to Dao weapons, required time to grind. How could mere mortals savor dragon meat? It appeared effortless when cutting, but who knew what kind of precious tools Master provided them? Only an invincible figure like Master could relish such delicacies with ease. I see. Let me try. Qin Xiao's mind sparked, and she quickly activated the Burial Heaven Emperor Sutra. Soon, she felt the dragon meat in her mouth transform into streams of essence merging into her being, continuously fortifying her body. A muffled groan escaped her lips. Merely one mouthful of dragon meat had altered her foundation. This tremendous energy was indeed reshaping her Dao foundation. Master, what a powerful effect! I feel my foundation nearing perfection, and my realm has experienced unprecedented consolidation. Upon opening her eyes, Qin Xiao exclaimed with delight. Yes, if it's beneficial, consume more. It seems that after this meal, you both may continue to break through. Zhou Hai gazed at his two disciples with envy, though he felt a pang of sorrow. The powerful cultivation feedback from them brought him immense satisfaction. Understood, Master. Qin Xiao nodded, and together with Chun Bei, they entered a frenzied eating mode. For an entire night, the two gluttons feasted without pause. Until dawn broke, Qin Xiao could no longer contain the vast essence within her and was the first to rush into seclusion. Xiao, take a sip of this before you go. Zhou Hai, ever attentive to his disciples, noticed that Qin Xiao's realm had been thoroughly stabilized and her Dao foundation completed. With the immense essence within her, she merely required sufficient spiritual energy to break through. He called out to Qin Xiao, producing a ladle of spiritual liquid to hand to her. All right, Master. Qin Xiao received the spiritual liquid and took a sip, instantly feeling the pure spiritual energy flooding her body, merging with the vast essence within her as if it would explode her body apart. I can't take it anymore. Master, I can't endure. Qin Xiao's complexion changed dramatically as she realized the formidable power of the spiritual liquid. Hastily placing the liquid aside, she sat on the ground and began to cultivate the Burial Heaven Emperor Sutra, striving to ascend to a higher realm. A surge of energy erupted from her, and her aura soared with each passing moment. In an instant, she successfully broke through to the second level of foundation establishment, yet she showed no signs of stopping. Under the refining influence of the dragon essence, her realm solidified to its utmost limit, her Dao foundation reaching perfection and coupled with a vast energy. She was unshackled by any constraints of realm. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Qin Xiao's realm continued to break through. Foundation establishment, 3rd level. Foundation establishment, 4th level. Foundation establishment, 5th level. Foundation establishment, 6th level. Foundation establishment, 7th level. The astonishing speed of her breakthroughs finally came to a halt at the pinnacle of the 7th level of foundation establishment. Zhou Hai watched in awe, sensing that Qin Xiao seemed to transform into a colossal heavenly coffin, akin to a grand tomb, poised to engulf all energies from the heavens and earth within it, entombing them forever. Simultaneously, as her realm ascended, A mysterious aura of life and death emerged from the depths of Qin Shiyao's Tao foundation, imbued with an inexplicable profundity of the burial heaven. Is this the essence of the burial heaven, Emperor Sutra? Zhou Hai mused, suddenly feeling a tumult within himself as his cultivation directly surged into the unity realm. What? I've broken through just like that? Zhou Hai was taken aback, quickly examining his own state, only to discover that his inherent Tao principles had completely vanished. Even the Tao principles that Chen Bei had absorbed and returned to him had dissipated from his body. These principles had transformed into the very flesh and blood of his consciousness, becoming an integral part of him. This was the unity realm. The Tao principles no longer merely branded him, but had completely integrated into his being. Boom! With a mere thought, Zhou Hai summoned the Tao principles, and his consciousness expanded instantaneously. In that moment, a radius of 300 miles lay under his dominion. Within this expanse, he could not only observe everything, but also activate his own domain of Tao principles. Is this the divine consciousness of the unity realm? Truly wondrous. Is beyond comparison to the soul power of other realms. Zhou Hai marveled. While soul power does possess an observational function, it could never manipulate a whole expanse of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had heard that typically when individuals first break through to the unity realm, their consciousness could only extend up to 30 miles, yet he had achieved 300 miles. This meant that in battle, the entire 300 miles would fall within his domain, compared to Wu Wanli, whose poisonous sea could only spread a few dozen miles. Zhou Hai's territory was a stark contrast. What a delight! My little disciple has propelled me into the unity realm. Chen Bei, do not lag behind. Feeling the profound changes within him, Zhou Hai eagerly turned his gaze towards Chen Bei. At that moment, Chen Bei had also reached his limit. With the final piece of dragon meat consumed, his gaze suddenly fixated on the extinguished Fusang divine tree. He seized the Fusang divine tree and began to devour it in large chunks. What the heck, disciple, what are you doing? Even if I were impoverished, I would never let you resort to eating firewood. Stop, stop, stop. Are you even going to spare the ashes? Zhou Hai's words were barely finished when he saw that Chen Bei not only consumed the Fusang divine tree, but also did not leave behind the charred remains. In the very instant these items entered Chen Bei's body, the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra activated, and flames erupted around him. Master, I'm going into seclusion. Chen Bei hurriedly rose and dashed towards his room. Zhou Hai distinctly observed that as he entered, the clothes on his body had already turned to ash. The Fusang divine flame engulfed Chen Bei entirely, distorting the very fabric of heaven and earth. Damn it, indeed an indomitable battle spirit, a natural madman. Zhou Hai muttered to himself. Then he felt as though his blood and bones were being refined, undergoing a transformation in a different direction. This was the metamorphosis of Chen Bei during his seclusion, and under the tenfold feedback, his body began to change as well. Before long, Zhou Hai's body became as translucent as jade. The powerful essence energy coursed through him, making his body resemble a flawless Tao weapon. To be precise, the strength of his physique had reached the level of a unified Tao weapon. Simultaneously, a violent power surged within him, causing his recently elevated cultivation to soar once more. Boom, boom, boom. Just as this sensation emerged, Chen Bei's spiritual essence surged, initiating a series of breakthroughs. 3rd level of divine ability. 4th level of divine ability. 5th level of divine ability. 6th level of divine ability. In just a few breaths, Chen Bei's cultivation forcefully broke through to the 6th level of divine ability. Under the tenfold feedback, Zhou Hai's realm also advanced, directly ascending to the 2nd level of unity realm. What a fierce surge! Zhou Hai rejoiced, once again expanding his realm of consciousness, revealing a control over 600 miles. At this moment, he felt as if he were akin to a divine being of the heavens and earth. What is this commotion? Could that prodigy have broken through again? Is there no sense of fairness left? Why is there yet another breakthrough happening over there? What on earth is going on? This must be the 2nd breakthrough within 12 hours. Suddenly, Zhou Hai's consciousness detected something. He noticed that the elders from various halls were bewildered, and numerous disciples had awoken from their dreams, gazing towards the Daozong Palace. A bunch of mortals. What 2nd breakthrough? Do you dare to think my disciple can ascend from the death-defying realm to the 6th level of divine ability in just 2 days? Observing their astonishment, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. By the way, system, why is it that their breakthroughs cause such a ruckus while mine barely makes a sound? Not even the heavenly tribulation pays me any mind? Realizing something, Zhou Hai withdrew his consciousness and inquired about the system. Please, host, your cultivation is not granted by this realm. Even the spiritual essence cannot approach you. What kind of commotion do you expect? Do you think the heavenly tribulation can come near you? The system's voice replied, exasperated. That makes sense. Stealing from others leads to retribution. It is not I who usurps the heaven's creations. Why should the heavenly way strike me? Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, a smirk forming on his lips. Over the next 3 days, both Chun Bei and Qin Xiao spent their time in seclusion. Although their Tao foundations were solidified, the rapid ascension of their realms inevitably left them somewhat unstable. Therefore, during these 3 days, Chun Bei focused on consolidating his cultivation. As for Qin Xiao, despite consuming less dragon meat than Chun Bei, the overwhelming energy prevented her from fully digesting the multiple breakthroughs she had made. She continued to strive for even higher realms. Through the diligent efforts of his 2 disciples, Zhou Hai's own realm gradually stabilized. Simultaneously, he sensed not only the powerful force of the 100 refinements and the force of extinction flowing within him, but also the dual energies of life and death. Although this life and death power was still not potent enough, given time, it would be possible for him to manipulate the life and death of others, even determine the rise and fall of all things. This was the remarkable strength of the Emperor's Sutra. Initially, Zhou Hai assumed that the seclusion of his 2 disciples would extend for quite some time. However, one fateful morning, this tranquility was abruptly shattered. Chu-chun, are you joking? Allowing a foundation establishment disciple to participate in the Tao discussion. Are you trying to make a fool of us in front of the other academies? This is outrageous. I thought you were a sensible child. How could you commit such an act? Do you have any idea what the other disciples are saying about you? No. I was already against letting that child Chun Bei participate in the discussion, and now you want to force a foundation establishment disciple to take action. Do you realize this could jeopardize your junior brother Chun Bei? That day, within the grand hall of the Tao discussion palace, unable to bear the discontent of the disciples, the elders from various halls gathered together, pressing Chu Qian about the matter of allowing Qin Xiao to engage in the Tao discussion. There was no other option. The repercussions of this event were far too significant. With a plethora of innate disciples in the academy, including several at the death-defying realm, who among them was not more qualified than Qin Xiao to participate in the Tao discussion. As for the reasons presented by Chu Chun, the elders could hardly accept them. It is important to note that there are many who wish for Chun Bei's demise, and this time the discussion among the 4 houses is being held in the Qin dynasty. Sending Chun Bei to the Qin dynasty for discourse is akin to sending him to his death. Although the elders from various palaces envy Zhou Hai, they would never endanger his disciple. Alas, dear masters, could you refrain from further discussion? Let us wait for the master to return and make a decision. Then, shall we? Chu Chan wore a pained expression. He had anticipated that arranging for Qin Xiao to participate in the discourse would bring trouble. And these people showed him no leniency. Brother Chu Chun, allow me to speak fairly. This discourse not only concerns the dignity of our academy, but also relates to the rewards bestowed by the main school. We must send our strongest disciples to participate. Thus, having that newly arrived junior sister join the discourse is not out of the question. Perhaps we should hold a competition among the various palaces. If she can rank in the top 10, I believe the brothers would willingly grant her this opportunity. At that moment, Zhang Qianquan from the crowd spoke up. His words instantly garnered the approval of many disciples. Indeed, Brother Chu Chun, if she can make it to the top 10, we shall support her. Brother Chu Chun, I concur with Zhang's suggestion. Let us hold a competition among the palaces. Seeing the excited disciples, a glimmer of malice flickered in Zhang Qianquan's eyes. Zhou Hai had already taken in Chun Bei, which had left him feeling overshadowed. Now, with another disciple taking away his opportunity to participate in the discourse, it was simply outrageous. He could not deal with Chun Bei, but surely he could handle a mere disciple at the foundation establishment stage. Once this competition commenced, he would demonstrate to all what it truly meant to be a prodigy. Moreover, he aimed to convey that Zhou Hai's fortune in acquiring a Chun Bei did not signify that all his disciples were exceptional. This, Chu Chun felt utterly conflicted. He realized that refusing this matter today would be difficult to justify. Very well, I agree to let the younger brothers and sisters compete. With a heavy sigh, Chu Chun reluctantly acquiesced. But at that moment, a wave of formidable auras surged towards the Wendiagong. Everyone quickly turned to see over 100 figures appearing from the horizon. Among them, the lowest cultivation level was already at the fatal realm, with no fewer than 20 at the divine ability realm and 3 at the comprehension realm. What is happening? What do these individuals want? Furrowing their brows, the elders led the charge into the sky to confront the unexpected guests. The Academy has received an imperial decree from His Majesty, stating that the Academy is harboring a wanted criminal from the Qian dynasty, who is suspected of murdering a prince of the Qian dynasty. An investigation is to be conducted, and no interference is permitted. As the members of the Academy ascended, they saw among the group a young man clad in a dragon robe issuing cold orders. With his command, the individuals behind him were ready to fly off and conduct searches in the various palaces. Impudence! Who dares to act recklessly within my academy? With a resounding shout, elderly Chongqing stepped forth from the crowd, stating coldly, I wondered who it was, and it turns out to be His Highness the 7th Prince. Even if your father were to come today, he would not dare to act arbitrarily within my academy. Are you attempting to breach our agreement with such grandiosity? As he spoke, the elders and disciples of the academy glared angrily at these intruders. From the very inception of the academy, there had been an agreement with the great Zhou, stipulating that within a radius of 10,000 miles around Dinghai City, it was the academy's territory, and the court had no authority to interfere. Now, the court not only sought to intervene, but also insisted on searching 300 miles of the academy's grounds. This was utterly outrageous. Seize them. However, in response to Li Chongqing's inquiry, Ji Kuei had no intention of replying. With a single command, a powerful figure at the comprehension realm stepped forward. In an instant, the laws of the Tao surged forth, instantly freezing the space around Li Chongqing, rendering him immobile. Outrageous! Li Chongqing roared in fury, his righteous energy erupting as talismans burst forth from him, attempting to break free from the constraints of the Tao. Yet, the comprehension realm expert moved like the wind, swiftly closing the distance and raising a hand as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking. Li Chongqing, merely at the peak of the divine ability realm, found his righteous force and surrounding talismans obliterated under this overwhelming might. With a cough of blood, he felt as if all the bones in his body were shattered as he was propelled backward. Yet even at this moment, the comprehension realm expert showed no signs of relenting. Taking several swift steps, he appeared before Li Chongqing, reaching out to seize his neck. No! Seeing the scene, the disciples of the academy erupted in fury. These individuals' brazen actions were not only directed at Li Chongqing, but were an affront to everyone in the academy. As it appeared that Li Chongqing was about to fall into enemy hands, a piercing sound of a sword echoed through the air. The Sword Palace elder transformed into a beam of sword light, instantly positioning himself between Li Chongqing and the comprehension realm expert. Clang! The clash of sword and palm emitted a clear and resonant sound. You dare to come to my academy and act tyrannically? How audacious! Chun Chuang, in a rage, separated Li Chongqing from the comprehension realm expert with a single sword strike. Following this, an endless surge of sword energy rushed forth, targeting the comprehension realm expert. The comprehension realm cultivator was taken aback. He had not anticipated that apart from Murong Xiao, there was yet another figure at the comprehension realm within the academy. As the sword energy surged forth, the area within several hundred meters became enveloped by Chun Chuang's Tao. The sword energy flowed like a mighty river, exuding an imposing presence. Unfortunately, you have only just broken through to the first level of the comprehension realm. Should you advance 2 or 3 levels further, I would surely retreat. But at present, you are insufficient. The comprehension realm expert, at the 5th level, displayed disdain in his eyes as he faced Chun Chuang's sword energy assault. The next moment, his own Tao erupted, unleashing a torrent of power that obliterated Chun Chuang's sword energy inch by inch. Ugh! Chun Chuang grunted softly, feeling as if even his true essence could scarcely circulate under the overwhelming force of his opponent. Yet he did not falter. The sword path is one of offense. It presses forward without hesitation. Though the Tao was shattered, Chen Chuang strained to mobilize his true essence, allowing the sword in his hand to radiate brilliance as he surged toward the comprehension realm expert. Desperate resistance, are we? The comprehension realm expert sneered, producing a pair of large hammers that swiftly deflected all of Chen Chuang's attacks. Seeing this, Chen Chuang executed a graceful maneuver, wielding his sword in a flurry of strikes. Countless sword energies erupted once more, enveloping the comprehension realm expert entirely. Yet before those iron hammers, no amount of sword energy proved effective. Even Chen Chuang's Tao weapons were effortlessly repelled. As the two clashed, they exchanged blows for several hundred rounds. The expert seemed to relish in taunting Chen Chuang, refraining from any offensive moves, allowing Chen Chuang to witness the futility of his own attacks. He reveled in the sight of Chen Chuang's grim expressions. He delighted in the sensation of shattering another's resolve. ISNT, the sword path, one of relentless advance, impervious to all. Yet now, it resembled a child's play, enough to crush anyone's spirit for the sword. Meanwhile, while Chen Chuang battled the comprehension realm expert several dozen miles away in the Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai's gaze was also fixed on the unfolding scene. The academy spanned a vast area, with the various palaces located several dozen miles apart. However, the commotion here was so significant that even Zhou Hai, usually a recluse, was stirred. Hiding a wanted criminal from the Qin dynasty? If they are targeting my disciple, they dare to flaunt their authority, truly seeking their own demise. Zhou Hai's eyes glinted coldly, observing these individuals taunting Chen Chuang. He prepared to take matters into his own hands. Yet at that moment, the door swung open, and Chun Bei emerged, clad in a blood-red robe, his tall and imposing figure emanating an invisible aura of dominance. Master, please refrain from intervening. Allow your disciple to handle this. Noticing Zhou Hai's intention to act, Chun Bei spoke earnestly. He had sensed the disturbances and was prepared for this day. Disciple, focus on your cultivation. In this realm of teaching, it is not the time for these insignificant individuals to act recklessly. Zhou Hai gazed at Chun Bei with a tinge of reluctance. Although he was well aware that Chun Bei had his own path to traverse, he felt a pang of compassion at the thought of letting him face danger alone. Today might mark the end of Chun Bei's refuge under his protection. Master, you are unrivaled in the universe. If you truly wish to shield someone, who would dare to make a move across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the myriad realms? Yet, Master, each individual must walk their own road. The Tao is not merely about cultivation. It is the path chosen by each person. A disciple must tread their own journey without needing their master to lay the groundwork. Otherwise, how can a disciple pursue the great Tao? Thank you for your care these days, Master. I shall forever remember your great kindness. With that, Chun Bei shook his head, approached Zhou Hai, knelt before him, and bowed 3 times. Rest assured, Master, I shall not come to harm. Just watch as I sweep through an era and bring glory to you. Rising, Chun Bei let out a youthful, carefree laugh. In that moment, he was no longer the tyrant who had bloodied 1,000 miles, nor the peerless prodigy among his contemporaries. He was merely a child relishing the grace of his master. Go forth, sweep the world, and fear not. My disciple, you may traverse this realm as you wish, should trouble arise. I shall shield you. Zhou Hai's eyes glistened with moisture. Though he had always regarded this lad as a mere worker, he could not help but feel a bond. Now, witnessing his radiant youthful smile, Zhou Hai recalled that he too was once a young man filled with fervor. Why should he live beneath others? His disciples spoke the truth. Each individual has their own path, and it was time for him to venture forth. His own path should be to quietly safeguard the growth of these disciples, to be their most steadfast support. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave. Chun Bei cast a deep glance at Zhou Hai, and in that fleeting moment, Zhou Hai noticed a moisture at the corner of Chun Bei's eye. Go on. I have prepared your belongings. Zhou Hai shook his head with a smile, a mixture of reluctance and forced cheerfulness. At that moment, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had taken on the responsibilities of teacher. Faced with his departing disciple, he felt akin to a restless parent, Eager to ensure that all provisions were meticulously arranged for the child about to leave home, he began to sort through his belongings, gathering both useful and useless items to prepare for Chunbei. Master, are these individuals here to harm my senior brother? At that moment, the voice of Qin Xiao rang out. Unbeknownst to them, she had exited her seclusion and was now watching with a worried expression. None of your concern. Focus on your cultivation and do not be distracted, Zhou Hai admonished, raising his gaze. But master, will my senior brother be in danger? Qin Xiao queried anxiously. With me here, what danger could arise? Just cultivate. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow. Some matters were beyond the current capabilities of Qin Xiao. Indeed, with master present, no one can harm my senior brother. Then I shall continue my cultivation, Qin Xiao concluded, returning to her seclusion. Meanwhile, high above the Tao-worshipping palace, the seventh prince, Ji Kuei, grew impatient as he observed the struggle below. Do not waste time. Eliminate anyone who obstructs. Kill him, with a sharp command. The powerful figure of the Enlightenment realm ceased to speak, wielding a colossal hammer that summoned a tempest of Tao principles, unleashing a cataclysmic force upon the battlefield. Boom! The hammer collided with Chun Chuang's sword, instantly shattering the Tao principles that enveloped it, and the blade itself could not withstand the overwhelming force, breaking apart on the spot. In that moment, the Enlightenment Realm Master struck again. Chun Chuang, unable to react in time, was struck heavily in the chest. Even as he gathered all his Tao principles and spiritual energy to defend, he could not withstand this blow. His Tao principles shattered, his chest caved in, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth as he was sent hurtling backward. If the prince wishes for your demise by the third watch, do not expect to see the fifth. The Enlightenment Realm Master sneered coldly, closing in for the kill. Yet just then the sky darkened, as if a celestial beast had swallowed the sun, an overwhelming force blanketing the heavens and earth. A titanic palm descended, looming ominously toward the Enlightenment Realm Master. Who dares? The onlookers gasped, startled by the absence of any discernible Tao principles, merely sensing ordinary divine power. However, as the palm descended, it bore a weight that felt as if the very heavens were collapsing. The Enlightenment Realm Master felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that if this palm were to strike, even he would meet his end. Seeking death, he bellowed, his aura surging as he brandished his Tao weapon. The colossal hammer, unleashing a torrent of Tao principles. A massive hammer, forged from Tao principles and spiritual energy, materialized, soaring toward the descending palm. Boom! As the palm and hammer collided, the world trembled, unleashing a shockwave that sent many disciples of the academies flying, some vomiting blood from the force. Everyone was left in stunned silence. In an explosion of sound, the seemingly ordinary divine power clashed with the Tao-laden hammer, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, before anyone could comprehend the magnitude of what had transpired, an even more astonishing event unfolded. A figure surged through the chaos, appearing before the Enlightenment Realm Master and delivering a devastating punch. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of Tao principles erupted forth. The Enlightenment Realm Master was taken aback, unable to react in time, as his chest was struck with immense force. Boom! Under the ferocity of the punch, the Master's chest crumpled, ribs snapping one after another. Countless Tao principles surged into his body, the power of slaughter enveloping him. Boom! In a heartbeat, the Enlightenment Realm Master was torn apart, blood erupting from numerous wounds. You! He gasped, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at the young man clad in red robes before him. Though clearly of the divine ability realm, this youth exuded power that rivaled his own. Moreover, with that single punch, not only did Tao principles explode forth, but a multitude of them at that. Caught off guard, the master felt as though he had lost half his life. Amidst his astonishment, Chun Bei remained impassive, raising his hand to deliver another strike aimed at the master's crown. The Enlightenment Realm Master reacted swiftly, gathering all his strength to block. But at the moment of impact, he felt as though he were confronting a Tao weapon. An intense pain surged through him as his gathered spiritual energy shattered, bones in his hand fracturing instantly. Just then, Chun Bei unleashed another punch, targeting his abdomen. The Enlightenment Realm Master attempted to defend, but it was too late. Boom! The overwhelming force shattered his internal organs in an instant, extinguishing all vitality. Another mouthful of blood erupted from the Enlightenment Realm Master as he fixated on Chun Bei, his body plummeting lifelessly, unable to find peace in death. The entire arena erupted in astonishment as all eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. The battle concluded far too swiftly. From the moment Chun Bei struck to the end, it was less than a breath's time before a formidable Enlightenment Realm expert fell. The most shocking aspect was that this individual was merely of the divine ability realm. How had he managed to slay an Enlightenment Master as if they were mere livestock? Chun Bei is Chun Bei's junior brother. How incredibly powerful. Is this truly the Chun Bei's junior brother? Look quickly. When did brother Chun Bei break through to the 6th level of the divine passage realm? Suddenly, cheers erupted from the academy. Everyone could clearly see Chun Bei's astonished expression. Only Zheng Qianquan's face darkened instantaneously. Upon seeing Chun Bei's entrance, his eyelids twitched violently, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. This individual was far too formidable, evidently a peer, and even younger than him. Yet he elicited a sense of intimidation that made him unable to look directly at him. In Chun Bei's presence, he felt as diminutive as a firefly beneath the blazing sun. The academy maintained its dignity. Provocateurs would meet their demise. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chun Bei stood in the void, turning his back to the academy members and gazing directly at the court officials. Good. The academy disciples erupted in excitement, many already with tears brimming in their eyes. They had never imagined that such a grand institution would one day suffer such disgrace, allowing their adversaries to come knocking on their door. 2 elders have been grievously injured, unable to muster any resistance. Chun Bei's intervention was indeed uplifting. Brother Chun, are you all right? Junior Brother Chun, Junior Brother Li. At this moment, elders from various halls gathered around Chun Chuang and Li Chongqing, their expressions grim as they looked at the two, barely clinging to life. This is a revitalizing pill. Administer it to the 2 esteemed uncles. Chun Bei turned and tossed 2 pills into the air. The elder from the pill hall hastily caught them, his countenance shifting upon seeing the 9 intricate patterns on the revitalizing pills infused with abundant life force. This is a celestial grade pill? Elder Dan Chinzi exclaimed in astonishment. What? A celestial grade pill? It truly is a celestial grade pill. The elders from the martial arts hall and the formation hall were equally astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. Celestial grade pills. Such treasures were coveted yet unattainable even by the Sacred Land's main academy. How could they, with their humble status, be fortunate enough to possess 2? Are we truly to use them? Elder Dan Chinzi cast an uncertain glance at Chun Bei. The preciousness of these pills rendered them hesitant to act. 2 esteemed uncles were harmed because of me. How can I delay? Chun Bei frowned, disapproving of the elder's indecisiveness. Would it not be better to be generous like master? Why hold on to such treasures only to wait for others to seize them? What you say is reasonable. Your 2 esteemed uncles owe you a life. Elder Wu Yang from the martial arts hall readily agreed and snatched the 2 pills, preparing to administer them to Li Chongqing and Qin Chuan. Kill them. Seize the pills. At that moment, a loud command rang out. Ji Kuei, a royal prince, had never encountered a celestial grade pill. How could he allow 2 insignificant lives to squander such treasures? With his order, the last 2 powerful figures from the Enlightenment realm vanished from their spot, reappearing before the assembled elders. Seeking death, Chun Bei, filled with rage, rushed forward to obstruct them. Kill him. Ji Kuei issued another command, and numerous life-threatening and divine passage realm experts charged towards Chun Bei. Yet, Chun Bei paid them no heed, as he observed the 2 Enlightenment realm figures, whose formidable Tao principles solidified the surrounding space. Preparing to seize the pills, he swiftly closed the distance, launching a devastating punch. The explosive force of his Tao principles shattered the barriers created by the 2. Seeking death, the 2 Enlightenment realm cultivators had already gathered their strength for a strike, one palm aiming at Chun Bei's chest. However, Chun Bei offered no resistance. The moment he shattered their Tao barrier, he pushed with both hands, directly inserting the pills into Chun Chuang and Li Chongqing's mouths, which instantly transformed into 2 azure beams of light merging into their bodies. Simultaneously, The attack from the two Enlightenment Realm experts collided with his chest. Bang! The sound of impact reverberated, as if their strikes had struck a formidable weapon. Chunbei spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. However, this was the extent of his injury. Although shaken, he was not gravely harmed. After cultivating the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture, his physique had become exceedingly robust. If he faced cultivators of the same realm standing still, they would not possess the capability to inflict harm upon him. The two were evidently stronger than the previous Enlightenment Realm expert and were equally incapable of wounding him. As the two pills were consumed, all action ceased. Though the two Enlightenment Realm cultivators had repelled Chunbei, their expressions darkened, akin to having bitten into something distasteful. They could only watch as others consumed the celestial grade pills while failing to kill even a single Divine Passage Realm cultivator, which was utterly absurd. Behind them, those who had charged in to kill, including life-threatening and innate experts, wore even graver expressions. They had not even qualified to obstruct Chunbei, which was an immense humiliation. Chunbei, how dare you behave so arrogantly within the borders of my great Zhou? Ji Kuei roared in fury, watching helplessly as the two precious pills were consumed, feeling as if his heart were being torn apart. Those should have been his possessions. Ji Kuei, as a fellow prince, I was conferred a title at 10, defeated all peers at 13, and at 16, I dare to sweep away all contemporaneous prodigies, earning the title of Overlord. At 26, you have achieved nothing. What right do you have to converse with me? Chunbei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a disdainful glance at Ji Kuei, utterly disregarding him. You. Ji Kuei's expression shifted, feeling a humiliation unlike any he had ever experienced. He was unwilling to accept it, yet he had to admit that he was indeed unworthy of being compared to Chunbei. The academy is a place of tranquility for my master. I wish for it not to be disrupted by anyone. I grant you 3 breaths of time to leave with your people, or I shall not hesitate to ensure you remain here forever. Chunbei spoke again, his demeanor resembling that of a sovereign, looking down upon all. Chunbei, at present, you are merely a stray dog. What qualifications do you possess to boast before me? Ji Kuei had never endured such humiliation, wishing to tear Chunbei to shreds. You may attempt it. Chunbei's tone was icy, entirely dismissive of engaging in a quarrel with him. Kill him for me. Ji Kuei's eyes reddened as he roared in wrath. In response, the many powerful figures he had brought forth wasted no breath and charged toward Chunbei simultaneously. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. Under the influence of the powerful figures' auras, various phenomena stirred the sky. The atmosphere darkened as if 7 stars were shrouding the moon. The blood surged skyward, resembling a great mountain collapsing upon the universe. These were the Tao principles of the two Enlightenment Realm experts. 7 stars shroud the moon, and mountain moves the universe. In an instant, the 7 stars enveloped Chunbei entirely, the murderous intent permeating as if intending to tear him apart. Simultaneously, massive mountains descended, bearing immeasurable force, aiming to crush Chunbei completely. The myriad divine abilities of the other Divine Passage Realm cultivators also loomed over Chunbei, carrying attributes of wind, rain, thunder, electricity, earth, fire, metal, and wood, creating a tempest of blades and flames around him. Chunbei's figure was instantaneously submerged beneath countless phenomena. No! Behind Chunbei, the Academy disciples, who had been invigorated just a moment ago, could not help but turn pale at the sight. Who could withstand such an overwhelming onslaught? Not even a peak Enlightenment Realm expert would survive, let alone Chunbei, who was merely at the Divine Passage Realm. Enough of this bullying. A furious roar erupted from the crowd of the Academy. Wu Yang could no longer contain himself. In an instant, a talisman was forced out of his body. Boom! The blood surged into the sky, shattering the talisman. In that moment, his aura soared, rising from the 7th level of the Divine Passage Realm to the 4th level of the Enlightenment Realm. You insignificant rascals, begone! With a roar, Wu Yang raised his hand toward the heavens as powerful warrior blood coalesced behind him, forming a towering martial phantom that reached several dozen feet in height. As he struck down with a palm, the martial shadow behind him followed suit. and the immense imprint seemed poised to shatter the very cosmos as it descended upon the mountain that suppressed Qinbei. The clash had only just begun, yet the violent shockwaves were already wreaking havoc across the heavens and the earth. Even though the battlefield was suspended in the sky, the architectural marvels of the academy struggled to withstand the onslaught, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Master, will Chunbei be all right? Within the Daozong Palace, Qin Xiao, who had just entered a state of seclusion, was jolted awake by the spectacle, her eyes filled with concern. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to intervene. He expanded his consciousness, and an invisible force immediately stabilized the academy's structures over a span of 300 miles. Regardless of how fierce the residual waves of battle were, they could not shake the foundations of the academy in the slightest. Noticing Zhou Hai's silence, Qin Xiao could only watch anxiously as the battle unfolded in the sky. The distance was too great. Even with her cultivation, she could only perceive the myriad phenomena and could not catch sight of Qinbei. Gazing at the extraordinary manifestations triggered by Wu Yang's attack, she fervently hoped that the martial shadow could extinguish all the powers of the divine phenomena and rescue Qinbei. Wu Yang did not disappoint her. That colossal shadow struck down, causing the mountain manifestation above Qinbei's head to tremble violently, forcibly displacing it over 100 feet. However, that was the extent of its might. After dispelling that mountain manifestation, the power of the martial shadow was utterly drained. Seeking death. Beneath the multitude of phenomena and divine abilities, the mountain manifestation bore down with unimaginable gravity upon Qinbei, rendering him immobile and awaiting the inevitable fatal strike from others. Unexpectedly, another Dao Comprehension Realm expert surged forth from the academy, even stronger than the previous Qin Chuan. The mountain-moving expert's expression was frigid as he raised a 1,000-foot mountain with one hand and hurled it at Wu Yang. Wu Yang, unwilling to back down, wielded his martial shadow's colossal fist, colliding with the mountain in an instant. Boom! The violent shock waves radiated outward, shattering the space within 10 miles. Yet the mountains, buildings, and even the tiniest flora below remained untouched. At that moment, however, no one paid heed to these details. Under the gaze of all, amid the cacophony of explosions, Wu Yang's figure was directly struck away by the weight of the mountain. The martial shadow behind him also staggered, on the verge of collapse. Before Wu Yang could regain his footing, the mountain-moving expert roared again, raising the mountain to pursue him. Wu Yang was merely at the 4th level of the Dao Comprehension Realm, while the mountain-moving expert was a tangible 8th level. Under the crushing weight of their respective realms, Wu Yang stood no chance. As the mountain manifestation descended, Wu Yang raised both hands in defense, while the martial shadow behind him hastily mirrored the action, colliding with the mountain. Boom! Another deafening roar erupted, and under the ferocious force, the towering martial shadow was struck down as if hit by lightning, disintegrating on the spot. Wu Yang, suffering a backlash, felt his organs rupture, spewing blood as he was sent flying over 100 feet, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Master! Elder Wu, the disciples of the academy glared with bloodshot eyes, each releasing heart-wrenching howls of rage. We will fight to the end. As the mountain threatened to descend again, poised to obliterate Wu Yang, Elder Dan Shinzi of the Dan Palace and Elder Su Jinyang of the Array Palace also roared, positioning themselves before the mountain. In an instant, Elder Dan summoned a massive cauldron, launching it at the mountain. Elder Su waved his hands, conjuring countless array symbols that transformed into a gigantic array plate, straining to support the weight of the Million June Mountain. Overestimating yourselves, the mountain-moving expert snorted coldly, applying pressure with a single hand, increasing the mountain's gravity tenfold to 10 million June. In a heartbeat, the massive cauldron plummeted, and the array plate showed signs of collapse. Being forcibly pressed down, push it back up. Elder Dan Shinzi and Elder Su Jinyang shouted, their faces flushed as they endeavored to elevate the mountain once more. Is this all the strength you possess? The mountain-moving expert sneered again, exerting further pressure. In an instant, the mountain's gravity surged another tenfold. The force of 100 million June bore down, causing both elders to spew blood, their bodies riddled with countless wounds as blood poured forth. Brothers and sisters, if we do not act now, when will we? Chu Chun, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes redden. With a furious roar, he formed a seal and was the first to charge forward. At this moment, Su Jinyan's array plate had already begun to crack, leaving only Elder Dan's medicinal cauldron struggling to hold firm. Chu Chen's seal infused the cauldron with deadly energy, but against the overwhelming force of the mountain. It felt as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Brothers and sisters attack. A young girl, her eyes aflame with fury, also charged forward. This was by Shu Shu, the direct disciple of Li Chongqing, the Academy's foremost talisman genius. Countless talismans erupted from her, crashing into the mountain manifestation and emitting a series of explosive sounds. Simultaneously, she drew talismans with her hands, inscribing the very essence of heaven and earth, channeling all her power into her life talisman and sending it into the cauldron to support the mountain. Kill! The other disciples, witnessing this, rushed forward, unleashing their powers into the cauldron, collectively propping up the impending collapse of the mountain. Only one person watched in fright, hesitating several times to join the fray, but ultimately retreating. You are courting death. Zhang Qianquan gazed at the scene, his face pale with an urge to flee. Ants shaking a tree, overestimating yourselves. Observing the multitude of Academy disciples joining the fray and bracing against his divine powers, the mountain-moving expert's gaze turned icy. Suppress. With a thunderous roar, he flicked a drop of his essence blood onto the mountain manifestation. In an instant, the mountain's gravity surged once more. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless pressure, all present coughed up blood. Even with the combined strength of the entire Academy, they were powerless before the mountain-moving expert, akin to a swarm of ants facing a colossal peak descending from the heavens. What awaited them was only merciless annihilation. Master, within the Daozong Palace, Qin Xiao clutched Zhou Hai's arm tightly in anxiety. Damn it, so many are risking their lives for my disciple, and here I am, merely watching. Zhou Hai's eyes were already ablaze with murderous intent, and he could no longer restrain himself. Get lost. Yet at that moment, a furious roar pierced the heavens. In the midst of the battlefield, a tempestuous force swept across the realm. Countless divine laws surged skyward. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Over 100 individuals coughed up blood, and amidst the cries of agony, many Death Realm cultivators exploded on the spot. Numerous Divine Realm cultivators were riddled with wounds, hurtling back 100 feet, barely clinging to life upon landing. Even another Dao Comprehension Realm expert experienced a cataclysmic collapse, spitting blood in shock. Yet, what was even more astonishing lay ahead. Countless divine laws coalesced, enveloping the skies in a torrent of spiritual essence, transforming into a 10-foot battle attire that descended. Bloodied and battered, Chun Bei surged forth, flinging away all who stood in his way, his form radiating with brilliance as he transformed into a 10-foot giant clad in battle armor. Indeed, it was a giant, not merely a martial shadow. As the mountain threatened to crush all within the Academy to dust, Chun Bei stepped forward, dashing beneath the mountain, lifting his hands high to meet its descent. In that instant, the pressure on the Academy's disciples eased, and they could no longer resist, collapsing to the ground. So powerful. Before this Dao Comprehension Realm expert, they felt like mere ants, utterly powerless to even defend themselves. A wave of despondency washed over them. Yet upon witnessing the giant Chun Bei, they could not help but be filled with awe. He had single-handedly borne the weight of the 100 million June Mountain. What astounding might was this? How could it manifest within a divine realm cultivator? In the distance, Ji Kuei, watching the battle, couldn't help but be taken aback. As a prince of the Holy Dynasty himself, he found it hard to believe that Chun Bei could possess such formidable strength, crossing borders to engage in combat, sweeping away all in his path. Was this not the prowess that even the revered ancestors of the saints exhibited in their youth? Observing Chen Bai, he felt a tumult within, his confidence severely shaken. In comparison to Chun Bei, he felt utterly insignificant. The mountain-moving expert's pupils constricted, equally overwhelmed by the shock. At that moment, he perceived as if a colossal pillar stood beneath the mountain, capable of bearing the weight of the heavens, let alone that of a mere mountain. This sensation sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to eradicate Chun Bei at all costs. He bit his tongue, unleashing a mouthful of vital blood upon the mountain, causing its gravitational force to surge exponentially. It was evident that he was exerting every ounce of effort, willing to sacrifice his life essence to subdue Chunbei. With the universe as the furnace and the stars as the materials, he proclaimed, "I shall forge myriad paths to transform the heavens." Chunbei's expression remained cold as he ascended, carrying the weight of countless mountains. A phantom of a furnace manifested upon his colossal form. Instantly, the mountain ignited in raging flames, the laws that enveloped it disintegrating inch by inch. The mountain-moving expert's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed the collapse of his mountain's manifestation before Chunbei, utterly powerless. "Why are we still waiting? Attack together, kill him!" he roared in terror. Meanwhile, the injured Tao comprehension expert, having just been struck by Chunbei, rushed forward, intent on joining forces to battle him anew. The heavens are desolate, extinguishing the universe. But as Chunbei unleashed a palm strike, it appeared as though the stars and moons were crumbling within it. A layer of gray-black, obliterating force coalesced in his hand, crashing down upon the two adversaries. They were taken aback, summoning all their strength to resist, yet felt as if confronting an unparalleled weapon that shattered their forms in an instant. Simultaneously, the force of obliteration ripped through everything. What divine power is this? Save me! The two Tao comprehension experts howled in despair, struggling in vain to escape. Alas, their resistance proved futile. All around, onlookers were left in disbelief, none able to rescue them. Even Ji Kuei trembled uncontrollably, as if facing a specter. How could this be? How could Chunbei, alone, annihilate so many powerful beings? Was he even human? In this younger generation, was there anyone capable of standing against him? Under the gaze of all, the two Tao comprehension experts were utterly erased, leaving not a trace of flesh behind. Not even their souls could escape. Simultaneously, Chunbei coughed up a mouthful of blood, his giant form rapidly shrinking. In the final moments, he managed to don a garment, collapsing onto the ground, barely clinging to life. This was the last dignity of sovereign, not to be provoked, nor to be gazed upon by any. Yet this was all he could achieve. Under the relentless assault of numerous powerful foes, he had exhausted all his spiritual energy and vitality. For an ordinary person, such depletion would result in immediate death. Yet, he persevered through sheer indomitable will, a true miracle. Senior brother, Qin Xiao's heart tightened, and she could no longer restrain herself from rushing towards the Tao Inquiry Palace. "Give him these 10 recovery pills." Zhou Hai sighed, feeling a mix of sorrow and joy within. He tossed the 10 pills to Qin Xiao for Chunbei. She caught them and hastened forward. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, aware that every powerful being must walk their own path, a journey unique to each individual. Even as a master, he could not intervene excessively, otherwise, he would disrupt his disciples' cultivation, which would be detrimental. Yet now, Chunbei faced such formidable adversaries before even stepping out of the mountain gate. What dangers would he face in the future? Indomitable battle spirit. Must one truly live to fight, battling for a lifetime? Ji Kuei, on the other hand, was filled with elation as he looked upon the completely incapacitated Chunbei. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned a spear of divine weaponry, intent on directly slaying Chunbei. At that moment, the entire academy was severely injured and incapable of resistance. It was the perfect time for him to eliminate Chunbei. "You dare!" At that moment, under the potent effects of the recovery pills, Chun Shuang and Li Chongqing's injuries were rapidly healing. They sensed a breakthrough in their cultivation but paid no heed, glaring angrily as they prepared to intervene. Just then, a vexed voice echoed, "Is this never-ending? Attempting to end my disciple's life before my very eyes. Do you truly think I am invisible?" As the voice fell, all eyes widened in shock as the spear froze midair. Simultaneously, Ji Kuei felt his body stiffen, the space around him seemingly solidified, rendering him immobile. Even breathing became a luxury. What is happening? Who? Ji Kuei was filled with terror, immediately recognizing that while Tao comprehension experts could seal off a small segment of space to affect movement, this was true spatial stasis, an absolute mastery of space. An ability even a Harmony Realm expert could not achieve. Could it be that a powerful figure of the Tao Palace realm lay hidden within the academy? Impossible. Weren't those of the Tao Palace realm typically cultivating at the main institute? How could they be here? Countless thoughts flashed through Ji Kuei's mind. Realizing that such a powerful being lurked within the academy, he dared not bring anyone to flaunt his might. How foolish he had been to think today was the perfect opportunity for revenge. Foolish creature, you dare come to my academy and flaunt your power. Since you have come, let it be your eternal resting place. I shall see who from the Zhou dynasty dares to rescue you. Zhou Hai's cold voice resounded as a rock formation flew out from the courtyard, instantly suppressing Ji Kuei in the plaza before the Dao Inquiry Palace. Only then did the spear that had been suspended in midair drop, embedding itself beside the rock formation. No, let me go. I'm a prince of the great Zhou. Does your academy wish to declare war against us? Ji Kuei, released from the spatial stasis, struggled to free himself from the rock formation. However, the formation, transformed from a sacred artifact, though appearing small, contained a power 1,000,000,000 times stronger than that of the mountain-moving expert's manifestation. Had it not restrained most of its energy, Ji Kuei would have been crushed to ashes in an instant. How could he hope to escape? Silence. Seal. Zhou Hai snorted coldly, unleashing another wave of sealing force from the rock formation, instantly suppressing Ji Kuei to the point where he could barely breathe. In moments, he felt utterly drained, collapsing beneath the rock formation. All present stared in astonishment, completely dumbfounded. They recalled that everyone had just engaged in battle, and the Dao Palace's lazy senior uncle had vanished without a trace. Accustomed to his lethargy, no one had thought of him during the chaos. It was only with this sudden intervention that they recognized his terrifying power. Spatial stasis? Could this lazy senior uncle's cultivation have reached the Dao Palace realm, or even higher? How could this be? He was only 20 years old. Simultaneously, the crowd was at a loss for words. Truly, the lazy senior uncle was remarkable. Even as his own disciple was being battered, he remained silent, merely watching the spectacle. Some even suspected he had been asleep, only now realizing the situation. Li Chenbai, lying on the ground, felt deeply moved. He understood that his master had been watching over him the entire time. He was grateful that his master had not intervened directly, yet had cared for him all the while. This battle had been exhilarating, and through it, his previously unstable realm would be solidified. Simultaneously, he gained new insights into combat, as well as fresh understandings of the Emperor's scriptures of refinement and the Emperor's scriptures of annihilation. His life was destined to be filled with battles. He did not wish to spend his entire existence sheltered behind his master's protection. Only through relentless combat could his indomitable willpower grow stronger, until he became invincible in the world. Senior brother, are you all right? This is a recovery pill sent by Master for you. Take it. At that moment, Qin Xiao flew in, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. What a stunning girl, dressed in male attire. She could not hide her ethereal and aloof demeanor. Could this be the new junior sister taken in by the master, who was once a mere fish? Under the gaze of all, Qin Xiao helped Shun Bei up and swiftly placed a recovery pill in his mouth. The pill melted upon contact, instantly transforming into a surge of vital energy that flooded into Chun Bei's body like a spark. In an instant, without needing to recuperate, the surrounding spiritual energy surged like a tide, enveloping Chun Bei completely. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death, yet his complexion immediately turned rosy, his spirit and vitality restored, his combat prowess soaring. Goodness, the recovery pill is indeed a recovery pill. Everyone was dumbfounded, a sense of numbness washing over them. Just how many treasures did this master and his disciples possess? 2 heavenly grade pills given away so casually, and this recovery pill treated as if it were common fare. How extravagant! It was well known that while the recovery pill may not be as precious as heavenly grade pills, it was still a premium resource. Even a powerful figure in the Dao Palace would treasure a single one for life and death situations. Who would dare consume it so recklessly? Among the crowd, the most astonished was Chu Chun. What had he just witnessed? The junior sister, who had only recently reached the 1st level of foundation establishment, had inexplicably advanced to the 7th level. How could this be possible after just a few days? Even if one were to progress a level a day, it would not be this swift. Moreover, even the most gifted prodigy could not hope to advance a level within a month after establishing their foundation. How had she accomplished this? Suddenly, Chuchen recalled what Zhou Hai had said that day. So what if one establishes their foundation? Tomorrow they could achieve innate mastery, and the day after could be life or death. While reality was far less exaggerated than Zhou Hai's words, it was still enough to astound. At this rate of cultivation, Qinbei mused that in 3 months, it would be no problem for the junior sister to reach the realm of divine abilities. This was a level that many prodigies took nearly a century to attain. Simultaneously, Chu Chun realized that the strength and accumulation of this master, the fish, were beyond their comprehension. Master, as your junior, you cannot favor one over the other. Not to mention, I have cared for you like a father for all these years. Though I may not have washed your feet, I certainly haven't made you wash a single piece of clothing, have I? In the end, all your affection has gone to the junior brother and sister. Am I to be treated as a stepchild? Chu Chin pouted, looking up at the sky with a face full of grievance. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless, especially the other disciples, who glared at Chu Chun with indignation. How dare he claim credit without including them? Please, it wasn't he like he had ever made the fish wash his clothes either. It was always he who forced his brothers to serve the fish. This outsourcing of filial duty was quite audacious of him. Do you think I'm old? And by the way, you always sneak into my Tao palace to peek at the scriptures, and I've turned a blind eye to that, haven't I? You act as if you're the only one making sacrifices. Suddenly, Zhou Hai's voice rang out, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The other disciples were gritting their teeth in anger. So, the eldest brother's apparent devotion was merely a gray trade with the fish after all? How absurd. We've washed the clothes, helped tidy up the Tao palace, and even gone down the mountain to buy spring palace paintings and yellow books for the fish. And in the end, we've gained nothing while you roam free in the Tao palace. How outrageous. It was essential to understand that the alchemy palace had pills, the study palace had talismans, the sword palace had discussion platforms, the martial palace had battle realms, and the Tao palace had various cultivation archives. To acquire these resources, one had to contribute points. Yet someone had sneakily taken advantage of the back door. How scandalous. Master, please don't say such things. They're unfounded. Chu Chen exclaimed in urgency. How could such matters be spoken of? Master, don't look at me. And all of you junior brothers and sisters, this is all unfounded. He is slandering me. Just think about it. If I were truly doing such things, would he dare to speak of it openly? He's involved as well. Sensing the unkind gazes around him, Chu Chun cried out in desperation. What of being involved? You want to punish me? You'd first have to defeat me. Clearly, they were not capable of that yet. But as for beating him, he felt confident that should be a possibility. Zhou Hai's voice echoed, nearly causing Chu Chun to leap in frustration. Shameless. How could this fish engage in such behavior? Others were equally speechless. Yet even the elders from various palaces had no choice but to agree with this sentiment. They sought to squeeze the soft fruit, and since they couldn't handle Zhou Hai, they would take it out on this heir to the sect. Master, I was wrong. Please show mercy. Chu Chun was on the verge of tears, wishing he could slap himself, knowing full well that the fish was shameless. Why did he have to provoke him? Now, not only had he gained nothing, but he had also attracted trouble. On the condition that you all stand up for my disciple, I shall now grant you an opportunity. Zhou Hai huffed, waving his hand, and 2 streams of spiritual liquid and elemental essence transformed into water dragons, instantly melding into the essence of heaven and earth, propelling toward the Palace of Inquiry. In the plaza before the gates of the Palace of Inquiry, the crowd had yet to react to what Zhou Hai referred to as an opportunity when they felt the earth tremble. An endless surge of spiritual essence billowed forth like a tide, stirring the air as if a storm had arisen. What is happening? Is the fish imprisoning the spiritual essence from 100,000 miles around? Everyone stood agape, many who had been weak moments ago, suddenly inhaling deeply, feeling the essence flow into their bodies, swiftly rejuvenating their drained energies. The sensation of relief was overwhelming, prompting all to breathe in deeply, as if they wished to consume the very essence of heaven and earth. Not far off, those previously sent flying by, Chanbei, including several who had reached the life and death realm, had perished, leaving only a handful of divine ability cultivators clinging to life. Feeling the rich spiritual essence, they too greedily inhaled it. Yet at that moment, an unseen force severed their connection to the essence. To bully my disciple, and still wish to absorb my essence? You must still be dreaming, and are you all foolish? With such abundant essence, you should be cultivating instead of lying around waiting for me to feed you. Zhou Hai's voice resonated, and only then did the crowd react, quickly sitting down to meditate and recuperate. With such vast spiritual essence supporting them, everyone felt their cultivation methods flowing smoothly, some sensing the opportunity to break through, entering a state of meditation. Boom! Before long, someone unleashed the phenomenon of breakthrough. It was by Shu, the precious disciple of Li Changqing. In merely a quarter of an hour, she not only fully restored her internal spiritual energy, but also advanced from the 7th level of innate mastery to the 8th level. Boom, boom, boom. Like a chain reaction, following by Shu's breakthrough. Many disciples in attendance also followed suit, causing a tempest of energy to swirl around them, as endless spiritual essence surged toward them. Even Zheng Qianquan successfully broke through from the 8th level of innate mastery to the 9th level. Seeing this, the elders from each palace hastened to absorb the heavenly and earthly spiritual essence. Li Changqing and Chen Chuang's injuries gradually began to heal. However, the immense power of the medicine within them had yet to be fully expended. It swiftly transformed into spiritual energy, imbued with a rich vitality that not only nourished their bodies, but also accelerated their path to breakthrough. Boom! Li Changqing was the first to achieve a breakthrough. A radiant white light erupted from his being, and an aura of righteousness instantly spread outward. He endeavored to comprehend the life force within the medicinal power, utilizing the righteous energy to construct his own Tao of righteousness. The moment the Tao coalesced, the heavens and earth changed color, and thunderous roars swept across the sky. As Li Changqing's Tao radiated outward, all present felt an invigorating surge of vitality. The righteous aura inherently belonged to the power of hope, and now, when merged with the life force to form his Tao, it became teeming with energy. In that moment, he resembled a deity of longevity, as if his Tao could bestow life upon others. Everyone, continue your cultivation. I shall face the tribulation. As the thunderous tribulation approached, Li Changqing uttered a brief farewell and soared away. Shortly after his departure, Chen Chuang also experienced a breakthrough. Everyone could sense that previously, Chen Chuang's sword Tao was solely about slaughter. Yet this time, a trace of life energy accompanied his breakthrough, as if his swordsmanship had been imbued with life. Since this was not a monumental breakthrough, Chen Chuang did not summon a thunderstorm like Li Changqing. Sensing his successful breakthrough, he aimed to stabilize his realm. But at that moment, a thick aura of death suddenly enveloped the area. It was his chief disciple, Xiao Ting, breaking through to the 2nd level of the death-defying realm. The death-defying realm was a perilous ascent. Each breakthrough was a contest against fate itself. To withstand the encroaching death aura was to advance further and gain a century of lifespan. To falter would mean, at best, the loss of all cultivation, rendering one a mere mortal. At worst, it could lead to death and the erosion of one's very soul. Seeing his chief disciple facing the death-defying tribulation, Chen Chuang set aside his own concerns and focused intently. Yet just then, another wave of death aura pervaded the air. It was Lu Danyang, the chief disciple of Dan Chenzi, breaking through from the pinnacle of the innate stage to the 1st level of the death-defying realm. Chen Chuang could not help but frown. One disciple facing the death-defying tribulation was already a cause for concern. How could he manage two at once? However, before he could continue to fret, the atmosphere erupted with a 3rd, 4th, and even 5th wave of death aura. Murong Zhao's first disciple, Chu Chun, and second disciple, Ling Luoxue, as well as Weiyang's first disciple, Yuan Bupo, all broke through in succession. With 5 waves of death aura present, Chen Chuang felt overwhelmed. Even Weiyang and Dan Chenzi could no longer focus on their own cultivation and turn their attention to the unfolding events. Let them cultivate. It's just a death-defying tribulation. How serious can it be? Suddenly, Zhou Hai's voice rang out. Then, a rejuvenation pill flew through the air, which Zhou Hai promptly refined, showering the area with an abundance of vitality. What the? In an instant, Chen Chuang, Weiyang, Dan Chenzi, and others were left dumbfounded. The other disciples could only blink in bewilderment. to use a heavenly grade pill to assist in a death-defying tribulation. Was this a jest? Those disciples, unable to break through to the death-defying realm, could only feel envy. The rejuvenation pill was not only a miraculous healing item, but could also restore youth and extend one's lifespan by a millennium. Yet here it was, being used to aid those facing the death-defying tribulation, merely to secure an additional century of life. Who but the lazy master could accomplish such a feat? At that moment, everyone realized that the lazy master was not only the most concealed powerhouse of the academy, but also a veritable treasure trove. His resources likely surpassed those of several sacred grounds combined. Otherwise, how could he afford to be so generous? Junior brother, I am grateful, Chen Chuang said with a bitter expression, bowing toward the direction of the Tao, before continuing to consolidate his own cultivation. Dan Chenzi and Wu Yang exchanged wry smiles, recognizing that their disciples' crises had been averted, and they too bowed slightly before resuming their cultivation. Only Zheng Qianquan, who had recently broken through, found himself unable to settle into meditation. His gaze was dazed as he stared toward the Tao, recalling the scene from a few days prior when Zhou Hai accepted him as a disciple. At that moment, Murong Xiao had gone to great lengths to place him under Zhou Hai's tutelage, yet he had stubbornly resisted. Now, reflecting on it, he felt an overwhelming regret, as if he could vomit blood. While others' disciples faced their death-defying tribulations, Zhou Hai could provide them with rare heavenly grade pills for assistance. What resources would he have received as a disciple? Zheng Qianquan dared not imagine. Yet once, all of this should have been his. As he pondered more deeply, his heart ached, and without realizing it, his eyes turned red. Time passed slowly. 3 hours later, the spiritual essence in the area was finally depleted, and all reluctantly exited their meditative states. Even Li Chongqing returned successfully from the tribulation, having broken through to the enlightened realm, exuding an aura of Tao. Disciples, return. Zhou Hai's voice called out to Chun Bei and Qin Xiao. Hold on. Take this wayward disciple with you. At that moment, Chen Chuang interjected. Just then, Zheng Qianquan felt a sharp pain coursing through him. A fierce sword energy surged into his body, instantly scattering his cultivation. Master, Zheng Qianquan exclaimed in shock, looking incredulously at Chen Chuang. Do not call me master. I have no disciple like you. Chen Chuang admonished sternly. To ignore your fellow disciples in distress. What would you do when the world faces calamity? Today, you disregard your junior brother Chen Bei and go plead for forgiveness from your master Zhou Hai. Chen Chuang's voice rang out loudly, for he had noted Zheng Qianquan's actions even when he had previously chosen not to address them. Recalling past events, Chen Chuang felt a chill in his heart. Take him away. Without allowing Zheng Qianquan a chance to argue, Chen Chuang waved his hand, and a wave of energy swept him to stand before Chen Bei. Indeed, take him away. This child harbors impure thoughts, regardless of how you punish him. We shall not interfere. Chen Xiaoqing's voice echoed, coldly regarding Zheng Qianquan as he spoke to Chen Bei. No, master, uncle, you cannot treat your disciple this way. I have my reasons. Zheng Qianquan's complexion changed drastically as he hastily pleaded. Who hasn't faced difficulties on the path of cultivation? If everyone were to retreat in the face of adversity and disregard the lives of their fellow disciples, how could they strive for the greater good? Dan Chenzi spoke with disdain. Alas, this child possesses considerable talent. In the entire academy, none can match him except Chen Bei, and even his senior brother Chu Chun falls slightly short. Yet your character is flawed. If left unchecked, you may bring calamity upon the world. Go and seek forgiveness from your master Zhou Hai. Even Su Jinyang could not help but shake his head and sigh, offering counsel, seeing that not a single elder spoke on his behalf. Zheng Qianquan's expression turned as dark as a storm cloud. He could not comprehend how, once a favored disciple, he had become a pariah loathed by all in merely a few days. Each person regarded him with disdain. Even those who had previously shown him kindness now looked upon him with cold indifference, their gazes filled with palpable rejection. Enough. Is it really such a grave matter? Why must you make it so serious? The child is still young and does not understand. There is no need to be so harsh. Watching the group of shameless old men pontificating in front of the Tao Palace, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, fully aware of their ulterior motives. There's a saying, a jade must be carved to become a gem. These old fellows sought to use his hand to discipline their disciples. He was not so idle as to concern himself with such matters. Although he too found Zhou Qinkuan unsatisfactory, he realized the youth was not his disciple. If anyone should be troubled, it ought to be Chen Chuang, not him. Moreover, recalling the scene of several old men vying for disciples, he could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. The academy upheld the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Having such a wayward disciple would certainly bring Chen Chuang much trouble in the future. In contrast, the once disregarded disciple of mine has now become the envy of these old men. The more I ponder, the more pleased I feel. Zhou Hai not only dismisses the blame-shifting of these elder fellows, but also contemplates playing the benevolent role. The saying goes, brothers fight tigers together. Fathers and sons take the field. As fellow disciples, if one cannot rely on their brothers, who else can they depend upon in the future? Let this matter rest for now. Later, go back and sincerely apologize to your master. Reflect on your actions, and it shall pass. Your master holds no grudge against you. I only hope you remember this. My disciples do not require your assistance, but there will come a day when you will need everyone's help. At that moment, when all watch from the sidelines, it will be your time of despair. With a smile restrained, Zhou Hai transmitted his thoughts, feigning a serious tone of instruction. The disciples were taken aback by his words. When did the once indifferent Uncle Sure develop such grandeur? His words were akin to the wisdom of sages. Everyone was moved, except for a few elders who could not help but curse inwardly. This audacious young man shifts all the blame onto us while portraying himself as virtuous. The key was, Zhou Hai's words left them unable to retort. Master, the disciple was wrong. Only Zhou Qinkuan's eyes turned red in an instant. He never expected that amidst everyone's disdain, only Zhou Hai would speak for him. A wave of intense regret washed over him. He thought, how wonderful it would have been if he had become Zhou Hai's disciple from the start. Who would dare speak against him in the entire academy? Considering your newfound remorse, and that your Uncle Sure has stood up for you, we shall let this matter slide for now. However, you will be punished with a month of confinement in the Dao Palace. Reflect on your heart and ponder why you practice cultivation. Seeing the regret in Zhou Qinkuan's eyes, Chen Chuang assumed he had truly recognized his errors and coldly stated, Yes, master. Zhou Qinkuan heavily bowed his head to the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance. Enough. Clean up this mess. Leave one to inform the Zhou royal family, demanding an explanation for our academy. As for the others, their cultivation is wasted. Throw them out of our academy's territory. Li Chongqing's voice rang out, his gaze fixed on the severely injured cultivators of the divine realm, coldly declaring, Yes. Upon hearing this, the disciples surged forward. Soon the air was filled with piercing screams. The intruding cultivators, already gravely injured, could not muster any power. Under the onslaught of the academy's disciples, they were not only stripped of their cultivation, but also had their bones shattered. The academy was known for its benevolence, but that did not equate to leniency. There was never a notion of compassion towards enemies. As the situation settled, Chun Bei and Qin Xiao exchanged glances, preparing to return to the Dao Palace. However, at that moment, the winds and clouds shifted and a cold voice echoed. What audacity from the great Zhou Academy! Do you intend to rebel? As the words fell, a formidable pressure descended, causing the faces of all disciples to change dramatically, each spitting blood. Who? The elders' expressions darkened as they looked skyward. The formidable cultivators Wu Yang, Chen Chuang, and Li Chongqing rushed into the sky to shield the disciples from the overwhelming pressure. However, even they could not withstand much of it, with only Wu Yang at the forefront, struggling to maintain altitude. Upon seeing this, Chun Bei and Qin Xiao halted once again, their brows furrowed. Damn, are these people insane? Do they truly think our academy is easy to bully? In the courtyard behind the Dao Palace, Zhou Hai frowned slightly, his gaze locking onto a figure suspended among the clouds at an immense height. The figure was an elderly man clad in blue, suggesting he had lived for at least a millennium and possessed genuine cultivation at the 6th level of the Unity Realm, far surpassing the previous Wu Wanli. May I ask who you are, and what is your intention? Wu Yang inquired gravely before the Dao Palace, unable to pinpoint the visitor's identity with his cultivation. Thus could only shout loudly. Not far away, Ji Kuei, pinned beneath a rockery, shook his head. He felt utterly miserable, as if his body were about to burst from the pressure. Amidst the blood rushing to his head, he began to awaken to the situation. Overjoyed at the prospect of a powerful figure seeking trouble, he thought, if this person were to attack the academy, could the academy withstand it? It seemed heaven was aiding his quest for revenge. Humph, it appears your great Zhou Academy is indeed ruthless, with enemies everywhere, even forgetting whom you have offended. The cold voice continued as a green cloud descended from above. Standing atop the cloud was the elderly man in blue, stroking his long beard, exuding an aura of immortal grace. It is you, Elder Qingzhu? Wu Yang and the others instantly recognized the identity of this figure as the supreme elder of the De Qian Academy, Mr. Qingzhu. Once, he had served as a palace elder of the De Qian Academy, retreating to cultivate after breaking through to the Unity Realm. 600 years had passed, and no one anticipated he would suddenly seek trouble with the great Zhou Academy. It is indeed me. Do you know your crimes? Mr. Qingzhu stood with his hands behind his back, coldly addressing them. Elder Qingzhu, we juniors are unaware of any offenses. Please enlighten us. Wu Yang bowed, addressing the elder with utmost respect. Truly unrepentant. However, before Wu Yang could finish speaking, Mr. Qingzhu's expression darkened. In an instant, a formidable pressure engulfed the heavens and the earth. Ugh! Boom, boom, boom. Under the immense pressure, Wu Yang, Chun Chuang, and Li Changqing felt as though a mountain weighing millions of tons had descended upon them. They could no longer suppress their groans, plummeting to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. The Academy's disciples screamed in agony, unable to endure such pressure and collapsing to the ground. Some of the weaker disciples even bled from their 7 orifices, creating a horrifying scene. A mere divine realm cultivator and a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. How can you two withstand my pressure? Mr. Qingzhu relished the feeling of superiority, surveying the prostrate disciples, feeling smug until he noticed Chun Bei and Qin Xiao standing amidst the crowd, furrowing his brow. Elder Qingzhu, when did our great Zhou Academy provoke you? What do you mean by this? Chun Bei's gaze was icy as he reprimanded in a low voice. He had a premonition that this person was targeting him. A mere disciple dares to question me? Is this the upbringing of your great Zhou Academy? It seems to me your academy is becoming increasingly outrageous. Prostrate before me. Mr. Qingzhu coldly snorted, unleashing a wave of pressure toward the two. However, both Chun Bei and Qin Xiao possessed imperial artifacts, let alone Mr. Qingzhu's pressure. Even that of a sage would hold no effect on them. What is happening? Upon witnessing his pressure seemingly losing its effect, Mr. Qingzhu's brow furrowed and his anger surged. I command you to prostrate. With a furious shout, Mr. Qingzhu struck with his palm. In an instant, the earth resonated, and a massive green palm imprint surged toward Chun Bei and Qin Xiao. This was clearly an attack aimed at taking lives. Not to mention cultivators of the Foundation establishment and Divine Realm. Even ordinary Enlightenment Realm experts would be obliterated by such a strike. Good. Seeing the scene, Ji Kuei was nearly ecstatic, momentarily forgetting his own pain. This person was indeed targeting the Academy. Observing this momentum, even his father, a 5th-level Unity Realm cultivator, would be somewhat inferior. Eradicating an Academy would be a matter of mere moments. He wished to ascertain who among the concealed masters within the Academy, and this esteemed Mr. Qingtian was superior. How dare this fool, brazenly flaunting authority, presume to lord over him? At that moment, Zhou Hai's furious voice echoed through the air. In the next instant, the space itself seemed to freeze, and the colossal azure palm print erupted like fireworks. Following this, an even larger palm print enveloped the heavens, casting a shadow over a radius of 10 miles, engulfing the entire Wendaegong within its grasp. The imprint appeared a grim blackish gray, swirling with destructive power, embodying the principles of eternal annihilation as it descended upon Mr. Qingtian. Just a second ago, Mr. Qingtian, who had been exuding an air of invincibility, now exhibited a drastic change in demeanor. The looming threat of death shattered his composure. Faced with the enormous palm print, he yearned to flee, only to discover that the surrounding space had solidified, rendering him immobile despite his considerable cultivation, leaving him feeling ensnared in quicksand. Who are you? Mr. Qingtian bellowed in desperation, yet received no answer. He swiftly mobilized his energies, and a magnificent vision materialized behind him. This vision featured vast groves of green bamboo, forming a lush bamboo sea swaying in the wind. A radiant moon rose above this sea, exuding an unstoppable force as it collided with the palm print. Simultaneously, the bamboo surged, emanating an overwhelming might. However, the moment the moon and bamboo made contact with the palm print, they disintegrated and exploded without exception. Concurrently, his bamboo domain began to collapse, the boundless bamboo sea dissipating into nothingness. As the domain shattered, a powerful backlash struck Mr. Qingtian, causing him to spew blood, as if his very organs had been shattered. "Get down!" At that moment, Zhou Hai's voice resonated once more. Boom! The palm print crashed heavily onto Mr. Qingtian. He expelled a mouthful of blood, while blood froth erupted from his eyes, ears, and nose, his body plummeting vertically to the ground. When the vast palm print that had obscured the sun and sky dissipated, all eyes beheld the scene. The once mighty Mr. Qingtian now lay on the ground like a broken doll, convulsing uncontrollably. This strike had evidently shattered his meridians, broken his bones, and rendered his cultivation null and void. This, a formidable master of the harmonization realm, has been so easily incapacitated. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They were aware of Zhou Hai's strength, but to such an overwhelming degree, it defied reason. This was indeed a master of the harmonization realm, rumored to have reached the second level 600 years ago, and now was inconceivable. Yet Zhou Hai, from a distance of several dozen miles, had effortlessly incapacitated him with a mere slap. Dare he be any more ferocious? Damn it, it's one thing to flaunt age and experience. I can tolerate your arrogance in my academy, but now, having failed to assert your superiority, you dare to lash out in humiliation? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Zhou Hai's dissatisfied voice interjected, unable to refrain from ridiculing. Trapped beneath the rockery, Ji Kuei's expression was rigid, incredulity washing over him as he witnessed the scene. He could hardly believe that such a powerful figure had been so easily subdued. Did this imply that even his father would meet the same fate? A wave of intense fear enveloped Ji Kuei, prompting him to shut his eyes and feign death once more. How terrifying! How dare you incapacitate me? I am a master of the harmonization realm. Are you not afraid of the Central Academy's reprimand? Mr. Qingtian cried out, spitting blood as he bore the agonizing pain. What's wrong with me striking you for flaunting your age? You think you can intimidate me with the Central Academy? There are learned scholars who will argue on my behalf. Zhou Hai declared, prompting Li Chongqing, who had just risen, to darken in countenance. What does this brat mean? Am I to be used as a mere street brawler? However, he too was filled with indignation, unleashing a tirade upon Mr. Qingtian. You arrogant old man, you boast of your aloofness and disdain for fame. Yet you are nothing but a fraud, bullying others with your power. We, the younger generation, held you in esteem, yet you abused your authority. After a century in the academy, even a dog could reason, yet you remain utterly ignorant of any principles. As Li Chongqing's words fell, the academy disciples joined in, vehemently denouncing. Indeed, you, the arrogant old man, as juniors, we have shown you utmost respect, yet you disrespect us. If you fail to provide an explanation today, this matter shall not be settled. You old thief, since the founding of our academy by the sage, we have placed great emphasis on propriety. May I ask when the former sages ever taught you to bully others? You old dog. As they spoke, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of insults, leaving Mr. Qingtian's face ashen. Yet, he found himself unable to counter their arguments or resist. He could only endure the humiliation in silence. Not far away, Qin Xiao stared in astonishment, feeling her heart stir with emotion. So this is what it means to have learned from great scholars. The other academy disciples watched with glee as Mr. Qingtian was rendered speechless, relishing the moment. Only Chun Bei stood in contemplation. Boom! Suddenly, Chun Bei's garments stirred without wind, an invisible aura of Tao pervading the atmosphere. As the academy members continued to critique Mr. Qingtian, they fell silent, gazing in astonishment. What is happening? Is this enlightenment? Under the gaze of all, Chun Bei entered a state of enlightenment, exuding an essence akin to the Tao. His mind was filled with the image of Zhou Hai's palm strike. In that fleeting moment, everyone had perceived its cataclysmic power, yet only Chun Bei, who shared the same path of the Silent Annihilation Sutra, sensed the mastery of controlling the universe with a single palm. In that profound control, it seemed as though the heavens and earth had been grasped by his master's very hands. He could manipulate the entirety of the cosmos at will. To confine the void, or even shatter, it was merely a thought away. Perhaps for his master, breaking the void was trivial. But this subtle mastery was worthy of deep exploration. But what sort of mastery is this? How could it effortlessly grasp the very fabric of the universe? Lost in enlightenment, Chun Bei found himself in a state of anxiety. It felt as though he had grasped something elusive, yet could not clearly perceive it. Unbeknownst to him, the true essence of silent annihilation surged forth from within him, enveloping a space of 3 feet around him. That area became somewhat ethereal, gradually warping as if it were about to be torn apart by the overwhelming true essence. Surrounding spectators gasped in astonishment, their faces betraying their disbelief. What sort of technique is this? How could it possess such power? It allows a practitioner of the divine powers realm to influence the very fabric of space. Their astonishment was warranted. A practitioner of the divine powers realm could influence the elements of nature, summoning winds and rains, akin to a deity in the eyes of mortals. However, to impact the flow of space was utterly unattainable. Even a master of the harmonization realm could only delineate a portion of space through their domain. Yet, Chun Bei's silent annihilation essence contained the power to tear apart space, defying all logic. Even Mr. Qin Tian, lying on the ground, felt a chill run down his spine. Chun Bei evoked a sensation akin to facing the Holy Sun of the Central Academy. No, he had seen a Holy Sun before. But even the Holy Sun, aside from being more powerful than Chun Bei, could not compare to the aura radiating from him. What sort of prodigy is this? Who seems to possess the potential to surpass the Holy Sun? It must be noted that he was someone nurtured as a saint. How strange, how inexplicable, that he should enter a state of enlightenment so suddenly? Within the small courtyard of the Tao, Zhou Hai's consciousness enveloped the void, witnessing Chun Bei's enlightenment with a look of bewilderment. As soon as Chun Bei's true essence surged, attempting to control the space within 3 feet, Zhou Hai suddenly understood. What the hell, you little brat of the divine powers realm, daring to attempt to grasp the weaknesses of the universe and shatter the void. Zhou Hai's expression darkened, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. If Chun Bei could truly identify the weaknesses of the universe with his divine powers realm cultivation, his combat prowess would undoubtedly multiply exponentially. Regrettably, Chun Bei, who has yet to grasp the essence of the path of annihilation, is he truly capable of achieving it? Under the watchful gaze of Zhou Hai, filled with anticipation, Chun Bei, in a moment of enlightenment, suddenly experienced a revelation. Why is it that, despite both being imperial scriptures, the annihilation scripture and the forging scripture emphasize entirely different aspects? One focuses on offense, while the other on fortification. The offensive approach, akin to the annihilation scripture, may appear grand and overwhelming, but in truth, it is not so. The true force capable of shattering myriad laws has never been the annihilation scripture, but rather the forging scripture. Humans are inherently flawed. Thus, the forging scripture refines the myriad paths of heaven to strengthen oneself and remedy all deficiencies, charging forth unabated. In contrast, the annihilation scripture, seemingly singularly focused on offense, utilizes supreme might to obliterate all, yet its paramount significance lies in identifying the weaknesses of opponents. Flaws exist within humanity in all things, and even in the very fabric of the universe. The Master Palm found those flaws, allowing him to unleash a strike that could devastate the cosmos with minimal effort. With this insight, Chun Bei suddenly opened his eyes. As the annihilation scripture revolved within him, imperial patterns began to manifest in his being. His gaze sharpened, and the power of annihilation surged forth. As he sought to uncover the cracks in the fabric of existence through the truth of annihilation, the indomitable battle spirit inherently possessed an extraordinary obsession. And when this obsession emerged, even the imperial scripture responded. Patterns fluctuated, ultimately coalescing at his brow. as a wave of tearing pain washed over him. Blood trickled from his brow. Yet, he bore no expression of suffering. Instead, he felt an inexplicable exhilaration. He sensed that something was on the verge of awakening, akin to a sudden clarity breaking through. Boom! Suddenly, a blood-colored heavenly eye opened at his brow. The eye transitioned from crimson to pitch black, resembling a black hole. What in the world is this? A heavenly eye, the eye of martial arts. A prodigy, he is undoubtedly a prodigy. To awaken the eye of martial arts at the level of divine powers is astonishing. Those around him gasped in shock, including the elders, left in a state of disbelief, their minds reeling from the unprecedented awe. The eye of martial arts, how could this be possible? Even the Holy Sun could not awaken the eye after breaking through to the realm of enlightenment. How did he manage it? Mr. Qingzhu, lying on the ground, was acutely aware of this development, feeling a chill that surpassed even the sight of a ghost. It is known that the eye of martial arts has historically been regarded as a symbol of the sages. According to legend, sages may not awaken the eye in their youth. Yet, those who can awaken it are destined to become sages. Is it not so that this young man is fated to be a future sage? Who is he? How could such an unparalleled talent emerge from a mere branch of the great Zhou Academy? Wait, what were they calling him just now? Junior brother Chunbei? Is he truly Chunbei? Countless thoughts raced through Mr. Qingzhu's mind, driving him nearly to madness. This is indeed the target he sought to eliminate. Not only does he possess the talent of a sage, but he is also under the tutelage of an incredibly powerful master. What was he thinking to dare pursue such a person? At this realization, Mr. Qingzhu lamented his lack of cultivation, wishing he could return to the great Qian Academy and strike down Fu Shuerong with a single blow. If it weren't for him, how could he have come here to kill a being destined to become a sage? Moreover, he sensed that Chunbei's future not only held the potential for sainthood, but might surpass that entirely. Typically, those who awaken the heavenly eye are at least in the realm of enlightenment or above. The awakening of the heavenly eye at the level of divine powers is unprecedented. As everyone stood astounded, Chunbei discovered that the world around him had transformed. He perceived the profound truths of the universe, an embodiment of the Tao and order. Yes, this is the sensation. Chunbei rejoiced. With his current cultivation, he was not yet qualified to seek the flaws of the universe. Even merely glimpsing the order and Tao caused a piercing sensation in his heavenly eye. However, when his gaze turned to the other participants, he saw only their myriad flaws. It felt as if a mere finger could point, and they would be obliterated on the spot. This sensation thrilled Chunbei, and he turned to the divine powers cultivators brought by Ji Kuei. In an instant, these individuals felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively sensing suffocation. They clearly saw the excitement in Chunbei's eyes. Yet this excitement felt like an encounter with death itself. Shaking his head, as if deeming these individuals unworthy for practice, Chunbei's gaze fell upon Mr. Qingzhu. What do you intend to do? Mr. Qingzhu was taken aback, feeling an icy dread envelop him. My apologies, Mr. Qingzhu, as a senior of the academy. I ought not to harm you out of respect for the institution and teacher Zhu. However, I cannot act against those of the academy, and others are unworthy of being my practice targets. Thus, I must trouble you. Chunbei smiled, raising his hand to point at Mr. Qingzhu, intending to unleash the least amount of force necessary to shatter his body, refined through the principles of unity. Practice on me? Mr. Qingzhu's expression turned ashen, internally cursing Chunbei and his entire family. This rascal, intending to kill him, yet maintaining such politeness? Is his master a smiling tiger from the academy? Where is Morong Xiao? Why don't you bring your academy's people to bind and plead for mercy? Just as Mr. Qingzhu was engulfed in despair, a voice rang out from the horizon. 5 figures flew in, standing before the academy's gates with an air of arrogance. Who the hell are these brats? Do they truly believe my academy is easy to bully, coming in waves to trample over it? In the courtyard of Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai's expression darkened instantly. At the moment Chunbei comprehended the heavenly eye, the feedback multiplied tenfold, altering the principles within him. Just as he anticipated some outcome, these oblivious fools appeared. It was evident they were likely here for his precious disciple. With this thought, he raised his hand to obliterate them all. Master, hold on, let me handle this. Just then, Chunbei's excited voice rang out. He was troubled about whom to practice against, and these individuals were the perfect experimental subjects. Presumptuous! Who dares to utter such words in my academy? Chun Bei leaped to the forefront of the academy's gates. The others quickly followed suit. The five-peak realm cultivators were momentarily taken aback. They had come to exert their power, never expecting that someone from this small branch of the great Zhou Academy would dare to be so brazen. It's him, the ninth prince of the Qian Empire, the tyrant Chun Bei. Suddenly, one of them noticed something and hastily produced a scroll, comparing it to an image of Chun Bei. Chun Bei. Ha ha ha. What a stroke of luck. Today, we shall capture Chun Bei here, and let us see what the Zhou dynasty has to say. It is one thing for the Qian Empire to harbor Chun Bei, but to dare to allow him to slay an elder of my Qiong Yao sacred land. My sacred land shall join the Qian Empire in seeking retribution against the great Zhou. It is a justified cause. Confirming Chun Bei's identity, the five men wore expressions of excitement. However, their words caused the countenance of everyone within the academy to darken. Chun Bei's Multiverse intent sorget. It was one thing for these individuals to come for him, but they sought to topple the entire Zhou dynasty in his name. These so-called sacred lands would not allow the world even a shred of purity. Seeking death, with a roar of fury, Chun Bei charged at one of the strongmen. Ha ha! Ignorant fool! I didn't expect you to be stronger than the legends claim, possessing the cultivation of the 6th level of divine powers at such a young age. Alas, this is not your capital for arrogance, merely your confidence in courting death. This was an elderly man with a goatee, who, upon facing Chun Bei's charge, scoffed disdainfully. The others retreated, equally dismissive of Chun Bei. As Chun Bei approached, the goatee elder's eyes narrowed, and as he raised his hand, the principles surged forth, ensnaring Chun Bei, intent on subduing him. Arrogant old fool, die! Chun Bei roared, the true essence of annihilation surging violently within him. The heavenly eye opened, revealing chains of principles, each marked with flaws. He unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the myriad chains of the bearded elder in an instant. Huh! The elder was taken aback, his expression abruptly stiffening. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chun Bei's gaze fixed upon him, and an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within him. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, only to find Chun Bei had already closed the distance, landing a punch squarely on his chest. In that split second, a torrent of ferocious energy coursed through his body. As a series of cracks resonated, he desperately sought to summon his true essence for protection, but it was already too late. His form began to disintegrate, his bones shattering into fragments. Dust erupted from his skin, and his blood transformed into mist, dissipating into the air. In an instant, he could only emit a heartbreaking scream before vanishing amidst a sea of blood mist. Boom! This scene detonated in the minds of all present like a ton of explosives, leaving everyone dizzy and bewildered. What on earth did I just witness? A cultivator at the 6th level of the divine ability realm just obliterated a peak enlightenment realm expert with a single punch? Did you see that? Chun Bei didn't even exert his full strength with that blow. On the academy's side, the disciples were in a frenzy, while the elders were utterly stupefied. It was well known that Chun Bei was formidable enough to contend with Enlightenment realm experts, but this spectacle was beyond surreal. On the side of the Enlightenment Palace, both Master Qing Zhu and Ji Kuei gulped simultaneously, nearly choking in disbelief. Meanwhile, the 4 elders of the Qiangyao Holy Land were left slack-jawed, their anger forgotten. Come on, old fools, let us see what you're made of. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Chun Bei raised his hand, pointing at the 4, eager to test his desolation eye and see if he could simultaneously defeat the combined might of 4 peak Enlightenment realm experts. Chapter 49. A Forceful Annihilation. You seek death. The 4 individuals regained their composure. One of them, with hair standing on end, summoned a towering ancient tree as a manifestation of their divine power. As a treasure tree of martial might merged into it, the ancient tree transformed into a colossal entity, soaring to an immense height, its leaves sharp as blades. Annihilate! The formidable warrior bellowed, and countless leaves instantaneously morphed into a river of swords, tearing towards Chun Bei. Upon activating his heavenly eye, Chunbei perceived that the true essence of this treasure tree warrior was compensating for the flaws in his own divine principles, which were rapidly diminishing. After assimilating the martial treasure, his techniques appeared almost flawless. As the sword river surged forward, Chunbei raised his hand, summoning rolling black clouds, where a black lightning dragon collided with the river of swords. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds were deafening. The black lightning dragon continued to dissipate, leaving only half of its body intact. In contrast, the sword river, evolving under the influence of divine principles and martial treasures, surged with increasing ferocity. Be careful, disciple. Brother, retreat quickly. The onlookers from the academy were alarmed, their expressions shifting dramatically. This treasure tree warrior was vastly superior to the previous mountain-moving warrior, and with the assistance of martial treasure, he seemed invincible. Chunbei's expression turned grave as he recognized the disparity between their powers. In a surprise attack, he might gain the upper hand, but faced with the opponent's full efforts, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Break from me. Realizing that his divine manifestation was on the verge of being shattered, Chunbei unleashed a punch, merging the annihilation force with lightning principles, causing the very void to explode. The violent punch shook the heavens and the earth, colliding with the river of swords. At the moment, the lightning dragon disintegrated. Rumbling, the sky quaked, and an endless shock wave instantly spread outward. Simultaneously, the sword river shattered, sending countless sword lights flying in all directions. On the academy's side, many disciples were sent reeling by the shockwave, spitting blood. Be cautious, as vast swathes of sword lights surged forth. Even those at the divine realm risked being torn apart instantly. Wu Yang, Chen Chuang, and Li Changqing hastily dashed forth to obstruct the attack with their divine principles. Yet, under the barrage of thousands of lethal blades, all four were sent flying. Li Shangqing, after blocking myriad sharp blades, had his true essence shattered, nearly torn apart by the sword energy. The faces of the onlookers turned pale with horror. The sheer destructive power of the residual battle was unfathomable, making it difficult to imagine the immense pressure that Chunbei was enduring on the battlefield. Witnessing his sword river shatter, the treasure tree warrior was furious. Countless branches from the treasure tree wove into a cage, ensnaring Chunbei within. Within the cage, a sword pool materialized, exuding a suffocating sword intent, targeting Chunbei for annihilation. So their flaws, after all, merely concealed. Chunbei remained undaunted. Having shattered the sword river, he swiftly grasped the situation. He pushed his heavenly eye to its utmost limit, enveloping everything in endless black light, and finally discerned slight vulnerabilities within the treasure tree warrior's divine principles through the opponent's overwhelming power. Though he could not see every detail, it was sufficient. Annihilate the heavens. Command the universe. Chunbei roared, channeling all annihilation energy into his right index finger. He thrust it forth, targeting the flaw hidden beneath the opponent's true essence. Boom, boom, boom. The annihilation force spread from that singular point, swiftly engulfing and obliterating all of the opponent's divine principles. Even the towering ancient tree erupted in an instant, leaving only a fist-sized martial treasure tree suspended in the air. Impossible? The treasure tree warrior's countenance shifted dramatically as his divine principles were shattered. The backlash caused him to cough up blood uncontrollably. He hastily activated his divine powers and principles to reconstruct the ancient tree's manifestation. But Chunbei would not grant him that opportunity. He shot forward, delivering a punch to the warrior's forehead. No! The treasure tree warrior cried out in terror. Chunbei's combat instincts were astute, seizing every opportunity in the battle. As he unleashed that punch, the sensation of death loomed, leaving the warrior no time to resist. Audacious! A furious roar erupted as the other three warriors could no longer remain passive. One of them hurled a treasure wheel, ascending like a blazing sun, aimed directly at Chunbei. Yet, Chunbei seemed oblivious, his fist crashing heavily against the treasure tree warrior's forehead. Crack, crack! Boom! Starting from the forehead, fissures spread across the warrior's body, and he was instantly reduced to ashes. At that moment, the treasure wheel collided forcefully with Chunbei's shoulder. Puff! Chunbei spat out a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying. The searing force surged within him, threatening to incinerate him to dust. This was the power of solar true fire. Although it paled in comparison to genuine solar flames, it was more than enough to melt countless strong warriors. Youngster, slaying 2 of my sex elders in a single day, you shall die without regret. The treasure wheel warrior seethed with fury, his principles manifesting a sea of fire, merging with the treasure wheel to transform into a colossal sun, dominating the void. Annihilate. As the roar resounded, a pillar of sunlight enveloped Chun Bei, igniting him into a blazing sphere of flames. Altogether, kill him. Another warrior charged forth, their divine principles coalescing into a blue bird, which, after merging with a treasure bone, materialized and unleashed a torrential storm of lightning upon Chun Bei. You must die. Another talisman shot forth, exuding a miasma of death. The power of the talisman manifested an army of the undead, each possessing innate strength, rushing toward Chun Bei in an instant. Disciple. No. Uncle Zhou Hai, will you not intervene? The scene left the Academy's onlookers distraught, with the simultaneous assault of 3 formidable warriors. No one believed Chun Bei had a chance of survival. Even Zhou Hai, who had been keeping a close watch, felt compelled to act. Yet, amid the solar fire and the storm of lightning, Chun Bei activated the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture, forcibly utilizing the true fire and thunder to temper himself. Zhou Hai was left speechless. Indeed, he possessed an indomitable battle spirit, utterly devoid of reason. However, he also discerned that Chun Bei had been activating the heavenly eye. The annihilation essence within him had long been depleted, and he was now relying solely on the strength of the 100 refinements to persist. There was no other choice. This young man had not cultivated his own annihilation principles. The heavenly eye relied entirely on the imperial patterns for its activation, and each use drained considerable energy. Prolonged use would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Disciple, the heavenly eye is ultimately an external tool. Wisdom arises from the heart, with a discerning eye. One must perceive the world to penetrate the clouds and mist. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Hai communicated telepathically with Chun Bei. Chun Bei's heart trembled, as if grasping an elusive truth. He endured the searing flames and the excruciating torment brought on by the thunderous tempering. While mending his injuries, he sought to comprehend the essence of Zhou Hai's words. As the army of the undead surged towards him, Chun Bei's eyes opened wide, the 100 Refinements power activated, and his body swelled instantaneously. Law of heaven and earth. With a mighty roar, Chun Bei's form expanded dramatically, a tenfold increase. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth coalesced in a battle armor, enveloping him entirely, making him appear as a god of war. Boom! As he executed the law of heaven and earth, Chun Bei resembled a martial treasure, delivering a punch that unleashed dozens of divine principles, instantly scattering the legion of the undead. He meticulously contemplated the sensations brought forth by this clash, affirming his master's words. With a discerning eye, one could pierce through the clouds and behold the azure sky. The principles of these beings were not without flaws. It was merely their formidable cultivation and martial treasures that obscured everything, rendering it difficult to perceive with one's own strength. Yet now, with his heavenly eye activated and imperial patterns swirling within, he could still discern sporadic vulnerabilities. For instance, this very moment, Chun Bei's gaze fixated ahead. The disintegrating undead revived, their formidable divine principles causing the undead to ebb and flow. As long as their principles remained intact, the army of the undead would be endless. Regrettably, Chun Bei offered no opportunity for the army of the deceased to resurrect. With a single punch, his ferocious strength shattered the profound essence cloaking the path, surging into the breach of the necromantic domain. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated as the necromancer's path disintegrated instantly, and the necromantic talismans fractured. How could this be? The necromancer's expression shifted dramatically, and in shock, he spat a mouthful of blood, suffering severe backlash. Seizing the moment, Chun Bei soared into the sky, his formidable strength breaking the confinement of the sunbeam, and he struck the talisman with a punch. Boom! The already fragile talisman exploded on the spot, leaving only a piece of necromantic jade pendant to fly out, the necromancer's weapon, Numera. Youngster, you. Another mouthful of blood spewed from the necromancer as he felt his internal organs shatter, desperately attempting to summon back the jade pendant. Yet, darkness enveloped him. For Chenbei had already reached his side, landing a punch directly on his heart. Ah! The necromancer let out a blood-curdling scream as his body burst apart. Youngster, you shall pay for this. The treasure wheel powerhouse's eyes reddened. Seeing the sunbeam unable to suppress Chenbei, he swung his hand as the sun descended. Aiming to push Chenbei. The temperature soared dramatically, threatening to incinerate all. Were it not for Zhou Hai's protective consciousness, the surrounding area would have been engulfed in flames in an instant. The Azure Bird powerhouse's eyes bulged with fury, merging with the Azure Bird. Enveloped in a tempest of thunder, its claws bearing the power to rend all towards Chenbei. Come forth. Chenbei, brimming with confidence, keenly sensed the flaw within the sun's path. In the moment the sun fully descended, he caught it with both hands. The violent gravity pressed down, and he was instantly smashed to the ground. Too heavy. The power of the sun was more than tenfold heavier than that of the mountain-moving powerhouse. Even Chenbei's immense strength struggled to withstand it. Seizing the opportunity to suppress Chenbei, the Azure Bird powerhouse rushed forth to annihilate him. Yet, Chenbei clasped his fingers tightly, unleashing his formidable force to shatter the sun's essence in his palm, firmly grasping the flaw within the sun's path. In an instant, the pressure plummeted, the sun lightening by over 100 times. Chenbei swung the sun as if wielding a fly swatter, striking at the Azure Bird powerhouse. Boom! The Azure Bird powerhouse never anticipated Chenbei's escape from confinement and was sent flying, engulfed in roaring flames. In that moment, his essence shattered completely. Chenbei, Hovifa, showed no intent to relent, raising the sun behind him for another heavy strike. At this moment, Chenbei's power fused with that of the treasure wheel powerhouse. The Azure Bird powerhouse could not withstand it. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as the Azure Bird powerhouse's body was instantly obliterated. The power of the sun's path collapsed in an instant, the towering sun vanishing, leaving only a treasure wheel still held by Zhou Hai. The treasure wheel powerhouse suffered backlash, immediately spitting blood, his face paling. Chenbei, I shall never forgive you. The world shall rise against Zhou, and your end is nigh. There will be no refuge for you, above or below. The treasure wheel powerhouse's eyes bulged with rage, recalling the 5 who had come, for lay dead. And he himself was gravely injured, his fighting spirit extinguished. After uttering his threats, he turned to flee. Can you escape? Chenbei's gaze turned sharp as lightning surged forth, instantly closing in on the treasure wheel powerhouse, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Disciple, spare his life. Leave him to your uncles. Akaotik et approche. Let us witness what these individuals truly scheme. Zhou Hai's voice rang out. Yes, master. Chenbei's gaze remained icy, sensing a storm brewing on the horizon. His existence was about to trigger a cataclysmic war across the entire North Wilderness. With a single palm strike, he sent the treasure wheel powerhouse flying. Subsequently, he stripped him of his cultivation and cast him at the entrance of the Jixia Academy. Uncles, I leave him in your hands. Chenbei retracted his divine ability and donned a garment, flying towards the others. The crowd gazed at Chenbei as if witnessing a ghost. The day's events had brought them too much shock. They could hardly believe what would transpire should he confront the scions of the various holy lands. Nephew, you should rest. We shall take care of the remainder. Li Chongqing stepped forward, lifting the treasure wheel powerhouse with a grave expression. Yes, uncle. Chenbei offered no further words, soaring away, soon arriving at the small courtyard of the Dao Palace. Upon seeing his returning eldest disciple, Zhou Hai was immensely satisfied. This lad had never disappointed him. After opening his heavenly eye, the feedback multiplied tenfold. His path had integrated with the imperial pattern, not only amplifying his strength beyond tenfold, but also granting him the ability to enforce his words. It is known that such power is exclusive to sages. Yet, due to the imperial pattern, he achieved it at the unified realm. Now, as long as he faced someone of lower cultivation, he need not lift a finger. A mere word would suffice to subdue them. Disciple. Zhou Hai smiled faintly, about to speak, but Chenbei knelt before him. Master, I must take my leave. I am eternally grateful for your nurturing. I shall never forget it. Chen Bei's words instantly froze Zhou Hai's smile. Disciple. Zhou Hai opened his mouth, intending to say more, but was interrupted by Chen Bei. Master, everyone has their own path. I do not wish to live perpetually under your protection. For the sake of the beings of the North Wilderness, I trust that with your abilities, a single word could quell the turmoil. However, I wish to employ my own methods to avert this impending conflict. After my departure, the Academy shall publicly declare that I have severed ties with it. For the crime of murder, I shall bear the blame alone. When the time comes, the absence of justification shall quell the war. Zhou Hai's heart trembled. Disciple, you have considered for everyone, even unwilling to burden me. Have you thought about how you will survive when the world hunts you down? With a soft sigh, Zhou Hai still sought to dissuade Chen Bei. He did not want the young man to shoulder such immense responsibility at his tender age. The weight was too great. Master, do you truly think so little of me? As your disciple, am I not capable of sweeping through the world? Wait and see. One day, I shall return as a king, ensuring your name remains untarnished. Chen Bei chuckled lightly, his words leaving Zhou Hai speechless. The path is a choice for each individual. Ultimately, he could not interfere. Very well. I shall await your sweeping of an era. Remember, I stand behind you. Go forth without restraint. I shall shield you from all. Zhou Hai patted Chen Bei's shoulder, handing him a storage pouch. Go. Thank you, master. Chen Bai rose, casting a lingering glance at the courtyard before taking to the skies, departing without looking back. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao returned, accompanied by Chu Chun. Uncle, we have uncovered the truth. According to the individual S account, 6 people from the Qiangyao Holy Land have come. Besides the 5 of them, there is also a unified realm powerhouse named Qian Santong. Upon learning that the Qian dynasty intended to attack the Great Zhou, Qian Santong has joined forces with the Qian dynasty, leading an army eastward in the near future. Chu Chen approached Zhou Hai, cupping his hands. Understood. What is the use of telling me this? Go back and inform them that from today onward, we publicly declare that Chen Bei has severed ties with our academy. I have expelled him from my tutelage. Zhou Hai lay back in his chair, dismissively waving his hand. What? You have expelled junior brother Chen Bei from the academy? Chu Chen's expression changed. Otherwise, those individuals, using his name, disregarding the suffering of countless lives, do they truly seek to incite this war for him? Now that he has departed, surely they have no reason to wage war? Zhou Hai spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet Chu Chun felt a twinge of melancholy. He had not anticipated that his usually carefree master would be so burdened by the plight of the world. For the sake of the common people, he seemed to have neglected even his beloved disciple. How much must he be suffering? He could not help but wonder how long his junior brother could survive after leaving. Master, it has been decided by the elders of each palace that in 2 months, the academies will engage in a debate, and only the top 10 disciples will qualify to represent our academy. Chu Chun shifted the topic, glancing at his junior sister. I understand. Do as you wish. It's merely a debate, nothing of great significance. Just coordinate amongst yourselves for such matters in the future. Zhou Hai wava dis mi sin. Seeing this, Chu Chun assumed Zhou Hai was troubled by the situation regarding Chen Bei and took his leave. Should I annihilate 1 or 2 sacred lands to instill fear? Zhou Hai murmured to himself after Chu Chen departed. If I do not demonstrate some strength, my treasured disciple may easily be treated as a soft target. Zhou Hai was indeed troubled. He yearned to take action, yet feared it might obstruct Chen Bei's path of cultivation. However, the thought of so many people calling for harm against his disciple was unbearable. Master, I knew you would never abandon our senior brother, with you watching over him. Even if he leaves here, no one can harm him. Qin Xiao exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration for Zhou Hai. Do you ever listen? Haven't you heard we are to engage in a debate in 2 months? Shouldn't you be focusing on your cultivation? Zhou Hai galat, prompting Qin Xiao to stick out her tongue before resuming her practice. In the ensuing days, there were finally no disturbances at the academy. Nearly a week later, Murong Xiao returned to the academy, having learned of the impending war from Qinju. His expression was unusually grave. What? To avoid conflict, the academy has expelled Chen Bei? How can you stand by and let such a thing happen? Murong Xiao was furious upon hearing of Chen Bei's expulsion. The elders dared not speak, and the disciples fell silent in fear. Brother, who dares to intervene in our junior brother's affairs now? By the time we learned of it, the boy had already left. And what could we do? Weiyang finally spoke, resigned. You all. Murong Xiao trembled with anger. Yet he had to admit that with Zhou Hai's strength, they could not intervene. After all, he was a sage. At the same time, a sense of melancholy washed over Murong Xiao. For the sake of the common people. Even his junior brother had made such sacrifices. How much pain must he be enduring? Ultimately, it was the Academy's inadequacy that failed to provide sufficient protection for their master-disciple pair. Alas, although our junior brother possesses immense talent, the ambitions of the great sacred lands and dynasties are insatiable. Who knows how many hidden sages lurk within? Junior brother's strength alone is insufficient to contend against the overwhelming tide. Chenair, how has your master been of late? Murong Xiao sighed deeply. Master, it appears that recently, my uncle has been rather gloomy, rarely attending to his duties in the Dao Palace, almost always remaining within the courtyard. When he does surface, he often mutters curses about various grievances, and at times he inexplicably bursts into laughter, appearing somewhat unhinged. Chu Chan reported with concern. Ah, your master is troubled. You young ones truly lack the understanding to care for him. Murong Xiao lamented. From today onward, you shall take the lead in ensuring your master's well-being and find ways to lift his spirits. Moreover, regarding the upcoming debate, Xiao shall not participate, but shall receive a spot to relieve some pressure from your master. With a heavy heart, Murong Xiao realized that his carefree junior brother was, in fact, deeply admirable and worthy of compassion. He was truly a sage, selflessly devoted without seeking fame or fortune. Understood, master. I shall do as you say. Chu Chun affirmed, hastening towards the Dao Palace. Brother, we shall accompany you, came the voice of Ling Luoxua, Murong Xiao's second disciple, who was followed by Shu Shu, Lu Danyang, Yuan Bupo, Xiao Ting, and Wu Ming, the direct disciple of Elder Su Zhanyang from the Formation Palace. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai sat before the entrance of the Dao Palace's scripture depository, hearing a notification from the system. Ding! The host senior disciple has evaded assassination by the Sword Sect, successfully slaying 2 enlightened elders and 16 disciples. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with delight. Well done. Those scoundrels deserve nothing less than annihilation. Zhou Hai laughed heartily, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Chen Bei had not disappointed him. To draw the attention of various factions, he had intentionally exposed his identity upon leaving the academy, continuously pursued by major sections. These past days, he had been in flight, yet had slain over 30 foes daily. Initially, he faced Death Realm practitioners, but soon they vanished, leaving only those of divine ability. He was indeed on the verge of sweeping away an entire era by his own prowess. Just as Chu Chun and the others arrived, they stumbled upon Zhou Hai's laughter, the curses echoing in the air, causing Ling Luoxue and the others to feel a pang of sympathy. Look how much worry our master has endured. This once carefree master is transforming into a madman. What brings you such joy, master? Chu Chan approached with a broad smile. What brings you here? Zhou Hai turned to face him. Master, we are here to attend to you, of course. By the way, do you have any laundry that needs washing? These male disciples are rather careless. Allow me to help. Ling Luoxue offered, her demeanor charmingly inviting. Master, I'm here to help too. Bai Shu Shu quickly chimed in. You all aren't cultivating and have come to fawn over me? Surely, you don't have ulterior motives? Zhou Hai regarded them with suspicion. What are you saying, master? Look what I brought for you. I specially bought candied hawthorn from Dinhai City this morning. Yuan Bupo exclaimed, presenting hundreds of skewered treats. Master, and I brought some snacks too. Take a look. Master, I also have. One by one, the disciples presented Zhou Hai with various snacks he enjoyed, further heightening his wariness. Junior uncle, check your storage bag. There are delightful surprises within. Lu Danyang said mysteriously. Indeed. Master, I have surprises in mine as well. Take a look. Me, too. Soon. Chu Chun and the other male disciples hinted for Zhou Hai to inspect their storage bags. Zhou Hai's consciousness probed slightly, and his eyes widened in shock. This bunch of mischievous fellows had gifted him an array of risque illustrations and secular romance novels. You lot truly know me too well. Look at all of you, seriously. Zhou Hai declared, I hereby announce that no one shall guard the Dao Palace today. Keep an eye on your belongings. He glared at them before turning away, leaving the back entrance to the Dao Palace open for all. Ah, Xiao Xue, Xiao Bai. Remember to accumulate points when entering the Dao Palace. Zhou Hai Pao said. addressing Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu. Ah, everyone was taken aback. They had come to cheer up their master, yet his meaning was unclear. Only Chun Bei, with his keen intuition, understood that his uncle was up to his usual tricks. Chapter 52. The disciples of my junior master are all extraordinary. Master Uncle, we are merely here to see if you require anything. There are no ulterior motives. Chu Chun chuckled. Go away. I have no time to entertain you. Zhou Hai shot him a sidelong glance, carrying a multitude of storage bags as he departed. Ah, at last, I can peruse the Taoist scriptures at my leisure. Once he was out of sight, the disciples rushed into the scripture pavilion to delve into the treasured volumes they had long desired, leaving only Chu Chun and the bewildered Bai Shushu with Ling Luoxue. What are you doing? Peeking at the scriptures in the Taoist pavilion will result in punishment. Bai Shushu exclaimed as she regained her composure. Ling Luoxue stepped forward to intervene. Master Uncle has already stated that there is no one guarding it. So who will punish us? Do not disturb the cultivation of our junior brothers. Chu Chun quickly obstructed the two women. He had no intention of entering, as he had already perused most of the text inside. What? Brother, are you saying that our junior master has opened a back door? How splendid, senior sister. Let us enter. Bai Shushu's mouth fell agape, recalling the dubious dealings between Zhou Hai and Chu Chun. She eagerly seized Ling Luoxue's hand, attempting to rush inside, but was once again halted by Chun Bei. Master Uncle has said that you two must earn points. Upon hearing this, both women were infuriated. On what grounds? Ling Luoxue protested. Ask Master Uncle, how would I know? Chu Chun smiled, watching as the two women stormed off to confront Zhou Hai. At that moment, Zhou Hai was lounging on the grass behind the Taoist pavilion, munching on snacks while perusing newly released classics from the mundane world, including The Plum in the Golden Vase. He had a pile of books beside him, encompassing all manners of texts, including the Holy Maiden Scripture, the Wet Scriptures, and the Three Whites of the Wet. Having not indulged in the sea of literature for quite some time, Zhou Hai resolved to dedicate himself. He would not eat until he had read every single book. He became so engrossed that he failed to notice Bai Shushu and Ling Luoxue's arrival. The moment the two women laid eyes on the scattered classics, their faces flushed crimson. So this was the key to unlocking the back door. However, as young women, how could they possibly present such works? What are you doing? You didn't even announce yourselves. Zhou Hai finally noticed the two women flipping through the books. In a panic, he hastily gathered the scattered volumes while disguising a book in his hand with the cover of the Great Righteousness Scripture. This scene infuriated Bai Shushu. The Great Righteousness Scripture is a creation of the sages of our academy. How can it be associated with such a book? Just as she was about to voice her discontent, a wave of deathly energy suddenly wafted from a nearby courtyard. What is happening? The two women were instantly captivated. Could it be that someone was undergoing a life-threatening tribulation? Zhou Hai also turned to look, only to feel a surge of deathly energy within himself as a death talisman silently appeared in his sea of consciousness. What was going on? The deathly energy within him could only be attributed to Qin Xiao. The girl practiced the burial of the Heavenly Emperor Scripture, so it was not unusual for her to possess both life and death energies. But she had not cultivated talisman techniques. Closing the book in his hand, Zhou Hai swiftly returned to the courtyard, with Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu following closely behind. They found Qin Xiao seated upon a mat, her hands drawing talismans as a death talisman floated above her head, seemingly summoning the gates of hell. Isn't this the talisman of the elder from a holy land? Although there were no Tao principles or Taoist jade pendants in the appendix, both Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu recognized the talisman at a glance. Particularly Bai Shushu, a prodigy of talisman techniques, was left utterly astonished upon seeing it. She could guarantee that the academy had no cultivation method for this talisman. That elder from the Chonyo sect had only used it once, and Qin Xiao had replicated it. Was she even human? As the talisman stabilized, Qin Xiao began forming seals with one hand while drawing talismans with the other, crafting a death talisman backward. Soon, a wisp of life energy spread, and another talisman appeared, transforming it into a life talisman. Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu felt as though 1,000,000 tons of explosives had detonated in their minds, leaving them utterly stupefied. Everyone knew that Chun Bei was extraordinary. Who could have imagined that another disciple of the junior master was even more remarkable? Just as the two talismans fully formed, Qin Xiao's cultivation finally broke through, successfully reaching the 8th level of foundation establishment. This scene reminded the two women of the record that Chu Chun had previously made regarding Qin Xiao's cultivation, which was at the 1st level of foundation establishment. In other words, when Chun Bei decided to allow Qin Xiao to participate in the 4 academies discussion, she had only been at the 1st level. Yet, in less than half a month, she had advanced to the 8th level. This thought nearly drove both women to madness. Could there not be a single normal disciple among the junior master's followers? However, the more astonishing events unfolded as Qin Xiao attempted to merge the life and death talismans into one, nearly leaving the two women slack-jawed. Clearly, given Qin Xiao's current cultivation, completing the drawing of 2 talismans was already her limit. It was utterly impossible for her to fuse the energies of life and death. As the 2 talismans drew near, the opposing energies clashed, causing a backlash that made Qin Xiao spit out a mouthful of blood. The energies within her became chaotic. Should this continue, she would be obliterated by the forces of life and death. With no other choice, Qin Xiao quickly dispersed the 2 talismans, and the searing pain throughout her body finally subsided. Master! Upon opening her eyes and seeing Zhou Hai standing before her, Qin Xiao hurriedly rose to pay her respects. Splendid. I did not expect you to possess such talent in talisman techniques. It seems my legacy in this field is secure. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clapped his hands together, his enthusiasm palpable. Having recently acquired an imperial-level technique, the true understanding of talisman crafting, he had been pondering whom to pass it on to. And here was the delightful surprise. Disciple, this true understanding of talisman crafting is but a small insight from my experiences. If you delve into it earnestly, you will surely reap boundless benefits. Zhou Hai raised his hand, and the principles of talisman crafting instantly flowed into Qin Xiao's mind. Qin Xiao felt as though her mind had exploded in a cosmic burst, an influx of information converging and instantly forming a talisman. Though it was merely a single talisman, upon closer inspection, it was rich with myriad transformations, containing various truths of talisman crafting. Should she grasp its essence, it would undoubtedly lead to the convergence of myriad laws and the subjugation of countless talismans. Master, this true understanding of talisman crafting is remarkable. Qin Xiao's eyes shone with admiration as she opened them. Such a trivial matter. Remain humble. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of modesty. By the way, we may not have much in the Taoist pavilion, but we certainly have plenty of cultivation texts. All the talisman techniques from the academy can be found there. You may go and take a look. Zhou Hai waved his hand, feigning indifference. But master, I haven't contributed any points. Qin Xiao replied helplessly. My child, the Taoist pavilion is owned by our family. Why would you need points even for organizing the texts? Moreover, considering your diligent efforts in organizing the Taoist texts, I shall report to the Inquiry Palace and request them to grant you some points. Zhou Hai's words left the two women beside him in stunned silence. Goodness, does our junior master truly speak such words without hesitation? This back door is rather expansive. Master, I shall head to the scripture pavilion now. With Zhou Hai's endorsement, Qin Xiao wasted no time and dashed toward the pavilion. Beside her, Bai Shushu suddenly remembered their original purpose for coming and was about to ask Zhou Hai to grant them access as well, but was swiftly pulled away by Ling Luoxue. Junior sister, what brings you here? At the entrance of the scripture pavilion, Chu Chan was reviewing the cultivation notes left by a predecessor when he noticed Qin Xiao's arrival and greeted her with a smile. Master Uncle said that since this is our family's Taoist pavilion, we may come and go as we please. Is it necessary for you, senior brother, to grant permission? Before Qin Xiao could respond, Ling Luoxue interjected. Xiao junior sister, do not mind her. I will take you to find a text on talisman cultivation. Your senior sister Bai Shushu is a prodigy in talisman crafting. With her guidance, I believe you will surely progress by leaps and bounds. As they conversed, Ling Luoxue led Qin Xiao and Bai Shushu into the scripture pavilion. Chu Chan stood there, perplexed. It was one thing for his junior sister to enter, but how had these two also gained the approval of their little master uncle? He dared not voice his thoughts nor inquire further, for he had come alongside his junior sister. Meanwhile, Bai Shushu, who had successfully entered the scripture pavilion, felt a twinge of guilt. The deception had been far too effortless. Junior sister, Follow me, she exclaimed, eager to guide Qin Xiao to the talismanic literature section, wishing to personally mentor her in the art of talisman cultivation. However, upon arrival, Qin Xiao's attention was immediately captivated by an ancient jade slip. Its yellowing surface indicated its age, and it bore no trace of any Taoist essence, resembling nothing more than a mere record. Moreover, due to its prolonged neglect, it was covered in a layer of dust, rendering it quite unremarkable. Yet, Qin Xiao sensed a profound vitality emanating from it, as if it contained a miniature world. Unconsciously, she grasped the slip in her hands. Junior sister like me, you too have noticed this jade slip upon your arrival. However, I must inform you that it contains no cultivation methods whatsoever. It was merely deemed beneficial for talisman studies by ancient sages eons ago, which is why it remains here. Otherwise, it would have been discarded long ago. I have perused it before, and it merely offers knowledge on gardening, which might be useful to mundane florists, but holds no value for us. Bai Shushu explained with a smile. Is that so? Qin Xiao raised her delicate brows, unconvinced. She ventured to probe the slip with her Zhong Tian true essence. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in her mind, and in an instant, she found herself transported to an alternate realm. Upon seeing the jade slip, she distinctly felt a surge of life energy, yet the world around her was steeped in death. The landscape was desolate, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. As she surveyed her surroundings, everything appeared drenched in blood-red hues. Countless mountains loomed in the distance, formed entirely from piled corpses, and the acrid scent of blood was overwhelming, nearly inducing nausea. The turbulent river was thick with blood, littered with countless skeletal remains. Qin Xiao's face paled. Standing in this realm, she felt as if the entire world had succumbed to death. How could this be? The vitality. I must return. She attempted to withdraw, but her efforts were in vain. It was as if she were intrinsically bound to this world, the only being alive amidst the pervasive decay. What is happening? I must escape, she cried, trying to take flight. Yet, as she soared into the air, the blood-soaked landscape remained unchanged, shrouded in a dense fog of death, devoid of any glimmer of life or light. Qin Xiao continued to fly, but time slipped away, and she could never find an exit from this realm. The overwhelming sensation of a boundless sea of death and profound loneliness gradually drove her to the brink of madness. Despite it all, she remained tethered to this world. The weight of despair had been birthed countless times within her. Unbeknownst to her, she had flown for over a century, feeling utterly exhausted. She descended into a swamp, her body weak, struggling even to open her eyelids. As she gazed at her hands, they appeared aged and wrinkled. The hair that once adorned her forehead had turned yellow and brittle, resembling withered grass. Her life force was dwindling. She had spent an entire lifetime in this world, now on the verge of withering away. Master, I wish to go back. Where's this place? Qin Xiao wept, bewildered by how her once promising life had devolved into such a state of despair. She watched herself continue to age, inching closer to death. In a surreal moment, she witnessed her physical form gradually corroding until it vanished entirely, her soul finally beginning to drift away from this realm. In her final moments, she cast a reluctant glance back at this world, only to discover something remarkable. The desolation and stifling death pervading the land seemed to coalesce into a symbol of mortality. Qin Xiao stood frozen, and as the essence of death reached its zenith, she caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. The countless mountains of corpses and rivers of blood began to decay and dissipate. From the once bloodied earth, tender shoots of grass sprouted, and springs burst forth from the ground, suffused with vibrant life energy. The sun and moon reappeared in the sky. On the ground, myriad plants flourished, and bizarre creatures began to emerge. Qin Xiao gazed in awe at this spectacle, as if she had rediscovered the essence of vitality. It dawned upon her that from the depths of death springs forth life. Concurrently, the true meaning of the Zhongtian Sutra flowed through her consciousness, and she seemed to grasp the profound intentions behind it. To be a seed, to rise from death into life. Qin Xiao's gaze grew increasingly clear. In the next moment, the death energy surrounding her swirled, and she felt herself transform into a denizen of the once moribund world. Mysterious talismans began to emerge through her as a conduit, gradually taking form. Her soul morphed into a seed, re-entering this realm anew. As seasons turned, flowers bloomed and withered. A young willow sapling finally broke through the soil. Meanwhile, within the scripture pavilion, Bai Shu was still answering Qin Xiao's inquiries. Yes, junior sister, many formidable predecessors have perused this jade slip over the millennia, but before Bai Shu could finish her thought, she felt a surge of pure life energy emanating from Qin Xiao. A green light enveloped her, and countless talismans began to swirl around her. She transformed into a willow tree, embodying the essence of the goddess of life. What is happening? Bai Shu stood dumbfounded, as did Ling Luoxue beside her. As the green light radiated from Qin Xiao, the entire scripture pavilion was enveloped in an aura of vibrant life. What is going on? Those perusing the texts in the pavilion, including Yuan Bupo, turned to look, and even Chu Chun rushed inside. At that moment, in the courtyard, Zhou Hai, who had resumed his reading, suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host's second disciple for successfully comprehending the supreme principle of all things. Life. A tenfold reward has been granted. Zhou Hai was taken aback. It was known that the system typically refrained from announcing breakthroughs of disciples, making this a rare occurrence, underscoring its significance. Soon, he felt pure life energy coursing through his body. Concurrently, the supreme talisman of all things was born. A thought struck him. He could choose any entity to carry the talisman, showcasing its boundless vitality. In that instant, Zhou Hai's mind conjured images of a cactus and an old turtle. If one were to speak of vitality, these two would surely be the epitome. At the moment his thought crystallized, the talisman transformed into a turtle, with its shell resembling a large cactus. What in the world? Such an unsightly form. At that moment, he had also completed the feedback process, realizing that this would now be his destined talisman. The notion that his destined talisman was an old turtle left Zhou Hai flabbergasted. Change it back. I want something more aesthetically pleasing. Without a second thought, Zhou Hai attempted to alter the appearance of his destined talisman. Buzz! The green light shimmered, and his destined talisman morphed into a figure clad in green garments, wearing a green cap, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit with green skin. What in the world? Is this talisman determined to be green? Just as he celebrated his advanced cultivation that allowed for such transformations, Zhou Hai was once again left speechless. He cherished his health, but having that hue reflected in his appearance was decidedly uncomfortable. Yet, when he tried to change it again, he found that the verdant coloration simply would not dissipate. Damn it, I'm either stuck with a green turtle or a green version of myself. This talisman cannot be seen by others. Feeling helpless, Zhou Hai acknowledged his limited cultivation. The ability to change the talisman's appearance was impressive in itself, but he was still far from achieving the capacity to conceal its defining traits. After all, even the demon clans required the strength of a sage to accomplish ultimate transformation. Until he reached that level, he was destined to bear the vibrant hue of life inherent in his talisman. Meanwhile, as Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao attained the supreme laws of life and the life talisman, another transformation was occurring in the martial arts palace. Behind the palace lay an extraordinary space known as the battle's secret realm. In the depths of the secret realm, countless innate beings are born each day. These entities engage in relentless battles, emerging only to perish, as if their very existence is destined for conflict. To hone their combat resolve, disciples of the academy often enter this realm, contributing points to partake in the fray. This cycle has remained unchanged for millennia. Yet, at the moment when Qin Xiao received the Jade Slip's legacy, thunderous roars reverberated through the hidden domain. Concurrently, some disciples still entrenched in battle witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. The space, originally confined to a radius of 1,000 miles, began to expand exponentially amidst the rolling thunder. Once, twice, tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Ultimately, it expanded several thousand times before coming to a halt. Astonishingly, the murky sky birthed celestial bodies, with purple mist emerging from the east, enveloping the heavens in auspicious clouds. Spiritual energy surged forth, far denser than that of the outside world. The beings engaged in combat ceased their hostilities as if endowed with intellect, and collectively soared toward a singular direction. The once lethal expanse had transformed into a realm of tranquility, a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. In that moment of metamorphosis, A radiant pillar of light shot up into the heavens from the peaks behind the martial arts palace. The sky above the academy underwent a dramatic transformation. The cosmos trembled, and the sun and moon dimmed. An overwhelming aura radiated outward, imbued with the essence of another world. What transpired? The assembly within the academy gasped in astonishment, their bodies trembling involuntarily, as if their very souls quaked. The aura of supremacy? Zhou Hai of the Tao Palace also turned his gaze toward the pillar of light, astonished. Possessing numerous supreme artifacts, he was acutely sensitive to the aura of supremacy and instantly discerned its overwhelming presence within the light. This essence was immensely powerful, not targeting anyone in particular, yet its mere appearance was sufficient to compel the entire world into submission. Alas, just as one wave subsided, another arose. The academy had only enjoyed a brief tranquility, and now this phenomenon threatened to turn the place into a chaotic marketplace. Zhou Hai cursed under his breath, yet, fortified by imperial and supreme artifacts, he felt no suppression, instead growing increasingly concerned for the academy's future. This aura of supremacy was not merely perceptible to the academy's denizens. Indeed, as the pillar ascended ever higher, even the celestial bodies seemed to reverse their positions. The aura of supremacy spread wildly, reaching thousands, tens of thousands, even millions of miles when this essence extended for tens of millions of miles, all within the Great Zhou. From practitioners to common folk, turned their attention toward the academy. Was this the re-emergence of a supreme sacred ground? The royal family of the Zhou kingdom and all its subjects gazed in that direction. Even those ancient beings who had long since retreated from the world emerged from their seclusion. Yet, at this moment, the aura of supremacy showed no signs of abating. It continued to expand. Soon, even the great dynasties of the Qian, the Yuan, and the Tang, along with revered sects such as Qiangyao, Wanjianzong, Suyun Peak, Taichu, Qingyu Valley, and blood-refining demon sect, began to sense this formidable aura. The entire northern wasteland lay enveloped beneath this overwhelming essence. Supreme, this was the aura of supremacy. Was it the resurgence of a sacred ground or the emergence of a supreme tomb? A fortuitous opportunity, an extraordinary chance. Countless eyes gleamed with greed. To obtain the legacy of the Supreme would render one invincible in the heavens and on earth. Without hesitation, the major sects swiftly convened meetings to pinpoint the source of the Supreme aura and dispatched individuals to investigate. Hurry, relay the news to the main academy at once. The academy finally reacted, with Murong Xiao promptly transmitting information to the central institution. The elders from various palaces expressed mixed emotions. The joy stemmed from the arrival of great fortune, while the concern arose from the realization that such an opportunity could not be monopolized and might even lead to calamity. Given the stakes involved with the Supreme, it was feared that even the central institution might not be able to contain the resulting chaos. Disaster struck. Just as all within the academy gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, a dozen disciples emerged, each paled and shaken. What transpired? Murong Xiao was about to lead a group inside to ascertain the situation when he noticed their ashen faces, causing his expression to change. Master, something grave has occurred. This is not merely a secret realm, but an entirely different world. Inside, there exist various demon clans, and they are coming for us. Among them are formidable beings of the Tao Palace realm, even those of the Purple Mansion realm. They seek to break free from the secret realm. The disciples appeared ghostly pale, trembling as they spoke. What? How could this be? The Academy's members were instantly paralyzed with fear, realizing that calamity had indeed arrived. Quick! Summon Elder Zhou Hai. Without a moment's thought, Murong Xiao instinctively called for Zhou Hai. At that instant, Zhou Hai's figure appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, holding a Saint Experience card, prepared to confront any impending threats. Upon seeing Zhou Hai, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Hai had become the backbone of the entire academy. With him present, the collapse of the heavens seemed trivial. Brothers and sisters, I shall guard this place with my junior brother. You must organize the disciples for a swift evacuation. Murong Xiao regarded Zhou Hai with deep appreciation and commanded the others. Junior brother, I rely on you. Without further ado, the others departed, ensuring that all treasures from their respective palaces were secured. At that moment, Qin Xiao finally comprehended her situation. She realized she was still alive, and everything she had experienced was merely a form of inheritance. All disciples he might command, evacuate the academy immediately. Qin Xiao, gather all the Dao for your master. Li Changqing's voice resonated. The disciples within Dao Palace, including Chu Chun, hastily began to mobilize. What? Collecting the Dao for my master? Qin Xiao was taken aback. Junior sister, it seems a great event is unfolding. You are currently the only disciple of your master, and the Dao must be entrusted to you. Hurry! Bai Shushu and Ling Luoxue urged her. Understood, Qin Xiao responded, hastily gathering all the Dao into her storage pouch and fleeing alongside her fellow disciples. Chapter 55, Zhou Hai. I am quite easygoing. Senior brother, are you certain you wish to remain? Zhou Hai cast a sidelong glance at Murong Xiao. Of course, as the sect leader, what would it mean if I left? Besides, junior brother, with you here, it should be fine, right? Murong Xiao replied with a serious expression. Zhou Hai frowned, thinking, what does it mean that I'm here should be fine? I don't even have that confidence. This senior brother Sanzong was not only talkative, but also possessed an overwhelming sense of responsibility. All right, this is a holy sword. Take it for self-defense. If things go awry, activate it and flee immediately. Shaking his head, Zhou Hai produced a sacred artifact sword and handed it to Murong Xiao. What? A holy sword? Such a precious item for me. What will you use, junior brother? Murong Xiao exclaimed in shock, finally confirming that his younger brother was indeed a sage. I'm fine with whatever. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively. For added security, he donned the supreme armor, adorned himself with the supreme necklace, and even placed an imperial-grade, soul-stabilizing bell deep within his consciousness. Simultaneously, he donned an imperial crown, wielding the divine whip in his left hand and the Excalibur in his right, both genuine imperial artifacts. With such a wealth of treasures for protection, he felt significantly more assured. Surely, even if a supreme being were to descend, he could make his escape, right? Below the supreme level, he could deal with him directly. It was time to make a name for himself. Oh heavens! Junior brother, with so many sacred artifacts, you aren't a master of weapon crafting, are you? Murong Xiao, who had been touched a moment ago, now stood dumbfounded, unable to detect the aura of these treasures, mistaking them all for sacred artifacts. Nonetheless, it was enough to leave him in awe. Be discreet, always be discreet. Zhou Hai turned back with a smile. Boom! At that moment, the towering beam of light vanished, and the entrance to the secret realm emitted a thunderous roar. Zhou Hai's expression changed as he quickly focused on what lay ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds continued, each louder than the last. However, no matter how loud it became, nothing emerged from within. What is happening? Why hasn't anything come out yet? After half an hour, Zhou Hai's brow furrowed, feeling somewhat stunned. Could it be that these entities have been sealed and are attempting to break free? Murong Xiao murmured. Zhou Hai shared this sentiment, yet he did not lower his guard. An hour later, Murong Xiao began to grow impatient. It seems certain these entities cannot emerge, he stated solemnly. Zhou Hai remained alert and silent. Unbeknownst to them, night fell, and the commotion from within ceased. Murong Xiao paced back and forth, appearing increasingly restless. It seems these entities cannot break the seal and have chosen to give up. Junior brother, how about we venture in for a look? Murong Xiao suddenly suggested. Stay calm. If you have no composure, how can you achieve great things? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow. He had no intention of entering, without a sense of security outside. What if they got trapped inside? If they encountered a supreme being, unable to fight back or escape, wouldn't that be futile? Then should we leave? Murong Xiao pondered, feeling uncertain. You may leave, but I must guard this place for the sake of the world. If something does emerge, I can respond in time. Zhou Hai firmly refused without a second thought. What a joke. The Supreme's dojo has manifested. What if there is a tremendous opportunity? Running away would mean a great loss. Alas, junior brother's sense of duty always shines through in times of danger. Murong Xiao marveled at Zhou Hai, once again awed by him. As the sun rose and set, a day and night passed unawares. Murong Xiao felt as though he might go mad from the torment. The secret realm remained silent. Junior brother, we can neither leave nor stay, and it gnaws at my heart. Shall we just go in and see? At least we would die with clarity. Murong Xiao could no longer endure, speaking to Zhou Hai. Ridiculous. Senior brother, Do you know why your cultivation has stagnated at the Tao Enlightenment stage? With this mindset of yours, when will you ever break through? Zhou Hai deeply speech. He too was suffering, but what could he do? For safety's sake, those who wanted to go could do so. He would never step inside. However, Murong Xiao felt a jolt within, suddenly enlightened by Zhou Hai's words. Indeed, when did I begin to have such a poor mindset? Can't even wait a day or two. He realized that over the years, other academies had gradually strayed from the teachings of the sage ancestor, becoming gluttonous, each stronger than the last. In contrast, his own Zhou Academy, while adhering to the will of the sage ancestor, lagged far behind due to insufficient resources. He had devoted himself to enhancing the academy's strength, but had neglected to adjust his own mindset. If this continued, he feared he might never break through in his lifetime. With this realization, Murong Xiao felt his mind clear, and his anxious heart gradually calmed. In an instant, his stagnated cultivation for nearly a decade began to shift. Thank you, junior brother, for your guidance. Your words are worth more than a decade of cultivation. Murong Xiao exclaimed in delight, quickly settling into a meditative posture and breaking through. What on earth? Is this even possible? Zhou Hai was stunned. He had merely sought a reason to avoid entering. Yet this could lead to someone's breakthrough? Before long, Murong Xiao's Tao principles, spirit, and body merged into one. A surge of divine consciousness shot into the sky, radiating outward. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth trembled, and thunder roared, heralding Murong Xiao's great tribulation. Junior brother, I shall face my tribulation now. Murong Xiao shot upwards, his righteous aura radiating in every direction, the sound of his sword echoing across the land, leaving Zhou Hai envious. Soon the skies churned, and thunder wreaked havoc upon the world. Murong Xiao fought fiercely against the heavens, struggling in a fierce contest. At that moment, a spirit vessel sped from the direction of the Zhou royal capital. Simultaneously, from the direction of the Qin dynasty, hundreds of figures also rushed to Dinghai City. Is Murong Xiao undergoing the great unification tribulation? The newcomers were taken aback by the sight of the storm clouds. With the Supreme Dojo having opened merely 2 days prior, Murong Xiao had already broken through. It was evident how immense the opportunities within the Supreme Dojo were. The arriving individuals felt their eyes turn red with desire. Without a second thought, they charged towards the martial arts palace. The academy truly has opportunities greater than heaven. Not only has the Supreme Dojo manifested here, but my friend Murong Xiao has also achieved a breakthrough. What joyous news! A voice of laughter rang out as an elderly eunuch emerged from the spirit vessel, smiling broadly. Zhou Hai turned to see hundreds of people rushing from the spirit vessel, including even the Zhou Emperor Jiwuji. Among them, Jiwuji was not even the strongest. Beside him stood 3 elders, all peak experts of the Purple Mansion realm, evidently ancient beings who had remained hidden for millennia. Dear friends, do not jest. My senior brother's breakthrough has nothing to do with this secret realm. Zhou Hai smiled, wishing to dissuade their interest in the secret realm. Otherwise, the academy would never find peace. What do you mean it has nothing to do with it? Are you afraid we covet the supreme legacy? A mocking voice suddenly interrupted as a group of hundreds flew in from the horizon. Among them, a gold-robed elder coldly stated, "Who are you?" "Zhou Hai Wen, Qian Santong, outer sect elder of the Qiong Yao sect. Presumptuous academy. Several elders from our holy land have come to your academy, yet the command talismans have shattered. Are you not going to promptly apologize?" Qian Santong huffed arrogantly. However, before his words could fully settle, a massive cauldron descended from the heavens, its powerful aura instantly pinning him down from the sky. Impudent! In the territory of Dezhou, you dare demand that we Zhou people apologize? Who do you think you are? A chilling voice emerged as an ancient elder from behind the Zhou Empress intervened. Qian Santong's face changed dramatically as he found himself bound by the cauldron, unable to move. As the imminent threat loomed, a massive seal suddenly flew from behind, crashing heavily into the bronze cauldron. The moment of collision unleashed a dazzling display of crimson and azure light, and the ferocious shockwave obliterated the 300 miles of the academy, leaving only a solitary courtyard at Daocang Palace and the artificial mountain suppressing Jikuei. By heavens, what madness is this? Zhou Hai exclaimed, his anger surging. After 7 years in the academy, he had come to regard it as home. He would not tolerate such wanton destruction. Who are you cursing? The elder wielding the seal coldly regarded Zhou Hai. What of it? Are you too dull-witted to comprehend plain speech, or do you desire to hear me berate you again? You shall compensate for the damages incurred today, or face my wrath. Zhou Hai glared back, his temper flaring. How audacious! The elder's beard bristled in fury as he raised his hand, the seal threateningly descending upon Zhou Hai. Begone! Yet at that moment, a furious roar echoed, and a stone tablet soared from the horizon, colliding forcefully with the seal. The void shattered, and the atmosphere surged violently. The already devastated academy appeared as if plowed countless times. Who dares to act so recklessly within the academy? Do you truly believe we are without protectors? A voice bellowed, as a scroll descended from the skies, where hundreds stood above. The stone tablet returned, landing squarely in the hands of one among them, a middle-aged man with an air of scholarly elegance, yet his eyes burned with a fierce, killing intent, revealing a volatile temperament. Ah, I wondered who it might be. It is none other than my esteemed friend Yi Haoran. Years have passed, and your cultivation has only deepened. The elder with the seal's pupils constricted, fixated on the middle-aged man. Whether his prowess had truly advanced remained uncertain, but it was evident that slaying this old fool would pose no challenge. Yi Haoran's gaze was frigid, his words devoid of deference. What is your intention, Yi Daoist? The elder's expression darkened. As ancestors of the major sacred lands, they could not allow such affronts to go unpunished. Who in the North Wilderness does not know of your Dacian dynasty's tyrant? Unrivaled in talent, a paragon of virtue. Yet you blind old fools allow the various sects to persecute him, even colluding to drive him to the brink. If your Dacian dynasty persists in this manner, it will surely face annihilation. And what remains of justice then? As the supreme elder of the Academy's Haoran Palace, scolding was Yi Haoran's forte. His tirade left the elder clutching his face in humiliation, as if he had ingested excrement. Yi Haoran, what gives you the right to meddle in the affairs of my Dacian dynasty? The elder seethed, releasing a formidable pressure, signaling his readiness for battle. Enough, Elder Yi. Why involve yourself in the matters of others? A robust man from the scroll interjected. Indeed, Elder Yi, our academy has always maintained a position of detachment. There is no need to interfere. Another middle-aged man, bearing a sword and exuding a chivalrous aura, echoed the sentiment. Silence, both of you. Yehaoran Snip, Yang Thoyo, Lei Hong, do not presume I am ignorant of your collusion with the sacred lands of the various dynasties. You speak of not meddling in others' affairs. Yet how much have you interfered yourselves? Furthermore, Chun Bei is a disciple of our Haoran lineage, having studied under our academy. As an elder, is it inappropriate for me to speak on behalf of my successors? Are you merely afraid that I might offend him and jeopardize your Dacian dynasty's branch in the academy? I am well aware of the circumstances of the Dacian branch over the years. To be frank, it would be better for these selfish scoundrels to perish sooner rather than later. Yi Haoran's words struck hard, leaving the two supreme elders trembling in rage and doubt. Bring it. Yi Haoran extended his hand towards the elder with the seal. What? The elder was momentarily taken aback. Is it the custom of your ancestors to demolish others' homes without compensation? No wonder even the most insignificant of creatures feel emboldened to act with impunity in your Dacian dynasty. It seems this is your attitude towards the world. However, while your Dacian dynasty may be trampled upon, my academy shall not be, especially the Dazhou Academy. Today's damages amount to 100 million top-grade spirit stones. If you refuse to compensate, do not blame me for razing your Dacian capital. Yi Haoran's tone was laced with a distinct threat, devoid of any semblance of jest. Well said. However, that sum is excessive. If you cannot raise 100 million top-grade spirit stones today, I will demolish the Zhou royal capital and Dacian capital this very instant. Zhou Hai, who had been sullen, felt his spirits lift at these words. Truly, the scholar from the main academy was far more ruthless than Li Chongqing in his scolding. Such a presence was utterly delightful. You dare to seek death. The elder with the seal could no longer contain himself, raising the seal to strike down upon Zhou Hai. How dare you? He insults you. Yet you dare not retaliate and come strike me instead? Do you truly believe I am an easy target? Zhou Hai was bewildered, unable to fathom where he appeared so vulnerable. In his fury, He was about to retaliate when Yi Haoran suddenly appeared before him. With a wave of his hand, the stone tablet swelled in size, colliding with the seal like a mountain. Old fool, among the Academy's 4 branches, I hold the Dazhou lineage in the highest regard. Daring to assail the Dazhou lineage, as if I were inconsequential? Yi Haoran glared at the elder, his eyes ablaze with killing intent. You Academy boasts considerable bravado. Threatening the Dacian dynasty is one thing, but even my Dazhou? The elder's expression darkened, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. How thick-skinned can your Zhou royal family be? When the Dacian dynasty breaks something, they must pay, yet you feel exempt. Zhou Hai glared, harboring no fondness for the Zhou royal family, as they were among the first to persecute his disciple. Well said, child. We do not seek trouble, but we shall not shy away from it either. Should others come to our doorstep, we shall demand justice and compensation. Should anyone dare act irrationally, the ancestors shall support us until they comply. Yi Haoran looked at Zhou Hai with satisfaction. The young man resonated with his ideals. Very well. For you, there shall be no compensation. Share the burden with them, totaling 150 million, and let them pay. By the way, cease with the ancestor talk. We are not familiar. Just because I find you likable does not mean you can take advantage of me. Zhou Hai grinned, patting Yi Haoran's shoulder. Yi Haoran was taken aback. It seemed this young man intended to swindle him as well. Ha ha! Yet upon considering Zhou Hai's subsequent words, Yi Haoran could not help but laugh heartily. Excellent. Excellent. You focus on the matter, not the person. This pleases me. From now on, I shall no longer regard myself as an ancestor. We shall be friends across generations. Should anyone dare to wrong you, simply invoke my name. As they conversed, a faint cry for help echoed from the direction of the Wendiagong. Ancestor, save me. All heads turned, and upon seeing Ji Kuei beneath the artificial mountain, the faces of those from the Zhou dynasty turned ashen. How audacious! You Academy possesses such gall to suppress my royal son. The Zhou Emperor, witnessing Ji Kuei's plight, erupted in fury, his imperial aura pressing down upon all present. What a prestigious institution! In the past, our great Zhou graciously offered refuge to you, yet you dare to act recklessly, even suppressing members of the Zhou royal lineage. Do you intend to rebel? Within the great Zhou camp, Ji Feng was elated. He had long wished to rid himself of the meddlesome academy, and now fate had granted him this opportunity, which he would not let slip away. Come, let us rescue the 7th prince. In a display of fraternal loyalty, Ji Feng commanded, leading his men towards the artificial mountain. I dare anyone to try. A cold voice interrupted, as Yi Haoran sent a stone tablet soaring into the air, transforming into a towering 100-foot structure that obstructed the path of the approaching crowd. Yi Haoran, what do you mean by this? Ji Wujia's eyes glinted with disdain. As an emperor, his authority was not to be trifled with. Nothing of particular significance. As everyone knows, the great Zhou Academy upholds the aspirations of the ancient sages, acting on behalf of heaven to protect the common folk. Over the years, various sects have exploited the nations at will, bringing death and destruction to the populace. But ask yourself, has the great Zhou Academy ever taken advantage of your great Zhou? Has it ever failed the hundreds of millions of your citizens? I need not elaborate on the accomplishments of the great Zhou Academy, but you must recognize that it does not target anyone. To suppress this young man now must surely have its reasons. As the supreme elder of the academy, I will see who dares to intervene. Standing resolute, Yi Haoran exuded an invisible righteous aura that illuminated the surroundings. The oppressive might of the Zhou Emperor was rendered ineffective before him. What a sinner! Since you speak so boldly, I am curious to see how you will rescue him today. Someone, immediately free the 7th prince. Those who dare to obstruct shall be executed without mercy. The Zhou Emperor, furious yet mocking, commanded as a throng of formidable experts surged forward towards the artificial mountain. I dare anyone to try. Yi Haoran's gaze turned icy as he stepped into the void, positioning himself in front of the oncoming challengers. Yi Haoran, do you understand the implications of your actions? Lei Hong from the academy frowned, his voice raised in admonition. Silence. Yi Haoran's expression was frigid. His unwavering sense of justice did not waver, even against fellow elders of the academy. You, Lei Hong and Jiang Te's faces darkened. their frustration palpable as they turned away from him, choosing to ignore his insolence. Yi Haoran, you are courting death. The elder holding the cauldron behind the Zhou emperor advanced ominously towards him. Enough! Are these people addicted to fighting? While they engage in their skirmishes, why must they always turn the academy into a battleground? Zhou Hai was displeased, yet with Yi Haoran persistently defending the academy, he refrained from reprimanding him. Only managing to utter, "Elder Yi, return. I wish to see who can take this person away today." Yi Haoran's brow furrowed at Zhou Hai's words. "Young man, I observe you are not one to cower in fear. A true man stands firm in the world. Why must you act based on others' opinions?" Yi Haoran expressed his dissatisfaction. "Acting? What nonsense! You will return when I command it. What gives you the right to turn our academy into a battlefield? Rest assured, the ones I suppress, none shall rescue." Zhou Hai remained speechless, sending a mental transmission discreetly. Yi Haoran's pupils constricted. He had not previously noted Zhou Hai's fluctuations in power. Now aware of Zhou Hai's spiritual presence, he was taken aback. This young man possessed the strength of the lowest level of Unity Realm. Given his youthful appearance of no more than 20, how did he achieve this? Fine. I shall not impede you. Yehoran lafit heartity. Though doubts lingered in his heart as he returned to Zhou Hai's side, eager to discover the basis of Zhou Hai's confidence. At this, the Zhou emperor snorted coldly. The Zhou royal family and those from Deqian regarded Yi Haoran with contempt, viewing his hesitant stance as a source of amusement. "Come, let us save him." With a chilling taunt, Ji Feng and his men flew towards the artificial mountain. However, the moment they landed, a tremendous pressure erupted from the mountain, plunging the vicinity into silence. Every blade of grass, every tree, even the wind seemed frozen in time. All present stood rigid, their legs weakening, unable to even collapse to the ground, while cold sweat dripped from their brows. Sacred. The pressure of a sage, a sacred artifact. The pupils of everyone enlarged in shock, then rapidly constricted. Including Yi Haoran, all felt their minds buzzing, nearly collapsing under the weight of realization. Those beneath the sage were no more than ants, and even at the pinnacle of the 9th level, one was no different from a mortal before a sage. A single sacred artifact could easily obliterate a multitude. In that moment, Yi Haoran comprehended the source of Zhou Hai's confidence. With a sacred artifact in place, the great Zhou Academy, aside from its overall strength, had the qualifications to establish itself as a holy ground. By heavens, how bold they were to attempt to rescue those I have suppressed. Come forth. Today I shall stand here and see who dares to take a step further. Zhou Hai's voice resonated powerfully. He stepped into the void, leaving imprints with each stride as he ascended the artificial mountain, surveying the crowd. At the instant his words fell, the mountain surged upward, piercing the clouds, a magnificent pillar of support for the heavens. Everyone was blasted back by a formidable force, all but Yi Haoran spitting blood. Within 1,000 miles, only this sacred mountain remained. Before this mountain, even the city of Dinghai appeared diminutive, akin to a small village under a great mountain. The crowd resembled ants at the foot of a hill, nearly invisible. Everyone's faces shifted dramatically, and as the pressure of the sacred mountain lifted, they gasped for breath. Their horrified gazes fixated on the colossal mountain before them, then shifted to Zhou Hai atop its summit, feeling as though they were nearing madness. A sacred artifact, truly a sacred artifact. In all the realms, which holy ground did not revere sacred artifacts as ancestors. Not only could one not touch them, but even a mere glance required the artifact's consent. Yet here was Zhou Hai, trampling upon a sacred artifact. Did he not fear the artifact's wrath, that it might strike him down in an instant? A hushed silence enveloped the scene. All remained speechless. Hell, what is the matter? No one is coming to rescue him? Come forth. The person lies beneath my feet. If you can take him away, consider it your fortune. I shall not interfere. Zhou Hai's cold laughter echoed, provoking a chorus of inward curses from the crowd. This man, if he possessed such a treasure, why did he not reveal it sooner? Everyone had come here, parading their might, filling the air with bravado, only for him to unveil this artifact, leaving them all with nowhere to hide their faces, especially among the Zhou royal family. The emperor's face turned pale, having lost all prior imperial grandeur. He could not even dare to display his anger, regretting not having brought the great Zhou sacred artifact, now left to submit to others. The other members of the Zhou royal family could not help but curse inwardly. Rescue him? Who among us would dare to move under these circumstances? Reckless fools? It seemed everyone's anger had dissipated, and thus the prospect of further conflict appeared unlikely. Very well. Shall we discuss compensation? Zhou Hai surveyed the assembly, prompting them to flush with embarrassment, their sense of humiliation peaking. Ha ha ha! I believe this esteemed elder has a valid point. Debts must be repaid, and lives for lives. Damaging property requires compensation. My Dao Qian dynasty is willing to offer 300 million top-tier spirit stones. Suddenly, from the crowd of the Dao Qian dynasty, the elder holding the seal burst into laughter. The crowd shot him scornful glances, their disdain palpable. Never had they encountered such a spineless elder. Now, this sounds more reasonable. Come, let us discuss. Zhou Hai's eyes gleamed as he waved his hand, the sacred mountain emanating a gentle force that drew the elder to his side. The moment he landed, the Dao Qian elder felt a shiver run through him, his very soul trembling. What have I done? Standing upon a sacred artifact. Is this not courting disaster? His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhou Hai regarded him with a cold smirk. He even began to doubt whether this fellow would soil himself in fear, were it not for the fear of sullying the sacred artifact. What does it mean to show off? This is what showing off is. Flaunting a sacred artifact brings a delightful thrill. Senior, perhaps we should go down a mountain to converse? The elder of the Great Seal, overwhelmed by his inner terror, stuttered as he looked at Zhou Hai. Unnecessary, if you wish to descend. Let the 300 million top-grade spirit stones from your Qian dynasty arrive first. Otherwise, I despise those who lie. Whether you sit here or lie below is uncertain. Zhou Hai waved his hand and chuckled. A shiver ran through everyone's hearts. This was a blatant threat. Fetch the spirit stones, quickly. The elder of the Great Qian trembled in fear, hastily issuing orders. Some from the Great Qian turned to leave, while others, struck by inspiration, took out sound transmission talismans to summon the spirit stones. 300 million top-grade spirit stones could be considered the accumulation of the Great Qian dynasty over the past decade. But now, nothing else mattered. Survival was paramount. Otherwise, if the elder perished, all present would meet the same fate. And what of your great Zhou dynasty? Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze filled with mirth as he turned back to the Zhou dynasty side. Ji Feng trembled, nearly frightened to the point of wetting himself, his face a picture of distress. He had once contemplated annihilating the academy, but now he dared not entertain such thoughts. Ha ha, esteemed elder. Our great Zhou has coexisted with the academy for millennia. Today, His Majesty was merely acting out of concern for his son, and I hope the elder will be forgiving. In truth, Elder Yi had spoken correctly. The actions of the great Zhou Academy were evident to all. The suppression of the seventh prince bore its own rationale. Our emperor harbors no bias. It is merely that the royal family cannot tolerate their prince facing punishment from others. Upon returning, he will undoubtedly be reprimanded for his disrespect towards the academy. However, it seems that being suppressed by the sacred mountain is indeed the seventh prince's fortune and unparalleled honor. Due to the earlier confrontation, our great Zhou is willing to offer 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. I hope the elder will graciously accept. A hearty laugh resonated as a middle-aged man from the great Zhou stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. And who are you? Your emperor has yet to speak. Why do you presume to take charge? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, enjoying the comment. Yet he was not one to be easily swayed by flattery. Reporting to the elder, I am Zhang Chao, the left minister of Great Zhou. The middle-aged man quickly replied, Oh, some authority. Then I shall grant you 3 days to prepare. If you cannot procure 1 billion top-grade spirit stones within that time, let those present from the Zhou royal family keep company with that Ji Kuei fellow at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, glancing towards the elder of the Great Seal. He suddenly realized he was at a disadvantage. If they were willing to offer 1 billion, why was he only demanding 300 million from the Great Qian? 20 billion. Senior, our Great Qian is willing to compensate 20 billion. The elder of Great Qian's expression shifted as he quickly grasped the situation, shouting in haste. Why the cleverness? You're making me reluctant to hit you. Zhou Hai's expression darkened. He had been contemplating how to negotiate, and this was far too straightforward. Quickly, 20 billion top-grade spirit stones. The elder dared not waste time, shouting urgently. Zhou Hai's gaze shifted back to the great Zhou's side. 30 billion, 10 billion as compensation, and 20 billion as a token of gratitude. Thank you, elder, for overseeing the prince on behalf of our great Zhou. Zhang Chao was taken aback. The royal family valued their reputation, and he could not afford to be stingy. At this moment, he must take the fall for the royal family, no matter the cost. Upon the sacred mountain, the elder of Great Qian wore an expression akin to having consumed something foul. When the world was happening, those in the know were being extorted, while those unaware might mistake this for an auction, with incessant bidding. Was that amusing? 30 billion? Our Great Qian will also offer 30 billion. Gritting his teeth, the elder of Great Qian shouted, "Ah, can't you bid higher?" Zhou Hai's expression fell slightly upon hearing this. The crowd looked as if they had lost their mothers, their faces reflecting deep dismay. This fellow truly viewed everyone as Na'vi fools. By the way, I just remembered something. How much should the Qiangyao sacred land compensate? Suddenly, Zhou Hai's gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Qian Santong. Qian Santong's face changed drastically. Without a moment's thought, he turned to flee. Compensate for what? The Great Qian and Great Zhou were threatened by Zhou Hai, all significant figures willing to pay. What was he? Merely an outer elder of the sacred land. Reflecting on the actions of the Qiangyao sacred land towards the academy, he realized how foolish he had been to come here today. If he did not flee now, it would be a dead end. Damn it, not a shred of courtesy. Can you escape? Zhou Hai's eyes turned cold, and a vine shot out from the sacred mountain, instantly piercing through Qian Santong's chest. Ah! A scream erupted as blood rained down. Everyone trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Enough of this. I am a lover of peace and disinclined to conflict. Guests are present. Let us sit and converse. I would not want anyone to say our academy lacks hospitality. Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and as he spoke, the sacred mountain began to shift. In an instant, the scenery within a 1,000-mile radius transformed, returning to its original state. Even the academy restored itself to its former appearance. The sacred mountain vanished, yet the crowd no longer displayed their previous arrogance. They moved with utmost caution. They understood that while the sacred mountain seemed to have disappeared, the essence of the sacred artifact remained within 1,000 miles, save for Zhou City. Any speck of dust here could annihilate them, if desired. At this moment, Murong Xiao had just passed through his tribulation. He flew over, casting an admiring glance at Zhou Hai. He had not anticipated that his usually carefree junior disciple would handle matters with such decisiveness. This was indeed the true pillar of the academy. My junior disciple is correct. Guests are here. Everyone please enjoy some tea. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and countless stone tables formed on the square in front of the hall of the sacred artifact. Following this, stone cups condensed, water emerged, and after producing tea leaves, he brewed the tea in one graceful motion. The scene, which had been shrouded in murderous intent moments before, transformed into a grand reception area. The crowd exchanged glances, not daring to move an inch. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly worthy of the great Zhou Academy. The etiquette lives up to the venerable sages. I shall have the first cup. Yi Haoran laughed heartily, striding towards the hall of the sacred artifact, raising the tea and drinking it down in one gulp. Chapter 59. My junior disciple disregards hollow fame. Indeed, little brother, I never anticipated that at such a tender age, you could attain the legacy of a sage and wield such divine artifacts of the mortal realm. With your presence, the great Zhou Academy is destined to flourish. By the way, considering your stature, you ought to be renowned in the northern wilderness. Why is it that, despite our shared affiliation with the academy, I have never heard of you? May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Setting down his teacup, Yi Haoran's gaze towards Zhou Hai underwent a profound transformation. No longer did he regard him with the admiration befitting a senior addressing a junior. Even the manner of address shifted. The others, too, looked at Zhou Hai with expressions of bewilderment. Indeed, how could such a person remain unrecognized? Zhou Hai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The inquiry made him reluctant to even mention his name. Ha, Elder Yi, you may be unaware, but my junior brother Zhou Hai is already celebrated across the northern wilderness. It is merely that the truth eludes many, and they delight in spreading baseless rumors. At that moment, Mu Rongxiao let out a hearty laugh, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically. What? Zhou Hai? He is Zhou Hai, the legendary prodigy of the academy, the one dubbed the Heavenly Waste. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, and even Yi Haoran wore a look of shock. Only Zhou Hai's expression darkened, his discomfort palpable. Look, who says I lack renown in the northern wilderness? Is this not quite the reputation? Yet the term heavenly waste, which imbecile coined that phrase, is truly irksome. Ha ha ha, indeed. My junior brother is Zhou Hai. The world may mock him as a heavenly waste and ridicule our great Zhou Academy. Yet they are blissfully ignorant that my junior brother has already transcended the mundane, becoming peerless in this age. For years, he has guarded the academy, contributing to the welfare of the people and fulfilling his duties to the righteous path. Alas, he shuns hollow fame, preferring tranquility, which ironically leads to his being disparaged as worthless. But fret not, my junior brother cares not for such trivialities. He lets them be. Mu Rongxiao's laughter left everyone speechless. Good heavens, what a boast. At such a young age, you claim he is extraordinary, capable of acquiring the sage's legacy, and yet transcendent and unmatched? If he possesses such prowess, let him set aside the sacred artifact and see if he still has any rivals. Even Zhou Hai couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. While the words were flattering, they also brought a tinge of discomfort. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to downplay the situation, but his expression betrayed a hint of pride that did not go unnoticed by the others. Good heavens, you even feigned humility. Were it not for that undeniable sense of triumph you exude, I might have been convinced of your modesty. In the ensuing moments, the atmosphere remained amicable, with everyone engaging in delightful camaraderie, akin to well-behaved school children. Junior brother, what are you up to? Late at night, within the small courtyard of the Taoist palace, Zhou Hai was busy cooking meat in a large cauldron when Mu Rongxiao swooped in, his face alight with a smile. Nothing much, just feeling hungry, preparing something to eat. By the way, have those individuals been taken care of? Zhou Hai glanced back. When the academy was devoid of personnel, he took charge. Now that Mu Rongxiao had returned, he felt no inclination to oversee them, leaving it all to his senior brother. Ha ha! Rest assured, junior brother, everything has been arranged. To be honest, the emergence of this sacred artifact is nothing short of miraculous. Consider these people. Who among them is not a formidable figure in the northern wilderness? Presently, my junior brother merely serves as a mild deterrent, and they behave as obediently as a group of maidens. Mu Rongxiao's laughter echoed, brimming with pride. They dare not defy me. I would eliminate them without hesitation. Observing Mu Rongxiao's smug expression, Zhou Hai felt a surge of boldness and replied, No, no, no. Junior brother, do not act recklessly. Just because they have been intimidated does not mean that the forces behind them can be subdued. Each major sacred ground possesses its own divine artifacts. There may even be sage-level beings who have yet to pass into the afterlife. A mere display of intimidation is acceptable, but should you unleash a massacre, inciting fear throughout the northern wilderness and provoking a united retaliation from the sacred grounds, the consequences would be dire. Even if you possess the cultivation of a sage, it will be challenging to withstand the tide of overwhelming forces. Mu Rongxiao's expression shifted, and he hastily intervened. Rest assured, as long as they obey, I have not descended into madness to the point of indiscriminately slaying others. Zhou Hai found himself at a loss for words. His casual remark had been taken too seriously by his senior brother, who seemed to genuinely believe himself to be a sage. If only the entire world shared his perspective, how splendid it would be. This is splendid. Junior brother, here is your sacred sword. As the secret realm is currently stable, I shall return this sword to you for the time being. Mu Rongxiao nodded, carefully offering the sacred sword to Zhou Hai. What do you mean? It is yours now. It is merely a sword. There is no need for such formality between us brothers. Just refrain from nagging me in the future. Zhou Hai waved his hand, leaving Mu Rongxiao momentarily speechless. Goodness, such a sacred artifact, and my junior brother offers it as a gift without hesitation. This is beyond mere generosity. If word got out, it would surely astonish many. Junior brother, this. Mu Rongxiao hesitated, wanted to say more, But Zhou Hai interrupted him directly. What is this? If you wish to take it, take it. If not, set it aside. Must you be so fussy? Sacred artifacts. Zhou Hai truly did not care. At that moment, the stick he held was as good as any sacred weapon. It was merely that Mu Rongxiao had not realized it. No, no, no. I shall take it, shall I? Mu Rongxiao was taken aback. This was a sacred artifact, and he dared not simply cast it aside. While speaking, he carefully cradled the sacred sword as he departed. Senior brother, now that you are here, will you not stay for a meal? Zhou Hai called out from behind. I shall not eat. Mu Rongxiao wore a perplexed expression, utterly confounded by his junior brother. He discarded sacred artifacts as if they were trifles, yet held a fondness for mundane food. Could it be that a morsel of food held greater significance than a sacred artifact? Cradling the sacred artifact, Mu Rongxiao arrived at the inquiry palace. Placing it reverently upon the ancestral altar, standing in solidarity with the esteemed sages of the academy. In that instant, Mu Rongxiao seemed to sense a wave of joyful emotion. He glanced around in confusion, entirely at a loss as to the source of this feeling. Meanwhile, within Zhou Hai's inquiry palace, he heard a chorus of sighs. The sacred artifact possesses spirit. They are all envious, especially the firewood stick in Zhou Hai's hand, which trembled as if eager to flee from its reckless owner. What are you doing? Behave yourselves. Zhou Hai barked, lifting the lid of the large iron cauldron. A riot of colors swirled within, as the essence of spirit flowed and the marrow of dragon bones simmered, filling the air with an exquisite aroma. In the days that followed, the academy remained tranquil, until one bright morning, a grand procession arrived, shattering the serenity of the moment. Where's Mu Rongxiao? The two esteemed elders from the Qiangyao sacred ground have arrived. Why do you not hasten to welcome them? A commanding voice echoed above the academy. The members of the two major dynasties within the academy looked up, unable to suppress their incredulity. Such audacity! Are these people tired of living, daring to overstep their bounds? From the direction of the Taoist palace, Zhou Hai was engrossed in his reading, suddenly startled, ready to unleash a barrage of curses. Yet, Yi Haoran's voice rang out first. One audacious display. What does the Qiangyao sacred ground amount to, daring to demand a personal greeting from our academy's leader? Begone, all of you! As his words concluded, Yi Haoran soared forward, inciting the ire of the Qiangyao sacred ground's entourage. Haha, well said. What a bunch of ignorant fools, strutting onto another's territory with such bravado. Do they truly believe themselves to be of consequence? Before the members of the Qiangyao sacred ground could respond, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. A group of figures approached from the horizon, their imposing presence soaring high. The blood refinement demon sect? Upon seeing these individuals, the expressions of the Qiangyao disciples darkened. Their eyes filled with animosity. Evidently, considerable discord has arisen between the two factions. Indeed, dear friend from the realm of Qiangyao, your lack of decorum is rather astonishing. We, as distant guests, ought to adhere to the customs of our hosts, rather than display unwarranted arrogance. Another burst of laughter erupted, as hundreds of sword lights soared into the heavens. The Wanjian sect? The members of the Qiangyao faction frowned, their expressions tinged with displeasure. How am, my friend? It has been a century since we last met, and your fiery temperament remains unchanged, still as imperious as ever. At that moment, another group of individuals approached, causing Yi Haoran's countenance to turn icy in an instant. You despicable rascals from Tai Chu, have you come to stir up trouble? Faced with this group, Yi Haoran's murderous intent reached its zenith. What? Is our presence unwelcome? Does my friend Haoran wish to exchange blows? One elder among them chuckled amiably. Let us fight. Who fears whom? Brother Haoran, I shall lend you my support. A chilling voice resonated as a throng of extraordinarily beautiful women descended from the skies. Among them, a woman clad in colorful garments floated beside Yi Haoran, her gaze shimmering with sincerity as she looked upon him. It is none other than the butterfly fairy from the Qingyu Valley. I just realized I have yet to attend my morning studies. I shall take my leave. Yi Haoran tensed, awkwardly laughing as he made a hasty retreat. Yi Haoran, you've used that excuse for 400 years. Do you truly believe you still belong to the Haoran Palace? The butterfly fairy exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. Yet, Yi Haoran ignored her, vanishing into the horizon, leaving all who beheld him in astonishment. The the rumors hold true. In this world, only the butterfly fairy can compel our friend Hao Ran to retreat. Another wave of laughter ensued as the people from Su Yun Peak arrived. Accompanying them were the forces of the two great holy dynasties, the Yuan and the Tang. In mere moments, the 7 great holy grounds, Jixia Academy, Qingyu Valley, Su Yun Peak, Taichu Sacred Land, Qiangyao Sect, Wanjian Sect, and the blood-refining demon sect, along with the formidable figures from the 4 great holy dynasties, gathered in a magnificent display. I was unaware that esteemed elders from the Holy Lands would grace us with their presence. I sincerely apologize for the lack of proper reception. Murong Xiao welcomed them with a broad smile. You are all cordially invited to the Dao Inquiry Palace. You are too kind, my friend. We are but distant guests, and any disturbances we cause are unintentional. We hope for your understanding. These powerful figures from the Holy Lands, who typically exuded an air of superiority, were surprisingly amicable today, refraining from instigating any conflicts. Under Murong Xiao's warm hospitality, even those from Qiangyao Sacred Land obediently awaited in the Dao Inquiry Palace. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai from Daozong Palace appeared oblivious to the gathering. He continued his reading and attended to his own affairs. After all, the discussions among these individuals revolved solely around the Supreme Dao Palace. Whoever wished to enter that secret realm was free to do so. He had no intention of stepping inside unless they emerged alive. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Host's second disciple is in mortal danger. The protective mission is now activated. Please proceed immediately to safeguard. Just as Zhou Hai settled down, the system's voice echoed in his mind. What is happening? A flicker of concern crossed Zhou Hai's eyes. Not only did Qin Shiyao possess numerous treasures, but with the elders and disciples of the academy by her side, she ought to be safe. How could her life be in jeopardy? Without a moment to hesitate, Zhou Hai activated the transportation array of the Emperor's Corner, tearing through the void, and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, Zhou Hai found himself bewildered. Where's this place? He had followed the system's guidance, but was met with a dull, gray expanse, a scent foreign to the North Wasteland. This place seemed to be far removed from the North Wasteland, perhaps even a different world altogether. Before him lay a vast desert. Suddenly, the sands began to writhe as if animated, surging toward him like an overwhelming tide. Zhou Hai's expression shifted as he attempted to ascend. But at the moment of his leap, an immense force of gravity bore down upon him, as though he were carrying an insurmountable weight, forcing him back down. In an instant, the desert transformed into an ocean, engulfing him within. What is going on? Zhou Hai's face darkened as he acted without thinking, activating a Saint's Experience card. Holy energy enveloped him as a spectral world materialized, shielding him within. This was his Saint's world, where he was an invincible entity, a true deity. However, just as he was about to harness the power of this world to shatter the desert sea, a violent force surged, transforming the entire desert into a ferocious beast. The sounds of explosions reverberated continuously as Zhou Hai's Saint's world crumbled instantly. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly losing his life. Yet, just as his Saint's world shattered, the wild force dissipated. What the hell is happening? Zhou Hai was left dazed. The Saint's Experience card was his ultimate safeguard. To use it and nearly lose his life was utterly unacceptable. Where could he seek redress for this? Regaining his composure, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and 9 beams of light appeared around him. The Zhuxian sword, the God-slaying whip, the soul-sealing tower, 9 imperial artifacts circled him. 9 imperial artifacts. What a grand display. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in Zhou Hai's ear. The next instant, from the ocean of desert sands, endless dark light erupted, swiftly encasing the 9 imperial artifacts. The artifacts shone brilliantly, their imperial laws tearing through the heavens. Manifestations of the myriad realms appeared upon the 9 artifacts. Visions of gods at twilight, deities falling, countless spirits converging, and chains sealing the heavens, locking the universe in place. Various extraordinary phenomena unfolded, instantly creating boundless space for Zhou Hai, as though he were at the center of the universe. Yet, the desert sea did not vanish. It merely expanded. In the distance, the desert sea seemed to be enraged by the 9 imperial artifacts, transforming into endless laws that suppressed the heavens, surging toward Zhou Hai. Damn it, imperial laws? Where in the world am I? Zhou Hai's scalp tingled as he began to grasp the true horror of this desert sea. It was an illusion conjured by the laws of a great emperor. Although the 9 imperial artifacts were formidable, their efficacy depended on what they faced. This desert sea was no less powerful than the 9 imperial artifacts. Endless sands of the Dune Sea, I shall engage you in battle. A furious roar echoed as a chain surged forth from the 9 imperial artifacts, revealing the spectral figure of a gaunt old man. He rubbed his wrists, his gaze cloudy, but in an instant, he radiated boundless brilliance. The powerful imperial laws shot toward the heavens, the chain extending for billions of miles, sealing the heavens and ensnaring all the shifting sands within. The Emperor of Heaven's sealing chains. This is but the way of things. A cold voice resonated as a figure with dark hair emerged upon the shifting sands. The endless sands scattered in an instant, swirling back toward the sealing chain. The 2 imperial artifacts clashed, their laws intertwining, resulting in a cataclysmic battle that shook the very foundations of the world. Chapter 61. Confronting the True Emperor. While Zhou Hai found himself in dire straits, the great Zhou Academy remained remarkably tranquil. After deliberation among the various sects, all parties gathered at the entrance to the secret realm, collectively channeling their energies to probe its depths. Alas, the true essence of the Purple Mansion realm could not penetrate the secret realm. Neither could the essence of the Tau Palace realm. Even a unification realm was unable to gain entry. After a series of attempts, the crowd departed with heavy hearts. Yet, to their astonishment, the essence of the innate realm was permitted within. Suddenly, someone cried out loudly, and the eyes of all present sparkled with newfound hope. The secret realm was tied to the supreme Tao field. Despite the presence of formidable figures, none had the authority to force their way in. Ultimately, who could enter depended solely on the secret realm's decree. Clearly, only those under the age of innate realm could gain access. It appeared that the supreme Tao field had truly awakened, heralding an extraordinary opportunity about to unfold. Everyone was advised to prepare, as disciples would be sent into the realm 10 days hence. Who among the sects would seize the supreme opportunity was a matter of fate. A hearty laugh echoed as the elder of Shuyun Peak proclaimed, "Indeed, preparations must be hastened." The gazes of all were solemn. This was a supreme opportunity. Securing even a fragment of it could ensure the legacy of any sect for millennia, thriving eternally. Attaining the supreme legacy would grant dominance over the world, rendering one invincible. Such temptation was irresistible to all the great sanctuaries. As discussions continued, the major sanctuaries promptly relayed messages, dispatching their strongest young disciples to undertake the trial. Boom, however, at the very moment all communications were sent, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air. The entire world trembled, and the sky darkened at a visible pace. The crowd looked up, witnessing the radiant sun rapidly shrouded in darkness, enveloped by an enigmatic force. What was happening? Was it a celestial eclipse? No, this was not an eclipse. It was the protection of the heavenly Tao, a self-defense mechanism of the myriad worlds. What could possibly invoke such a threat to the heavenly Tao, plunging it into eternal silence? Everyone's countenance changed drastically, hearts heavy with dread, as if their very souls were being crushed. It was unfathomable to consider what kind of power could disrupt the normal functioning of the entire world. Boom, 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 the deafening explosions resounded again, akin to celestial thunder striking the earth. Despite the absence of visible objects falling, the ground beneath them began to fissure ominously. The world was on the brink of collapse at any moment. Simultaneously, 2 overwhelming pressures tore through the heavens and earth, causing all to weaken at the knees. Collapsing to the ground in terror, trembling uncontrollably. The majesty of the emperor was palpable, a true imperial might. Heavens, what transpired? Was it a battle between legendary emperor realm powerhouses? Do such beings even exist in this world? The imperial might was indescribable. Even those who had never felt it could immediately discern its presence. It was overwhelmingly powerful. In an instant, the aura of the emperor seemed to bring the very fabric of the universe to its knees, the heavenly Tao exerting its dominance. At that moment, no one knew which emperor realm powerhouse was engaged in battle, but the threat of death loomed over all. Could it be that a new wave of chaos was about to begin? Some recall the forbidden term that sent them spiraling into despair. Meanwhile, in an unknown cosmic location, the two imperial artifacts, sealing chains and sands of the vast sea, were locked in an intense battle. Within billions of light years, countless stars exploded and innumerable nebulae collapsed. The cosmos was being torn apart, succumbing to collapse. An uncharted, life-bearing planet shattered instantaneously, erasing countless beings. The sands surged, transforming a blazing sun into mere dust. Merging into the flowing sands. Beneath those sands, everything was insignificant, wielding life and death without mercy. The sealing chains attempted to bind the sands repeatedly, striving to nullify their power, yet to no avail. The sealing chains could neither contain the sands nor save the life forms on various planets. The battle between the two imperial artifacts was starkly destructive, far simpler than the act of preservation. Good heavens! I have always said that practitioners are the bugs of this world. Just like the spread of cancer cells, the stronger the cultivation, the greater the threat to this realm. This is not merely a battle of imperial artifacts. It is a battle aimed at the destruction of the universe. Zhou Hai stood at the epicenter of this conflict, fortunate enough to be shielded by the 8 imperial artifacts, thus remaining unharmed. Otherwise, with his meager cultivation, he would have been obliterated on the spot, leaving no trace behind. What are you all dawdling for? Go and disperse this cursed sand for me. Witnessing the chaotic actions of the sands of the vast sea, Zhou Hai was filled with fury. Yet, he noticed the 8 imperial artifacts remained motionless, causing him to frown. Do they dare move? Just then, a voice of laughter echoed, and Zhou Hai turned abruptly, his expression shifting in shock. The phantom that had previously appeared amidst the sands of the vast sea now approached him from the depths of the universe. No, this is not an illusion. This is a true being. He exuded no discernible aura, yet as he walked, the celestial bodies revolved around him, and the laws of the heavenly Tao obeyed his every command. It was as if the entire universe belonged to him. He was the singular deity amidst heaven and earth. Zhou Hai's scalp tingled, his heart filled with a peculiar sensation. Good heavens, this is the master of the sands of the vast sea, the true emperor. What is Zhou Hai in comparison? A mere unification realm cultivator, an existence as insignificant as an ant, suddenly face to face with an emperor. Who could fathom this feeling? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The imperial artifacts surrounding Zhou Hai quivered incessantly, an overwhelming imperial might permeating the air as phantoms materialized upon the artifacts, all staring intently at the emperor of the vast sea. Though they were imperial artifacts, confronted with a genuine emperor, their might diminished significantly. Do not move. What are you doing? You truly know nothing. This is a true emperor. The emperor of the vast sea, with boundless powers, reigns supreme above all. Junior Murong Xiao pays his respects to the emperor of the vast sea. Zhou Hai's complexion paled, and in the presence of the true emperor, he could not muster even a flicker of combativeness. He did not even dare to command the 8 imperial artifacts to advance, instead offering insincere flattery. He with 9 imperial artifacts in tow. I assumed you were a prodigy, but it turns out you are merely a sycophant. I can sense your insincerity. Your respect is not genuine. Yet, curiously, it seems you possess something that obscures the heavenly secrets. For someone of my caliber cannot discern the thoughts of such a trifling ant. Interesting, your name is Murong Xiao, is it? The emperor of the vast sea chuckled, gazing at Zhou Hai with amusement. Your Excellency, you jest. The younger generation speaks candidly. How could my heart not align with my words? My admiration for you is as boundless as the mighty river, uncontainable. Among all the emperors of past, present, and future, you are the one I most revere. Indeed, I am Murong Xiao. To behold your true form today is a blessing of ages. I could die content. Zhou Hai bowed deeply, overflowing with reverence. The spirits of the 8 imperial artifacts concealed their faces in embarrassment. With such a master, they felt utterly ashamed. Is that so? Then close your eyes. I am curious to see what mysteries you conceal that could attract the attention of 9 imperial artifacts. The emperor of the vast sea chuckled lightly, raising his hand toward Zhou Hai. Chapter 62. The emperor recites Murong Xiao's true name. Boom. Within billions of light years, the stars of the heavens transformed into flowing sands, converging at a singular point, instantaneously forming a colossal hand that obscured the sky, reaching out to grasp Zhou Hai. What the hell? I have never shown such respect, even to my father. Do you take my reverence lightly? Zhou Hai was rendered speechless. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. Yet, this ill-mannered individual provoked him to unleash a torrent of curses. Seeking death, the Han Hai Emperor's gaze sharpened, and the enormous hand descended in an instant. Buzzing, the 8 Emperor artifacts around Zhou Hai sprang into action. The laws of the heavens coalescing, colliding with a massive hand. Boom! 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 The heavens trembled, and the fabric of the universe distorted. The battle threatened to shatter the entirety of the cosmos. Under the protection of the 8 Emperor artifacts, Zhou Hai, even in the face of an emperor, felt no overwhelming pressure. However, as the battle ignited, the Emperor's might pervaded. Even the slightest leak of that power made him feel as if the sky were collapsing and the universe inverting. The immense pressure twisted his very being, causing his bones to crack incessantly, threatening to obliterate him at any moment. The might of an emperor required no physical assault. A mere glance or a wisp of breath could render him utterly obliterated. Damn it, the teleportation array is sending me straight to the lair of this foolish emperor, intent on killing me. Zhou Hai cursed inwardly, deploying the emperor artifacts, and hastily retrieved several supreme artifacts to counter the emperor's might. Yet, even the supreme artifacts could not withstand the leaking imperial power, and Zhou Hai's condition deteriorated rapidly. The raging force threatened his very life. He activated a Saint Experience card, forcibly elevating his cultivation, barely stabilizing the situation. Boom! However, the laws of the heavens erupted, and the 8 Emperor artifacts were simultaneously sent flying. The unleashed fury surged forth, causing numerous supreme artifacts to explode one after another. Zhou Hai's pupils dilated. The supreme artifacts simply could not withstand this torrent of power. The leaked force struck him, causing him to cough up blood, his organs shattering, and his saint-level cultivation crumbling to dust. Once more, without a second thought, Zhou Hai activated the Saint Experience card again. Yet, it proved ineffective, merely enhancing his endurance slightly. Beneath the Emperor's might, he was soon to be obliterated. One after another, he utilized the Saint Experience, quickly exhausting the 8th use. In this fleeting moment, it was as if 7 saints had perished on the spot. Just as Zhou Hai prepared to activate the 9th Saint Experience amidst the impending explosion, a familiar aura approached. It was the supreme aura, indistinguishable from that which had leaked in the secret realm of the Academy. Han Hai Tianzuan, do you intend to incite chaos? A cold voice echoed. In the next instant, Zhou Hai witnessed the laws of the heavens coalesce into a Tao talisman, forming a silhouette. Before him stood a remarkably beautiful woman, clad in green. Her vibrant life, energy flowing, revitalizing even this corner of the universe that was on the brink of collapse. Under the influence of her aura, Zhou Hai's grievously injured body began to mend, visibly recovering at an astonishing pace. Youngster, you, a mere supreme, dare to appear before me. Han Hai Tianzuan furrowed his brow, finally taking notice of the situation. We are both supremes. What right do you have to look down upon me? Do you truly believe you are still the emperor of old? The emperor has long since perished. The living are but a few remnants. The woman, strikingly beautiful, bore a calm expression, yet her words pierced deeply, laden with scorn. You seek death. Enraged, Han Hai Tianzuan unleashed a cataclysmic force that shattered the heavens and the earth, pouring down with unbridled fury. Leave. Take the emperor artifact. With a wave of her hand, a gentle force enveloped Zhou Hai, whisking him away from that place. Thank you. Beautiful Supreme, the Emperor artifact is yours. Annihilate this worthless creature. Zhou Hai roared, his words igniting Han Hai Emperor's murderous gaze upon him. Had it not been for the Supreme standing before him, he would have been slain in an instant by Han Hai Emperor's glare. Even so, the sounds of explosions continued to echo around him. Numerous Supreme artifacts shattered under a mere glance from Han Hai Emperor. The Emperor's might overshadowed the heavens and the earth. Why are you glaring at me? Sooner or later, I will bring about your demise. No, in front of the beautiful Supreme, there is no need to wait for another day. You shall perish today. Zhou Hai cursed vehemently, yet before he could finish, he had vanished from the spot. Murong Xiao, daring to insult this emperor. There is no refuge for you in the myriad realms. I shall ensure your existence is more torturous than death. Han Hai Emperor had never been so enraged. His furious roar reverberated throughout the universe, reaching every corner of the 8 desolations. In the ancient star domain, at the Northern Desolation Academy, everyone lay prostrate in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the heavens, leaving all in a state of shock. Puff! Murong Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, even his soul trembling. All eyes turned to him with bewilderment. What has transpired? A great emperor recited Murong Xiao's name. What unparalleled glory is this? Yet, such glory bore a deadly weight, and none could comprehend how Murong Xiao had angered an emperor. In a corner of the universe, another battle erupted once more. Above the Supreme lay the Emperor. The realm of the Supreme ultimately could not contend with the laws of the Emperor. However, simultaneously wielding the 8 Emperor weapons and summoning the celestial sealing chains back, the woman managed to block Han Hai Emperor's assault in this corner of the universe. Their clash rent the heavens and the earth asunder, tearing the cosmos into a desolate sea. The battle raged for 6 days, and only then did everyone find relief from the pressure. No one knew how the battle concluded, nor did anyone discern the outcome. All that was clear was that the potential for a dark upheaval had quelled after this confrontation. In the instant the battle ceased, the entrance to the Martial Palace's secret realm at the Great Zhou Academy suddenly sealed, a towering inscription reaching for the heavens, akin to a decree. In 3 months, the secret realm shall be reactivated. The supreme inheritance awaits, with deadly tribulations. Following this, the secret realm fell silent, a palpable aura of death emanating, as the entire realm seemed to mourn. Even the ancient star domain resonated with sorrow, as if bidding farewell to a singular individual. What is happening? What has transpired? Observing this, all present before the Great Zhou Academy were left dumbfounded, only to be followed by boundless joy. The true inheritance had emerged. A supreme was seeking a successor. If the hope of obtaining the inheritance had seemed elusive before, now, it was certain that someone would succeed. This was an unparalleled opportunity, one that none could afford to overlook. The individuals from various holy lands and dynasties wasted no time, swiftly preparing to return to their ancestral grounds. Even those from the Deqian and Dezhou dynasties departed after leaving compensations behind. Thus commenced a struggle over the supreme inheritance. What is this? The world that was once vibrant has suddenly turned gray? Meanwhile, in another realm, Zhou Hai inexplicably shed tears. Having just regained his life from the brink of death, he found no joy in his survival, his emotions inexplicably heavy. He stood amidst a sea of flowers, but now the blossoms wilted. The once colorful world, now rendered in shades of black and white. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the 9 Emperor artifacts fell beside him, all shattered, their former glory forever lost. The Emperor artifacts lay dormant, bereft of any trace of their former essence. Chapter 63. The Sealed Emperor. Alas, Han Hai, you wretched scoundrel, you have rendered my 9 life-saving trump cards utterly useless. Zhou Hai's eyes turned crimson in an instant. This battle has not only shattered all his supreme artifacts, but not a single imperial weapon remains intact. What a devastating loss. Murong Xiao, I vow to settle the score with you. Suddenly, the voice of Han Hai Tianzuan echoed, causing Zhou Hai's legs to weaken, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. Where are you? Zhou Hai glanced around in confusion, his eyes filled with vigilance. With a flick of his wrist, over 100 sacred-level treasures appeared, ready for battle. What on earth? How much wealth from the emperors have you pilfered to possess so many treasures? Han Hai Tianzuan's voice resounded again, infused with both fury and incredulity. He realized that even his own accumulation paled in comparison to Zhou Hai's. How infuriating. What is this? You haven't been slain and sealed, have you? Zhou Hai paused, realizing that Han Hai Tianzuan's voice was emanating from within the 9 imperial artifacts. Han Hai Tianzuan snorted, his tone laced with profound unwillingness and wrath. By rights, with his strength, even a self-inflicted wound would leave him unmatched. Not even a peak supreme plus 9 imperial artifacts could contend with him. Yet, At a critical moment, the 9 imperial artifacts transformed, concealing the lethal trump cards of the 9 former emperors, cleaving him into 9 pieces. Of course, this was insufficient to kill him. However, severely injured, he had no chance to resist, and was sealed by the hidden killing moves of the 9 emperors. Now, trapped within the 9 imperial artifacts, he could not access a source of power, forced to gradually accumulate strength with his imperial body, awaiting the day he could break free from the seal and emerge once more. Ah, you truly have been sealed. Zhou Hai chuckled, emboldened, and approached the 9 imperial artifacts, delivering a flurry of kicks. While this could not harm the sealed Han Hai Tianzuan, the humiliation was palpable, nearly driving him to the brink of bloodshed. Ha! Since ancient times, Qi was slain and sealed across the 9 provinces. Today, Han Hai the old thief is vanquished, confined within the 9 artifacts. You truly deserve this fate. Very well. Enjoy your time here. I shall take my leave. After a moment, Zhou Hai laughed heartily, satisfied to turn and depart. Wait, aren't you taking these 9 imperial artifacts with you? A gentle voice interjected, that of the beautiful Supreme, bringing forth a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhou Hai felt a twinge of heartache. This feeling was inexplicable. Rubbing his eyes, he realized that tears were once again rolling down his cheeks. What the hell? Why am I crying for no reason? Am I suffering from a wind-eye disease? Zhou Hai rubbed his eyes and said, Beautiful Supreme, are these still my imperial artifacts? There is an old thief hidden within them. If I carry them, do you wish for him in my life? If that is the case, I'll gladly give them to you. Zhou Hai understood, well, that while the imperial artifacts were indeed valuable, their perilous nature was paramount. He would not risk his life for them. No, you must take them. I have perished in battle and can no longer suppress him. Only your unparalleled power can contain him for a longer duration. Should you leave the 9 imperial artifacts here, within a decade, he will surely refine them and re-emerge. At that time, no one will be able to counterbalance him, and a calamity will descend upon the realms. The voice of the beautiful Supreme resonated. Seemingly taken aback by Zhou Hai's generosity in discarding the 9 imperial artifacts. What? You're dead? Are you jesting? Is this some form of ghostly apparition? Dead people conversing with me? Furthermore, in battles of your caliber, can there even be souls lingering after death? Zhou Hai's eyes widened, entirely disbelieving the beautiful Supreme's words. Foolish. This woman sacrificed herself, resurrecting numerous star realms, and has long since integrated into the heavenly Tao, becoming a part of it. Do you think she has the right to stand before me otherwise? She has already turned to ashes, leaving behind only the remnants of the heavenly Tao, which cannot withstand for half a year. Do you not understand why you weep? The Supreme spills blood. The heavenly Tao mourns. How could you refrain from tears? Han Hai Tianzuan's voice echoed, dripping with disdain. What? Is it truly so? Zhou Hai's heart jolted, a wave of desolation washing over him. This woman died to save him. The debt of gratitude he owed had become monumental. Take the 9 imperial artifacts. In your possession, perhaps they can seal him for a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years. Otherwise, in 10 years, darkness will stir, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The beautiful Supreme's voice returned, filled with compassion. But, Zhou Hai's expression was a blend of turmoil and bitterness. He was genuinely afraid. Yet, recalling that she sacrificed her life to save him, he felt an overwhelming sense of obligation. Fine, I shall take them. After a prolonged pause, Zhou Hai stammered his acceptance, gathering the 9 imperial artifacts into his possession. Thank you, rootless one. You have ventured for the sake of all beings and shall receive the favor of the heavenly Tao. The merits of the masses shall bless you. Good fortune shall be yours. Han Hai Tianzuan harbors many secrets. Perhaps you can extract valuable information from him, gaining further benefits. The voice of the beautiful Supreme rang out again, akin to a goddess bestowing blessings. In an instant, Zhou Hai felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if a mysterious power flowed into him, forming a halo of merit above his head. Soon, the halo of merit retracted. Although Zhou Hai did not perceive the so-called blessings of the heavenly Tao, he felt in a daze that the entire world was embracing him. Though no matter how he tried, he could not draw nearer. This sensation was peculiar. Even he could not articulate its nature. He Does this mean I am now a person of great merit as well? However, beautiful Supreme, your blessings are welcome, but the term rootless one sounds rather unappealing. Zhou Hai grinned. Although he had never gathered merit power nor the blessings of the heavenly Tao, after 7 years of navigating the cultivation world, he understood the significance of such matters better than anyone. In the realm of cultivation, the Xianmen battles the heavenly Tao, striving to seize the blessings of longevity. Outside the Xianmen, the Buddhist sect diligently collects merit. It is said that when these two forces reach their zenith, one may transcend the heavenly Tao and become a legendary immortal. Of course, the truth remains uncertain. Yet, since ancient times, emperors have fervently pursued these two forms of power, demonstrating their immense value. Very well, rootless one, your disciple is now safe. You may depart. The voice of the beautiful Supreme resounded once more, and Zhou Hai found himself transported to another location in an instant. The familiar scent enveloped him. It was the fragrance of the ancient star domain. Zhou Hai floated high above, beneath him a sea of clouds. Before he could stabilize his form, another figure plummeted from the heavens, startling Zhou Hai. Xiao. He hastily reached out, cradling the unconscious Qin, Shi Yao in his arms. Chapter 64. I have never encountered such audacious individuals. Xiao, how are you? Wake up quickly. Qin Xiao's complexion was ashen as Zhou Hai cradled her and brought her to a patch of grass, shaking her vigorously. After feeding her a handful of miraculous pills, Qin Xiao finally stirred awake. Xiao. Upon seeing Qin Xiao open her eyes, Zhou Hai was about to inquire about what had transpired. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Qin Xiao. Master, thank you. I thought I would never see you again. You are truly formidable. Even the Emperor is no match for you. Did you slay the Emperor to save me? Tears streamed down Qin Xiao's face as she clung tightly to Zhou Hai's neck. Sobbing. Zhou Hai fu, uti dumbao. What is happening? Did she really believe that I killed the Emperor? Xiao, have you misunderstood something? Zhou Hai attempted to explain, but Qin Xiao would not give him a chance. Master, please don't say anything more. I saw everything. An Emperor appeared, intent on killing me, and even the demon palace could not withstand it. Had it not been for the crucial moment when the green curtain barrier activated, I would have perished. I know it was you protecting me. Indeed, not long after, you appeared and confronted that Emperor. I couldn't hold on until the end. But if you hadn't slain the Emperor, how could you have saved me? Thank you, Master. Qin Xiao was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing that her master was her greatest support in life. With her master around, even the Emperor was of no consequence. It was nothing truly. My precious disciple cannot be bullied. Zhou Hai's face stiffened. He had not anticipated that his image would loom so large in Qin Xiao's eyes. The sensation of being revered was exhilarating. I have never seen such shameless individuals. In a chaotic system space, the Han Hai Emperor, sealed within 9 imperial artifacts, was seething with rage. To think that he, the Han Hai Emperor, unmatched in ancient and modern times, was said to have perished at the hands of an insignificant ant. The audacity of this wretched being to acknowledge it was utterly outrageous. If he could manifest, he felt his face would turn green from anger. All right, my disciple, it's over now. If anyone dares to bully you again, let them remember the fate of the Han Hai Emperor. I will see who dares to harm my disciple in the future. Zhou Hai's voice echoed, leaving the Han Hai Emperor so enraged that he lacked the strength to retaliate. How shameless must this boy be to seek fame at his expense? This is utterly preposterous. Understood, Master. Qin Xiao nodded. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully protecting your path. A reward package is now available. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Hai opened it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Puppet Emperor's artifact, 1 Han Hai Sands. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving an Emperor Experience card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Temple of Merit. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining 10,000 years of cultivation. Zhou Hai's eyes brightened as an overwhelming surge of power flooded his body at the moment the system finished speaking. His cultivation skyrocketed. First stage of unity. Second stage of unity. Third stage of unity. Ninth stage of unity. In mere moments, his cultivation successfully broke through to the 9th stage of unity. However, This was just the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. A tumult erupted within him, and Zhou Hai's ears rang as a palace emerged from the depths of his consciousness, radiating the most primal essence of the Tao. Instantly, Zhou Hai's cultivation broke through to the first stage of the Tao Palace, second stage of the Tao Palace, third stage of the Tao Palace, fourth stage of the Tao Palace. Soon, Zhou Hai's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Tao Palace, finally coming to a halt. Realizing his newfound strength, Zhou Hai was bewildered. In such a short time, he had ascended to the ninth stage of the Tao Palace. Although the journey of protecting the path had been fraught with losses, the rewards were undeniably gratifying. In addition to 10,000 years of cultivation, he also received an Emperor Experience card. Did this not imply that he could assume the role of an emperor at any moment? This would certainly bolster his confidence when boasting. He resolved that from this day forth, the Han Hai Emperor would be credited as his kill. This matter needed to be publicized swiftly. As for evidence, was the Han Hai sands not sufficient? The Puppet Emperor artifact. Currently, this imperial artifact was under the system's control, meaning it remained intact and devoid of any resistance, destined to serve as a puppet, obeying Zhou Hai's commands. This would become a key safeguard for him. The Temple of Merit, with its blessings, faith, and power, it could resurrect the deceased. This was truly a remarkable treasure. After understanding the Temple of Merit further, Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. He owed a life-saving debt and had been pondering how to repay it. This opportunity had now presented itself. By the way, system, do you know the name of that beautiful supreme being? With this thought, Zhou Hai quickly inquired of the system. Yet, the system remained silent, as unresponsive as ever. Damn it. Seeing this, Zhou Hai could only scoff. Just then, he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air, as if a battle was underway. Zhou Hai looked up and saw, miles away, the scholars of the academy being suppressed by powerful foes, with many already wounded or dead, seeking death. Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy as he sprang to his feet. Xiao, come with me. Grabbing Qin Xiao, Zhou Hai didn't even need to utilize the Emperor's teleportation array. In a single stride, he traversed the distance, arriving in an instant. Humph! The thieves of the academy dare to harm even those from the Sacred Valley. Today, you are destined to have no place to bury your bones. A chilling voice echoed as Li Chongqing, Wu Yang, Chun Chuang, and others led their disciples, currently being overwhelmed by individuals from the 10,000 Poisons Valley. The three great Enlightenment Realm experts, Wu Yang and the others, were suppressed by a Unity Realm powerhouse, unable to move. They were bloodied, and despite their desperate struggles, it was futile. Other disciples were utterly powerless, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Boom! An explosion rang out as a disciple's body was instantly obliterated, blood and flesh scattering. No! Other disciples' eyes widened in horror, and the elders shed tears of blood, yet it was to no avail. Ha! They say the academy is the sacred land of the northern wilderness, but it is nothing more than this. A mere group of insignificant ants, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. The murderer was another Unity Realm expert, who, as he spoke, raised his hand and obliterated another disciple, leaving them no chance to scream. What's wrong? ISNT your academy, fond of meddling in others' affairs and aiding the common folk? Now, your academy cannot even save itself. How can you assist others? Ha ha! Is this despair? Greater despair lies ahead. Beside him stood another Unity Realm expert, who stepped forward and declared, do not kill them. Leave them to me. I shall ensure they suffer more than death, tormenting them into vengeful souls, refining them into Tao soldiers. Prepare to relish their despair. Saying this, the Unity Realm expert waved his hand, releasing a sinister cloud of poison aimed at engulfing everyone from the academy. No. Witnessing the encroaching poison, Wu Yang and the elders' eyes filled with horror. This group represented the future strength of the great Zhou Academy. Should they fall, the academy would be left without successors, leading to its extinction. In the crowd, Chu Chun, Xiao Ting, Ling Luoxue, Bai Shu Shu, and others wore expressions of utter despair. They possessed the heart to rebel. Yet under the oppressive aura of the powerful figure in the Unity Realm, it felt as if the very void had solidified, rendering them utterly immobile, awaiting their demise with resignation. Do you relish in tormenting others? How fortuitous, for I share that peculiar interest. Shall we engage in a discourse? Just as everyone believed their fate was sealed, a voice, cold and indifferent, resonated through the air. In the next moment, the toxic gas that had spread rapidly began to retract, swiftly returning to the formidable figure, flooding into his being. Who? The expression of a Unity Realm expert shifted dramatically, and before he could react, a commanding voice echoed. I decree there shall be light, and this world shall henceforth be illuminated. I decree the emergence of life, and you shall be born into existence. Now, I compel you to reap the bitter fruits of your own malevolence, to ingest your own lethal poison. You shall suffer a fate worse than death. Transmuted into a Tao soldier. As the words fell, the expert felt the principles within him shatter. His own power rebounded violently, striking through his meridians. Agonizing pain surged forth, rendering him utterly limp upon the ground. The sound of his tormented wails reverberated across the wilderness, leaving all who witnessed in stunned disbelief. They beheld as the body of the Unity Realm expert darkened visibly, becoming rigid before gradually softening, ultimately transforming into a viscous liquid. Yet this was not the end. When his form had entirely dissolved, a pitch-black primordial spirit erupted, wailing in agony amidst the toxic miasma. Even in death, he could not escape the torment emanating from the depths of his soul. From the depths of the chaos, a toxic soul banner emerged, belonging to the very Unity Realm expert. The banner trembled, an insatiable pull instantly drawing his primordial spirit within. The cries of despair intensified, shaking the very banner itself. This toxic soul banner primarily nurtured toxic souls. Each individual slain, once tainted by the poison, would endure endless torment for eternity. Over the years of suffering, the toxic souls would grow mad, powerful, and imbued with boundless destructive force. Upon entering the toxic soul banner, the agony would amplify 1,000-fold, thus nurturing myriad souls. The emergence of the toxic soul banner rendered all but invincible against foes of equal rank, capable even of obliterating those of superior strength in an instant. However, none anticipated that the very Tao soldier, painstakingly crafted by the Unity Realm expert, would ultimately become his grave. Who are you? The other two experts of the Unity Realm, realizing the gravity of the situation, were immediately thrown into a state of panic, hastily gathering together and looking around in confusion. Ignorant beings, my master has slain the great emperor of the vast sea. How dare you lay hands on those of my academy? A frigid voice cut through the air, this time belonging to a woman. What? Slaying an emperor? What manner of being is the great emperor of the vast sea? I have never heard of such a figure. The two Unity Realm experts were taken aback. The term emperor held immense weight. Yet, coupled with the preceding words, they were left utterly bewildered. Have the courage to show yourselves. Cease your cowardice. You claim to have slain the great emperor of the vast sea. What even is that? You must be fabricating tales. One of them shouted, clearly struggling to grasp the significance of the great emperor of the vast sea. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Zhou Hai initially felt a sense of pride. It was gratifying to have someone bolster his reputation. However, the bewildered reaction from the others left him feeling deflated, akin to striking a fist against cotton. The facade he sought to maintain crumbled, leaving him with a sense of embarrassment. How is it that the great emperor of the vast sea has fallen to such depths? No one even recognizes you. Zhou Hai silently raged at the sealed great emperor of the vast sea, provoking an exasperated silence from the latter. Begone, a gaggle of ignorant youngsters. I attained enlightenment 800,000 years ago. What could these insects, who scarcely live a fraction of that time, possibly comprehend? The great emperor of the vast sea bellowed in fury, clearly incensed by the incessant mockery from these insignificant beings. Ah, so it seems your era has long since concluded. Truly, you are of no use, even in pretense. Zhou Hai realized, and his words nearly caused the great emperor to spit blood in outrage. His remarks, while lacking in lethal impact, were laden with profound insult. Enough. Let's all lie down and rest. I shall seek justice for you, Zhou Hai declared, shaking his head as he turned his gaze towards the two Unity Realm experts. In an instant, two streaks of light darted past the two experts. Without a moment's hesitation, took flight to escape. They had no idea how this formidable being had appeared. Why would they engage him in combat? Could they possibly evade him? Descend at once. Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed, and with a mere utterance, the forces of the universe surged violently, crashing down upon the two of them. Chapter 66. The Great Zhou Academy's Esteemed Seniors. Boom! Cough! As if struck by the weight of a million mountains, the two adversaries ejected copious amounts of blood. Upon collapsing to the earth, every sinew and bone in their bodies had been fractured. The prostrate members of the academy, witnessing the spectacle, simultaneously rose to a seated position, staring in utter disbelief. While the manner in which Zhou Hai had dispatched the Harmony Realm expert previously remained elusive, this time, all had borne witness. This was the veritable embodiment of words becoming law, where the cosmos itself responded to his pronouncements. This was the quintessential hallmark of a sage of legend. Zhou Hai was, in truth, a sage. One wave of astonishment followed another. The shockwave Zhou Hai had previously unleashed had barely subsided when an even greater wave of awe washed over them. No, mercy, sage. We were blinded by ignorance, and our actions offended a sage. We beseech your forgiveness, and we vow to serve you for eternity. The two Harmony Realm experts, in their despair, clamored for mercy. Had they possessed the strength to rise, they would undoubtedly have shattered their foreheads upon the ground in supplication. To serve me? You are hardly worthy. Zhou Hai's gaze was frigid as his grip tightened. Aya! Heart-rending screams echoed forth. An invisible law of the universe locked onto the two figures, grinding them into oblivion. The Academy members could only gape as they witnessed the two transmute into dust, their very souls unable to escape their fate. Arise! Turning, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and an unseen force surged into each individual. Instantly, they felt their injuries abate significantly, their bodies brimming with renewed vigor. Junior brother, Wu Yang, and the others were assailed by a maelstrom of emotions. Never had they conceived that the junior brother they had so casually teased was, in fact, an unparalleled powerhouse on par with the ancient sages. The disciples, on the other hand, were ecstatic, with a formidable figure like their junior uncle guarding them. Who in all the land would dare to encroach upon the great Zhou Academy in the slightest? Henceforth, even when encountering disciples from those sacred grounds, they would no longer need to lower their heads. Speak, where has that old cadre Yi Haoran gone? Zhou Hai inquired, his voice grave. He held a certain fondness for Yi Haoran, a man of forthrightness and unwavering principles. Most importantly, he possessed a keen sense of right and wrong, was reasonable, never abused his authority, and stood as a bulwark against tyranny. To have such a person as a mouthpiece would be an unparalleled asset. Junior uncle, that way. He went that way. From the throng, Xiao Ting gestured urgently in a particular direction. Junior uncle, you must hasten. Elder Haoran has been poisoned and is being besieged by a monster of equal standing, along with 100 others. The situation is dire. Chu Chun chimed in, his voice fraught with urgency. 100? Zhou Hai furrowed his brow. Indeed, junior uncle. Aside from that Violet Palace Realm fiend and a dozen or so Dao Palace Realm ghouls, there are 72 Harmony Realm experts forming a so-called 72 earthly fiends venomous array. Elder Haoran was ambushed and poisoned by them. Their combined strength poses a grave threat to him. Bai Shushu explained. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai wasted no time. With a single stride, he traversed dozens of miles, instantly arriving thousands of miles away, where he finally detected the reverberations of combat. Clearly, Yi Haoran had been fleeing all this time, attempting to draw away as many adversaries as possible to create an escape route for the others at the academy. Alas, he was destined to be ensnared. Covering several thousand more miles, Zhou Hai finally followed the fluctuations of spiritual energy to the battlefield, only to be taken aback. Here, Yi Haoran was indeed afflicted by a potent poison, and his body was riddled with wounds, leaving him on the brink of death. However, the situation was not as dire as he had envisioned. From an unknown source, dozens of experts had emerged, the weakest of whom were at the Harmony Realm. There were even Dao Palace Realm cultivators and 3 great cultivators at the Violet Palace Realm. Although the 3 great cultivators had not reached the peak of the Violet Palace Realm, they were managing to hold off the Thousand Poisons Valley's Violet Palace Realm peak monster through their combined efforts. Without that monster holding sway, the remaining dozens were struggling to fend off the other Thousand Poisons Valley cultivators. These individuals do not seem to be expert from the main branch, Zhou Hai mused. scrutinizing the newcomers. He was certain that they were not part of the group that had arrived from the main branch. Strangely, they were employing the Academy's techniques, bearing traces of the righteous path, indicating that they were undoubtedly members of the Academy. Could they be seniors from our lineage? Zhou Hai pondered, and the answer soon became clear. You scoundrels! My great Zhou Academy has stood for 10,000 years, innovating with each generation. Many of our predecessors have indeed passed on, but we old fogies are not dead yet. To dare bully my great Zhou Academy, you are ignorant of the immensity of the heavens and the earth. An elderly man with snow-white hair roared, his true essence surging and his righteous aura blanketing the sky. My Academy values reason, but that does not mean we are incapable of fighting. If you desire war, so be it. A burly middle-aged man, who did not appear old, but whose aura betrayed his advanced age, stood tall. His form swelled to a height of 30 feet, and he fought 5 opponents of equal standing without yielding. Clearly, this was a senior from the martial Dao Palace. The battlefield quaked with spiritual energy, true essence crisscrossed, and the laws of the Dao wreaked havoc. This group of individuals rallied each other, but while they appeared to be holding their own, they were, in reality, nearing the end of their strength. Defeat was inevitable, and their current resistance was merely a desperate struggle. Seeing this, Zhou Hai wasted no time and instantly transformed into a streak of black lightning. The laws of destruction coursed through the lightning, tearing apart the heavens and the earth in its wake. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of explosions resounded. Before the 1,000 Poisons Valley experts could react, their bodies detonated. In less than 3 breaths, the 72 Harmony Realm experts had perished, their souls utterly annihilated by Zhou Hai's laws of destruction. What is happening? The 18 Dao Palace Realm experts paled and, abandoning their adversaries, converged in a single location. However, they only sensed a spatial distortion before a figure materialized amidst them. Your end has come, Zhou Hai's voice echoed, clearly conveying their impending fate. Then, the laws of annihilation, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, enveloped each individual. In the void, a grand avenue descended, almost solidifying into an order of laws. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space exploded on the spot, and spatial fissures snaked through the air like serpents. Even the heavens and the earth could not withstand the ravages of Zhou Hai's great extinction Dao, and these Dao Palace Realm experts were no exception. In a mere instant, their bodies exploded, and even their blood was instantly refined before it could splatter. Heart-rending screams tore through the air as the scene was instantly purged. The Academy's experts were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the transformation and the young man standing tall on the battlefield. No one had witnessed how he had struck. They had only seen that, the moment he appeared, no 1,000 Poisons Valley expert could withstand a single blow, and they were instantly annihilated. Who are you? The 1,000 Poisons Valley's Violet Palace Realm expert's face changed drastically as he hastily retreated from the battlefield, his gaze fixed warily on Zhou Hai. Little brother Zhou Hai, you have arrived? On the ground, Yi Haoran, severely wounded and on the verge of death, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhou Hai. For some unknown point, Zhou Hai had not only become the mainstay of the great Zhou Academy, but also the pillar of his own heart. The moment he saw Zhou Hai, he knew that all danger had passed. Chapter 67. The effortless annihilation of a pinnacle Purple Mansion expert. Alas, look at you all, without me. This academy would have faced utter annihilation. Zhou Hai shook his head, reflecting on the tumultuous events of the past half-month. The academy had encountered perilous threats multiple times. He was at a loss as to whether to label the academy as unfortunate or something else entirely. The crowd bowed their heads, a group of venerable elders unable to suppress their embarrassment. While they yearned to argue, they had to concede that had Zhou Hai not arrived today, everyone would have perished here. The great Zhou Academy was on the brink of extinction. Enough. This academy is not a pushover to be trifled with. I will see how many lives those who dare to threaten us can afford to lose. Zhou Hai gestured dismissively and turned to face the pinnacle Purple Mansion expert from the 10,000 Poison Valley, coldly stating, I offer you a chance. Take your own life. At least it will be a merciful end for you. Upon hearing this, the Purple Mansion expert's expression darkened. He scrutinized Zhou Hai for a long while, unable to discern his cultivation level, but he could see that Zhou Hai was merely in his 20s. He simply could not fathom how such a young individual could possess formidable strength. Ha ha ha! Young man, if I am not mistaken, you must be the saint's son of the academy. Do you truly believe that by concealing your cultivation with secret arts and using treasures to slay these individuals, you can intimidate me? You underestimate me gravely. I suspect your cultivation is barely at the enlightenment stage. Even if I stand alone today, every last one of you will perish. Suddenly, the Purple Mansion expert erupted into laughter, his true essence surging forth, an inexplicable primal force emanating from him, as if he were about to rend the heavens. Is this truly his full power? The faces of those present changed dramatically, save for Yihauren. Panic flickered in everyone's eyes. The primal force, the opportunity to open the heavens. This was the key to touching that level of realm. Once the primal force took shape, it could rend the heavens and achieve the status of a sage, dominating a domain where none could rival. A being who could cultivate the primal force of a sage was destined to be unmatched. Under the watchful gaze of all, the man's true essence flowed, vaguely coalescing into a shadow of a world. A massive energy filled the air, creating an overwhelming sensation as if the very space might burst apart. Youth perish! A furious roar echoed as the world's shadow whirled violently, the power of destruction radiating for thousands of miles. On the ground, all vegetation and living beings were instantaneously annihilated. The crowd hastily summoned their Dao weapons, barely stabilizing themselves. Yet, some still coughed up blood, their faces etched with despair. Under such overwhelming, killing intent, everyone felt the approach of death. Do you foolishly believe that by merging with a Dao weapon, you have become a half-saint? If you wish to perish without a peaceful death, I shall grant you that. Zhou Hai's icy voice resonated as he flicked a grain of sand. Buzz! Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, the laws of existence shattering incessantly. A colossal spatial black hole emerged, and the grain of sand surged forth relentlessly toward the pinnacle Purple Mansion expert. The shadow of the world before him crushed everything, as if intending to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Yet, upon contact with the grain of sand, the world's shadow disintegrated. Before the backlash could arrive, the sand pierced through his brow instantaneously. His consciousness shattered in an instant. His Purple Mansion crumbled on the spot. In a blink, his body turned to ash, with only his primordial spirit being drawn into a single grain of dust. What appeared to be merely a grain of sand transformed into an endless ocean upon the descent of the Purple Mansion expert's primordial spirit, rolling and undulating. Heart-wrenching agony surged forth as this grain of dust relentlessly eroded his primordial spirit. The pain was so excruciating that he wished for his spirit to disintegrate on the spot. What on earth is happening? Everyone's minds buzzed. Just a moment ago, they thought their demise was imminent, yet they could hardly believe that the pinnacle Purple Mansion expert, in a display of arrogance, was ultimately obliterated by a grain of sand. Was the world truly mad, or were they merely foolish? In that moment, no one could comprehend the situation, except for Zhou Hai, who retrieved the grain of dust, a look of satisfaction on his face. This is the ocean of sands. Each grain comprises a stellar world. It's contained power comparable to that of a living sage, far exceeding ordinary sacred artifacts. With this item in hand, one could instantaneously forge an imperial weapon or transform it into countless sacred weapons. Truly invaluable. All right, everyone, recover yourselves and return. After pocketing the grain of sand, Zhou Hai tossed out dozens of recovery pills, which the crowd hurriedly grasped. Recovery pills? Upon recognizing the items in their hands, everyone was astonished. Even they found it difficult to procure a single one of these, which could only be refined by sages. How could this young man possess so many? Do you require my assistance in detoxification? Zhou Hai inquired with a smile, glancing at Yihauren. Thank you. The recovery pills suffice. I can manage the detoxification later. Yihauren clasped his hands, swallowing a pill that restored some of his true essence, allowing him to suppress the toxins within him. Zhou Hai, young brother, did you encounter our younger generation upon your arrival? Yihauren, typically assertive, displayed a delicate concern for the safety of his juniors, hastily asking Zhou Hai. Rest assured, they are safe and sound. Since everyone is unharmed, let us return to the academy. Zhou Hai waved his hand, taking a few strides before vanishing from sight. Seeing this, the crowd quickly followed, but apart from Yi Haoran and the three Purple Mansion experts, none could keep pace with Zhou Hai. Junior sister, what transpired when that mysterious force suddenly took you away? Meanwhile, Chu Chun and the others surrounded Qin Xiao, expressing deep concern for her experiences over the past few days. On the day the Supreme Dao Field manifested to prevent any unforeseen accidents in the secret realm that could jeopardize the Academy's legacy, Murong Xiao ordered everyone to retreat. However, en route, Qin Xiao was taken by a mysterious force, and despite 2 days of searching, they found no trace of her, instead encountering various dangers. They vividly recalled the moment that force descended, as even the laws of heaven and earth gave way. They could hardly imagine the identity of the individual behind that force. This, as Qin Xiao reminisced about her recent tribulations, she couldn't help but feel a lingering dread. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Hai approached, prompting her to rise and exclaim, "Master!" Zhou Hai smiled gently, approaching to ruffle her hair. The crowd turned to see Haoran walking alongside them, a sense of relief washing over them. "Ancestor, you have returned." Suddenly, the voice of Elder Qin Shuang from the Sword Palace rang out as he hurriedly bowed before an elder. This elder was one of the 3 pinnacle Purple Mansion experts of the Great Zhou Academy. Zhou Hai's arrival was due to the joint efforts of him and the other 2 elders to fend off the ancient being from the 10,000 Poison Valley. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. At the same time, Li Chongqing and Dan Qizhi recognized the other 2 elders, hastily approaching to offer their greetings. Seeing this, the rest of the academy members followed suit, bowing in reverence, leaving only Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao standing in the center. "You all continue your discussions." Zhou Hai, aware of the academy's strict customs, wished to avoid the incessant bowing and the scrutiny of others, turning to lead Qin Xiao away from the gathering. By the time they returned to the Daozong Palace, dusk had fallen. That evening, the ancestors of various palaces arrived in high spirits, prompting Murong Xiao to declare a grand feast. "Little uncle, why are you still lingering here? The academy banquet is nearly complete, save for you and junior sister." Late into the night, in the small courtyard of the Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai awaited Qin Xiao's grand meal, only to see Chu Chun hastily approaching, looking quite helpless. "Off you go. It's not as if you've never attended an academy banquet before. Enough of the meat. Not even a single vegetable is in sight. Whoever enjoys this feast can partake. I shall abstain." Zhou Hai remarked disdainfully, rolling his eyes. "Master uncle, could you be mistaken? Today's banquet features the celestial delicacies and spiritual fruits gathered by the esteemed elders over the years. I've heard Elder Haoran has even brought a jar of monkey wine. Are you truly not attending? Moreover, all the palaces are present, yet Daozong Palace has no representatives. This is rather unseemly." Chu Chen's words alerted Qin Xiao, who was busy cooking. "You are all quite bothersome. Surely I can send someone in my stead? Xiao, you should go and eat. It's a rare opportunity. Make sure to consume my portion as well." Zhou Hai waved his hand, commanding Qin Xiao. "Master, why must it be me?" Qin Xiao replied with a bitter expression, fully aware of her impending fate. "Your senior brother is absent. You shall not bear the blame. Do you wish to hasten my demise?" Their exchange left Chu Chun bewildered. It seemed that the grand feast, a rare occasion coveted by countless cultivators, was merely a source of torment for this master and disciple. One could only wonder how their elder would react upon hearing such remarks. "Very well, I shall go. Master, please leave some soup for your disciple." Qin Xiao reluctantly followed Chu Chun, leaving Zhou Hai to lift the pot lid and indulge in the exquisite dishes. "All right, we have gathered some information about the 3 academies. They are indeed superior to ours. It is said they each have cultivated a disciple in the Divine Passage realm. In this upcoming competition, our academy is at a disadvantage. Thus, let us take these young ones under our wing and see if we can elevate them." An elderly man from the academy proposed. "Indeed, our current generation possesses remarkable potential, yet we lack sufficient resources and training. Leave them to us. We shall provide ample resources. I refuse to believe our disciples are inferior." Another elder chimed in. "Haha, after wandering for centuries, it is time for us to contribute to the academy." The elders laughed heartily. As retired elders of the academy, learned of their institution's struggles against the other three, they were keen to assist the younger generation. The disciples felt a surge of joy. Their worries about the upcoming competition were alleviated by the support of the esteemed elders. Xiao pays her respects to the esteemed ancestors and uncles. Just then, Qin Xiao's voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "Xiao, where's your master?" Murong Xiao frowned, clearly displeased. "In response to my uncle, my master said the banquet was too bland for his palate, so he sent me to eat on his behalf," Qin Xiao replied delicately. Murong Xiao's face darkened, nearly leaping in protest. He clearly understood the underlying implication. That fellow disdained the Academy's banquet. Just as he was about to speak, a hearty laugh interrupted. "Haha, the young elder from Daozong Palace is quite clever. She clearly wishes for her disciple to benefit without openly stating it. No matter if he does not come, let the young girl take his place." The speaker was an elder with white brows, Wu Daoxian, a top elder among the three great powers of the Academy. "Indeed, child. Since you are here, please take your seat. Heed your master's words. Do not go hungry." Elder Wan Jinny, another elder, joined in the laughter. "Yes, yes. Whatever you desire, feel free to ask the ancestors. Do not hold back." Even Elder Yao Xian from the Dan Palace chimed in, with the three elders speaking simultaneously. The other elders also welcomed Qin Xiao with smiles. In an instant, she became the center of attention, eliciting envy from the other disciples. She was the only disciple who could sit alongside the esteemed elders. It should be noted that strength is the utmost respect in the cultivation world. Despite the Academy's strict regulations, Zhou Hai's prowess was undeniable. Even the esteemed elders had shifted their seats to accommodate him, placing him above Murong Xiao, the headmaster. As Qin Xiao ascended to her seat, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Even Murong Xiao, who had intended to say a word or two against Zhou Hai, chose to remain silent upon witnessing this. The esteemed elders treated the young disciple as their equal. Yet, what left everyone speechless was that once seated, Qin Xiao wasted no time and began to eat heartily. She remembered her master's mission and was determined to consume his portion. As conversations flowed around her, she alternated between plucking spiritual fruits with her left hand and herbs with her right, devouring them without pause. When everyone finally regained their composure, the table was cleared of all delicacies. The sight left the disciples exchanging glances, while Murong Zhao's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Is this the disciple that fellow has trained? So utterly lacking in decorum. The esteemed elders savored their food slowly, while she devoured everything with abandon. "Ha ha, what a pure-hearted girl! How delightful!" An elder's voice boomed as Yao Xian tossed a plate of spirit-enhancing elixirs towards Qin Xiao. Without hesitation, she grabbed handfuls and stuffed them into her mouth. Internally, she could only sigh. No wonder her master refused to attend. This so-called banquet was nothing but fruits, herbs, and now elixirs, far from the fragrant meat dishes of Daozong Palace. However, it was a consolation that these were indeed rare treasures. After a meal, she felt various energies coursing through her body, enhancing her essence significantly. A surge of power within her hinted at a potential breakthrough. "Ha ha ha, child, eat slowly, do not rush. Here are 2 jars of monkey wine. Drink one and take the other back to your master." Yi Haoran laughed heartily, tossing 2 jars away. Indeed, indeed. There is plenty of spiritual fruit. Take your time." Other esteemed elders echoed, offering their treasures to Qin Xiao. They understood the depth of Zhou Hai's abilities and the life-saving grace he had provided. Despite her youth, no one regarded her as merely a junior. Naturally, they were eager to care for his sole disciple. "Thank you." Qin Xiao expressed her gratitude and continued to eat. The other disciples gazed on enviously, quickly abandoning their slow chewing as they devoured their meals, eagerly eyeing the esteemed elders, but none received any attention. After a considerable time, Qin Xiao could no longer endure the fullness and let out a loud belch. She felt an overwhelming surge of energies converging within her, and without hesitation, she settled into a meditative posture to initiate her breakthrough. Initially, the esteemed elders had merely observed her with amusement as she indulged, but gradually, their expressions grew serious. This girl, merely at the 8th level of foundation establishment, should have been overwhelmed by a single banquet. After consuming 2 tables of celestial treasures, She should have reached her limit. Yet, she had devoured 7 tables before attempting her breakthrough. What a remarkable foundation she possessed to withstand such an influx of medicinal and spiritual energy. This girl's steadfastness was indeed a rarity throughout the ages. Chapter 69. A breakthrough that enlightens all. Buzz. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, as Qin Xiao achieved her breakthrough, the night sky deepened, enveloping everything in profound darkness. Even the surrounding lights seemed to extinguish in that fleeting moment. With the naked eye, not a glimmer of brightness could be perceived. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, prompting them to circulate their true essence, only to realize the lights had not truly gone out. Yet, a mysterious force appeared to veil the secrets of heaven, shrouding the cosmos itself. This place no longer resembled the world they once knew. What was happening? The disciples of the academy trembled within, feeling an overwhelming aura of death descend upon them. It was as if they had transformed into corpses, entombed within coffins, buried in a grand grave. Even the esteemed elders displayed grave expressions. They turned their gaze to Qin Xiao, witnessing the flow of true essence around her. In a moment of daze, it seemed as though a heavenly coffin materialized behind her. Be cautious. Murong Zhao's face paled as he instinctively reacted, raising his hand to create a barrier to protect all the disciples. The deathly aura emanating from Qin Xiao was exceedingly pure, though it was not overwhelmingly powerful. Any human would be affected, especially the less experienced disciples. If they were to be overly consumed by this deathly energy, the consequences would be dire. Do not, however. The barrier was shattered by Yi Haoran with a single strike. All disciples, heed my command. Immediately meditate and comprehend the path of life and death. Yi Haoran commanded as he stood. Yes, although the disciples were puzzled, the Academy's strict rules left no room for defiance against the elders, particularly against Yi Haoran, a senior elder from the main branch. In an instant, all disciples sat cross-legged, channeling their techniques, fervently absorbing the deathly essence surrounding them. Brother Haoran, what does this mean? Elder Wu Daoxian of the Academy furrowed his brow. Do not inquire. From this day forth, obey my orders. Unless it is absolutely necessary for Elder Zhou from the Daozong Palace, no one shall step foot into the rear courtyard of the Daozong Palace. This includes all of you, myself included. Do not attempt to comprehend Elder Zhou's disciples of the Daozong Palace. Should there be a need, all resources of the Academy will be at the disposal of the Daozong Palace. Yi Haoran's expression was stern, eliciting astonishment among the Elder Council. Everyone knew Yi Haoran well. Despite his impulsive demeanor, he was known for his integrity and never jested. His words were the truth. His actions undoubtedly had their reasons. Now, let's not linger idly. This is a rare opportunity bestowed upon us, the perfect moment to fathom the essence of life and death. Whether we can ascend to new heights depends on this very night. Yi Haoran's gaze was intense as he sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the deathly essence radiating from Qin Xiao. Seeing this, the elders followed suit, immersing themselves in their cultivation. As the deathly aura thickened, the atmosphere darkened further. After consuming a substantial amount of this essence, some felt an unprecedented dizziness. Their bodies grew numb, as if they had truly perished. Gradually, some began to hear the cawing of crows and the flapping of vulture wings. Numerous creatures symbolic of death converged, seemingly feasting upon the flesh and blood of everyone present. No, not like this. Panic-stricken, some nearly went mad. They sought to withdraw from their meditative state, desperate to escape this predicament, yet found themselves unable to do so. Even the elders glimpsed their impending demise, transforming into mere dust after their dissolution. In the realm of existence, none could evade the great calamity of life and death. Historically, even emperors faced such trials, and they were no exception. Some elders became entranced, while others released their grip, accepting the scene with equanimity. Yi Haoran remained composed. He beheld the landscapes, aware that his end was near, with only a final breath remaining. Ha ha! That is sufficient. I, Yi Haoran, have eradicated evil throughout my life, standing unrepentant before heaven and earth. In this lifetime, I have tasted fame, fortune, and the freedom of the cultivation world, yet I have never faced death. Let me fulfill that desire today. With a great laugh, Yi Haoran exhaled the last breath from his chest, welcoming his own demise. In death, he witnessed his body disintegrate into the winds, dust returning to dust. Everything unfolded without stirring much within him. He watched as an outsider, observing his body vanish and himself descend into boundless darkness. The entire world seemed to fall in his silence. However, upon raising his gaze again, light returned. An endless vitality surged forth as the deathly essence surrounding Qin Xiao transformed into life energy. Yi Haoran beheld the faces of his parents from his childhood, experiencing a sensation akin to rebirth. He watched as the events of his life unfolded once more. There were moments he wished to alter, only to find his efforts in vain. Ultimately, he surrendered, allowing his life to pass by like a fleeting spectacle. He knew all of this was an illusion and, with his cultivation, could exit at any moment. Yet he did not retreat, immersing himself in the experience of transitioning from death to life and eventually to aging, save for a few instances where he intervened in past regrets. Life is wondrous, as if everything were preordained yet laden with uncertainties. When time circled back to the great Zhou Academy, at the moment of Qin Xiao's breakthrough, Yi Haoran opened his eyes. He observed that all present bore expressions of lingering trepidation, including Murong Xiao. Only a few elders smiled, radiating relief, embodying the sentiment of having grasped the way, content to die at dusk. Ha ha ha! Seeing Elder Yi so delighted, you must have gleaned profound insights. Elder Wu Daoxian exclaimed, his gaze ablaze with enthusiasm. I have perceived the truth. This is the essence of life and death. I have finally conquered that layer of fear, and it appears that the next step is within reach. An elder of the Dao Palace remarked joyfully, oh dear, Su Yazi has attained enlightenment. It seems that before long, the great Zhou Academy will gain yet another formidable figure in the Purple Mansion realm. Elder Yao Xian laughed heartily. Elder Yao Xian, your joy is palpable. Did you not gain anything? Su Yazi inquired with a grin. Indeed, I must have. It appears that both Elders Wu Daoxian and Yi Haoran have achieved significant insights as well. Elder Yao Xian nodded, laughing while glancing at his peers. Not at all. Merely a considerable sense of ease. The path ahead is now smooth. Elder Wu Daoxian waved dismissively, adopting a humble demeanor. In 3 years, I shall attain sainthood, Yi Haoran declared, his words silencing the gathering instantly. All eyes turned toward him. Brother Haoran, do you possess such confidence? Wu Daoxian asked incredulously. Do you not know what kind of cultivation this young lady practices? Yi Haoran laughed heartily. What kind of cultivation? The crowd exhibited expressions of curiosity. 30,000 years ago, there was a woman named Qin Yan. Her fate was fraught with tribulations. Yet during a near-fatal calamity, she obtained the inheritance of an ancient emperor. From that moment, she reversed life and death, manipulating yin and yang, ultimately becoming a supreme being. Alas, shortly after the fall of the last emperor, the opportunity for enlightenment vanished, and she was destined never to become an emperor in this lifetime. In that year, darkness reigned, and the myriad realms were devastated. To save the world, she became a seed, sacrificing herself to the heavenly pathway, momentarily gaining the powers of an emperor to repel all formidable foes. Yi Haoran spoke slowly, drawing everyone's thoughts back to that buried ancient history. In a daze, the audience seemed to see an unparalleled woman sweeping through the realms, protecting the multiverse. Her name was destined to echo through the ages. Now invoked by Yi Haoran, people finally recalled her existence. As a symbol of an era, she was once revered as a crownless celestial emperor. And what happened next? Elder Yi asked, his audience now curious, eager to learn if there was more to the tale. Later, she interred the imperial body, nurturing the myriad beings of the realms. She established a grand source, allowing for the resurrection of the worlds. A millennium ago, a sage from our esteemed Haoran Palace ventured to the great Zhou to impart wisdom and stumbled upon a jade tablet, unveiling the truth. Thus, he founded the great Zhou Academy here. Do you see? That secret realm is the pathway to the myriad worlds. It is the tomb of the supreme Qin Yan, the very place where the resurrection of the myriad worlds once took place. Murong Xiao pointed towards the martial arts palace, and his words left everyone in profound regret. What? Does this not imply that the secret realm is is the dojo of the supreme Qingyan? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Those who had long been curious about the identity of the dojo finally discovered the answer. However, Elder Yi, what does this have to do with Xiao? Murong Xiao furrowed his brows. Indeed, what relevance does this hold for Xiao? Everyone gazed at Yi Haoran in confusion. Haha, can you not see? This child, Xiao, possesses but a mere foundation-building cultivation. How could she possibly influence us old fellows? Yet, the technique she practices is profoundly mysterious. Merely through the flow of Tao rhythm, we can attain enlightenment. This is the very technique practiced by the supreme Qingyan. Yi Haoran shook his head with a smile, causing everyone's pupils to widen in astonishment. Does this not suggest that this child has already attained the supreme inheritance? No, that inheritance is merely a continuation of the emperor's legacy. Does this not signify the emperor's legacy? Even Wu Daoxian and others were equally astounded, their eyes nearly popping out. Their gazes brimmed with ecstatic disbelief, appearing somewhat dazed. The emperor's legacy is a title too overwhelming to fathom. Little girl, have you truly received the recognition of the supreme Qingyan and obtained that inheritance? Yao Xian was the first to turn to Qin Xiao, unable to suppress his inquiry. At this moment, Qin Xiao had successfully broken through, her cultivation soaring to the 9th level of foundation building. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Hai's voice resonated in the air. Why ask so much? Did Elder Yi not say, refrain from prying into others' affairs? She is still a child. If this matter leaks, it would bring her immense trouble. Not only her, but you all are also at risk. From this day forth, should anyone dare to divulge this matter, I will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. Upon Zhou Hai's declaration, not only the disciples, but even the assembly of elder sages felt a chill run through them. There was no doubt that Zhou Hai possessed the strength to annihilate everyone present, although none knew the limits of his power. The unfathomable aura he exuded instilled fear even in the elder sages. I have already warned you to cease your inquiries. Why do you persist in questioning? Yi Haoran chuckled awkwardly, earning exasperated glares from the elder sages. Was it not this fellow who inadvertently spilled the beans? Initially, they had no intention of prying. Ahem, I too share some blame. It is well known that our Haoran lineage relishes the role of teachers, delighting in resolving others' queries. I simply could not help myself. You all ought to have reminded me. Yi Haoran scratched his head, inciting further ire from the crowd. Goodness, so after the secret was revealed, you do not blame your loose lips, but instead fault the listeners. All right, we are all family. Knowing this is sufficient. This is the temple of the supreme Qingyan, which shall stand in Dinghai City from this day forth, welcoming worshippers from all directions. The supreme Qingyan has merged with the heavenly Tao, accruing great merits. Further accumulation of incense over myriad generations may lead to her resurrection. Her merits ought to be eternally remembered, and the temple shall be entrusted to you all. Zhou Hai's voice resonated as a beam of golden light burst forth from the Wendiagong, landing upon a mountain peak outside Dinghai City. In an instant, the golden light illuminated the surroundings, with auspicious purple mist rising from the east, as if the heavens themselves had brightened. Everyone's countenance changed dramatically. This was not merely an anomaly. It was a reversal of the cosmos, as the heavens truly shone bright. It is important to note that it was still the hour of the rat. The emergence of the temple could invert yin and yang, indicating its immense divine power. The temple has been established. As for how to erect a monument and establish a legacy, my cultural knowledge is limited, so I ask you all to exercise your minds. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, for he had not deterred Yi Haoran from continuing. He was secretly absorbing the tale. Ultimately, he yearned to uncover the true name of the supreme Qingyan to pave the way for her resurrection. With the temple now erected, they awaited the day of her revival, thus repaying a debt of gratitude. I understand now. The one who has received the Supreme's inheritance is not this little girl, but rather our junior disciple. I suspected as much. Our junior disciple clearly could not cultivate. How could he possess such prowess? This must be the result of the Supreme's inheritance. And even the Supreme Temple has fallen into our junior disciples' hands. Disciples, heed my command. From today forth, you shall take turns tending to the temple. And do not slacken in your cultivation. Suddenly, Murong Xiao let out a great laugh and issued his command. Yes. The disciples responded eagerly, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The Supreme Temple. Although it is merely a temple, to be in the presence of the Supreme is a privilege that requires no urging from Murong Xiao. They yearned for it. Who knows what opportunities may arise over time? At this moment, the Academy's members were elated. They had not anticipated that the so-called Supreme Inheritance had already graced the Academy. The various factions were destined to be unable to compete with the Academy, and the trials months hence would merely be a formality. Only Zhong Qinquan felt a pang of anguish. Each time he discovered good fortune befalling the Wendiagong, he wished to slap himself twice. The Supreme Inheritance resided within the Wendiagong, yet he had missed it due to his initial ignorance. He had let slip the chance to claim the Supreme Inheritance. Had he not persistently refused, that inheritance would not have fallen to Qin Xiao or Chun Bei, but rather to himself. To this day, he believed that Zhou Hai took Chun Bei as a disciple merely to retaliate against him for his past rejection, inadvertently acquiring Chun Bei. Little did he know, even without Chun Bei, Zhou Hai would never have chosen him. Enough in half a month. Our Academy's various palaces will commence their discussions. You disciples shall take turns overseeing the temple, but do not neglect your cultivation. The elder sages intend to nurture you. You must exert your utmost effort and not disappoint them. Murong Xiao once again issued his decree, marking the commencement of the discussions in half a month. From this day forth, the Academy embarked on an unprecedented wave of cultivation. Under the diligent guidance of the elder sages and the unprecedented resources amassed, the disciples' cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, with the endorsement of great scholars, the Academy's legacy was established. Shortly after the temple's establishment, it attracted worshippers from all directions. With the Supreme Qingyin's salvific merits preceding it, coupled with the Academy's millennia-long renown, it was only a matter of time before throngs of worshippers flocked. Not merely from the great Zhou dynasty, but even from the northern wilderness. Chapter 71. The Appearance of the Third Disciple. Little Junior Sister. Little Junior Sister. On this clear morning, Zhou Hai had just risen and used his spiritual sense to inspect the situation at the temple, observing countless worshippers within a 10-mile radius. He was about to withdraw his perception when he noticed a group of disciples, including Chu Chun, gathered outside the Dao Tsang Palace, shouting and clamoring. They seemed eager to enter the small courtyard of Dao Tsang Palace, but were hesitant to defy Yi Haoran's orders. Master, senior brothers and sisters are calling for me. Qin Xiao emerged from her room, still clad in Zhou Hai's attire. Yet, even in male garb, her extraordinary beauty could not be concealed. Go ahead. The disciples of each palace have been training. It's time for you to undergo some trials as well. Isolating yourself will not benefit you. Zhou Hai nodded. Qin Xiao's face brightened with joy as she turned and soared into the air. Alas, I too am feeling rather restless. If only my training could enhance my cultivation. Watching Qin Xiao's departing figure, Zhou Hai felt a pang of envy. Although having someone assist him in his training was delightful, the aimless existence of a slothful fish was becoming unbearable with time. Visions of a nightmarish past surfaced in his mind, and a warm smile crept across his lips as he recalled 7 years ago when he lived on a planet called Earth. His passion for gaming often led him to skip school, leaving his mother's feather duster to break countless times. Even the clothes rack at home had to be frequently replaced due to his whims. One night, his father took it upon himself to demonstrate that gaming was devoid of merit. Yet his father's perspective shifted while Zhou Hai's nightmare truly began. Each day after school, he was dragged into gaming sessions. It would be acceptable if his father were skilled, but he was neither adept nor serious, making Zhou Hai want to retch at the mere thought of games. During that time, he longed to immerse himself in studies at school, where he could witness his own progress. Unlike gaming, where defeat was imminent from the outset, his sole dream back then was to escape his father's gaming and his mother's feather duster. Yet now, reminiscing about those days fills him with nostalgia. Dad, Mom, I miss you. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Hai's lips trembled. He realized he was not without goals. He simply had not dared to envision them. His former aspiration was to cultivate to sainthood, traverse the vast void, and find his way home. Now, with 2 disciples diligently training, that goal was finally within reach. Perhaps he could achieve it now. As he pondered, he retrieved a Great Emperor Experience card. uncertain if he could traverse the entire universe within its duration to find that inconspicuous yet crucial planet. Ding! Detecting the presence of an ancient demonic ape bloodline within a radius of millions of miles, a disciple recruitment mission has been issued. Ding! The host's third disciple is in life-threatening danger. A protection mission has been issued. Please execute it together with the host. Just as Zhou Hai hesitated on whether to activate the Great Emperor Experience card, the system's voice echoed, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Senior brothers and sisters, what is the matter? Qin Xiao approached the gathered Chu Chun and others outside Dao Tsang Palace, smiling as she inquired. Little junior sister, Elder Yi has said he will take us to the Taichu Mountain Range for training and to enter the 8 Desolation Passage to witness the talents from various realms. We came to ask if you'd like to join us. Bai Shushu stepped forward, pulling Qin Xiao along with a grin. The 8 Desolation Passage. Is that the secret realm connecting the other 7 domains? How splendid. I have long wished to see it. Qin Xiao had occasionally browsed the tomes in Dao Tsang Palace and was aware of the 8 Desolation Passage. She immediately nodded in agreement. Let's depart. With a call from Chu Chun, they were about to set off when a silent spatial portal opened above them, and Zhou Hai soared in, vanishing within. What is happening? The crowd frowned, turning to observe the direction Zhou Hai had flown. Who knows? Qin Xiao also appeared puzzled, and after a moment, she followed the others to leave. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao, Chu Chun, Ling Ruoxue, Bai Shushu, Lu Danyang, Wu Ming, Zheng Qinquan, Yuan Bupo, and other disciples with exceptional talents, led by Yi Haoren, departed the academy, embarking on their journey of trial. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai had already arrived at the Taichu Mountain Range. The Taichu Mountain Range stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. At the heart of it lay the Taichu Dragon Vein, home to a major sect known as the Taichu Sacred Land, the true forbidden zone of the entire mountain range. Typically, this area was rather desolate, with few visitors aside from the disciples of the Taichu Sacred Land. However, today it was bustling with activity as throngs of people crowded the entrance, nearly trampling the mountain gate. At this moment, at one of the entrances to the Taichu Mountain Range, Zhou Hai approached, ready to enter, when he was confronted by a group of individuals, clad in white robes, each wielding a long sword and surrounded by a palpable aura of sword intent. They were evidently a band of sword cultivators. Is there something amiss? Zhou Hai Thou Wen. Although the Taichu Mountain Range spanned vast distances, it was said that the area had been cursed by an emperor, rendering entry forbidden. Even a supreme would perish if they attempted to breach it. There were only 18 entrances, and this was one of them. Zhou Hai had to enter through this passage. This route is closed today. Please choose another path. A young man in white stepped forward, exuding arrogance. He sensed no fluctuations of cultivation from Zhou Hai, dismissing him outright due to his age. Is this passage owned by your family? Zhou Hai chuckled. Typically, these entrances were shared among the major sects of the northern wasteland. Yet today, it appeared as though they had been monopolized. What an absurdity. Not usually, but for the time being, it is. The young man in white scoffed. What if I insist on proceeding? Zhou Hai's gaze grew increasingly cold. The Taichu Mountain Range was rife with chaotic energies. Even the system could not discern the whereabouts of his little disciple. In such a critical moment, he needed to enter to search for her. Every moment wasted increased her peril. Do you know who we are? The young man's expression shifted as he attempted to leverage their background to intimidate Zhou Hai. Kai Shidi, why waste words with him? Just kill him. A chilling voice interjected, and a streak of sword light flashed towards Zhou Hai with lethal intent. This was a sword cultivator at the life and death realm, fierce and relentless, brimming with murderous energy. Yet, as the sword light approached Zhou Hai, it suddenly became ensnared as if trapped in quicksand. The cultivator's face changed drastically, feeling as though his sword was being manipulated by an invisible force. In an instant, his arm trembled, and his sword shattered into countless fragments, disintegrating like a wisp of dust. How could this be? The cultivator's face contorted with terror as he turned to flee, realizing he had attracted a formidable adversary. If you wish to play the thief, be prepared to face the consequences. Zhou Hai's eyes gleamed with intensity as he raised his hand, freezing the cultivator in midair. Boom! The next moment, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Senior Brother Gao. The faces of the surrounding youths paled in shock, their cries echoing in the air. "How dare you? We are from the sword sect. How could you act so brazenly?" The youth known as Kai Shidi turned ashen, retreating warily while eyeing Zhou Hai with apprehension. "Umph. I care not who you are. You are merely from the sword sect. Today, I will enter here, and anyone who dares to obstruct me, be it your humble sword sect or the 10,000 sword sect, shall meet their end." Zhou Hai scoffed coldly. The title of the sword sect may sound impressive, yet throughout the northern wilderness, there are at least 100 sects bearing this name. Their influence spans various regions, with the true origin behind them being one of the sacred lands of the north, the 10,000 sword sect. As a sacred land, both the Zhou Hai and the Qiangyao sacred lands are known for their audacity in battle. How much more so for the minor sword sects under the dominion of the 10,000 sword sect. The foundations of these sword sects do not even compare to any of the 4 great academies. With Zhou Hai's strength, annihilating them would be an effortless task. Arrogant, brothers of the sword sects, this individual is far too reckless. "Seize him," shouted a disciple from the Kai sword sect, prompting hundreds to converge around him. At the same time, thousands of sword lights surged from all directions, all belonging to disciples of the sword sects, each at least at the foundation establishment stage. "Umph. With so many gathered, it seems they wish for me to obliterate the 100 sword sects to feel satisfied." Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy. He realized that no single sword sect could possibly amass so many disciples above the foundation establishment stage. Judging by the commotion, it appeared that all the sword sects had assembled. As he observed these individuals, oblivious to their impending doom, Zhou Hai refrained from wasting words and prepared to annihilate them all. Yet at that moment a loud voice rang out. "How dare you lowly beings challenge my master?" As the words fell, chaos erupted, and dark clouds gathered ominously. The clouds surged forth with an overwhelming force, infused with an insatiable desire for slaughter, racing towards them from miles away. Zhou Hai felt a stirring within him as he recognized that familiar force of obliteration. He turned his head to see the chaos engulfing the land in darkness, saturated with boundless bloodshed. Not good. The demon has appeared. The disciples of the various sword sects turned pale, their faces filled with terror. "Kill him first." A shout from the crowd ignited their fervor. Thousands of sword lights surged towards the ominous figure. The tumultuous tide of energy collided with a disheveled man enveloped in darkness. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and against the overwhelming tide, the disciples of the sword sects struggled to withstand the apocalyptic force. "You insignificant ants, unaware of your demise." The man within the dark clouds coldly scoffed, an eye appearing on his forehead. The next moment, an enormous hand formed from the chaos descended upon them. It was as if he could see through the flaws in their sword formation. As the colossal palm struck down, the river of sword energy created by the thousands collapsed, and cries of agony erupted as blood sprayed forth. The man's gaze was devoid of emotion as he plunged into the throng. The force of annihilation radiated from him, and as he passed, figures exploded one after another. These disciples of the sword sects, the strongest among them merely at the life-seizing stage, stood no chance against him. In a mere quarter of an hour, the scene fell into a deathly silence, saturated with the stench of blood, leaving a nauseating feeling in the air. Zhou Hai frowned at the scene before him. Through the feedback from his system, he knew that Chunbei had gone on a murderous rampage during this time, but he had not anticipated such madness. The phrase "killing without flinching" could only describe others. Yet just moments ago, he had truly slaughtered thousands without batting an eye. At this rate, Zhou Hai began to worry about Chunbei's mental state. Has this eldest disciple succumbed to madness? Shenbai, with only the 2 of them remaining within 100 miles. Zhou Hai called out. However, Chunbei remained silent and quickly took flight. Zhou Hai was about to pursue him when he expanded his consciousness, only to see Chunbei retreating to a secluded valley, shedding his clothes and calling forth rain to cleanse himself. Finally, he donned a gray robe, tidied his hair, and even adorned himself with a hair crown before flying back. Disciple Chunbei pays respects to Master. Master, I missed you. Shenbai Aphoa Chet Suhai, kneeling on one knee as tears streamed down his face. You rascal. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Shenbai, born of royalty and raised under the guidance of the esteemed scholar Zhu Yu from the Great Qian Academy, had always placed great emphasis on etiquette. Even now, he sought to present himself in the best light before his master. Reflecting on his own recent neglect, Zhou Hai felt a pang of guilt. How have you been during this time? Zhou Hai stepped forward to support Qianbei, smiling as he inquired. Master, I'm doing well, though the world wishes to slay me. With the treasures bestowed by you, who in the northern wilderness can harm me? Qianbei wiped away his joyful tears, his face lighting up like a child's. In this past half-month, I have slain no fewer than 10 formidable opponents at the Purple Palace stage and hundreds at the Dao Palace stage. The disciples of the various sects below the Enlightenment stage that I have vanquished number in the countless. I have finally grasped the essence of obliteration. I intended to venture into the Taichu Mountains to hone my skills in the 8 Desolation path before returning to the Great Qian to instigate action. But I did not expect to encounter you here. Qianbei gazed at Zhou Hai with childlike joy. Zhou Hai had become the closest person to him in this world, and the days spent together were the most tranquil and secure since the passing of his father. Even now, despite being apart, the treasures bestowed by his master continued to protect him. He vowed never to forget his master's kindness. Disciple, you have taken so many lives. Are you not courting disaster with the various sects? Zhou Hai felt a pang of concern. Though Qianbei spoke lightly of it, he understood the implications. In just half a month, Qianbei had traversed the entire northern wilderness, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The various forces would surely seek vengeance. What of it? With the treasures granted by Master, who in the northern wilderness dares to touch me? Qianbei's aura surged, exuding the might of a king, akin to a god of war standing tall, or a supreme emperor ruling the heavens. Seeing the glint of madness in his eyes, Zhou Hai was about to speak when, at that moment, 1,000 fierce killing intents locked onto their position from the horizon. Rebel Qianbei, do you dare to show your face again? You seek death. Both Zhou Hai and Qianbei looked up to see 1,000 figures soaring towards them. Among them, the weakest were at the Enlightenment stage, with dozens of powerful figures at the Purple Palace stage leading the charge. In the center, there were hundreds of cultivators of the Harmony stage and Dao Palace stage. This overwhelming force pursuing a single individual tightened Zhou Hai's heart. He could hardly fathom the number of opponents Qianbei had faced in this time. Qianbei, under the banner of the 10,000 Sword Sect, the disciples of the 100 Sword Sects have gathered here, and you dare to slaughter us. I shall slay you. A roar erupted from the crowd, and upon witnessing the scene of carnage, madness swept over them as they charged towards Qianbei. Form ranks, kill him. An old man with gray hair bellowed angrily, as 9 Dao Palace stage sword cultivators surged forth, encircling Zhou Hai and Qianbei. Simultaneously, 36 experts at the Harmony stage, along with 81 peak Enlightenment stage cultivators, joined the formation. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens shifted, and the very fabric of reality seemed to bend. Zhou Hai and Qianbei felt as if they had been thrust into another realm. This was no mere celestial phenomenon. It was a genuine severance of heaven and earth. Here, neither Zhou Hai nor Qianbei could sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy, only the endless thirst for blood, with sword energy piercing the sky. Zhou Hai furrowed his brows, compelled to acknowledge the 10,000 Sword Sect's capability to command respect in a northern wilderness. Merely a sword formation could evoke the might of a sage, creating a realm of swords. With such power, who would dare to oppose the 10,000 Sword Sect? You, who are you, to associate with this demon? A cold voice rang out as countless sword lights descended from the heavens, forming figures that surrounded Zhou Hai and his disciple. Among them was the purple-haired elder, whose aura resonated with the others, exuding an air of sanctity. With a cold smile, Zhou Hai remarked, "Is there a problem with my disciple walking alongside me? In contrast, it seems you all have gathered a multitude with the intent to harm him, which suggests a certain disregard for my presence." Master, Qianbei's expression shifted as he feared his own troubles might disrupt his master's tranquility. Yet, seeing Zhou Hai's resolute stance in defending him, his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. "What? You are Qianbei's master?" At this declaration, the atmosphere shifted, with all sword cultivators present, including the purple-haired elder, unable to conceal their astonishment. The youth before them appeared scarcely older than Qianbei, How could he possibly be the master of such a notorious figure? Ziyang, this matter does not concern my master. I refuse to allow anyone to disturb his peaceful cultivation. You will be wise to recognize your limits and refrain from courting death before him. Any grievances can be resolved at a later time. Chun Bei's icy gaze extinguished any lingering doubts, solidifying their master-disciple bond. Ah, grievances to be settled later? Chen Bai, you choose the path of heaven, but ignore the road laid out by my Wanjian sect. Knowing full well this passage is ours, you dare approach. What's more, you audaciously slay thousands of disciples under my command. Do you truly believe you can escape today? While I acknowledge your protective sacred artifact, you must perish today. Since he is your master, you shall journey to the afterlife together. The purple-haired elder's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as a tempest surged forth. In this realm of swords, the surroundings were shrouded in a gray haze. The storm was infused with countless sword energies, swirling toward the master and disciple. You seek death. Chun Bei raised his hand, ready to summon his sacred artifact. Faced with an overwhelming ambush, he could not afford to engage in combat, solely relying on his own strength. Disciple, allow me. Just then, Zhou Hai placed a hand firmly on his shoulder, pushing him back. Master. Chun Bei turned, unable to restrain his outcry. Fear not. They lack the courage to disturb my tranquility. My disciple must endure trials, but it is not for others to bully him. Today, I shall stand up for you. Zhou Hai smiled gently as the sacred energy coiled around him. With the activation of a Saint's Experience card, his cultivation instantaneously ascended to the Saint realm. Do you truly believe you are a saint merely because you constructed a world with your sword array? Do you think you can retain me? Even if the saints of Wanjian sect were present today, they too would meet their end. Zhou Hai's voice was frigid. The pressure of the saint radiated outward, and the winds that had been rushing toward them abruptly fell silent, the countless sword energies vanishing as if they had never existed. This is bad. The faces of the Wanjian sect members paled, feeling as if they were immobilized by some unseen force. This world, which they had constructed through their sword array, was now entirely beyond their control, as if Zhou Hai were the true master of this realm. You're a saint? How can this be? The purple-haired elder's lips trembled, his mind reeling. A mere cultivator of the Purple Mansion dares to wish for my demise. Realization comes too late. Zhou Hai scoffed, waving his hand as countless beams of sword light soared skyward. The weapons wielded by the powerful members of Wanjian's sect also took flight in an instant, hurtling toward the purple-haired elder. Despite having approached the threshold of the Saint realm, the elder found himself utterly defenseless against the impending onslaught of sword light. No, he could only emit a heart-wrenching scream before being overwhelmed. As the sword light swept past, his existence was obliterated, leaving no trace behind, not even a drop of blood. Elder Ziyang. The remaining members of Wanjian's sect went into a frenzy, howling in rage, yet their cries were futile. Join him in death. Zhou Hai snapped his fingers, and myriad beams of sword light transformed into a dragon, piercing through the bodies of all present. No. The air was filled with anguished wails. Those beneath the saint are but ants. Before saint, these individuals could not even muster a defensive action. When death approaches, they can only wait resignedly for their fate. Was this the saint's sword domain of Wanjian's sect? Meanwhile, outside, members of various sects encircled a phantasmal world. Though it spanned merely 100 paces, it resembled a projection of an entire universe. Yet, within its confines, no one dared to step forward. This time, Chen Bai is met. Someone laughed heartily. Indeed, it is said that when the saint's sword domain of Wanjian sect manifests, it rivals the might of a saint strike. Many half-saints have perished within the sword array. Even with a sacred artifact, Chun Bei cannot escape his fate today. Chun Bei, a notorious villain, has committed countless atrocities. Today, we, the major sects, shall bear witness to his demise. The chatter flowed endlessly, with no one doubting the formidable power of the saint's sword domain. They believed that even with a sacred artifact, Chun Bei was doomed, for a sacred artifact did not equate to a true saint. However, as they awaited the announcement of Chun Bei's death from Wanjian's sect, none could perceive the events unfolding within the sword domain. Until the moment the sword domain dissipated, all gazes were fervent, eager to see Wanjian's sect emerge with Chun Bei's severed head. Yet, to their astonishment, there were no members of Wanjian sect in sight. Only two figures standing resolutely. How is this possible? Where is Elder Xiang of Wanjian sect? Where have the other elders gone? Panic gripped the crowd as foreboding tightened in their chests. Thank you for your patience. Zhou Hai's icy voice reverberated, pulling everyone back from their stupor. Who are you? All gazes converged on Zhou Hai. Though Chun Bei was ostensibly the focal point, it became evident that Zhou Hai was the most perilous presence among them. Allow me to introduce myself. The disciple you pursue, Chun Bei, is under my tutelage. Typically, your bullying of the weak is of little concern, but you should not have crossed paths with me. Witnessing my disciple's relentless plight, you have demonstrated a blatant disregard for my authority. Today, I shall speak a word of justice. Regardless of any past grievances, let them be erased. I shall not interfere with their future contests. But should any sect dare to mobilize its entire force against my disciple, I shall not be so accommodating. Zhou Hai smiled lightly, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the assembly. What do you think you are? Chun Bei's grievances with us cannot simply be resolved by your word. However, before Zhou Hai could finish, a cold voice erupted in retort. Who speaks? It was a middle-aged cultivator from the Purple Mansion, likely affiliated with the Qiangyao Holy Land. Judging by the aura of the crowd. Precisely. Who do you think you are to mediate our grievances? Ha ha! I never imagined Chun Bei had a master. They say a lack of discipline falls on the teacher. Your disciple is drenched in blood and guilt, and you cannot absolve yourself of blame. Today we, the major sects, have gathered here. How could we allow you two to escape unscathed? We must seek justice for the common people. As the Qiangyao Holy Land representative spoke, others revealed their fierce expressions, ready to attack the master and disciple duo. Master, do you see this? Upon learning I possess a sacred artifact, they all covet it. Many among them have even brought their sect's sacred artifacts to subdue my disciple and seize the artifact. They claim to seek justice for the masses. Yet they are nothing more than hypocrites, a pack of despicable rogues. If you wish to plead on behalf of your disciple, it seems your words will fall on deaf ears. Chun Bei sneered, dismissing the assembly's actions with scorn. Zhou Hai noted the presence of at least 10 sacred artifacts among them. Aside from the Wan Sword sect utilizing the sacred sword domain, the other sacred lands have indeed invested considerable resources to eliminate Chun Bei. Esteemed guests, I possess a rather amiable temperament and advocate for reason. However, should reason fail to prevail, I am somewhat versed in the art of martial prowess. Are you truly resolved to engage in combat before we can converse properly? Zhou Hai shook his head, his gaze as frigid as ice, scrutinizing the assembly before him. I am keen to discern the true identity of Chun Bei's master. Who has managed to foster such malevolent disciples? Suddenly, a chilling voice resounded as an elder from the Qiangyao sacred land, the Purple Mansion elder, dashed toward Zhou Hai. He extended his hand, from which a silvery orb soared forth, radiating brilliance and enveloping Zhou Hai in its luminous embrace. Within the orb, sacred might erupted, revealing it to be a genuine sacred artifact. Thieving Chun Bei, prepare to meet your demise. Traitor Chun Bei, I have come to claim your life. Disciples of the sect, heed my command. Swear to slay Chun Bei without mercy. As the Qiangyao sacred land took the initiative, the other formidable beings from the sacred lands could no longer remain idle and surged toward Chun Bei. Even the other powerful figures from Qiangyao sacred land rushed forward, determined to execute Chun Bei on the spot. Rumor had it that Chun Bei had recently unveiled no fewer than 3 sacred artifacts. Whichever sect managed to eliminate him first would lay claim to all 3. In light of this, the sacred lands were resolute in seizing the opportunity to annihilate Chun Bei. Yet, just as all were about to confront Chun Bei, a sound of cracking resonated throughout the air. Crack! Though the sound was not loud, the moment it echoed, the entire world fell silent, as if the heavens and earth themselves had been shattered. Everyone's hearts tightened as they turned their gazes toward the sacred orb from Qiangyao sacred land. The orb, smooth and flawless, shone with a silvery light, firmly anchoring Zhou Hai in place. Logically, it should have been capable of eliminating him in an instant. However, Zhou Hai remained unscathed, while cracks began to appear on the sacred orb. Crack! Another subtle sound rang out, sending shivers down everyone's spines and causing adrenaline to surge through their veins. A fissure opened wider in the sacred orb, which then disintegrated into a cloud of dust, the might of the saint dissipating instantaneously. No, the purple mansion elder from Qiong Yao, Sacred Lands, pupils widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the sacred orb, crafted by the prior saint, had shattered so easily. This was a cornerstone of the Sacred Lands foundation. Others quaked in terror, their legs trembling as they cast fearful glances at Zhou Hai. The sacred orb had shattered while attempting to suppress this individual, implying that he possessed the strength to shatter sacred artifacts. With this realization, a singular thought consumed their minds: escape. Yet their legs betrayed them, trembling uncontrollably, rendering them unable to move an inch. Before such powerful beings, how could they hope to flee? Sigh, I have already afforded you an opportunity. Since you failed to cherish it, I shall borrow something from you to instill fear in the others. Zhou Hai stepped forward nonchalantly. Sighing, what shall you borrow? Inquired a purple mansion elder from the blood-refining demon sect, exuding a potent aura that resembled the blazing sun, rendering it difficult to gaze directly upon him. Yet now, before Zhou Hai, he felt as insignificant as an ant, paralyzed by fear. To serve as a warning, I shall borrow your lives. Zhou Hai raised his hand, and as his words fell, he clenched his fist, the laws of the saints permeating the atmosphere, and the chains of order enveloping the void. Boom! The chains of order surged forth, and at Zhou Hai's command, the bodies of everyone present began to explode consecutively. No countless screams erupted. They were not even granted the privilege to provoke Zhou Hai before they were reduced to a mist of blood. In an instant, over 1,000 souls vanished. Only 9 sacred artifacts soared into the air, attempting to flee. But could they escape? With a mere wave of Zhou Hai's hand, he seized the 9 sacred artifacts effortlessly. These artifacts were formidable, capable of annihilating even semi-saint level adversaries. They could be said to disregard all foes beneath the saint level. However, when confronted with a true saint, the sacred artifacts proved utterly impotent. Even when united, the 9 sacred artifacts could not evade Zhou Hai suppression. Do not linger idly. Instruct the newcomers in the rules. After capturing the 9 sacred artifacts, Zhou Hai cast them into the system space. With a single command, hundreds of superior-grade treasures emerged, instantly engulfing the 9 sacred artifacts. The artifacts, which had initially attempted to resist, were left dumbfounded. Among them, the artifact spirits trembled in fear, sensing the presence of great saints and even saint kings within the overwhelming aura surrounding them. In comparison, they felt like mere children intruding into the lair of giants, having scarcely time to plead for mercy before being ruthlessly subdued. The 9 sacred artifacts despaired, unable to comprehend the origin of Zhou Hai and the source of his immense power. Setting aside his personal strength, merely the artifacts in his possession would suffice to obliterate the entirety of the northern wilderness. In stark contrast to their despair, at the moment Zhou Hai obliterated everyone, the life tokens of all the major sects shattered. In an instant, chaos erupted among the Sacred Lands. Chapter 75. The Siege of the Major Sacred Lands. Laughter echoes as Elder Qianghua makes her grand entrance, illuminating the place. Please come inside. Oh, isn't that the 7-star swordmaster of the Wanjian sect? I didn't expect you to emerge from seclusion as well. Quick, please take a seat. The flower fairy of the Qingyu Valley has arrived. Daoist Qingshu from Shuyuan Peak has come to pay respects. In the heart of the Taichu mountain range, the Taichu sacred land radiated tranquility, welcoming guests from all directions. Who could have anticipated that upon the emergence of news regarding the Taichu demon ape, all the major sacred lands would converge here? How could they not come? It is rumored that the Taichu demon ape is linked to the Taichu mountain range and holds secrets to enlightenment. Who would pass up such an opportunity? Indeed, I have heard that recently beasts have gone berserk in the Taichu mountain range, and the commotion caused by the Taichu demon ape is no small matter. Amidst the hushed conversations, all eyes were fixated on one singular target, the Taichu demon ape. However, just as the crowd sharpened their blades, preparing to negotiate with the host, the Taichu sacred land, an alarming voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere. Not good, Sectmaster. Something grave has occurred in the once bustling Taichu Great Hall. This voice rang out with an unsettling sharpness. What matter could be so urgent? The sect master of the Taichu's sacred land, named Zhang Taixian, a man of imposing presence, barked his inquiry. Master, Elder Taiyi's command token has shattered. The disciple reporting stammered. What? At those words, Zhang Taixian's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Elder Taiyi's token mattered. It is impossible. According to legend, Elder Tai-yi reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm 500 years ago. Even if he were not a half-saint by now, he should be close. How could he have suddenly perished? The expressions of others from the sacred lands also darkened, clearly aware of this so-called Elder Tai-yi. Could it be that he was slain by Chunbei? I recall encountering Elder Tai-yi before. He mentioned pursuing Chunbei for the sake of righteousness, and even brought along a sacred artifact. Does Chunbei possess some hidden trump card? Suddenly, an elderly woman in the crowd exclaimed loudly. Everyone instantly recognized her as Qianghua, the Grand Elder of the Qiangyao sacred land. What? Chunbei? Is it truly him? Simultaneously, the faces of the crowd grew solemn. What are the others? Zhang Taixian turned his gaze to the disciple, his voice low and serious, reporting to the sect master. Every individual who pursued Chunbei has had their command tokens shattered. The disciple's lips quivered, his voice resonating like a thunderclap in the hearts of all present. With a clamor, the assembly rose as one, their hearts already convinced that Chunbei was responsible for the deaths. This child possessed such strength. This was not encouraging news. Now that those dispatched by the Taichu sacred land had perished, what fate awaited their own representatives? As if to echo their thoughts, just then, radiant lights streaked from the heavens. Elder Xiang has fallen. Please have the 7-star sword master investigate. Elder Kaionian has fallen. Please have Elder Qianghua investigate. Elder Yushu has fallen. Please have Taoist Qingshu investigate. The voices reverberated within the hall, messages from various sacred lands. As these transmissions landed, silence enveloped the scene, as if everyone had been petrified. The Taichu sacred land was no longer the lively and prosperous place it had just been, now shrouded in an icy chill. Many powerful figures trembled, struggling to contain their breath. Chunbei, you traitor, I vow to rend your body to pieces. The elderly woman from the Qiangyao faction, Qianghua, let out a furious roar, spitting blood, her eyes aflame. Others had only lost fellow sect members, but her situation was different. Elder Kaionian was her senior brother and lifelong companion. She could not accept this outcome under any circumstances. Everyone, I know where Chunbei is. Follow me. Suddenly, Qianghua produced a jade pendant. As her true essence flowed into it, the pendant responded, soaring outward. Go, follow closely. The others from the sacred lands, regaining their senses, surged forth in a grand procession. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and numerous streaks of light shot skyward. From the ground, it appeared as though an army of celestial beings had mobilized, an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of dread. Master, it is all my fault. I have disturbed your peace. At the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, Chunbei gazed at Zhou Hai, tears brimming in his eyes. He had thought that after a path of bloodshed, he had become callous to all. Yet, each encounter with his master softened his hardened heart. Enough. How could they disturb my peace? Wait here. Today I shall seek justice for you. Zhou Hai stood with hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the arrival of the various sacred land figures. At this moment, having attained the cultivation of a saint, he expanded his consciousness for tens of thousands of miles, clearly perceiving the frenzy with which the major sacred lands approached. Even the Taichu sacred land appeared to be mobilizing their ancestral sacred artifact. It was evident that the recent deaths had indeed inflicted severe wounds upon the major sacred lands. Yes, master. Chunbei lowered his head, reluctant to burden his master with his troubles. Yet in the presence of his master, he remained forever obedient. At the same time, he relished the feeling of being protected. Perhaps in this life, only his master could provide him with such a sense of security. Suddenly, the heavens grew tumultuous, the once clear sky darkening in an instant, obscured by a multitude of clouds. Concurrently, countless figures rushed forth, forming a tightening encirclement around Zhou Hai and his disciple. Chunbei, you traitor, I shall slay you. A furious shout rang out as the encirclement closed, with an elderly woman leading the charge towards Chunbei. Elder Qianghua, hold on. The people from the Taichu sacred land hastily attempted to restrain her. Elder Kyonian possessed a sacred artifact, the dust pearl, and now she is dead. What can I achieve with bare hands but to court death? Fellow cultivators, Chun Bei is a traitor of unparalleled evil. Today we gather here to strike him down together. This is our sect's ancestral sacred artifact, the Taichu Fate Plate. If we unite our strength, even if this rogue possesses a great sacred artifact, he shall perish. Zhang Taixian raised his arm, and a fate plate soared forth, instantly expanding to a vast expanse, eclipsing the skies and enveloping the universe. Under the fate plate, all present felt a profound chill, a peculiar sensation that their lives and deaths were inscribed upon the plate itself. This plate held dominion over the rise and fall of every being in existence. Very well, everyone, let's activate the Taichu Fate Plate together. Regardless of any opportunities this rogue may possess, today we must ensure his demise. With that, the assembled forces charged forth, standing atop the Fate Plate, gazing down upon Chun Bei and his master with disdainful eyes. Chun Bei, do you know your crimes? Zhang Taixian roared, his voice echoing through the Fate Plate, carrying an immense pressure that caused mountains within thousands of miles to crumble, the very earth trembling. The might of the sacred artifact was laid bare at this moment. Chun Bei's body shook, feeling as though his bones might shatter. Beneath the Fate Plate, he instinctively desired to kneel, as if confronted by an insurmountable terror. Just as Chun Bei could no longer withstand the pressure and considered drawing forth his sacred artifact to resist, he noticed Zhou Hai wave his hand, and all the pressure vanished in an instant. Presumptuous. My disciple is not someone you can condemn. A chilling voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention to Zhou Hai, standing nearby. Who are you? Zhang Taixian's gaze turned icy as he bellowed. Perhaps your hearing is poor. It seems I must clear your ears. Zhou Hai snorted coldly, raising his hand towards Zhang Taixian. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, the laws of the saints intertwined, manifesting as a colossal hand aimed directly at Zhang Taixian. At this sight, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. The sage, he is indeed a sage. This is the power of the laws. Under the shadow of the Fate Plate, no one can invoke the phenomena of heaven and earth. All principles beneath the Fate Plate are mere jests, serving only as nourishment for it. Yet at this moment, Zhou Hai boldly acted before the eyes of all. What he wielded was neither the spiritual essence of the heavens nor his own principles, but the true laws. The laws that can only be comprehended by a sage. Bring it to heel. Witnessing the colossal hand of law coalescing, Zhang Taixian, who had just moments ago seemed to dominate all, turned pale as death, panic overtaking him. Without a moment to spare, he hurriedly infused his cultivation into the Fate Plate. In an instant, the plate erupted in brilliance, countless runes swirling, each line carrying the power to obliterate everything, rushing towards Zhou Hai and his disciples. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth trembled, countless spatial rifts tearing open. On the ground, innumerable flowers and plants were instantly reduced to ash. Countless mountains and lakes were obliterated in an instant. Under the Fate Plate's dominion, a cataclysm of unprecedented scale engulfed the realm. Many human settlements, villages, and towns shattered like ephemeral dreams. Countless souls scarcely grasped what had transpired, surrendering their lives to the Fate Plate. A ruthless massacre devoid of humanity. Zhou Hai's pupils constricted, witnessing the expanding devastation wrought by the Fate Plate. He swiftly shielded the mountains and rivers with his divine sense. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, his hand of order collided with the Fate Plate. Countless runes poured forth, the power of slaughter overwhelming. Thud! The Fate Plate quivered, barely withstanding Zhou Hai's strike. However, Zhang Taixian upon the plate could not endure. A tremendous force surged, and he felt as though his entire cultivation had collapsed. His internal organs ruptured, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Break it! Zhou Hai gestured once more, the hand of order soaring into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The Fate Plate shone brilliantly, its spirit fiercely resisting. Yet it could not suppress the onslaught. The experts from various sacred lands were instantly shaken off the Fate Plate, all faces drained of color. What are you waiting for? This is a true sage. Let us strike together to suppress him. Zhang Taixian's eyes bulged, resembling a man gone mad. He understood all too well what it meant to provoke a sage. The enmity that should not have been forged was already established. If Zhou Hai was not subdued, all would perish. The sacred lands would face retribution, with Tai Chu's sacred land being the first to suffer. Everyone unite. The crowd, realizing the gravity of the situation, wore expressions of utter despair. No one had imagined that a sage stood behind Chun Bei. Otherwise, they would not have dared to pursue him so brazenly. Now that the unthinkable had transpired, they were left with but one thought: to use the ancestral artifact of Tai Chu to subdue Zhou Hai. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It is said that the ancestor of Tai Chu's sacred land was a peak sage, and the fate plate he left behind, if fully activated, would possess powers rivaling those of a true sage. At this moment, this fate plate was the only existence capable of contending with Zhou Hai. All simultaneously infused their cultivation into the fate plate, and in an instant, the countless runes transformed into a celestial chain, flooding towards Zhou Hai. Boom, boom, boom. Concurrently, an overwhelming force erupted, forcefully repelling Zhou Hai's hand of law. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, faintly sensing his own cultivation being suppressed. The laws of the fate plate not only brimmed with immense power, but also harbored a mysterious force, constantly eroding one's lifespan. Under the fate plate, a mere quarter hour equated to years, even decades in the outside world. For an ordinary person, a moment would suffice to age them to death. As the celestial chains descended upon him, the power of lifespan erosion intensified. Such trifling skills dare to show off before me. Zhou Hai scoffed, the sage's laws enveloping Chun Bei, shielding him from harm. Then, the annihilating force surged around him, the laws of destruction saturating the heavens and earth. Break it! Boom! 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 A single punch shattered millions of celestial chains in an instant. Bang! 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 This void exploded, countless chains reduced to runes. Dimmed by Zhou Hai's might, just as the fate plate steadied, it began to tremor violently once more. All faces turned ashen, desperately channeling power into the fate plate, seeking to fully activate it. But Zhou Hai wielded his power with grandiosity, his gestures causing the heavens to quake, the sun, moon, and universe dancing to his will, preventing the fate plate from exerting its might. Break it! Crushing all the patterns of the fate plate, Zhou Hai soared into the sky, his fist crashing down upon the fate plate. Boom! 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 The force of annihilation surged into the fate plate. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. The ancestral sacred artifact of Tai Chu suffering grievous damage, its spirit shattered. No! PFFT! 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 Ah! All those atop the fate plate were flung away, some spitting blood, others wailing in despair, and some simply exploding. Sacred artifacts, not to protect the masses, but to harvest lives. What use are you? Zhou Hai's gaze turned frigid, having obliterated the spirit of the fate plate with a single punch. He hesitated not for an instant, delivering another blow, causing fissures to erupt across the fate plate. Under the law of annihilation, even the so-called indestructible sacred artifact could not evade flaws before him. Boom! The third punch struck, and the fate plate shattered completely. An invincible sacred artifact reduced to nothingness. At the moment the fate plate exploded, a wisp of radiance surged forth, hurtling towards Zhou Hai's face. Zhou Hai's expression shifted. As his laws surged, they were instantaneously vanquished. Boom! The radiance struck him, instantly propelling him back 1,000 feet. Just as he regained his footing, a trickle of blood silently slipped from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Another deafening explosion resounded, and as that drop of blood touched the ground, it created a massive pit spanning hundreds of miles, resembling a basin. This is the power of a sage. A single drop of blood, even a strand of hair, contains the force of the laws of heaven and earth, potent enough to slay a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. Master, are you all right? Observing Zhou Hai being pushed back, Chun Bei hurried forward. I am fine. Zhou Hai waved his hand, his breath instantly restored. Chun Bei sighed in relief, though somewhat speechless. With a master of such unparalleled caliber, unrivaled in the heavens and earth, why should he worry? Meanwhile, from all directions, tens of thousands of cultivators looked ashen. The strong from various sacred lands were engulfed in despair, especially those from Tai Chu's sacred land. including Zhang Taixian, appeared as though their souls had been snatched away, unable to believe that the ancestral sacred artifact had been so effortlessly destroyed. At the entrance of Tai Chu Mountain, gazing out, the realm lay in eerie silence. The once arrogant and disdainful experts from various sacred lands now wore faces of utter despair. With their last bastion obliterated, how could this sage spare them? Realizing this, their bodies trembled, their eyes filled with terror. Only the elder of the Qiong Yao sect, Qiong Hua, bore crimson eyes, filled with fierce unwillingness and rage. All of you, come here. Zhou Hai's voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Everyone tensed, instantly drawn before Zhou Hai by an invisible force. Once they had arrived in a grand procession, not merely 100,000 troops, but over 10,000 individuals. Yet now, affected by the aftermath of battle, all cultivators below the Enlightenment realm had exploded into oblivion. The survivors numbered less than 2,000, all discarded in the pit before Zhou Hai, all gazes fixated on him in terror. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, they were no different from ordinary mortals when encountering someone stronger. All that remained was fear and pity, starting with you. Yet Zhou Hai held no mercy in his heart. With a firm grasp, Zhang Taixian was seized and lifted from the crowd. What do you intend to do? Zhang Taixian's face was filled with terror, utterly immobilized by Zhou Hai's oppressive force, leaving him in a state of despair. With no words wasted, Zhou Hai raised his hand and delivered a series of heavy slaps. Blood, mixed with teeth, erupted from Zhang Taixian's mouth, yet Zhou Hai persisted until blood flowed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, only then relenting. The onlookers were chilled to the bone, astonished that this sage was not only powerful, but also a sadist who relished tormenting others. As a sage, one would typically dispatch enemies swiftly. His actions were clearly aimed at psychological destruction, leaving one to die without peace. Why such humiliation? Zhang Taixian's eyes turned crimson, a potent blend of humiliation and fury dispelling his fear of death. Oddly, he thought, why can't I hear myself? Just then, Zhou Hai's voice pierced through, causing everyone to widen their eyes, their minds buzzing. What do you mean? Zhang Taixian was bewildered, nearly forgetting the pain on his face, his words escaping in a rush. I just mentioned that Chun Bei is my disciple. Why do you still ask who I am? I thought your ears were blocked. Can you hear me now? If not, shall I assist you in clearing them? Zhou Hai's smile only darkened the expressions of those around. Zhang Taixian spat out another mouthful of blood, nearly succumbing to his rage. For a mere question, this unpredictable sage had unleashed a torrent of slaps upon him. Surely, as the leader of a great sanctuary, he couldn't allow himself to be humiliated so publicly. No response? It seems you still cannot hear me. Zhou Hai's voice rang out again, feigning another slap. No. Senior, I can't hear you. Zhang Taixian's complexion shifted dramatically as he suppressed his sense of humiliation to plead. In the presence of a sage, his life and death were no longer his own. Unable to even secure his dignity in death, he had no choice but to plead for mercy, hoping to lessen his torment. Oh, you can hear me. Then shall we engage in a proper discussion? Zhou Hai smiled again, his demeanor deceptively benign as he regarded Zhang Taixian. Yes. Please, senior, instruct me. I shall not refuse. Zhang Taixian nodded eagerly, feeling a mix of sorrow and relief. Judging by Zhou Hai's tone, it seemed he did not intend to annihilate him completely. As long as there was room for negotiation, there was still hope for redemption. Excellent. What do you all think? Can we negotiate? Zhou Hai nodded with satisfaction, casting his gaze over the assembly. The crowd felt a chill, yet a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. They certainly wished to negotiate rather than face death. Just as they were about to voice their opinions, a frenzied voice cut through the air. Demon, I will kill you. I will tear you and your disciple to shreds. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically as the elder from the Qianghua sect, in a fit of madness, charged at Zhou Hai. Her face contorted with rage, she advanced under the sage's pressure, each step causing her body to erupt with blood. The might of the sage was beyond what a Zifu cultivator could endure. No. The others from Qianghua sect turned pale, wishing to intervene, but finding themselves powerless. Qianghua elder, what are you doing? Stop her. Their eyes blazed with anger, focused solely on restraining her, even contemplating her death. At this moment, Everyone's fate rested precariously in Zhou Hai's hands. This elder's reckless defiance could spell doom for them all. Alas, under the sage's overwhelming might, the mad Qianghua elder charged forward, unyielding in her desperation, while they could only watch in horror, paralyzed by fear. How foolish! Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, instantly immobilizing the elder in midair, the sage's laws constricting her neck, leaving her in a state of helplessness. Oof. When the world as cultivators targeted my disciple, I refrained from intervening to temper him. Now that I have subdued you, my mercy in not slaughtering you stems from my impatience with bloodshed. But do you truly believe I lack temperance, that I cannot kill? Zhou Hai's eyes sparked with fury, and as his words fell, explosions reverberated through the air. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, bloodied wounds erupted across the Qianghua elder's body, reducing her limbs to a mass of shredded flesh, a mist of blood swirling around. Only a grotesque semblance of a human form was left, suspended in the air, emitting a haunting wail. Sage, spare me. The onlookers trembled, collapsing to their knees in supplication. Before the sage, dignity was a foreign concept. Spare me. To plead for mercy requires a semblance of humility. How can I forgive such arrogance? Zhou Hai's icy gaze swept over them, and with a wave of his hand, the very fabric of reality twisted, collapsing the space where the Qianghua elders stood. No. Spare me, sage. The elders and disciples of the Qianghua sect screamed, terrified, their hatred directed at the mad elder. It was all this old crone's doing, consumed by her own vendetta, without regard for the lives of others. In the midst of this fury and fear, their bodies disintegrated as the world around them crumbled. Sage. Some were so frightened they lost control, others fainted outright. Those who remained conscious fervently bowed, desperately pleading. Old woman, what qualifications do you have to challenge me? Zhou Hai's gaze fell upon the Qianghua elder once more, his tone chilling. Kill me, if you can. You and your demonic disciple killed my husband. From this day forth, if I live, I will not let you off the hook. With no hope of resistance, the Qianghua elder yearned for death. Huh, so your husband perished in my hands. No wonder you are so deranged. But alas, your desire to reunite in death is but a foolish dream. Not only would he be long gone by now, but even if a remnant of his spirit remains, do you think I would grant you your wish? Since you refuse to reason, I shall ensure you find no solace in life or death. Zhou Hai scoffed, tightening his grip and instantly obliterating the Qianghua elder's body. She barely had time to scream before her true essence was laid bare before all. Zhou Hai refrained from annihilating her essence, instead summoning the soul-binding flag to imprison her spirit. Another round of heart-wrenching shrieks echoed, narrating her boundless agony, causing the crowd below to hold their breath. None could have anticipated that this formidable Zifu cultivator would meet such a fate, eternally tormented by a mere artifact. Esteemed guests, many of you from various sects have seen your fair share of my disciples' wrath. Who else wishes to fight to the death? Please speak up. Zhou Hai stowed the soul-binding flag, surveying the scene, which had fallen into an eerie silence. Even the sound of cold sweat hitting the ground was audible. Everyone held their breath. At this moment, not even a whisper dared to escape their lips, for they felt utterly guilty. The oppressive atmosphere relentlessly tormented their spirits, leaving them in silent agony, yet they could only endure, yearning for this moment to pass swiftly. Zhou Hai, however, remained unperturbed, casually scanning the crowd until their composure shattered. And only then did he speak again. It appears no one is inclined to fight back. May we now negotiate? With this proclamation, the assembly hastily fell into line. Yet please, sage, impart your wisdom. We would willingly face death. At this moment, they were not afraid of the sage making demands, but rather feared that the sage would not even grant them the opportunity to voice their opinions. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have acted differently from the beginning. Everyone listened intently. If one wished to harm the disciples of this seat, so be it. In a contest among peers, even if my disciple were to perish, I would harbor no resentment, attributing it solely to their lack of skill. However, from this day forth, let it be known, should anyone dare to wield their power to oppress my disciples, they shall not blame me for shattering their sect and severing their lineage. Zhou Hai's tone was grave, his voice resonating like thunder across the skies, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. Such overwhelming authority, this is the essence of a true sage. It was said that no sage had emerged in the world for millennia. This singular sage of the present age was sufficient to dominate an era, inspiring universal respect. At your command, no one dared to utter a word of dissent. At this moment, only the phrase at your command remained. Furthermore, as compensation for the harm inflicted upon my disciples during this period, it would not be unreasonable for me to seek a favorable omen from you, would it? Zhou Hai spoke once more. We shall heed the sage's teachings. The crowd had lost the capacity for any other expression, repeating only this phrase. From this day forth, I wish for my disciples to traverse freely among the major sects. The secret realms of each sect shall be open for their exploration whenever needed. Of course, you may also lay traps to ensnare them. The consequences, however, are yours to ponder. Zhou Hai's words caused the pupils of all present to constrict. Did this not mean relinquishing their legacies to the major sects? How could this be? This was akin to disturbing the graves of their ancestors. After death, how could they face their forebears? We, the myriad sword sect, humbly welcome the sage's esteemed presence. We, the void cloud peak, humbly welcome the sage's esteemed presence. We, the great Tang dynasty. We, the great Yuan. We, the primordial beginning. The hearts of all were in turmoil. After a lengthy pause, they ultimately chose to prioritize their dignity over the shame of facing their ancestors. After all, the matter of confronting their forebears was one for the future. If they were to meet the same fate as the old woman from Xianghua, they would have no right to consider such matters. Chunbei quietly observed this scene, and before he knew it, tears had begun to well in his eyes. As a notorious demon feared throughout the northern wastes, no one had ever witnessed him shed tears. Yet at this moment, he could no longer contain his emotions. In truth, it was unnecessary for his master to intervene, had any of his ancestors spoken on his behalf. Given the strength of the great Qian dynasty, the major sects would have thought twice before attempting to harm him. Alas, after his father's demise, it felt as if he had been entirely forsaken by the great Qian. The ancestors of the great Qian had not spoken up for him. Instead, they had allied with outsiders to pursue him relentlessly. At this moment, his gaze flitted between Zhou Hai and the individuals from the great Qian dynasty below, and the profound disparity left him trembling. In contrast, the warmth his master provided was matched only by the coldness he felt from the ancestors of the great Qian. You impudent child, why are your eyes red? Zhou Hai's voice rang out, half-jokingly scolding him. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Let us see who dares to refuse today. Enough. With my master present, I have no further demands. I merely hope to fulfill my father's wishes and serve my master faithfully for all eternity. That would suffice for me. Chunbei smiled faintly, his parched lips curling upward. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned sharply towards the people of the great Qian dynasty. Ancestors, could you tell me why this is? Upon hearing this, the members of the great Qian dynasty shuddered involuntarily, particularly the elderly man at the forefront, whose face turned ashen. At this moment, they desperately wished to escape the spotlight. I do not understand. As a descendant of the Qin family, I am the most exceptional among us. I have always taken it upon myself to restore the great Qian. While I may harbor hostility towards other sects, I have never betrayed the lineage of the great Qian, nor have I wronged anyone from the great Qian. Why, then, is it the great Qian that pursues me most ruthlessly? You too are my ancestors. Must I, your descendant, be so despised? Seeing no one respond, Chunbei felt a sharp pain in his heart. During this time, he had slaughtered members of various sects, yet he had never harmed the elders of the great Qian dynasty. He could not bring himself to do so and remained perplexed as to why they relentlessly pursued him. The elderly man's complexion had turned pale, his lips a shade of purple, yearning to speak but finding himself unable to utter a word. What? Have you all gone deaf or mute? Can you not speak? Zhou Hai's icy voice echoed, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Elder Chun Su, what words remain unspoken? The actions of the great Qian are intolerable to all major sects. We too wish to understand what transpired. Indeed, Elder Chun Su, you do not even spare your own descendants. How can the great Qian dynasty call itself a sacred land? Speak of your disgraceful deeds. Do not let us bear the brunt of your shame. Elder Chun Su. The members of the major sects hastily chimed in. following Zhou Hai's lead to denounce the great Qian lineage. They truly wished to avoid death. To prevent further angering Zhou Hai, they had to comply with all his demands, while also compelling others to do the same. Chapter 79. Is Chun Bei not a descendant of the Qin family? Amidst the pressure from all, the expressions of the people from Deqian turned grim. However, it was the elder Chun Su who suddenly erupted in laughter, a laugh tinged with madness, as if he had lost his sanity. Chun Bei, do you still not understand? You do not bear the surname Chun. You are not connected to my Chun family in any way. Have you forgotten what kind of man your father was? Before he reached 100 years of age, he had already attained the Dao Palace realm, unmatched in an era. He should have lived for at least 3,000 years. Yet he only survived a little over 100. He died because of you. Do you comprehend? Now, his primordial spirit is imprisoned, a fate worse than death. And the cataclysm of heaven and earth looms ahead. My Chun family is on the brink of destruction. Only your death can liberate your father. Only your death can save Deqian and even the entire northern wilderness. Do you understand now? The laughter of Chun Su gradually turned sorrowful, culminating in despair. What? Chun Bei trembled, a ringing in his ears, causing the world to spin around him. How is it possible? Am I not a descendant of the Chun family? Did my father perish because of me? An onslaught of thoughts assaulted Chun Bei's mind, leaving him in utter confusion. He could not believe the truth of these revelations. Yet the actions of the Chun family seemed to validate everything. Could it be that he truly was a source of calamity? Nearby, Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback. What a melodramatic twist. Is the next step to unveil the supreme lineage of this grand disciple? Then he will traverse the universe, invincible and unmatched? Various scenarios played out in Zhou Hai's mind, giving him the impression of watching a grand performance. Cataclysm of heaven and earth? Where does this calamity come from? They share the same blood, yet refuse to acknowledge their own descendants. Truly a group of laughable ants. Not only Zhou Hai, but even the imprisoned supreme of the vast sea, suppressed within 9 imperial artifacts, could not help but join in the spectacle. Ah, after so many days of silence, I thought you had perished. Turns out you are still here. Zhou Hai greeted with a smile, somewhat astonished. You could never die before me. The cold voice of the supreme of the vast sea pierced through, his regard for Zhou Hai plummeting to negative numbers. Huh, you have lived for millions of years. If death is to come, it should be your turn first. But seriously, do those who live longer have increasingly dull minds? I dare not speak for others, but my precious disciple is undoubtedly of the Qin lineage. How can they pursue their own descendants while fabricating such absurd tales? Zhou Hai grinned thoughtfully. The thoughts of ants are not worthy of my speculation. The supreme of the vast sea replied coldly. TCH, I've said it before. Those who live longer tend to become dull-witted. Yet you refuse to believe it. If you can't guess, just say so. What is so shameful about that? Zhou Hai gulped, inciting the supreme of the vast sea to erupt in fury. It was only then that he realized the dullness spoken of was not about the Chun family, but himself. Disciple, do not listen to their nonsense. Others may be unaware, but I know for certain that you are of the Chun lineage. Do not burden yourself with any psychological weight. Observing the signs of Chun Bei's impending collapse, Zhou Hai refrained from spectating any longer and approached him. But master, that Chun Bei's eyes turned crimson, filled with doubt. He questioned his own lineage, feeling as though his existence was nothing but a joke. Others had their origins, while he might not even be his father's true son. Were they to say, a bunch of confused fools? Is it not simple to ascertain if one is a descendant of the Chun family? Zhou Hai's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Chun Bei's mind. Indeed, a test would reveal the truth. Ha ha! Chun Bei, have you never pondered why every member of the Chun family possesses their own life token? You do not? It is because your life token cannot enter the Chun family ancestral hall. Your blood cannot merge with the essence of the Chun family. Gulme, this is my life token. You may attempt to see if your blood can assimilate with it. Before Chun Bei could respond, Chun Su let out a wretched laugh and cast his life token towards him. Everyone present displayed expressions of astonishment. The life token was not merely a token placed in the ancestral hall. Once a person perished, their ancestral hall token would shatter. However, the shattering of the ancestral token did not guarantee death. In contrast, the life token was intrinsically linked to the individual. Any damage to it would be irreparable. In the realm of cultivation, relinquishing one's life token equated to entrusting one's life to another. Yet, considering they were facing a sage, everyone felt reassured. In the presence of a sage, it mattered not whether one surrendered their life token. Zhou Hai, unceremoniously, extended his hand and grasped the life token. As he probed with his consciousness, the token instantly revealed all information pertaining to Chensu. This was a form of bloodline recognition, a manifestation of origin. Only the blood of the Chun family could be acknowledged by the life token forged from the Chun family sacred artifacts. Come, give it a try. Zhou Hai tossed the life token to Chun Bei, fully convinced of his lineage. After all, the system's description had not indicated any other identity for Chun Bei. The system's exposition was exceedingly detailed. For instance, it clearly stated that Qin Xiao was the reincarnation of a great emperor's Dao fruit. Had Chun Bei possessed any other identity, it would have been unveiled before him long ago. Master, I, Yeet, Chen Bai hesitated. The one who had always pressed forward was now retreating 2 steps. He recalled that his father had never established a life token for him. Even at every clan grand ceremony, he was excluded. Could it be that he truly was not a descendant of the Chun family, lacking the recognition of the ancestral spirits? As this thought crossed his mind, Chun Bei gazed at the life token with terror. He could perhaps deceive himself by not testing it. But should he proceed with the test, he feared he would shatter under the weight of the truth. He could not accept everything that Chun Su had proclaimed. Ha ha! Do you see it now? Chun Bei, you already possess the answer in your heart. You simply dare not admit it. Chen Su's sorrowful laughter further plunged Chun Bei into despair. Enough of this nonsense, just try it. Zhou Hai, unable to bear the scene any longer, drew a drop of Chun Bei's blood and directly infused it into the life token. Buzz! In an instant, the life token trembled violently, a crimson light shooting into the sky. Crack! The life token failed to assimilate with Chun Bei's blood and instead began to crack. Poof! With the token damaged, Chen Su spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Yet, a look of relief washed over his face, and his gaze towards Chun Bei softened like never before. Child, do you see? You must die. Otherwise, the entire Chen family will face ruin. The ancestors were reluctant to disclose this truth to you, not wishing to be too cruel. Do you think only your father cherished you? We all grieve for you. But humanity is inherently selfish. Who can act with righteousness before the entire clan? The ancestors departed without slaying you before you learned the truth. I am sorry, child. As Chen Su spoke, his tone grew unusually gentle, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Chen Su. No. The members of the Chun family behind Chen Su roared with red eyes, each one stricken with profound sorrow. Don't. Chun Bei suddenly looked up, unable to accept the reality laid bare before him. Nor could he bear the thought of having caused the elder's demise. He felt the sincerity in Chun Su's words just moments ago. He remembered how, when he was a child, Chun Su had emerged from seclusion just to see him and had even taken him on joyful excursions. Those moments were filled with warmth. Yet he could not fathom when it had all transformed into the current predicament. However, one point raised by ancestor Chen Su is undeniably correct. His blood simply cannot integrate into the Chun family lineage, and it inherently restrains the very essence of the Chun bloodline. Under normal circumstances, a blood test would merely yield results without any risk to the life token. Yet, he has ruthlessly caused the death of an elder from the Chun family with his own blood. Do not, ancestor. Chun Bei's eyes glistened with tears as he rushed towards ancestor Chen Su. Ancestor, why has this happened? Why? What exactly transpired? What's the truth behind all this? The puzzle seemed to unravel. It only led to greater confusion. Chun Bei could not shake off the questions swirling in his mind, nor could he relinquish the elder he held in his arms. Once, the elder had looked at him with the same tenderness as now. But what had changed? Why had everyone turned against him? What on earth is happening? At this moment, Zhou Hai was equally bewildered. They shared the same bloodline. Why was there such a conflict? Moreover, Chun Bei's blood was overwhelmingly dominant. Just a single drop had eradicated a Chun family elder, which defied all logic. How could this be? Even the revered Han Hai Tianzun was taken aback, his disbelief palpable. Old monster, Have you ever encountered such an occurrence in your 8 million years of existence? Zhou Hai inquired hastily. I have come to understand. The Han Hai Tianzun continued. The Chen family is no ordinary clan. Their ancestors must have been great emperors, perhaps even transcending imperial status. Through the ages, the bloodline has gradually thinned, becoming the norm. Yet this child has returned to the essence, reviving the ancestral bloodline, rendering it incompatible with any other mixed blood. The Han Hai Tianzun did not respond to Zhou Hai, but instead spoke to himself. However, he quickly contradicted his own thoughts. No. While that may be a possibility, the reality is undoubtedly more intricate. What exactly is going on? What other great mysteries exist in this world that I am unaware of? Zhou Hai listened, his brow furrowing with frustration as the discourse continued. However, he was willing to accept the earlier assertion of the Han Hai Tianzun, for the phenomenon of ancestral return was indeed common. But how could such a return lead to the harm of one's own bloodline? System, do you not wish to provide an explanation? Zhou Hai attempted to engage the system. Unfortunately, the stubborn system continued to feign silence, offering no response whatsoever. Ancestor, eat this, and this. Over there, Chun Bei clutched Ancestor Chun Su tightly, stuffing various miraculous pills into the elder's mouth. A faint vitality coursed through Ancestor Chun Su's body, but alas, with the life token shattered, no amount of elixirs could remedy the situation. Enough, my child. I am so sorry. The truth was too cruel. If it were possible, the elder would have preferred to end Chun Bei's life before revealing the truth. Even if you despise the Chun family, at least you still held a father who loved you, a place you believed to be your home. But now, the elder found himself powerless to do so. I do not say this to burden you, but rather to implore your master to spare the Chun family and refrain from total annihilation. From this day forth, the Chun family shall sever ties with you. You need not do anything for them. Their fate shall depend solely on their own fortunes. Ancestor Chun Su grasped Chun Bei's hand, his eyes filled with love, pain, and profound guilt. He believed in Chun Bei. Had he revealed the truth sooner, the boy would undoubtedly have sacrificed himself for the Chun family without hesitation. But that would have been too unfair. A 16-year-old child, born without a mother, who had just lost his father, was suddenly told he was merely adopted. Moreover, it was because of him that his loving father was murdered. If he did not perish, a million kin would face extermination, all to compel him to sacrifice. Ancestor Chun Su could not bear this, which is why he stood firmly with the faction seeking vengeance against the Chun family. He would rather Chun Bei harbor hatred towards the entire clan than witness him suffer guilt over the death of the emperor. Nor would he impose the heavy shackles of morality upon him. If not for the fear that Zhou Hai might obliterate the Chen lineage today, he would never have disclosed the truth. No, ancestor, hold on. You can still be saved. My master will surely help. As he saw the many pills provided by his master proving ineffective, Chen Bei looked up toward Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's brow was deeply furrowed, feeling an immense headache brewing. The situation had escalated to the point where he found it difficult to navigate a resolution. Kid, I shall impart a method to you. Perhaps you can save this person. At that moment, the voice of Han Hai Tianzun echoed. What method? Zhou Hai inquit? Knowing that the old fellow was attempting to verify some matters which aligned with his own curiosity, thus presenting an opportunity for collaboration. If this child truly represented a return to the Chun family's ancestral bloodline, even with its overpowering nature, there might still be a possibility for resolution. This is the blood refining technique. Give a try. Upon the conclusion of his words, Zhou Hai sensed a faint stream of divine thought emanating, revealing the principles of the blood refining technique. The blood refining technique. Zhou Hai grasped the essence of it and felt a spark of inspiration, swiftly darting to Chun Bei's side. Do not panic, my disciple. Sois comforted, extending a finger. Before Chun Bei could react, he felt something being drawn from him, an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, nearly causing him to collapse. When he looked up, he was astonished to see Zhou Hai had forcibly extracted a drop of his heart's blood. This drop of blood appeared crimson, revealing no peculiar traits. Yet, as Zhou Hai formed seals with his hands, the laws of heaven and earth resonated, as if a power from before the dawn of creation was refining that drop of blood. In an instant, the heart's blood erupted with a dark luminescence, seemingly filled with countless cries of battle. Within that single drop of blood, it felt as though an entire world was contained. Indeed, I did not err. It is a return to ancestry. However, a disruption had occurred. Someone had covertly intervened. The voice of Han Hai Tian Zun resounded. But Zhou Hai paid it no heed as he swiftly sealed his hands, continuously suppressing the murderous intent emanating from the blood. In a matter of moments, the murderous aura dissipated, and the drop of blood regained its tranquility. "Consume it," Zhou Hai commanded with a snap of his fingers. And the heart's blood immediately flew into Ancestor Chen Su's mouth. "Master, you." Chun Bei was taken aback, astonished that his master, fully aware of the conflict between his blood and the Chun family, would still have the elder consume his heart's blood. Was this an attempt to hasten the elder's demise? However, before he could finish his thought, he felt the world around him tremble, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushing forth. Simultaneously, it seemed as if the laws of heaven and earth were flowing with symbols. Looking at Ancestor Chun Su in his arms, Chun Bei was astounded to see the elder's body glowing. Blood seeped from every pore, expelling the old blood while drawing in fresh vitality from the world. This scene resembled a legendary rebirth. What was happening? After preparing himself to confront death, Ancestor Chun Su suddenly widened his eyes, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of comfort. As a force of regeneration blossomed within him. In that moment, it felt as if he were cradled within the womb of the world, awaiting rebirth. Soon, his appearance began to transform. The once white-haired elder gradually morphed into a youth of 17 or 18 years. This spectacle left everyone around with widened eyes, utterly dumbfounded. Ancestor Chun Su. He had actually lived a second life. How could this be? Since time immemorial, who among the saints had lived a second life? Ancestor Chun Su was perhaps the only one. All present gaped in disbelief, feeling as if they were on the verge of madness. And at this moment, the most astonished was Chun Bei. The most shocked was Ancestor Chun Su. Chun Bei could not fathom why the outcome differed from his expectations. His blood had not managed to kill the elder. Ancestor Chun Su was equally perplexed. Although Chun Bei's blood clearly restrained the Chun family bloodline, why had it instead facilitated his return to the source, granting him a second life? Only Zhou Hai felt a sense of relief, finally able to affirm that Chun Bei was indeed a descendant of the Chun family. "Master, what is happening?" "Senior, could it be that Chun Bei truly is unable to comprehend?" Chun Bei and Ancestor Chun Su both turned their gaze towards Zhou Hai, their eyes brimming with inquiries. "A group of old fools. They have all declared him a descendant of the Chun family. Do they truly believe he was merely found? Or do they suggest that the old Chun family has a penchant for infidelity? The emperor's consort bearing another's child, yet nurturing it with care? The truth is now unveiled. Chun Bei is not only a descendant of the Chun family, but also embodies the ancestral bloodline. Yet why does he seem to be at odds with the Chun family's lineage? I too cannot fathom the reasons at this moment." Zhou Hai grimaced. Upon his words, Ancestor Chun Su also discerned multiple suspicions. Indeed, it was they who claimed that Chun Bei was not a descendant of the Chun family, while Chun Bei's father had never uttered such a statement. Furthermore, in his final moments, he left behind a deathbed letter ensuring Chun Bei's safety and firmly entrusted him as a true descendant of the Chun family. Yet, after years of affection, they merely regarded it as a father's concern for his child. In hindsight, it appears they may have been deceived. But what monumental secret lies concealed within this? Why would those individuals seek to mislead them? What is their purpose? "Ancestor, you mentioned that my father's primordial spirit is imprisoned. You spoke of a great calamity in the North Wilderness, wherein there are those who wish to annihilate my Chin family. What is truly happening? How many matters remain unspoken?" Observing his master's confusion, Chun Bei again turned to Ancestor Chun Su. "It must be them. It certainly must be them." Ancestor Chun Su did not respond. Instead, his pupils widened, and then, with a countenance filled with enmity and murderous intent, he shouted, "Who?" Chun Bei hastily pressed for answers. But at that moment, a streak of light surged through the heavens, a sound transmission talisman. Ancestor Chun Su instinctively raised his hand to grasp it, but was preemptively obstructed by Chun Bei. With a pointed finger, the talisman shattered before Ancestor Chun Su, releasing a mournful voice. "Ancestor, Grand Ancestor Chun Min, has passed away." The voice echoed with anguish, and upon its utterance, those surrounding seemed to hear the sounds of weeping. Chen Bai's body tensit, as though his heart were being clutched by another's hand. This was his eldest royal brother. He had thought that after their father's demise, his elder brother had transformed into someone unrecognizable and merciless. Yet, he was still as vulnerable as ever, still filled with compassion. The pain within that voice carried an intensity Chen Bai could scarcely comprehend, a suffering more unbearable than being hunted by the world or betrayed by kin. Perhaps only the torment of discovering he was not of the Chen lineage could be compared. Father, in that moment, it was ancestor Chen Su who felt greater anguish. His eyes reddened, tears streaming uncontrollably. Despite having lived for thousands of years, the bond between father and son remained unbreakable. The old man had only departed for a few days, and now his father followed suit. Would a fate now befall other uncles and brothers? The Chen family is numerous, yet they cannot withstand such depletion. As tears flowed, ancestor Chen Su gazed at the sound transmission talisman suspended in the air, still radiating its light. His body stiffened, and his expression grew increasingly tense. The talisman remained silent, not emitting a sound for some time. Yet everyone understood, as long as the light persisted, the transmission continued. It seemed that something was being suppressed from the other side. Indeed, another voice emerged, and ancestor Chen Su felt as if his heart were shattering. Ancestor Chen Tai, Chen Yun, Chen Baitan, and the other 9 grand ancestors have also passed. You must return to preside over the situation. The voice trembled, despair piercing the very souls of all present. Silence enveloped the surroundings as they struggled to fathom the calamity that could so utterly devastate the Chen clan. It is known that the Chen family is the most ancient lineage of the North Wilderness, a presence that even the foremost sacred grounds regard with trepidation. Oh, Uncle, second, ancestor Chen Su trembled, unable to contain his emotions, bursting into a heart-wrenching cry. Grand ancestor. The surrounding members of the Chen family joined in lamentation, their eyes filled with despair. What has transpired? What is happening? At that moment, however, Chen Bai could not shed tears. His heart ached, bitterness filling his mouth, yet what loomed larger was an unexpressed fury. Who are these individuals that so relentlessly persecute the Chen clan? What has occurred that has led to the demise of so many powerful figures within the seemingly tranquil Chen family? Indeed, ancestor, what has transpired? Why have 9 grand ancestors been laid to rest? My Chen family's grand ancestors have now been extinguished. Behind ancestor Chen Su, a young member of the Chen clan could no longer restrain himself and called out loudly. Ancestor, what remains unsaid? Even a venerable elder of the Dao Palace could not help but exclaim. Clearly, the great secret of the Chen family was unknown not only to Chen Bai, but to many within the clan. They only understood that under ancestor Chen Su's command, hunting down Chen Bai had become their singular mission. The underworld, it is the underworld. They seek to bury the Chen family. They covet Bai's life. They are preparing to unleash calamity upon the myriad realms. Ancestor Chen Su's eyes blazed crimson, lips trembling as he finally unveiled this earth-shattering secret. What? The underworld? Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were left in a stupor. What is this underworld? Is it not merely a fabrication concocted by charlatans to deceive the gullible? There is no underworld in this world, nor is there a realm of the dead, let alone a cycle of reincarnation. Even the legendary celestial realm remains an elusive concept, with no certainty of its existence. For one to be a cultivator, especially a peak expert of the Purple Mansion realm, to assert that the underworld intends to unleash calamity is nothing short of absurd. Even Zhou Hai wore a grim expression. Had it been 7 years prior, he might have entertained such ghostly tales. But now, he himself is the so-called deity of mortals. How could he still believe in such nonsense? Those legendary emperors, did any possess the power to obliterate the entire universe? If the underworld truly dared to seek their lives, would they not be swiftly annihilated? Yet in the end, who among them is immortal? Even a being of the caliber of the oceanic sovereign, after all, merely clung to existence, employing any means necessary to survive for 800,000 years. The underworld, are they truly approaching? Just then, Zhou Hai perceived a voice within his consciousness, that of the oceanic sovereign, filled with astonishment and a sense of oppression. What does this mean? Old man, is it possible that the underworld truly exists? Zhou Hai gasped. If Ancestor Chan Su's words regarding the underworld left him speechless, the fact that the oceanic sovereign expressed such sentiments rendered him utterly speechless. Young one, do you still wish to keep your life? I offer you a chance. Release me, and I shall ensure your survival. The oceanic sovereign did not respond, but instead laughed heartily within Zhou Hai's consciousness. Damn it, I merely wish to understand the situation regarding the underworld. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Zhou Hai's face darkened as he cursed at the oceanic sovereign. Impudent, you wretched youth, do you have no respect for this emperor? The oceanic sovereign seethed with rage. Once a great emperor, he was an entity equal to the heavens. In his era, who dared to stand before him without kneeling? Even after 800,000 years, he remained exalted. When had he ever been treated with such insolence? You are but a prisoner. To speak of rights is one thing, but to discuss imperial power and dominance is another. No matter how impressive you are you not still under my thumb? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, rendering the oceanic sovereign speechless, no longer engaging in further discourse. The underworld was truly happening. Chen Bei gazed at Ancestor Chen Su, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. Bei, do not inquire further. The ancestor discerned. You will undoubtedly ascend to greatness, illuminating an era. Since they cannot kill you, if you're not of the Chun lineage, my family will sever ties with you and refrain from taking action. However, since you are indeed of the Chun family, you must live on. The future of the Chun family rests upon your shoulders. The venerable ancestor Chen Shu patted Chen Bei's shoulder. Initially, Chen Bei paid little heed, but gradually, he felt a wave of numbness coursing through his body, rendering him powerless and collapsing to the ground. Struggling with all his might, he realized that Ancestor Chen Shu's profound aura had sealed his cultivation, immobilizing him completely. Ancestor, what are you doing? Chen Bei's expression changed dramatically. Yet, Ancestor Chen Shu remained silent, slowly rising and casting a sweeping gaze over all present. For centuries, the major sacred lands have treated the Chun family with great disdain. Even the renowned Jixia Academy, known for its benevolence, has conspired with our enemies while extorting us. I am aware that the Chun family, in its retreat, has become the laughingstock of the sacred lands, with some believing we are on the brink of extinction. Indeed, with the passing of the 9 grand ancestors, only I and 2 other brothers remain at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. The rest of our descendants are powerless to contend with the great sacred lands. Anyone who dares to extinguish our Dakian or seize the fortunes of the Chun family may act now. However, I warn you, the netherworld is approaching. Once my Chun family is annihilated, you shall be next. Ancestor Chen Shu's tone was frigid, tightening the hearts of all present. They might doubt the existence of the netherworld, but the power that could annihilate the Chun family was enough to threaten the major sacred lands. This foretold a monumental crisis. Senior, I entrust this child to you. Today, I have come to know that he is of the Chen lineage. I feel immense guilt, yet also solace. I believe as long as he lives, the Chen family shall have hope. For the wrongs I have done to him in the past, even if it cost the lives of my entire clan, we shall protect him fully as atonement. It was once said that his death could save our entire family, but no one can discern the truth. I was selfish, wagering his life for a glimmer of hope. No more shall this be the case. Turning around, Ancestor Chen Shu gazed at Zhou Hai with a face full of hope, as if entrusting a child to a guardian. Ahem, it is customary to accept remuneration for one's services, especially since he is my disciple. It is only right. Zhou Hai awkwardly rubbed his nose, pondering whether Ancestor Chen Shu's mention of extortion was referring to the recent incident at Dazhou Academy. Regardless, he decided to treat it as a payment for averting disaster. The descendants of the Chun family had yet to present their apprenticeship gifts. He could certainly afford that amount of spiritual stones. I understand your noble intentions, Senior. Might I inquire your esteemed title? Startled, Ancestor Chen Shu realized Zhou Hai's implication. It was a reminder not to focus solely on the trust, but to leave something for the orphan. This was certainly feasible. The hopes of the Chen family lay upon Chen Bei. What could be wrong with entrusting everything to them? With this guardian present, none would dare to touch what the Chun family bequeathed to the child. Ancestor. My master Chen Bei opened his mouth to introduce Zhou Hai, but was silenced by Zhou Hai's raised hand. Rest assured, old man, I, Morong shall certainly protect your Chun family's descendant. Zhou Hai cleared his throat, leaving Chunbei in a state of astonishment. What was happening? Why did his master suddenly adopt such a grand title? Was it that the famed name of his master's uncle? All right. His master had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, seeking only tranquility. He did not wish for others to remember him or to spread his name. Chunbei thought to himself. At this point, he was still unaware of Zhou Hai's extortion of the Dacian dynasty. Thank you, Elder Morong. Let us depart. Ancestor Chunshu bowed to Zhou Hai, waving his hand as the remaining members of the Chun clan soared into the skies. Elder Morong, remember, do not let this child go to the Dacian capital. As they flew far away, Ancestor Chunshu suddenly called out, Ancestor, are you truly willing to sacrifice the lives of our entire clan merely to protect Chunbei? A young man beside him questioned. This was Chun Lei, Chunbei's sixth brother, the most gifted among the Chun clan of his generation, aside from Chunbei. Faced with Chun Lei's inquiry, Ancestor Chunshu's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Only after they had traveled 100,000 miles did Ancestor Chunshu finally exclaim, Foolish! How can the hope of an entire clan rest upon a single individual? Upon returning, you shall disperse the descendants anonymously. If Chunbei can rise, you may then seek him out. If he cannot rise, let my Chun clan fade into obscurity and return to tranquility. Upon hearing these words, the crowd could not help but feel despondent. Had the Chun clan truly reached its end? Ancestor, since you have made your decision, why not allow Chunbei to try? Perhaps he could salvage our Chun clan. A middle-aged man could not help but speak. Impudence. Ancestor Chunshu's reprimand rang out, followed by a sharp slap. The middle-aged man quickly covered his face and fell silent. Sigh. All are driven by self-interest. Have you considered whether exchanging Chunbei's life can truly secure the future of the Chun clan? Previously, I might have sacrificed Chunbei for the clan's future, for he was merely an outsider. Not revealing the truth to him was the greatest kindness I could afford him. But now, I have relinquished even that small kindness. If it could yield a sliver of hope, I would not hesitate. If necessary, I could pay with his life. But he is truly of my blood. He embodies our clan's greatest hope. Reflecting on it, I have wronged him far too much. This time, do not put that child through any more trials. If possible, I wish I had not spoken selfishly today. Even if they were angry with Chunbei's feelings, they would not truly sever the bloodline of the Chun family. I regret it. At this juncture, Ancestor Chunshu sighed deeply, his eyes filled with weariness. Ancestor, why do we not migrate as a clan, fleeing to another place? Chun Lei furrowed his brow. Ha. Migrate as a clan? You are terribly ignorant. The world operates on cause and effect. My Chun family, as the oldest sacred family in the northern wilderness, has witnessed countless sacred families vanish and rise throughout the ages. Only our Chun family remains unyielding. Do you know why? Not for any other reason, but because others only seek to take, while our Chun family gives back to the world. This is the eternal blessing bestowed upon my Chun family by the heavens, for the sake of our descendants' future. What harm is there in sacrificing several generations of the Chun family? As long as there are cultivators of the Tao realm and above, we shall not allow calamities to disrupt our Dacian. Upon returning, any Chun clan member who has committed transgressions shall be blood sacrificed. Ancestor Chunshu's voice turned grim, his gaze fierce as he concluded, sending shivers down the spines of all present. In the midst of these words, propelled by Ancestor Chunshu, the spiritual vessel soared thousands of miles further. In his mind, the limit of a peak sage's divine sense extended to 100,000 miles. Conversations beyond that distance should not be heard, even by Zhou Hai, no matter how powerful he was. Unbeknownst to him, all along, they had remained within the scope of Zhou Hai's divine sense. As they watched Ancestor Chunshu and the others depart, Zhou Hai had heard their dialogue clearly, retracting his divine sense. Master, Chunbei lay on the ground, his eyes reddened with anguish as he gazed at Zhou Hai. Say nothing. Others may not know of the netherworld, but I am well aware. Even the emperors of this realm find it challenging to contend with it. I cannot afford to intervene in this matter. I will never allow you to return to the Chun family. Zhou Hai recalled the astonished tone of the heavenly sovereign of the vast sea, resolutely refusing. With a flick of his sleeve, he whisked Chunbei away from that place. The netherworld truly exists? Unbeknownst to him, his words had rendered the faces of all present pale with fear. While ancestor Chen Qiu's claims of the netherworld might have been doubted by others, his status as a sage rendered such assertions unquestionable. Everyone he might command, continue your pursuit of the primordial demon ape in the primordial mountain range. I shall return to the Holy Land first. Upon this directive, the venerable patriarchs of various holy lands simultaneously issued their orders and turned to depart, while the others quickly dispersed. Yet, as they left, a perplexity lingered in their minds. Who is Morong Xiao? Some found the name vaguely familiar, but could not place it. After all, most attention was given to esteemed elders or promising disciples from the Holy Lands, making it difficult for someone like Morong Xiao, a mere branch academy's head, to capture their notice. However, as the only saint in millennia, Morong Xiao's name was destined to echo throughout the northern wilderness after today, sung by all. At that moment, Morong Xiao sensed something amiss, feeling an inexplicable tension within him. Lately, he had felt increasingly unusual, as if some unseen fate were entwining around him, leaving him uncertain if it bore good or ill, utterly shameless. Meanwhile, the suppressed Zhou Hai Tianzuan, trapped within the 9 great imperial artifacts, finally expressed his disdain for Zhou Hai after enduring a lengthy period of irritation. He had learned that the boy's name was not Morong Xiao at all. Previously, he had deceived himself out of fear. Observing how he had just lied, it was evident he had committed some transgression, unable to face anyone. His unfortunate senior brother would unknowingly bear countless burdens and attract enmity throughout his life. In response to Zhou Hai Tianzuan's scorn, Zhou Hai remained silent, as if he were impervious to the words. However, the desperate pleas of Chun Bei beside him stirred a tempest in his heart. "Master, I implore you, allow me to return." "Master, do you truly wish for me to witness the demise of the Chan clan?" Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, the despair in Chun Bei's voice revealing the formidable power of a wronged individual. "Enough. Are you certain you wish to return?" Zhou Hai descended, casting Chun Bei to the ground. At that moment, they had ventured deep into the heart of the primordial mountain range, surrounded by towering ancient trees and an array of strange flowers and bizarre creatures. The primordial mountain range, known as the most perilous trial ground in the northern wilderness, was not only home to secret pathways leading to the 8 wildernesses, but also inherently treacherous. To traverse the primordial mountain range, one would need at least the pinnacle strength of the Purple Mansion realm. Typically, experts of the Purple Mansion realm faced extreme peril here, while others were doomed to die. "Master, your great kindness I shall never forget. But can you truly bear to let me watch the Chun clan perish?" Chun Bei's lips turned purple, and upon landing, he felt unwell, as if something had entered his body, causing his blood to slow its flow significantly. Zhou Hai shook his head, helplessly regarding Chun Bei, conveying the earlier dialogue of the Chun ancestors through his mental connection. Chun Bei perceived everything clearly and trembled involuntarily. "You see, even just now, that old man Chun Su seemed sincere, yet he was rife with schemes against you. Though you are of the Chun family, you have never wronged them. Yet now you must sacrifice yourself for them. Does this truly hold value?" Once Chun Bei regained his composure, Zhou Hai spoke again. "Master, they say cultivators transcend worldly matters, yet in truth, it is mere self-aggrandizement. They are but a group of mortals. The ancestor is right. Human nature is selfish. To save 100,000 kin, what is the sacrifice of one outsider? In my view, even if it were to sacrifice 1,000 or 10,000 of our own, it will be justified. The Qin family has never wronged me. Even with past misunderstandings, the ancestor has treated me with sufficient kindness. He speaks truly. Knowing the truth is 100-fold more brutal than being kept in the dark. Forcing me to watch the Chun clan march towards extinction without action is a grievous wound to my heart, destined to become a lifelong torment. I do not dare to expect you to protect the Chun clan, Master, but I plead with you to allow me to fulfill my own desires." Chun Bei forced a bitter smile, his voice trembling with emotion. His fervent attachment to his clan reminded Zhou Hai of his own parents. Indeed, Chun Su may harbor selfish motives, but had he truly erred? Ultimately, circumstances differ. Who could truly comprehend the anguish of Chun Su? "Very well, go. Your 3rd junior brother is in danger. I must find him without delay, so I cannot accompany you." Zhou Hai shook his head, pointing In Chun Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him as his cultivation was restored. Even the inexplicable suffocation dissipated. He gazed upward, witnessing Zhou Hai conjure a spatial passage that seemed unfathomable. Master, I see you have taken on another junior disciple. Now I can rest easy. If anything were to befall me, my junior brother and sister would be there to serve you. Chun Bei beamed at Zhou Hai, expressing his farewell. Without waiting for Zhou Hai to respond, he stepped into the spatial passage. Master, I shall leave the desolation battle spear behind. Take care. Immediately after, Chun Bei's voice echoed as a battle spear flew forth, embedding itself before Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai frowned. Irritation etched across his face. Even the annihilation battle machine emitted a low hum, seemingly expressing its incredulity. Damn it, this boy intends to bid me farewell with a death wish. You follow him. If he truly faces life-threatening danger, protect him. Zhou Hai's expression darkened as he kicked the desolation battle spear into the spatial passage. Do you two take me for punching bag? The voice of the desolation battle spear sounded distressed. Meanwhile, Han Hai Tianzuan, suppressed within the 9 great imperial artifacts, was left aghast. This boy possessed all 9 artifacts, and each of his disciples wielded one. How many imperial treasures had he plundered? And how many imperial graves had he desecrated? As Han Hai Tianzuan marveled, Zhou Hai turned and soared away, searching for the trace of the ancient demon ape. The system only indicated that the demon ape resided within the primordial mountain range, without specifying its precise location. Once inside, his saintly cultivation allowed him to traverse freely, yet the imperial curse suppressed his divine sense, rendering it ineffective. To locate a single being among the vast expanse of mountains spanning hundreds of thousands of miles with mere eyesight was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Damn it, at this speed, by the time I find it, the corpse may have already decayed. After flying for a while, Zhou Hai gazed at the boundless mountains, feeling an increasing sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Chun Bei, having traversed the spatial passage, swiftly arrived at the grand dry royal capital. How swift! In the void, Chun Bei appeared silently. Upon seeing the familiar streets around him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Master, you truly are a contemporary emperor. Your speed is unparalleled. Taking in the familiar scent of the grand dry royal capital and surveying the bustling passers-by, Chun Bei turned and headed towards the royal city, completely unaware of the desolation battle spear that had vanished behind him. Unlike the great Zhou, the Grand Dry dynasty was renowned for its fierce populace, with a flourishing atmosphere of cultivation. Not to mention the royal city, even small villages and tribes were rife with practitioners. Within the royal city, cultivators of the body refinement realm were commonplace, and even children of 4 or 5 years old had begun their training. Stop! Chun Bei had not ventured far when a cold voice rang out. He turned to see numerous gazes fixated upon him. Chun Bei, you treacherous rebel. Upon recognizing his features, the surrounding thousands of people instantly encircled him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. What do you intend to do? Chun Bei's brow fulved deeply. In the grand realm of Deqian, he was renowned as a formidable overlord, yet he mused that he had not yet reached the level of being universally recognized. The scene before him was both surprising and perplexing. Among these people, the most skilled possessed merely the cultivation of 2 foundation-building practitioners, while the rest were mere mortals of the physical refinement realm. How could they dare to confront him? Chun Bei the traitor, how dare you show your face in the capital of Deqian? Quickly, alert the city guards and apprehend the rebel. Under Chun Bei's scrutiny, the crowd radiated hostility. Some shouted at him, while others hastened to inform the city guards. Fools are fearless. Chun Bei shook his head, unwilling to engage with them. Residing in the capital, these citizens held an unwavering faith in the Chun clan. Their animosity stemmed clearly from the Chun lineage, and Chun Bei could not harm these loyal subjects. However, as he attempted to turn away, they showed no intention of letting him pass, blocking his path entirely. Seeing this, Chun Bei's form flickered before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from their sight before they could even react. Chun Bei, the traitor has escaped. Quick, pursue him. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they shouted and rushed in the direction he had fled. Soon, their cries echoed throughout the city, inciting a frenzy among the populace. What? Chun Bei has reappeared? That traitor, who once conspired with the Jixia Academy to usurp authority and wreak havoc upon Qian, dares to return? He must be slain. The citizens of the capital, upon hearing the news, were consumed by rage and surged forth to chase him down. The city guards, alerted to the commotion, swiftly assembled and raced toward the scene. In no time, the entire capital of the Qian was in an uproar. It resembled not merely a city, but rather a stronghold of a sect, with the citizens acting as its disciples, each faction united in their cause. Stop! As Cheng Bei soared towards the imperial city. Nearing the noon gate, a chilling voice rang out. 20 innate realm guards swiftly encircled him. Bold Cheng Bei, do you dare return to the capital of the Qian? Simultaneously, 2 captains from the lethal realm guard squads charged toward him, swords drawn and aimed directly at him. Stand aside. I demand an audience with Cheng Xian. Cheng Bei's gaze swept over them, commanding in a cold tone. Impudent! How dare you invoke his majesty's name, you thief? Seize him! One of the captains bellowed angrily, leaping forward to engage Cheng Bei alongside another lethal realm practitioner. Cheng Bei's eyes sharpened, and he too launched forward, appearing before the two in an instant. Boom! With a single palm strike, he unleashed a cataclysmic force that pierced through the void, sending both lethal realm practitioners hurtling backward, bloodied and broken. Down with you! At the same time, Cheng Bei raised his hand, unleashing an immense gravitational force that caused the advancing innate realm guards to plummet to the ground like dumplings. Amidst their shrieks of agony, they were rendered immobile before they even grasped how Cheng Bei had struck. Their faces were etched with shock. Everyone knew the overlord was formidable. He had reached the pinnacle of the lethal realm at just 16. Yet, how could his strength have become so unfathomable in such a short time? Who dares to act with such impudence in my imperial city? Just as Cheng Bei subdued these guards, a thunderous roar echoed from above, reverberating through the heavens and earth. As countless powerful auras surged forth, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. None unleashed their divine powers, yet myriad phenomena manifested across the realm. Cheng Bei looked up to see the elite guard of the imperial city, fully assembled. Their lowest ranks comprised innate realm practitioners, numbering over 10,000. Among them were thousands of lethal realm experts and hundreds of divine realm masters. In this formidable imperial guard, even foundation-building practitioners lacked the qualification to be mere soldiers. Cheng Bei, do you dare to show yourself again? As this fully assembled elite guard emerged, over 10,000 auras immediately locked onto Cheng Bei, swiftly followed by an overwhelming intent to kill. The Qian is my nation. This is my home. Why should I not appear? Cheng Bei met their gazes, his tone indifferent. One ruler, one minister. The Qian has undergone a change in dynasty. Do you think you are still the overlord of old? A sudden voice interjected, prompting Cheng Bei to look up and see 11 figures descending from the sky, 10 masters of the Enlightenment realm and 1 master of the Unity realm. With their arrival, the elite guard was finally complete. A leader of the Unity realm commanded 10 generals of the Enlightenment realm, overseeing hundreds of divine realm captains, directing thousands of innate realm soldiers. Such a well-organized elite military force was capable of sweeping away any power beneath the sacred lands. Currently, their sole purpose was to deal with Cheng Bei, a true case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But the situation did not end there. Bold Cheng Bei, do you still dare to come to the capital of the Qian? A furious shout erupted from behind, followed by the earth trembling as countless physical refinement practitioners surged in from outside the imperial city, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, blocking every street and alley. Simultaneously, another fully assembled military force arrived, comprising 30,000, the lowest being foundation-building practitioners, one of the 4 city guard armies. Such a formidable force was equally capable of sweeping away any power beneath the sacred lands. Now, with 2 armies encircling him and hundreds of thousands of practitioners and citizens participating in the hunt, no one else in the world could claim such treatment as a divine realm practitioner, except for Cheng Bei. I merely wish to return home. Must you raise such an army? Cheng Bei's expression turned bitter, never having anticipated that so many would seek his demise. To return home, you must possess the strength to do so. Seize him, commanded an Enlightenment realm general from the elite guard, as hundreds of divine realm captains surged toward Cheng Bei. Boom! 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 Hundreds of Divine Realm practitioners unleashed their powers simultaneously, creating a myriad of phenomena that transformed the sky into a hellish battleground. Changbai, meet your end. One Divine Realm master charged forward, invoking a fiery domain that enveloped Changbai within. 3 fire dragons coalesced, roaring as they lunged at him. I merely wish to return home. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Changbay's gaze turned frigid as, in a moment, the 3 fire dragons approached. A gray aura emanated from him, enveloping a 3-foot radius around him. The fire dragons collided with the aura, dissolving upon contact like snowflakes upon flame, causing no disturbance whatsoever. With a low growl, Changbai appeared before the Divine Realm Master, his fist crashing heavily into the opponent's chest. The Divine Realm practitioner barely had time to react before their body exploded into countless fragments. Changbai, you seek death. Enraged, the following dozens of Divine Realm practitioners unleashed their powers: earth, fire, wind, and thunder, various forces converging upon Changbai as if dragging him into a hellish abyss. Yet, the aura surrounding Changbai pulsated, instantly shattering their combined powers. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of light, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake as dozens of Divine Realm practitioners exploded before him. At this moment, Changbai, having survived over half a month of life-and-death battles, wielded a combat prowess that far surpassed his level when he departed the academy. He had once slain numerous peak Enlightenment Realm Masters, but now, dispatching these Divine Realm practitioners was as effortless as slaughtering livestock. In less than 3 breaths, he had vanquished the nearby Divine Realm experts and charged into another group. Changbai, the Divine Realm practitioners gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Changbai's ferocity. As he approached, they instinctively recoiled. Yet, once Changbai had made his move, how could they hope to escape? Die for me, with a thunderous roar. The aura surrounding Changbai expanded outward. In the boundless void, a sudden murkiness enveloped the surroundings, swiftly followed by a surge of demonic flames that shrouded the radiant light in darkness, amidst which countless bolts of infernal lightning wreaked havoc. This tempestuous phenomenon erupted, causing the manifestations of divine powers from the practitioners to shatter explosively, leaving them utterly defenseless. No. The faces of numerous transcendent beings contorted in terror. Before they could react, countless black lightning bolts pierced through their bodies. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, these practitioners disintegrated in the void. How could this be? Hundreds of thousands who gathered to witness this battle stood in dumbfounded silence. No one anticipated that within mere breaths, Changbai would annihilate over 100 foes of the same tier. Such swiftness even left the 10 commanders of the Imperial Guard momentarily stunned. Bold traitor, you seek death. Watching their subordinates perish before their eyes, the commanders erupted in fury, charging toward Changbai. In an instant, various Taoist weapons surged forth, transforming into 10 chains of energy that coiled around him. Unaware of the peril, Changbai raised his gaze, charging directly at several of them. Midway through, he unleashed a punch, the overwhelming force of obliteration severing the 10 chains of energy. Impossible. The countenance of the 10 Tao-seeking experts shifted dramatically. Changbai's strikes were executed with such alacrity, and the ferocity of his power was beyond their comprehension. Moreover, Changbai's actions were executed with such overwhelming speed and combat instinct that before they could fully harness their Taoist weapons, he had already reached one of them. Bang! With a single punch, the cataclysmic force obliterated the body of a second-tier Tao-seeking general, engulfing the area in a mist of blood. No! The remaining 9 Tao-seeking experts were struck with panic, instinctively distancing themselves from Changbai. They realized that Changbai had unknowingly embarked upon the path of physical cultivation, his physique far surpassing theirs. Even with their superior cultivation, they could not afford to engage him in close combat. It would be a path to certain demise. Do you think keeping your distance will spare you? Changbai sneered, raising his hand to deliver a palm strike, a colossal shadow descending from the void. No! The oppressive weight of impending death bore down upon the 9. Without a second thought, they directed their Taoist weapons against the descending palm. Yet, where the massive palm passed, there were no visible Taoist patterns, only a nebulous aura radiating from it. As the 9 Taoist weapons collided with the palm, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The intricate patterns of their weapons shattered, countless Taoist principles fracturing, and the 9 weapons disintegrated into fragments. The palm merely paused momentarily before descending once more upon the 9, as if to squash them like mere insects. Chen Bei, you are insufferable. The commander of the Imperial Guard, who had been observing the battle, could no longer remain seated. He rushed beneath the colossal palm, expanding his consciousness to transform the surrounding space into his domain. In an instant, the void seemed to solidify. With a mere gesture, he pinned Chen Bei's obliterating palm strike in place, rendering it immobile. Thank you, my lord. At this sight, the 9 Dao-seeking experts finally exhaled in relief, hastily expressing their gratitude. The commander, however, remained silent, his brow gradually furrowing. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, and cracks appeared in his domain. The palm of obliteration moved, forcing its way downwards by another inch. Push forward. The commander bellowed, a tempestuous surge of unified force erupting, sending the massive palm hurtling back a yard. But that was the extent of his success. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions reverberated as the palm's Taoist aura churned, pressing down once more. The ferocious force of obliteration clashed violently with the commander's domain, unable to advance even an inch under the relentless onslaught. Yet, the commander's unified force could do little to thwart the palm's advance. No. How could this be? How is this possible? Countless gasps filled the air. The Imperial Guard stood agape, the city guards were paralyzed, and the common folk were utterly bewildered. Throughout this fierce battle, it became evident to all that Chen Bei's cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the divine realm. Yet, he not only annihilated over 100 foes of the same tier, but also effortlessly dispatched Dao-seeking experts. Now, he stood firm against a unified realm expert without yielding an inch. Is he even human? What does rank mean in his presence? Brother, do you see this? Is it truly Xiao Jiao? At this moment, deep within the royal city, in the star-picking tower, Emperor Qin Xian was also focused on this battle. Accompanied by 2 brothers, the 2nd prince, Chen Zhan, and the 4th prince, Chen Xiao. Witnessing Chen Bei's invincible prowess, Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao were left in a state of shock, realizing that their once prized cultivation appeared utterly laughable in Chen Bei's presence. Once, Chen Bei was the most distinguished among them. Now, he was overwhelmingly fierce, rendering them unworthy of even gazing up at him. Qin Xian remained silent, his eyelids twitching slightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of pride and profound sadness. Chapter 86. Confrontation with 2 merging realm powerhouses. Xiao Zhiyu, you have never let your brother down. Given the opportunity, the entire northern wilderness would become your legend. But why have you returned? Why not escape far away? With a soft sigh, Chen Xian's hands trembled. Your Majesty. Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao turned their gazes, their hearts tightening. They understood all too well that their elder brother most despised the sight of fratricide. In the face of this scene, he felt more agony than anyone else. Who would have thought this wretch would dare to return, and with such unmatched combat prowess? Xianer, why do you remain in a daze? Why not send out stronger forces to eliminate him? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed. The 3 brothers' expressions shifted as they simultaneously turned their heads toward the forbidden area behind the imperial city. There lay the secluded grounds of the ancestors of the Qin clan. Ordinarily, even the Emperor de Qian would not dare to tread there lightly. Since the ancestor has arrived, he is destined to not leave. Why the urgency? Qin Xian said respectfully. You aren't soft-hearted again, are you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Now that the great ancestors of de Qian have perished, our vitality is gravely wounded. If new powers do not rise for the next 1,000 years, our de Qian will have to bow to others. And all of this is due to this wretch. If you do not swiftly eliminate him to quell the chaos, do you wish for the Chan clan to be extinguished before you feel satisfied? Just recently, the great ancestors passed away, and your tear stains have yet to dry. Do you truly wish to wait for that day to come? Another voice interjected coldly. Qin Xian's heart trembled, his fists clenching involuntarily. He knew well that with the demise of the great ancestors, only 3 peak Zifu realm powerhouses remained in the Chun clan, Qin Su, and these 2 ancestors, Ouyang Xiu and Tuobo Lei. Among them, apart from Qin Su, The other two were not of the Qin bloodline. They were merely former sons-in-law of the Chen clan. The former great ancestors had refrained from striking down Qin Bei, but these two would not show him any mercy. If they did not eliminate Qin Bei to quell the chaos, they might even betray the entire Qin clan. After all, they were not true ancestors of the Chen clan, and would they willingly lay down their lives for it? This was precisely why, upon the great ancestor's demise, Chen Xian immediately summoned Chen Su. In this moment, only Chen Su could command respect from these two. Understood, ancestor. Xianer will now eliminate Xiao Jiu to quell the chaos. Chen Xian slowly closed his eyes, striving to conceal the pain within, to eradicate Xiao Jiu and quell the turmoil. He then abruptly turned, sweeping his sleeve, and swiftly soared toward the imperial city. Your Majesty! Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao felt a pang of anguish and quickly followed. In the next moment, 10 merging realm powerhouses soared forth, all protectors of the emperor, Chen Xian. Meanwhile, the battle outside the imperial city raged on. After a quarter of an hour, the true essence within Chen Bei surged, the desolation hand seal solidifying, surprisingly suppressing the merging realm commander. The commander of the imperial guards wore a grim expression. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, he never imagined that one day, with his merging realm cultivation, he would be so suppressed by a mere ant of the divine passage realm. He longed to immediately slay Qin Bei. Yet, under the immense pressure, he knew that any misstep could lead to him being crushed to pulp by that enormous hand seal. This left him paralyzed, forced to endure. Kai He, what are you waiting for? Seeing he could not contend with Qin Bei, the commander of the imperial guard shouted, "Ha ha! If you do not call for help, I would have thought you had a trump card." A voice rang out, and the commander of the city guards stepped forward, his towering frame rushing toward Qin Bei's back. As a merging realm physical cultivator, he was enveloped in golden light, delivering a punch straight at Qin Bei's back. Get lost! Qin Bei roared, his other hand swinging out fiercely. The essence of heaven and earth surged, and his fist rapidly expanded to over 10 feet, colliding with Kai He's punch. Boom! The violent shock wave rippled outward, sending cultivators in all directions reeling. Some could not help but cough up blood on the spot. Meanwhile, many commoners at the refining realm collapsed, spitting blood uncontrollably. What a formidable physique! Kai He appeared shocked, unable to believe that while suppressing the commander of the Imperial Guards, Qin Bei could still contend with his attack. Moreover, his physical strength was astonishing. Clearly, he was only at the divine passage realm.